This time is gone. Crazy Raccoon just being so... out of spawn. Crazy Raccoon are denying so much space. Just the Mines have to try and counter-rotate, come up with a plan B. But here comes Jumpin with Mines yet again in the choke.
He's so low though. He has to pop the Annihilation, but Jumbin's forcing him not to sit in that corner. Has got the Mines, but they're happy maybe just to let that Annihilation disappear. A kill onto Funny Astro, and with 2 minutes remaining, Twisted Minds struggling to get out of this choke point.
Chorong is still behind them, by the way, and Crazy Raccoon may have bit off more than they could chew. And Twisted Minds, they grouped up, they retaliated, but at a cost of a lot of time, less than 2 minutes. Still a few more fights to go for B. I Knew Now could be available on the high ground for Quartz, all depending if Junbin's even going to let him rest and let him breathe. It's not even just about the pile drives, but the ability to push even a single person off the bridge would force all of Twisted Minds to have to regroup. Crazy Raccoon, it's about forcing mistakes.
They're on low ground right now. They do have a teleport, but I don't think it's a good one. Maybe only went up to that miniature high ground. Bowler shot in the corner, but no. Quartz out of nowhere, pops around the corner, tags Lip in the animation, headshot, insta-kill, and now they can move on. Chill on the height, takes a headshot from Quartz, use that shift to heal him up, and now they're trying to buy time. Hope and pray.
Quartz wasn't having an MVP level performance. This would be it.
Yeah, just borrow straight in front of him. Chorong rally off of high ground and Lib's on the Widow of all things, but he's too far up. UB's just gonna run him down. But Lib, he just keeps on clicking heads. That orbital rate should be too much for him though. And there it is. Checkpoint secured by Twisted Minds as they make their final assault onto that golden box of victory with 2 minutes.
Quartz is just the best in the world. How does he keep willing these wins in their favor? Crazy Raccoon will have to hold back. Box of victory, the ticket to the semifinal. Top 4 in sights of Twisted Minds to dethrone the best Koreans in the world.
They got a wall, they got a rush, they got Annihilation, they got the tools to do it. Nice right click there on Heesang, forces the retreat. Junbin dead though. ASA moving on. And now it's up to Heesang to maybe stall or get back to the rest of his team.
He does, but KSA could pop Annihilation. Look how weak they are. Twisted Minds don't want to bite off more. The box of victory's in sight. They have Kitsune Rush. Crazy Raccoon at the touch.
They got no ults. This bolus from Lip has to go ginormous. They're going to heal up. They're going to deploy the wall, deploy the rush, deploy pretty much everything they've got. They've even got a high noon. Coming up for Quartz. A retreat here for Crazy Raccoon as Junbin ends up going down and Twisted Minds are rewriting history. Crazy Raccoon have been failed, thrown into the trash as Twisted Minds in front of their home crowd have done it. It has been an eon since an EU team has toppled a Korean one. And against all odds, they go to a map 5 on a Crazy Raccoon pick.
Beats coming up here for Kelix and Fixer in this fight. Those are the key ultimates to look out for. Outside of that, it's good old-fashioned, honest Overwatch. Checkmate has the Mega. Jaewoo can't take it, but he has a healer by his side. Ziad getting close to a remake opportunity, and Kelix is low, but knows been able to find him. He has a beat. He's built it before Fixer. Ice Storm goes low. Forced to drop to the low ground now. Spike Guard deployed briefly, but Shockwave is fell first. Lambda strikes at the heart of Verdice Pro. And now, it's all his for the taking. Gala and Ice Storm topple. And Alcatia get their second flashpoint.
One flashpoint away from setting themselves up in the semis. A chance to go to a final here in Riyadh. Battle against Twisted Minds. That would be pretty wild up there in that crowd. Opening things up for Alcatia. Ziad will have this self-destruct. We see him play really aggressive when he has this, right? He knows he's going to most likely get a second life. So we'll see how deep he decides to go. Trying to make a play for Fixer or Shockwave. Those have been his targets.
He knows, though, he needs to be able to remech in a relatively safe spot. So he'll have to start doubling back as soon as he realizes he's going to be knocked out. Big ultimate here. Sound barrier comes in. Fixer's able to deploy it. Labda backs up. This is an unanswered beat. Alcatia are going to have to wait it out, but there's that self-destruct from Ziad. Back in Mex should be fine, and Fixer's down to the pulse. Jaywoo's got nothing to do. Caught on the outside, looking in, goes for a recall, but it's going to be a swift step away by Landon, and Alcatia start with point control. Poised to take the series.
Yeah, and the sound barrier comes through from VP, and Alcatia back up, but Ziad is so far forward, and he's able to just kind of contest the point, use his self-destruct to not allow VP to take the point. It's also the overclock that rips a lot of that overshield, the overhealth away from players on VP.
Shockwave with an overclock. This is pretty preemptive. A lot of Alcatia now just scrabbling to get back. Keeping Ziad in mech is paramount, and he's going to be knocked out. Verdice Pro see an opportunity now just to knock it into Body Blast performance. Ziad has nothing to say. The rest of Alcatia realize they're in a power trough as it is. Forcing ultimates would be better. We'll have to just accept turning around and fight another day.
And look, the supports on Alcatia are amazing, but when Ziad is that low, there's an overclock, everybody flying around the corner. No amount of Kiri Pocket is going to be able to keep Ziad up through that. So a rare instance, it seems like Alcatia gets caught off guard there.
Ziad's again in the mix and ready to go once more. Pressuring the backline. Jaywoo traded for Kellex here. No Tracer up for Verdice Pro. Icedom a little bit low. He's going to need some help, but Gala's going to struggle through to Kitsune rush down, but he goes low. It's Gala out of the picture. Alcatia are back and they mean business. And it just so happens that business today is pretty good. They'll have to flip. Now with the goal in their sights.
It's wild when we're watching Ziad at the beginning of these fights, right? It looks like he just literally flies at them. And then just like, all right, let's just start fighting. And able to just kind of use that flight to get back towards his teammates. It's great use of the defense matrix here. You lose Shockwave towards the end. And dude, I mean, you have a huge support advantage here for Alcatia and a fantastic spot to close out this series.
95 and counting. It is last chance saloon for Verdice Pro.
Oh, he got him on the cross.
The Great White North descends on the desert sands and is repelled by the fiery spirit of Alcatia, advancing to the semifinals.
You're looking at a disengage here from T1, I'd imagine. No, they're actually going to be in. Cage comes in. Uh-oh, not where the Lucio wants to be, but I don't think Vega wants to be there either. Oh, but Tree, what? Tree out of nowhere. Deadeye through the cage, picks up a triple. And they're going to feel that tomorrow and the next day. T1, a push onto the checkpoint now as Proud gets staggered.
Cage and a tree, he digs his roots in, and Team Liquid still have a chance at life to swing for the fences and go for the comeback, but it has to be flawless from here on out.
Just beautiful. Actually booped in by Donghack there. There's 2 minutes to go now as they approach this checkpoint. Tree's gonna get slammed again. Takes a small duck there to try and avoid some of that damage. Donghack pretty low, has to back off, although he's been pretty unkillable right now. He's actually going to try and steal the bot.
Yeah, Team Liquid though.
What a weird fight, what a weird fight, Zest! Everybody was just so split. Zest connects the Pulsar onto Tree, he takes a little tumble backwards, kills RuPaul. Donghack's still alive, by the way. He's chilling. He's actually just going to go hunting for Zera right now. It's like Donghack's playing with all the survivability perks in Stadium or something. The guy's just not died. Team Liquid now have to try and reset the ball back to mid, but they got 1 minute and 20. Their hopes and dreams and their key is on the line.
It just took a miracle for Tree to even help win that fight with the 3K. They needed to keep momentum on the bridge phase, but trying to escape from the Hammond. This is a must-win for Liquid. T1 could snuff the life out of them. Donghack already slams in, gets Tree uncomfortable. Sarah has to find a health pack. He's up to full. He'll search for a pulse bomb.
Insane boot there by Vega. Stopping the momentum of Donghack as he was trying to roll through the rest of Team Liquid. Zera forced a recall, has got the Lucio for backup. They're going to push forward now.
Right, Zera keeps the Tracer in check. Tree's gonna go hunt him down. This could be how you stagger out T1. Liquid have also built up towards a Kitsune rush. They gotta be aggressive, and all of the focus has gone into Donghack. He's starting to look vulnerable, and Liquid want to take advantage.
Nice touch there, just off the checkpoint, but it comes through anyway. A rush being sent out by RuPaul, a little pulse bomb there onto the wall. Vega dodges, fancy footwork on the Lucio as this checkpoint will end up completing for Team Liquid. They get the bot moving once again, but this is the OT fight approaching.
There are the mines just to secure the card for Donghag, but wait to High Noon.
Yeah, but Tree is High Noonie, but Proud just jiggles the corner. Jiggle Beacon Tree. 3 seconds to go. Infected's on the point, but the mines are just too much. As T1 just eviscerate Team Liquid. A 3-0 and the win streak will continue for the squad. T1 make it to semi-finals. Haven't lost a single map yet. Team Liquid's key is crushed at the hands of T1, and only one more hope here for North America in GK. This Team Liquid is just like another day in the office. It didn't feel close.
Now he'll step forward again. This is good. GK gets some damage, put some pressure down, fall back to a safer spot. Rinse and repeat. Fielder being challenged there. Can't actually safely assume the higher ground because Lethal will have a line of sight on him. Constant pressure on this backline. Fielder has to immortality field himself. That's a good result. Nemo is dealt with. Geo now under pressure. Lethal only now realizing the problems. Pulled up at his front porch and Merit from the off angle. There's too many variables for Lethal to try and control, and Falcons eventually break through. It's a small trickle that turns into a flood, and now they wash over the defenders for this first checkpoint.
Yeah, the drone just a little bit too late to save Lethal. He actually slides back across after some damage from Proper, and Merit just picks him up. So an opportunity here. I think if GK wants to hold on defense, I think you got to play aggressive. You got to play like at this choke. You see Kuppa walking up towards it. I don't think you can give up too much court progress here early on.
Kuppa has to be careful though. If he plays too heavily into the choke, it forces Ultraviolet to expose himself in order to heal him. Puts him perched up in that siege tank, which is dangerous against a player like Merit. So they opt actually just to play the corner game here. Kuppa tries to get himself a brief 1 versus 1. Slide back now, it's going to be an Air Matrix in play. Oh, scary stuff! The downpour corner on the fielder. Oh, he wasn't safe behind a wall. He doesn't care about line of sight like that. That's a great pick. That is going to slow. Oh, buddy!
This is what you want to do. You want to get another, minute, 2 minutes off the clock here, right? You get another fight at like the first bridge, get control of high ground, and then if that all fails, then you get probably one junk one out the spawn. I love this decision to go fast if you're Kuppa.
I love this game plan. Again, it's the same. Be proactive. Fall back when it gets risky. There's an annihilation from someone. He's trying to ignore Kuppa and go forward, but there's a sound barrier in play here for GK. Lethal with the high ground. Someone looking a little bit low. He's in trouble. Maimone's able to pull him down, and our eyes are on Chio. Lethal slides away. Proper is able to chase him down. No, and Falcons using the aggression of GK against them. And Kuppa cannot contest in this state. He'll have to succumb.
I mean, look, they get rid of someone. The issue is there is nobody to get rid of Proper and Merit. So even though they get the sound barrier out first from Falcons, GK holds on to theirs. They get a later one. The DPS duo of Proper and Merit showing their potential.
And that rope is getting shorter and shorter for GK. The buffer all but expired. They've done their best to slow Team's Falcons down, but now they get a taste for blood, this Korean squad. And they know exactly how to land this plane.
Now.
Card inches forward a little bit further. It's an overclock here for Merit. Kuppa responds instantly, though Merit's getting topped up, and Kuppa takes too much damage. He's got to fall away. Maimone contesting the card to try and make sure no one sneaks it through, and Merit is playing conservatively, safely in fact. But there's the Air Matrix, and immediately Kuppa ceases to exist. Maimone's at least able to extract his pound of flesh. A trade comes out, but Admiral is the next to fall. And the Apex Predators keep their sights squarely on the summits. Down in GK. In a knockdown, drag-out, 5-map affair. Push to their limits, but that's where this team thrives. They've made our Midseason Championship semi-finals.
Yo, what are you doing back here?
Nothing, man. Just making sure it's all good for the next
It
team.
looks like you're doing hero shots.
No.
Is he doing hero shots?
Yeah. Come on, bro. This is like our last day. Last chance to get this done. And the players get it done all the time. Why can't we have some fun too? It's good for a bit of fun.
You know, that's true. The final day of EWC Overwatch 2 starts now.
It's Championship Sunday here at EWC, and we are starting things off with the Overwatch semifinals, where we have hometown Saudi Arabia Twisted Minds going up against Alcatia in a clash that guarantees at least one hometown hero in the finals. Twisted Minds have crawled their way into this slot, beating along their path the biggest name in Overwatch esports, the champions, the title defenders, the alleged super teams, Crazy Raccoon, in a match that had every single Overwatch fan gripping at the edge of their seat. Alcatia's feat is not a small one either. Although a team that might not have the most international experience, they have already influenced the world's meta. And as the EMEA champions, they are once again looking to make the world bend the knee.
The second semi-final features T1 and Team Falcons, giants on the international club stage. But the journey of both of these teams to semis today could not be more different. T1 stands undefeated. This huge heavyweight has humbled all who stand in their path, and today it's the hometown heroes, Team Falcons, who've had to kick, claw, scrape, and bleed their way through 5-game series to make it here. As the massive underdogs, the pressure is on, and Falcons, you actually need to win a game to be eligible for the club championship. The Overwatch Championship Series Midseason Championship starts right now.
What's up, esports fans? It's Jake. I'm here with Johnny, and we're standing, of course, at the Esports World Cup Totem for 2025. We're going to have to crown a new champion whose frame will be placed here for Overwatch 2.
Yeah, last year's games was, of course, brilliant with Crazy Raccoons winning in 2024. But yesterday's quarterfinals, they also brought some excitement, Jake, with all the #1 seeds advancing. Besides last year's winner, Crazy Raccoon, Twisted Minds, in a surprise upset, they delivered the final blows required here by Quartz, of course, on the Cassidy. Just phenomenal plays all around. And they were part, of course, of our Kadea top plays, Jake.
Yeah, the Kadea top plays were wild yesterday. Tons of great stuff. I mean, a lot of our games, though, were pretty dominant, with some of our winners coming out to 3-0 victories, some one-sided games due to these massive hit scan performances. I feel like the hit scan has been on a whole new level this year as compared to anything I've seen in the past.
Absolutely. And two of those players that have stood out, of course, has been Quartz, like I mentioned, but also Labda from Alcatia has had a phenomenal performance so far. Now, in our final quarterfinal, of course, Falcons, they did end up beating in a 5-map series. They took down GK Esports, another phenomenal series here. Kaffa early on, really confident, and he went all the way to Blizzard World, where Falcons finally closed things out.
Yeah, it's a wild one out there. I also want to call out T1, you know, a squad that maybe hadn't found so much success in Korean Overwatch. It had been Falcon and Crazy Raccoon for quite a while, and now T1, right now, they're undefeated in the tournament. A completely dominant run, kind of unheard of at this point, though they do face their toughest test in that next semi against the Falcons, right? A storied franchise, especially here at the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. 4 teams remain. It's going to be Alcatia, Twisted Minds going head-to-head in today's semifinal, and in our second semifinal, of course, it's going to be Falcons taking on T1. So 4 teams remain here, Jake. Do you got any early favorites?
We'll have to see, but I mean, here at our Bravia reactions here, I mean, you can see the emotion. I love the players, but not only that, the crowd here has been electric. It has been out of control, especially with so many Saudi players and teams here representing. The fans are out there, man, and if you are not a Saudi team or player, you are gonna get booed, man. There is intensity in this arena. There is a real home field advantage, and it's exciting out there in the SCC arena.
Absolutely, and I mean, because the two teams are playing each other in a semi-final, there's a third place match. One of those teams will obviously end up in the grand final, and one of them will end up in the third place match. So regardless of the outcome of that one semi-final, you will have a Saudi team in either a bronze match or a gold match. It's going to be glorious.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible one. But of course, it's all about the championship, right? That's what's going to be remembered. That's who's going to be able to put their keyframe up in the totem. Well, in the overall club championship, Team Liquid has surged to a lead with a first ever 2 game titles in 1 week from one club. Totally unheard of, making history here at the Esports World Cup. However, Team Falcons, if they can win the championship in Overwatch, which seems possible for them with a storied franchise and the team that they fielded this year, they could surge back to that first place. And you got to imagine Liquid, Falcons, these are kind of the 2 favorites for the club championship. So much is on the line here in the Overwatch tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, Team Liquid with the lead. But like you say, Falcons, if they qualify for the grand finals here today, they will suppress Liquid's points in the club championship. But of course, Falcons, they're yet to win an esports. And if you want to be eligible for the Esports World Cup Club Championship, you need to win at least 1 title. So a lot hinging today on Falcons' Overwatch squad. Can they secure that crucial win for their organization in today's matches?
I just got to say, by the way, it's pretty awesome to see chess here at the Esports World Cup. I've kind of always seen chess as this like one natural, maybe the progenitor really to esports. Like what other game is played in that same way with that incredible global competition and fans cheering from around the world. So it was amazing to see Magnus Carlsen take that club championship, or rather take the title and earn some points for the club championship for Team Liquid. Amazing to see chess represented here at the Esports World Cup, and of course here in the totem with Magnus Carlsen's name engraved. Pretty wild stuff here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and I mean, you just take a look once more at the totem. We've already had some tremendous esports taking place with StarCraft 2, of course, a crowned winner there. But there's still plenty of action remaining in the Esports World Cup. This is just week 4 out of 7, of course. And as you take a list, some of the games to come, obviously, Overwatch 2, yet to be crowned. But then, Street Fighter, Counter-Strike, Rocket League, a lot of great esports remaining here at the Esports World Cup. But today, it's all about Overwatch 2 and who can find that title.
I got to press you on it, Johnny. 4 teams left in Overwatch. Who's taking the title?
I think Falcons are still a really good favorite in this one. They struggled yesterday against GK, but I still think that against teams like T1 and who it's going to be in the finals, whether it's Twisted Minds or Alcatia, I think they have a good chance.
All right, well, my money's on Alcatia. I think they're great. Another team competing, though, here at the Esports World Cup and still alive, by the way, are Twisted Minds, who not only competing in many games across the cup, but they're here on the Boulevard. They've got a whole event going on down at the Twisted Minds building. Let's send it over to Jiniro and check it out.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and right behind me is going to be the Twisted Labs, home to Twisted Minds, a team that is currently competing in quite a lot of titles here at the Esports World Cup. And their HQ is just a stone throw away from the STC arena, where the action is happening. But just because the action is happening in the arena doesn't mean that everywhere else around it doesn't have it just as exciting. So let's head inside, not break our neck, and see what's going on. First things first is the fact that Twisted Minds is an organization that has quite a lot of trophies to their name, and they do show those off quite interestingly at the start as you walk in. And just looking here to my left, from different titles, PUBG Mobile, Call of Duty, Overwatch, the Saudi League, you name it, they got it. To my right are going to be a couple of the jerseys that we have seen from the side of Twisted Minds as well when it comes to their different iterations over the years and the different teams competing across different titles. But now let's head into the main event, because this is where all the excitement and action is happening. Can you really quickly just explain to everybody who's watching why you guys are so excited?
We are so excited because we beat the best team in Overwatch in the last season. Crazy Raccoon. Goodbye. See you in the next year. What do you say about Crazy? See you next time. See you next time. We see it in Arabic. This way. Everyone 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 this way. Good game, guys. Good game, guys. Thank you so much, and the secret behind the win. As you see, guys, here, guys, Twisted! Twisted! This is our secret to win. Literally. Thank you, guys.
We have Michal here, who is the head of marketing for Twisted Minds, to give us an insight as to why you should be coming to Twisted Labs when you see this video.
I think because it's the only esports HQ or venue in the world that looks like this. It has a dual access system, which means that there's a second floor that's only accessible for players and staff and operations in our studios. At the same time, you can view from the mezzanine the entire ground floor, which hosts the fans, the visitors' experiences, and there are more than 9 experiences here at the venue. You can come, get your day pass, enjoy an escape room, enjoy sim racing, and enjoy some mind games. Enjoy some neuro racing, stuff that you can control the car with your own mind, stuff that you will only find in Twisted Labs. And most importantly, it's 2 minutes away from any esports World Cup venue. You can come, you'll find the big mascot, Fikri, outside. Come, you're welcome here, 5 to 12 a.m., and we're always open. We're welcoming everyone.
I had no idea your crew was going that hard here in Riyadh. We welcome Fancy to the studio. You always see him on the stage doing the interviews and walking out our teams, but we wanted to bring you in to talk about something special. You are a co-owner of Twisted Minds. You have been a managing director for a while, and your team is on here, Championship Sunday. Fancy, how are we feeling?
Honestly, I'm so proud of the team. We didn't expect that the guys would actually be able to make it to the semifinals. I mean, when we saw the bracket, let's be honest,
it's Crazy Raccoon.
We're against Crazy Raccoons. We didn't think that we're going to win, but the guys pulled it, and if they can beat Crazy Raccoon, they can beat everyone.
It's been so impressive to watch them throughout this tournament, but I remember Twisted Minds from Warzone last year. I was hanging out with Z Smith, Aiden, and crew. They were repping the teal jerseys. Tell me a little bit about the branding here. How did you guys choose the colors, and what's with the pink brains I see out there?
I mean, you would notice that most of the teams would have the same colors, like black or red. We wanted to stand out. We wanted our jersey to be different. The guys came up with the combination, and we loved it. We immediately said that this is what Twisted Minds should be about.
Love the OWCS team skins pack, of course.
Right,
Those
yeah.
are awesome. But I wanted to talk about Twisted Minds as well as an organization, because you've been at this for a while now. Talk about the journey from starting Twisted Minds until 2025 now, with, you know, fans going crazy here in the crowd.
I mean, in 2021, the idea of Twisted Minds was just, you know, a bunch of guys that wanted to jump into PUBG Mobile as a, you know, as an up-and-coming team. And then later on, we decided to include more rosters because we saw all the opportunities that's happening, especially in Saudi, and all the growth that's happening in the industry on the globe as well. And then from there on out, we wanted to expand, and then Gamers 8 happened in 2023. And we didn't really think that we're going to win, but eventually we won the whole thing, which is the first version of EWC.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, and then in 2024, honestly, that was like very disappointing, I would say. If you remember, Warzone did great, but the other games didn't really do that well. This year, we're all focused on just our redemption arc. We're trying to prove ourselves.
Now, as upset as you were, you walked away with $200,000 for your placement in the club championship, but $7 million is on the line in 2025.
Absolutely.
You guys have 1,000 points. We're only halfway through the competition. How are you feeling about your chances of finishing in our top 4?
I mean, honestly, all the teams that we have are participating in the second part of EWC. We still have Tekken, PUBG PC, we have the world champions, of course, Rocket League, we have the best player in the world. We still have a lot of good chances in the upcoming weeks, I think.
Absolutely.
It's looking really good.
Yeah, so you guys have expanded to quite a lot of games, and I'm sure that comes with the organization growing as well. What has that been like for you to kind of try to expand this business and to kind of develop into the scene alongside the Esports World Cup?
Absolutely. So the main thing that we focus on is the local development for the players. We try to include Saudi players as much as we can because we believe that there's a lot of talents here that never really got the chance to, you know, show on an international stage and show people what they can do. And right now, especially with Overwatch, we have 3 Saudi players within the team, and I don't think there's a Saudi player that won an EWC title yet. So this could be the first one.
I'm cheering on Courts. He was our MVP from yesterday.
Yeah.
But tell me a little bit about the drama, because I remember in the offseason there was a twit longer that got 2 million views.
Right.
Where KSA said, "I don't like being around Yubi."
Yeah, well, I mean, you saw what KSA said in the interview on the stage. He's like, you don't need the coach when you have Yubi. So the guys had some sort of an argument, let's say, and then it kind of spiraled out of control, let's say. But a couple of months later, the guys are practicing together. They made up, they just buried the hatchet, and look at them now. They're in the semifinals.
KSA, you don't need a coach when you have Yubi. It looks like the beef has been squashed. Fancy, thank you so much for joining us. We got to start the show, though. KSA is going to be running tank, but how good is he on Winston?
야, 집중해. Okay, not easy. Jumpin, how'd you beat this level? It's not looking good for me.
Hi everybody, I'm Danny.
Hi, I'm Kuffa.
Hello everyone, I'm Gaga.
안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤의 탱커를 맡고 있는 준민이라고 합니다.
Hello, I'm 동아. My name is Sama. Nice to meet you.
And we're here to play some Winston leaping parkour.
자, 이게 들어가면은 이렇게 초록색 이렇게 빔으로 나와요. 저기까지 점프를 하면 돼요. Here we go. First checkpoint. It's right in front of you. Looks pretty easy. Don't mess this up.
Cool.
Okay. Oh, this is okay.
I'm ready.
Easy.
I'm ready.
You're going fast. 이거는 빨간 그죠? 먹고 점프하면 된다.
Okay.
먹고 점프. 그렇지. Easy. 이제 슬슬 어려워집니다. 이제 슬슬 어려워집니다.
2차.
오, 오케이.
2차.
오케이. 오, 쉽네. I'm trying my best to throw you off, but apparently it's not working. It did work. Nice.
It worked. It did it.
이 윈스턴 점프를 잘하는 뭐 노하우 같은 게 있나요?
방향키를 잘 조절해야 돼요.
야, 여기서 무너지면 안 돼. 자, 할 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 오케이. 자, 말 안 할게요. 자. 오케이. 됐다. Oh, inside. Oh, this one very hard. 오! 내가 오! 시간이 모자란. 안 모자라네.
여기서 한번 뛰고.
야, 집중해.
Okay, not easy.
Not easy. 자, 이 다음 게 좀 어려웠던 거 기억해요, 저는.
이거?
네. 바로 옆에 코너. 시간이 굉장히 짧아요. 오, 한 번이 됐네?
I have to get on the last try.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you believe in me?
I believe in you, couple. 100%.
I don't believe.
형님,
in
가자! 오, 됐다!
됐다.
나이스! No, and the time is off. Ah, so close. 2, 1, 땡!
여기서 한번 비비고 프라이머 끝났는데? 여기서 끝날 때 싹 끝.
재밌었는데 은근 어려웠던 것 같아요.
생각보다 어렵죠.
아, 근데 이게 버그가 좀 있는 것 같고.
근데 재밌었고 쉽네요.
That is it for the Winston parkour. Hope you guys had fun. I know the players did. I had a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you.
Awesome stuff from our tanks and Danny there, but it's time to jump in with the big picture conversation. It's time for our Ramco Power Rankings. And Johnny, there's a little bit of an argument here when we were putting this together. Walk me through with what we finished on.
Right, so today I figured we reflect on the tournament. We've had Pocket, and there's been some surprises in the tournament. Some teams performed as expected, but there's also been some disappointments. So I can kick it off with the surprises here. I think Twisted Minds beating Crazy Raccoon. Great achievement by them, and I think they're very pleased. You heard Fancy right now. Verdice Pro, they escaped the group of death. Group A, of course, and Viral, you gotta give it to the Japanese team. They took down one of the Chinese organizations in a small region at that. Great achievement for them.
Who do you think is on path to kind of go with your expectations? I saw 3 teams living up to standard.
Alcatia, possibly. Falcons as well. Actually, all 4 teams that we do have in the semis right now, aside from Twisted Minds, probably we expect to be here. Okay. Obviously, Twisted Minds, the only reason I don't include them is because Crazy Raccoon are the team that you would have thought would be in the top 4 instead, but happen to have Twist in here. I mean, they perform so well.
I think we can all agree on that. Jake, though, it's time for our Dr. Sulman Al-Habib doctor's notes. What's the diagnosis for today?
I mean, my diagnosis, I'm just thinking about the disappointments, right? Gotta look at Weibo Gaming, you know, like what a worry. And just gonna diagnose, man, Chinese Overwatch is on the ropes. Weibo has been carrying the flag for a long time now. This year, dropped it.
Avril, my diagnosis is Symmetra dominates. It's the European EMEA SEM teams playing the brawl. They look like they have the best read on the meta right now. It was proven the Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoon game that will likely continue for the rest of the tournament.
Teleports for the win. Johnny.
I'm going with EMEA. They're heating up. I think EMEA will close out the tournament, beating one of the Korean teams, either T1 or Falcons. And it would be the first time we have a champion from an EMEA region.
EMEA is going to win?
I think so, Pocket. They're looking mighty strong in the Symmetra.
First time?
First time.
EWC champions.
EWC champion. I'm calling it. Twisted Minds or Alcatia.
That may be the hottest take we are going to get here in this studio. Do you agree with Johnny? Is he faded? We talk to the players.
Landon, big day. Big day. I mean, I'm going to be real with you. Did you guys expect to be in this, for semifinals? Did you guys expect this at all?
Going into this event, I think us and Twisted Minds were beating up a lot of the teams in Korea. I think word got around, and both of us were like feeling that we were going to make pretty deep runs in this tournament.
Talking about Korea, this is actually fact. I talked to a lot of Korean Overwatch players, and they did say that Alcatia is the scariest team. What do you make of that?
I mean, it makes sense if you saw what was going on in practice. Like we were taking some names, I think we used that practice time very effectively.
Okay.
We drilled against a lot of comps and we were really well prepared for this event.
Okay. Well, I mean, semifinals, you're going up against Twisted Minds. You guys faced them 200, 2,000 times. What's the game plan?
Just play better. I think both of our teams play really similarly. I think we have like a bit more flexibility, So if things don't work for them, the match will end 3-0. Things don't work for us, we can make it like an absolute dogfight.
All right. Well, I feel like it's going to be a very exciting match. Landon, thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quartz.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good today, yeah.
Okay. I just talked to Landon and they said, they have more flexibility compared to you guys. What do you make of that?
I mean, he is right, but I feel like we have the advantage on the sim comp. That's the strongest right now.
Right.
I feel like if we play our best today, there's no way we lose to them.
Yeah. I mean, also yesterday, you guys beat down the defending champions, Crazy Raccoon. How did that feel?
I think the best feeling I've ever felt since 2023. Yeah. Same feeling.
Yeah, I mean, and because of that, you guys are in the semifinals. You guys are going up against Alcatia, a team that a lot of Korean players say that are very scary. Are you scared at all?
I wouldn't say scared. I'm excited for the match. I think we can beat them today. If we play our game, as I said before, Alcatia is a hard team. I would say they're the hardest team in the tourney, but I still think this is like peak Twisted Minds. I think it will never be better than this. So I think we will win today.
And I honestly think you guys are in really good shape right now. You both of the DPS players that you have on your team, insane.
I would agree, 100%.
Quartz, thank you so much. Best of luck, okay?
You too, yeah, you too.
Gentlemen, we are moments away from kicking off this match, and we got to start with the Twisted Minds story. No one thought they would make it to Championship Sunday after drawing Crazy Raccoon in the quarterfinal. Jake, you are actually the one who said it might happen. How far can they go?
Look, I think this is the best Twisted Mind squad we've ever seen. Maybe it's the best meta for them yet with the Symmetra led by Yubi and, of course, Quartz. I mean, it's hard to think of a better spot for him on the hard hit scan. The Kai is just doing ridiculous things so far in the Esports World Cup.
Johnny, we, of course, gave Quartz the MVP for the upset over Crazy Raccoon. What makes this DPS player so special?
Well, he's really aggressive, and that's what I loved about this Twisted Minds roster. They started off pretty slow in the group stage, but since then, it's been all about proactiveness, energy, playing playing with pace. Now, against a match like Alcatia, it's going to shift the potential of this match a little bit. You got two Symmetra teams, and it's not going to be about pushing the pace at all times. It'll be how do you respond to the enemy Symmetra teleporters instead. So this could alter the matchup a little bit. Quartz will have to adapt.
Now, Ubi has only had one off match, but that was at the very start of the tournament in groups. Can he continue to play at the level we saw yesterday?
He's going to need to. He's the Symmetra master. He'll be up against Checkmate on the other side. We talked to Funny Asher on desk the other day, and he said that loss to Signing Esports really gave them the wake-up call. It was the right time to lose. They have a low bracket in the groups. Now there's no low bracket. This is where they've locked in. They beat Crazy Raccoon. They should be ready to beat Alcatia as well.
One more match, and they could find themselves playing for the EWC title in 2025. This Midseason Championship has been insane. Jake, we got to talk about the tank, though. The supports. Round out this TM roster for me.
And honestly, I think it's a great point bucket because these are going to be maybe the more crucial players in this Sim v Sim matchup. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the tanks in particular.
Oh, yeah.
PSA, it's been around for a while, right? Coming out of Saudi Arabia, looking like probably the best tank out of the country for quite a while. And he's going to be challenged by Ziad on the other side. They're both going to be under tremendous pressure. Sim outputs ridiculous damage onto tanks, and that's going to be a lot to deal with here on the big stage.
Who do you think is going to be louder in the venue tonight? Twisted Minds fans or the opponent's cheering squad for Alcatia?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one, Puckett. We've got a lot of Twisted fans here, though. You know, talk to Fancy about it. We see the Twisted Minds HQ in the Boulevard as well. I know the team fans come out, so I think it might be theirs.
Jake, we got to talk about the opposition on the other side of this matchup. Alcatia had a clean run through their groups. They've been looking in the bracket as well. What's impressed you most about this squad?
You know, I think for me, for Alcatia, it's their versatility. We talk about them being a Symmetra team, which they are. They're amazing at it. You see Labda taking those teleporters on the Cassidy, just gunslinging from all sides. They really have mastered this comp. But what really impresses me about Alcatia, they don't rely on it. If they need to go to the Tracer, if they need to go to a different look, they have it in spades. I also think the backline, Landon, this guy is hitting his lifetime peak. I don't think we've ever seen him play at this level, and there couldn't be a better moment to reach that peak than here at the Esports World Cup.
Fans were going wild for the play from Checkmate and, of course, Lambda. But can we talk a little bit about the 17-year-old? What can we expect from their tank, Johnny?
Well, I think Ziad is an ace up their sleeve because not only does Ziad play Brawl heroes like Hazard, Ramatra, Mauga, we can also expect to see some D.Va gameplay in this matchup. And that is a hero that typically Brawl heroes, you know, they're very different from that D.Va, but that D.Va could prove crucial, especially against some of these support lines that we will see out of Twisted Minds. So Ziad, very young, very talented, and, you know, a hometown favorite right here. He could have a big impact in this series, Bucket.
There's Kellix, the Great Dane, makes his return, and when he does, they find success, Avril.
Yeah, he joins this roster, just completely revolutionizes how they play. He's on that backline alongside Landon. I agree with Jake here. That backline looks so solid right now, but also the DPSs. Talk about the fact that Labda was an ex-member of Twisted Minds. He also won the Overwatch World Cup in 2023 alongside a bunch of the Twisted Minds members, alongside Quartz, and now he moves against Quartz. They're both in the hit scan role. They're both going to have to bring up top performances.
So did he get dropped, or did he leave for a better team?
That is a very interesting question, Puckett. I'm not too sure, but he'll be wanting revenge either way.
We love the revenge matches. We love to see it play out on stage, and this match is going to be kicking off in just a moment. So in our final moments, we have to go through our predictions. Jake, you were perfect on day 3. Can you go 3 for 3 today? Who are you calling to start the day?
I've got Alcatia in this one. I think the flexibility is going to be the edge. I think Twisted Minds have come very far, leveraging a strategy that makes them unique and hard to deal with, but no one is better prepared for it than Alcatia themselves. They've mastered the strategy. They're also experts on the Symmetra, and there won't be an advantage from the comp in this series.
Johnny, it's your turn. Who do you have walking away with our first semifinal victory?
All right, first of all, I think it's going to 5 maps. I think it's going to be an absolute banger, and I can't wait to watch it. But like Jake, I'm going with Alcatia in this one. We've been really impressed by Twisted Minds so far in their proactive gameplay, but I think Alcatia, they are the smarter team, and I think Checkmate Symmetra is going to be a key when Alcatia take down Twisted Minds.
Jake took a risk in the prediction against Crazy Raccoon. I will be taking the risk today for the Twisted Minds fans. They impressed me a lot versus Crazy Raccoon. I do think this is going to be close one, 3-2 for me. Alcatia, to me, are going to be better off the Symmetra. When the Sim bans come through, Tracer is going to favor Checkmate 100%. However, in the other matchups, I do think, based on what we've seen, Quartz is putting on an MVP level performance. And if he does that again, I don't know if Alcatia can handle that.
Alcatia has been clean in their victories. It has been a murky road for Twisted Minds, but for some reason, I think they are the first team to get to 3 wins. I'm with Johnny. It happens in a Game 5. We'll find out who's right, who's wrong, because it's time to bring out our teams.
16 teams took to this stage just 3 days ago, and now only 4 remain. It's time for our semifinals, and this time we are starting it off with a local Saudi showdown.
That's right, and it's going to be such a good one. It's the Sim Comp originators going up against the self-proclaimed best team using it, and this is also a rematch of the EMEA Stage 2 Grand Finals. But you know, Fancy, let's see who's going to come out on top on this very stage today when it matters the most.
Absolutely, let's find out. First, let's call out the first team on stage. They have been playing it close all year long, but in recent history, this Saudi squad had the upper hand every time they met. Please welcome your EMEA Stage 2 winners, Alcatia!
Going up against their local rivals, the team that shocked the world by knocking out Crazy Raccoon of the tournament. Make some noise for Twisted Minds.
Which of the local teams will rise above and make their nation proud? جمهورنا شيلوا هشينا مرة ثانية شيلوا هشينا. Let's get this show on the road.
Thank you very much, Fancy and Zoe. Semi-final time, Twisted Minds versus Alcatia on the stage here at the Midseason Championships at EWC. The winner crushes the key of the other and locks their spot into that grand finals.
Only 4 teams remain, and this rivalry has extended beyond the OWCS. A clash that ended in Twisted Minds' favor in Game 7 in the Saudi E-League Grand Final, but overall it's been 7-4 in encounters in favor of Alcatia. A lot of the favoritism would go Alcatia's way just based on those results, but after Twisted Minds beat Crazy Raccoon yesterday, how can you doubt them?
Yeah, it feels like the crowd split 50-50, but the recency bias, the recency test with Twisted Minds taking down Crazy Raccoon, the reigning champions at EWC, plus almost the world champions too last year, narrowly getting beaten by Falcons. A very, very tough opposition that everybody, like, look, everybody thought Crazy Raccoon were going to win. It was going to be, oh, a Crazy Raccoon Falcons final again. Twisted Minds proved that they could upset, and that gap between the regions is very much closing.
And with this meta going into the Symmetra direction, these are the 2 best teams. One being the pioneers, of course, around Yubi, around Twisted Minds, ever since the Overwatch World Cup 2023, and then Alcatia bring their own spin to it. And it's going to be a lot between the tank and matchup. Ziad, 17 years old, KSA, 7 years ahead. This is the old guard versus the next generation of Overwatch.
Lijiang Towers, the first map, Farah Ban. Alcatia, Ramatra for Twisted Minds. We saw Farah to quite a devastating effect yesterday. Not too surprised to see that kind of taken off the table. Of course, my eyes are going to be set on Quartz versus Labda. Used to be teammates. And Quartz has had an unbelievable run in this tournament. It feels like every single game we see him in, he's playing a life game. And if that continues, that trophy could be theirs.
And still good friends to this day, despite being on different teams, but now brothers will be turned enemies. And this is gonna be, like you said, the hit scan matchup to watch. Quartz, the day MVP yesterday, I think it's going for tournament MVP as well. Quartz has been lights out, a huge reason Twisted Minds were able to take that win over Crazy Raccoon yesterday.
That backline too. Look at the history of, like, Kellex, for example. The guy's been around forever. Same with Astro. It's been good to see Simple kind of stepping up to the plate too. Their double flex and his ability to play Zen, Alari, like pretty much anything
thrown at them. It's always been a bit of a worry, honestly, having Funny Astro on the team in the way that, hey, we can play the Lucio Palmer, but as soon as the format changed and we implemented the ban system, it was like, okay, we banned the Lucio. What is Astro going to pivot to? He's looked fantastic on the Juno, definitely his second best hero, and the ability for Simple to flex around that has been one of their major keys to success. The winner here, I mean, maybe facing Falcons later on. It's T1 and Falcons in that other semi-finals. Korea versus EMEA finals is guaranteed here.
And we're guaranteed a new champion no matter what, and a Saudi team to carry a medal, which we'll be covering the third place match before that big final. But to go and talk about Astro some more, I mean, he's going up against Kelix, they're very familiar with each other, competing in Europe for so long as main supports, but two very different approaches to the Lucio. Funny Astro will be wall riding, he's aggressive, he's in your face, he's fragging as a Lucio. Those Cheerios are deadly. Kelix, though, knows his limits, and he's always just on teams, winning, disappears, comes back, and he's so consistent. I'm excited to see how they're going to clash.
Yeah, Astro's definitely got some of the best Lucio mechanics on the planet. Has to be said. People were saying that in the Overwatch League, and I still think it's relevant here. Landon, too, although his best hero being that BAP, has been incredibly flexible for Alcatia over the course of the year, even coming from last year as well. Semi-final means a lot to the audience, of course. We've got a packed house here in Riyadh.
Lijiang Tower picked by Alcatia just to kick things off as we'll be getting into map. They had that 2-0 over Verdice Pro. Very strong map, but Twisted Minds also like going to Lijiang Tower. They're 2-2. They dropped this against Crazy Raccoon and Sign Esports, but have still had an overall very strong tournament. And to get rid of that Ramatra from Alcatia, that's a ban they won't be able to touch on later on. So Twisted Minds also going to deny any far on the other side. Alcatia will be forcing Twisted Minds to probably play some Marissa.
Let's load into this first map then. Lijiang Tower, we'll see where the rounds take us. Checkmate 2. God, he was a tank player way back when, right? A little bit of a substitution now back on the old DPS, thankfully. The guy's an absolute beast. Let's load in. First map, Lijiang Tower. Let's hear some noise, Riyadh. Alcatia versus Twisted Minds.
Of course, the signature D.Va, very fast composition, and Landon will lean more into the Kiriko. That Kitsune rush just adds a whole new layer of aggression when Alcatia truly want to go in. And the full, just how they've kind of reinvented the Symmetra style has been amazing. KSA thinking about the Mauga just to collapse, now floating to different. I'm expecting the Orisa, but it's the KSA Zarya to counter the D.Va.
This is spicy from KSA. Of course, it is a battle of the Sims, it always will be. Very defensive, though, from Alcatia running this May. KSA is going to have, yeah, this is going to be an instant swap, surely. Good first fight here from Alcatia. That May surprising Twisted Minds out of the gate. Point unlocks, there's a free cap for AQ.
Such a good Maywall from Labda, but Twisted Minds broke it down, but the Zarya only has so many bubbles at this point of the game. KSA is going to be using it all for himself. So I don't think you want to fight server against the May from Labda. Twisted Minds going to go into more open area.
This is risky from KSA. Yeah, you're exactly right. You have to fight on this point. A free flip, though, coming in for Twisted Minds. Alcatia just not reacting. Teleporter there onto server to try and force Quarks to reposition, but he doesn't have any fear in his eyes. KSA laser beams down Landon. They've actually lost mech as well of Alcatia. Quarks, though, ends up just primary firing Labda down after that ice block was popped pretty early. Those Twisted Minds continue their point cap. Ziad killed in Baby D.Va. And that point flip from Twisted Minds there, right underneath the noses of Alcatia, that cannot happen.
Yeah, and they gave up server as well. Like, Alcatia could have just let them go into the middle and surround them, but just didn't know how to react until it was too late. Maybe a checkmate flank with the teleport would have been great, but Kitsune rush from Landon. This will be a boon for Alcatia.
Sound barrier for Funny Astro goes pretty low. Has to be safe. Simple also pretty damn low. Landon, though, is going to push everybody forward now with this rush. Sound barriers on both sides. Simple 5% away from his own. KSA first to fall, though. That wall just decimating the Zarya. The longevity in these fights It's just not there for the Zarya. As soon as you use those bubbles, it can be so easy to force out as well.
I get to defend with this May and with the Blizzard too, and wondering where Alcatia are going to want to hold this. They could just try to go back to the server side, but what is going to be the Alcatia reaction if Twisted Minds just go to the point? Would have liked Alcatia to play at this front choke point, but maybe they're wary about the grab.
Couple of dinks there coming in from Lambda. Ends up killing Quartz really early on. Yeah, this is it. This is the worst choke point to push into against the Mei and the Sim. A free TP back to the point, and you're safe if you're caught off guard. Just quickly killing the turrets though, and that's another pick. Astro down.
You don't even need to see the Lambda Quartz Sojourn showdown when Lambda has these icicles like that. And now they just get a free fight win. Seconds gone away. Free teleport out potentially to help Ziad, but he has to be front and center to deny the grab.
Let's give it landed enough time to build up some other walls to the Sune rush. There's a wall on the high ground. It's going to be another one here for Alcatia. Rush still available. No one's going to go down just yet. Fighting through these walls, waiting for the cooldown to wear off. Now both rushes are laid on to the points. A nice little flank here from UB. It's just going to laser Ziad in the back of the face. But, well, that Graviton Surge connected. And it connected with the right targets as well. UB kills 2 with a charged up beam. Kellex takes a headshot from the high ground as Quads. Oh, he's so good. We talked about him having a life game throughout this tournament, and this continues to be one, it feels like.
This will help Twisted Minds catch up in the score, and Lambda's still going to stick to the Mei. Quartz and UB combine their forces and synergize so well off the grab, but front and center is Twisted Minds looking for the Mei wall. Lambda does isolate KSA.
Nice sound barrier though. KSA now trying to find Zarya to beam down. Both beats expended now, and Ziad's in a little bit of trouble. In server, uses thrusters to get away, but overtime approaches.
Yeah, this will be the lead for Twisted Minds. No ults to really play off of. It's all going to be a vanilla fight, and Checkmate gets rid of the TP, places his down a little forward. Could have been better, but server control goes to Alcatia.
Early block there from Lambda. Can't afford to be over-aggressive now, but Lambda is super low as well on the side of Alcatia, playing a little bit safe, but safe enough to help the front line push from Alcatia. Funny Astro trying to get away, but those icicles, oh, they're feeling them now. Lambda's accuracy on these right clicks has just been so frustrating for Twisted Minds to deal with. And this ward causing some staggers too, forcing KSA to jump to the ball, but Ziad is there to try and match. Luckily though, KSA does bowl through the team, but killed before he can touch. There's going to be a final attempt here from Funny Astro, but a boop is awaiting him as the first round is over to Alcatia.
That could have gone either way, 100 to 99. That'll give you a hint on how this series will go. Of course, it was Twisted Minds that got the last laugh in that Saudi E-League Grand Final. Lambda was so good on these Mei walls too. Just at the front door. And especially Ziad identifying when KSA was out of bubbles. Killing KSA sent the forces of Twisted Minds reeling and away from the point. And the reads to know when that Hammond was coming to touch. Alcatia really impressing in that first round.
Wow, Simple got kind of rolled there as well, but those turrets slowing him down. That's a frustrating way to end it. Twisted Minds happy to stick with the comp though. They're still playing this Zarya. But Alcatia, they're pulling out all the stops here. I love the Mei on Lijiang Tower. You just command such presence on the point and attacking into it, especially with Zarya or Sim, it's tough. The TP can be used to kind of escape, but you get walled off, you're toast.
This is one of the weaker rounds, though, when it comes to Mei, especially where this fight is trying to take place within that open area, but now it's not letting a round to escape. Alcatia push Twisted Minds against the wall.
Yeah, and you can wall off that white room as well, and that's exactly what Lambda did. Even a fraction of a second of that wall coming up, stopping the healing coming through, is really just life or death for the player trapped on the other side. A cap for Alcatia, but it's not over just yet. as Quartz is still shooting away. Does find the pick onto Kellex, of course, but a remake here from Ziad is going to be good for pressure in the front line. A wall there, not quite so perfectly placed by Labda, but enough to kind of split the forces of Twisted Minds, and a right click onto Quartz is good for one. Sound barrier comes in for Kellex to try and secure this fight, and now the rush, the road has been laid forward for Simple. Can the rest of his team actually follow with this? Zarya, though, on the road, and oh boy, that's a lot of charge, and that's a lot of damage coming through from KSA. Almost a grab earned as Twisted Minds get a flip.
Simple picking Landon was everything. Alcatia were not going to survive that fight without the healing and without the Kitsune rush, but maybe they can go for a guaranteed swing. Do they want to hit this head on? No, to the right side of the point, trying to trigger the flip in their favor, but KSA has a grab, and there's no barrier to respond.
Quartz finds the first pick. The wall ends up coming out to try and sustain through the fight, but the wall is already waning by the looks of it. Everybody just firing into it currently as this Graviton Surge looking to be placed by the side of Ziad. He's already lost his mech, so this would be a free one if they choose to use it, but they might just want to go for this free fight. Checkmate Landon down. Ziad throws himself off the map, knowing the fight is done, and Twisted Minds hold on to two massive ults.
Such a huge wall from UB to force Alcatia just to be so awkward, and now Twisted Mind's gonna try and farm up some more ultimates, and you were able to conserve the grab if you're KSA. You have more sustain with the funny Astro barrier, so this is Twisted Minds that could go all the way if Alcatia are not careful.
DP behind, still looking for this Blizzard. Wall ends up coming up, but the sound barrier preempted from Funny Astro. Twisted Minds have been playing so much more aggressive, so much quicker this tournament, but maybe a little bit too fast. Graviton Surge does land though, but the TP away. Ziad is good for the time being, but has to use that self-destruct to go for the remake. Couple of right clicks from KSA thrown into the dojo, but the remake was successful.
The ults were nullified, but this matters because Twisted Minds have control.
TP through the point, beat lands from Kellex. He tries to get some environmental kills off the map. Bit off a little bit more as he can chew though, as UB chase him down with a right click. A fully charged Zarya is not to be messed with as Checkmate TP's away, but 10% to go, and Twisted Minds will find this first round.
This is for the last hurrah. Alcatia Ziad has to touch. He's on his way. Kellex could have a rollout too. Can they deny it?
Ziad TP onto the point, okay. Overtime triggered now, but health bar is waning for Ziad, even walled off there by his own Mei as they were trying to collapse on the Zarya. But Quartz just unleashes the railgun. Overclock finds 2 kills, and Twisted Minds are taken to a third round on Lijiang Tower.
Oh, things that are assured in life, death taxes, and Quartz getting a pick in every fight. That has been such a difference maker. In Labda, the value on the Mei is a mixed bag. The Blizzard not getting the freezes he was hoping for, especially when the barrier came out from Funny Astro, just to help things move along. The ice block has been good to give him a lot of survivability, but you're just getting more impact out of Quartz. Like, look at this.
That was an incredible grab too. Spotting the Zarya using the thrusters. Luckily didn't get 180'd. All right, third round. Might mark it. 2 Zaryas. No Divas anymore. No funny business.
This is the setup for Labda is so important here. This first fight, if you can defend with Mei and the Symmetra, it's going to be so hard to retake. Ooh.
Okay, you've got to be careful crossing that small choke. Quartz just perma-spamming. 100 energy on the rail. Oh, I mean, yeah, Checkmate's regretting that one.
I need someone to try and contest this. I'd love to say if Labda doesn't win this first fight, I'd like to see the mirror, but now Alcatia will step up out into the open. Ziad has bubbles to play with. First Mei wall down.
Yeah, decent wall, but 2 entrances to this point, of course. Ziad extremely low. 2 seconds to another bubble, and looks like Twisted Minds knows it. They try and make their approach on this corner, but Ziad reappears. 100 energy. KSA in trouble. Another wall comes in. Simple looks for a teleport exit, but is completely denied from it. And this will be Ziad just lasering down the rest of the team. A couple of little turrets to just be a little fly on the wall. That's about it. Alcatia with the first cap.
Yeah, Zia not happy with his D.Va performance. Not able to get back into mech, not able to deny the grab. It's the mind games against KSA. It's Alcat that get to defend first, and so important to do so with the Mei. Twisted Mind's trying to flip.
Yeah, they're going to try and use that wall. That Mei wall, though, actually ended up blocking a lot of that rush. There's only a slight centimeters worth of that Kiriko ult that was usable. A nice right click on the ground there. Splash damage from Checkmate did end up killing Quartz, but now has to deal with this wall. TP's away from the team as he gets a couple of right clicks in on it, but KSA is just dodging around it perfectly. The wall does end up disappearing, and a boot from Funny Astro sends him careening off the edge.
Yeah, Funny Astro, he'll deliver on those important frags, but UB's wall caused the most important chaos and good points where it split up the fight into two, and Alcatia couldn't focus on the right side at the right time. Twisted Minds looking to flip. They could even play close with the grab. They're going to decide to play back so that Quartz can look for picks, maybe not even need to invest in ult.
Graviton Surge versus Graviton Surge, but a really early one here from KSA, and Ziad just melted. KSA basically carved his initials in Ziad's face. A good early fight win as the retreat ensues for Alcatia.
Yeah, that was a good Symmetra wall for Checkmate. If the poke phase would have extended even more, would have allowed for a good approach, but the grabs are exchanged, or just one was thrown. Actually, Ziad still has his, and now there's no D.Va to deny it. Ziad looking for a good target, and look, Twisted Mind split out.
Grab. Up onto the sky, Soundbarrier does come in though. Astro jumps in, saves KSA, and Quartz with the railgun again.
He shines like a diamond and is delivering day after day. He's consistent and he's the best. And Labda has to match it. He's on the Sojourn as well. And Twisted Minds are looking to touch Spawn. KSA will escape.
I love the Spawn touches because they can just use the TP to get away. They're going to go for it again. Labda's too far up. Emergency Soundbarrier and a quick teleport there from Alcatia just to flip the point. There's the quick flip as well. That was an unbelievably good play from Alcad. And now they can just push in with their rush. That caught Twisted Minds completely off guard. Their mind well and truly twisted.
I can't believe Checkmate found the angle. Usually you kind of have to step out of the doorway and through the window. Must have the extra range, and Twisted Minds, like you said, completely caught off guard. And now this round could go either way. And looking towards UB to create a safe zone with that barrier, especially on the defense. Alcatia will have to find a good angle with the teleports if they can.
Be a slow fight. Building up to this symbol is going to be important, so they're not going to rush in just yet. He's got 3%, make that 2. As soon as one more right click lands, and there it is. Now the push comes in. They've got the wall. Deal with those mini turrets first, but the wall ends up coming down, separating the team. Quite far back though, as you can see, Labda takes a teleport behind them. And now Twisted Minds have to make a decision. Push into Labda or push into Ziad. Checkmate goes pretty low as the Graviton Surge is thrown in by KSA, and he catches 2. Checkmate now looking on an off angle to try and disarm Quartz. The right click connects onto UB and the turret does the rest of the work as the wall is deployed, but Checkmate does end up going down. Quartz bums back with a little bit of revenge, and now Twisted Minds in full control. Ziad is going to be on this wrecking ball to get the final touch. Booped around for a slight moment there, but it looks like KSA wants to get back to the fight as well. An SEC overtime as Quartz uses this overclock once more. Labda's one completely denied by KSA's defense matrix as Quartz just waits, bated breath for his prey to enter the point as Twisted Minds take map 1.
It was Alcatia that started Lijiang Tower, and it's Twisted Minds that ended it off the blood, sweat, and tears of Quartz. The cohesion behind UB's walls. The Zarya supremacy from KSA, forcing the Ziad D.Va to kneel and to copy. But you cannot replicate what KSA can do when pushed to this edge. You tried to take away his RAM, and he's got options.
Alcatia is the team everybody was afraid of coming into this tournament. Even the Korean teams paying them a lot of respects, saying their sim stuff is extremely good, scary in fact. And we've already seen that gap between the Korean and EMEA teams is closing and closing swiftly. And now it's basically like a battle of brother teams. I mean, UB, Quartz, Labda, going at each other right now, but Quartz continues to just honestly dominate on the Sojourn. It's been tough to shut this guy down at the best of times when you're having a game like this, when you're having a series, when you're having a tournament like this. How do you even put a stick in the spokes? Like, how do you stop this guy?
Yeah, I think the Lambda swap off of the Mei just came too delayed because the Zarya can just bubble you out of the Blizzard. You didn't have as much of an impact. Lambda swaps at the last second to the Sojourn, but you just could not stop what had already been started. Now Alcatia fall on the first map on their very map pick. Despite taking the first round, Twisted Minds just stuck to their guns, and now it's Alcatia that decide our next map.
The Symmetra is going to be a hot pick here throughout this series. The question is, do either of the teams actually ban it? We've seen this Zarya, it's not been played that much throughout the tournament, if any. Ziad and KSA both bringing out on that final round to mirror. We know historically Zarya good against the D.Va, but as time kind of goes on with Mei, with Sim, very easy to shut this Zarya down. You have to be explosive with it.
Alcatia's choices of maps, they've gone to New Junk City and Coliseo when they face GK in that Game 5 in groups. Ideally, they'd really like to go to something friendly to the D.Va. Any small map, control, flashpoint, to be ideal, especially now that they're free to keep the D.Va back in. But we'll see what the bans hold, as if those bans are locked in, I'm seeing D.Va being banned out by Twisted Minds, Juno banned by Alcatia.
Could even just be a Zarya matchup. We're going to Flashpoint and we're going to Atlas. Brand new map in the map pool, brand new map in the game as well. It's good to see it actually in rotation already. Suravasa, of course, taken out to substitute for Atlas. And it's been interesting to see the development, of course. No way you've got as much scrim time on this map as comparatively to Suravasa, which has been the go-to Flashpoint throughout the entirety of stage 2. Let's lock in. Let's load it. Twisted Minds taking an early lead. Like you said, Alcatia, Juno ban, and a D.Va ban for TM.
So is Ziad gonna want to do something like the Hazard, the Ram? Do you dare mirror the Ramatra Goat on a map like this? Very close. Narrowly being taken by Twisted Minds in round 3. Last time they encountered each other, it was a Game 7. A grueling gauntlet between both these teams. Even at some points, Twisted Minds had employed Psycho as a flex support, and they still took some wins. So now you have Simple in the lineup. This is peak Twisted Minds.
It's going to be Lucio's all day for both teams. I want to see if they've got anything else kind of cooked up. Brawl makes the most sense too. That Ramatra, KSA, even Hover and Mauga, I can imagine it's going to be a Ramatra pick from TM as well. KSA, an exceptional Mauga player to be fair. And on the first point too, this high ground control with a Mauga, it can be so tough to even rush and like brawl into that. That cardiac overdrive mixed with the Sin, it's just so much upfront damage. Even with the block from the Ram, I mean, good luck. TP's out, UB sticking on this Sim.
And Twisted Minds had a really tough loss against Crazy Raccoon, but it was against a dive that they just could not withstand, and UB played the Mei, and I would expect him to fall back to the Tracer if the Symmetra doesn't work out, but this is the bread and butter of UB, hoping to diff checkmate this time.
Look at that, they're already fighting over to this high ground. Quartz on a nice off angle. Very little space you can kind of hold here if you're Alcatia and not get shot by Quartz. Just that small little pillar, that lab just hiding behind. It's all about focusing down these Rams, but there's the first kill. The right-click railgun from any Sojourn and then a punch, it'll do it. Checkmate falls, same with Lab. Okay, Twisted Minds off to a good start. They've lost their tank, however. So can Alcatia actually hold on to this? It's a little bit too much damage, though, especially without your Sojourn. So you're going to have to force something here and actually just use that sound barrier to get in the fight. Kellex trying to track the location of Yubi. He was just perma-teleporting. But that early sound barrier for Alcatia ends up winning the day.
Yeah, it was very messy at the beginning, but with KSA falling, Twisted Minds had to scatter and just take their own duels, take their ones. And Alcatia, they won't have that for the next fight, obviously. And you don't have a Tracer who can go and cap while all this dancing is happening. So you need to win the fight, ideally, or send your Lucio to cap. We'll see what Twisted Minds decide. We'll have both support ultimates to fight.
TP across, sound barrier advantage for Astro. He's in the vortex, but it's all good. A teleport away, but Quartz is actually on an off angle right now, surprising the backline of Alcatia. A quick 180 from Kellex deals with the Sojourn and landed, healing everybody up from afar now. As they see Ziad kind of pushing and pressuring the front line. Should be a fairly easy collection here of some more percent. This is a tough fight for Twisted Minds to fight into. Just using your beat like that and not winning the fight, not good.
Yeah, just getting surprised by the TP there of Alcatia, but you got the ults. Alcatia, how much do they want to invest for this last 20%?
TP off angle, rush used, disengaged from Twisted Minds, a better rush for them. They're fighting on the point with it, and here comes the wall, forcing Labter to maybe relocate. There isn't an annihilation for Ziad, but he ends up teleporting up to the high ground, so wasn't able to kind of extend that ultimate as the flip comes in. Alcatia, though, happy with this scenario. They just need another flip, and they should be good. The overclock used from Quartz down this small corridor. Oh, it's easy pickings for the Sojourn. Ziad pretty low, too. They're going to decide to stagger him for as long as humanly possible.
Alcatia used 3 ults and let the flip happen, didn't get kills, and then lost the fight. That was kind of sketchy from Alcatia, but like you said, they got a score buffer, 98%. It'll take one fight. Twisted Minds invested just as much, though. They have to make the comeback.
I really like that outwards push. Again, they're kind of pushing the other team to the limits. Both of them, like, using the teleport to get an early engage, early poke, and maybe find a pick, and then just running away with it. Low ground push here for Alcatia and a TP onto the high ground. The wall deployed on the point. KSA's there, going to be there to try and match the team, but a sound barrier, and he just gets overwhelmed, overran. Those micro turrets aren't going to do much now, unfortunately, for Yubi. As tumbling bodies of Twisted Minds just enter the point to try and trigger OT, but this is all lost here for TM on this first one. Alcatia are going to flip, and they're going to find 1 point.
Alcatia, they have the good initiative. I mean, the very first fight was off the barrier. They collect 80%. They just stuffed Twisted Minds, traded ults, ultimately ending out on top. Quicker to rotations, you have support ults, both of them from the side of Twisted Minds. We'll see who steps into this open area first. Labda versus Quartz, while also, how much do you want to separate yourself from the flock? Take these off angles, because the Lucios been really good at peeling. Ziad's gonna be first to step up. It's not unlocked yet. He will be exposing himself to poke. He'll use the pillars as bait, and now you got Kitsune Rush for Landon, righty down the lane.
Well, Lab just super low. Prompts a quick Suzu there to make sure he doesn't get one-tapped. Simple trying to dodge out of the way of Labda as the wall is placed on the point. Breaking this fight up, breaking it in half. Good push from Twisted Minds. These walls used to perfection.
I kind of was expecting Alcatia to try and mirror some of these ults. Like, Landon was in position to Kitsune Rush Ziad. Maybe they just want to combine that with the Annihilation, but Twisted Minds, they're so quick to overwhelm you. And this is the Alcatia special comp. And, well, Twisted Minds doing pretty well so far. They will be defending for now, but wait, now meeting some trouble. Ziad is up close.
Punch block, punch block, punch block. Sound barrier. For Funny Astro. Checkmate is in the front line, just had nowhere to go. A good little teleport behind as well. Turning the attention of Alcatia as Quartz. I got to get some numbers on this railgun, this overclock efficiency. He's at minimum getting 2 kills every single ult.
Yeah, Labda versus Quartz, just the 2 best Sojourns that we have facing off, but it's Quartz who has just been lightning in a bottle when it comes to this tournament. Labda, at least we get to see him on the hero this time. Quick TP in as Ziad wants to bring the attention all on himself to pop the Annihilation, get a flip, but it's 99% to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the SEC overtime comes in, but Alcatia do have this support ult advantage. Kelly's making good use of it as well. Beat comes in, easy fight win. No shot, you take over the game there, Twisted Minds. Maybe you lay down the rush, but against the sound barrier, it's a bit too overwhelming there if you're trying to contest at the same time.
Yeah, maybe Funny Astro was grabbing a pack. I don't know how much backup KSA had while he got jumped on by the entirety of Alcatia. They've been looking really cohesive, but they still have to go from 0 to 100. So ult economy is going to be key.
And Quartz find an opening. At the very early Suzu. You've almost got to, if you're around 50% HP as a squishy, you just have to Suzu the front line. Otherwise, one of the Sojins is going to hit a railgun headshot, and that fight is done. Making it very slow, though. This might only be a one-fight OT.
So yeah, KSA took some heavy damage, probably from Labda. Overclock on the other side of that pillar, waits Labda, hoping to get a headshot surprise on Yubi. Where's this Yubi teleport gonna go? It's gonna go towards Labda. They're not gonna take it, at least fully.
Yeah, they were just waiting for wall that whole time. And they managed to use it there, and Labda gets sniped out by Quartz mid-ult. Quartz shuts him down. Yubi is full charge, but ends up falling over to the Annihilation, even though he took the teleport. Ziad's still pretty low, but that armor coming in clutch with the Annihilation. Swinging forward, looking at KSA, but it is all Quartz all day. An overtime coming in for Twisted Minds, and Quartz once again shows up big with his OC.
Saves that fight just like he did against Crazy Raccoon. If it wasn't for Quartz, I don't know if Twisted Minds would even be in this match. Incredible performance, map after map, and Labda silenced in the middle of his ultimate, as you pointed out. That is going to be a killer, especially with Alcatia not having the ults for this first fight. Points are equal as Alcatia hopes to tie the series, and KSA, he's thrown left hook.
Oh, what a flank! Quartz got behind them. He shut down Labda instantly. A devastating lack of a frontal lobe there by Landon as he puts a railgun on his face. That's a quick cap from Twisted Minds. These TP mind games are insane.
The confidence from Twisted Minds is overflowing once they're happy. Once they get going, it is hard to stop them. Not even the last EWC champs were able to do so. All eyes are on Twisted Minds to see how long they can keep this point up. Alcatia will have a barrier, but Funny Astro pretty close to his as well.
It's going to be a big support ult trade here. Astro and Kellex, if Astro can actually get to that sound barrier, should do, as KSA is taking a lot of damage. Ravenous Vortex hits the back line, it prompts an Annihilation, a quick teleport though. However, as they do trade backlines, Alcatia ends up just basically flipping the map. The Russians are coming in pretty late here for Simple, but it's good enough, I think, on this staircase to actually push them all forward. Simple actually now just hunting Labda, but he scores a railgun to the back of the head. Quartz and checkmate now in a small 1v1, but with Astro's help, he should be good. A teleport, a right click, another TP, another right click. Checkmate needs this kill, and he needs it bad. Quartz is now full HP with Ziad going exceptionally low. Pops the Annihilation to stay in the fight, but this wall is something you cannot contend with. Twisted Minds, they lose Quartz, but they got the point. They're going to get OT, I'd imagine, Alcatia, but I don't think UB wants them to. A TP and a smack to the face as Twisted Minds. A 2-1 up. Yeah, Quartz dropping the big question mark.
Funny Astro, hilarious too. The way that he's just impactful in the kill feed as well. That could be the big difference. Twisted Minds matching ult for ult, and Alcatia will have to try and defend off the checkmate barrier. They have the early rotations. They have to hold.
BPs? Okay. Same teleport. Kellex, yeah, I guess got caught with a right click there. Must have been. It's always going to be frustrating for them to kind of deal with, but because there's no Lucy on the side of Alcatia, their ability to just dive in has been cut in half. Although Labda says otherwise. A short-range TP from Yubi doesn't... He can't escape from the wrath of Labda. And now the 1v1 versus Quartz. Quartz 1 HP and Labda shuts him down.
Labda has all his ducks in a row. And if he could sit back, take his shot, he'll land it. And Ziad has to hold the space for him. Alcatia gonna play forward, maybe to hold this choke and allow the slow, but also want to be aware, where is this UB teleport gonna go? Who is gonna be their target? Sound barrier 30% ahead for Funny Astro. This could help the flip for Twisted Minds.
Defensive TP back to the point. Sound barrier in. Like you said, Kellex a little bit too far behind. Teleport away for Landon as Yubi goes on the hunt. Spots both supports, lands a bad right click there. Oh my goodness. That was a massive one from Yubi as he whipped round the corner. Unstoppable is Yubi with these right clicks. You hit that and a railgun, it's all over, and Quartz proved it.
Funny Astro is just attending to Quartz, allowing him to take these rotations, go on the flank, off angles, always in Alcatia's face, and adding to the damage on top. Such amazing chemistry out of this Twisted Mind squad. Kitsune Rush annihilation from both sides. This could be what defines the map.
I mean, double support ult dump here is going to be pretty scary. Good TP, Rush, 180s there, onto the point so they can make full effect as they try and fight over it. And here comes the overclock by Quartz, looking Ziad directly in the faces. The rest of Alcatia scurry for cover. You can't let this guy get an angle. He will take over the game. He spots Landu, who's already TP'd. Makes use of that perk, though, and teleports away yet again. Annihilation does end up killing Quartz, but is it enough? It looks like KSA and Simple join the rest of their brethren on the point, and they're all 10 feet under now as Alcatia claim the cap.
Yeah, with how long that fight went up to 77, that could have been Twisted Minds ending it, but Alcatia trying to force a final point, and to defend with a barrier is going to be huge, but how will UB want to section this fight and section the real estate? Barrier ahead for Funny Astro as well.
They're going to be able to get the touch here, and Lab starts off the fight with just a neutral right click. It's got the OC as well, but they're not going to need it. This is going the full distance here on Atlas. A reset by Quartz. Jumped on Tracer to try and get back to the point in time. A 2-2 scoreline.
Killing Funny Astro before the sound bear was huge. Final point. We went to round 3 on Lijiang Tower. The clash of Saudi teams will go the distance, as you said, and Labda has come alive, and he'll have the overclock, and he'll want to be ladder with it this time, unless Quartz will put him on mute.
Yeah, I mean, he shut him down last time. As soon as he ripped it, Quartz had a railgun with his name on it. Slowly but surely waiting now for Funny Astro's sandbag before they make their push. There's the teleport, quick rotation, and an amp as well to make sure everybody can get to cover. Fearing Labda, of course. There's the overclock, looking directly at Quartz with a sound barrier. Now you're going to have to chew through that. A dash away for Labda, but can still do a considerable amount of damage even with the body shots. Overhealth now disappearing for Twisted Minds, but Alcatia have got more to come. A sound barrier on the point is Funny Astro targeted by Landon, and now Labda just fighting with the brothers in the front line as they claim the first cap on this last point.
I like the barrier from Astro. You know what, Alabda is starting to heat up, but Twisted Minds couldn't convert kills with all the extra shields they had. They were cowering away, and the later barrier from Kelix is what allowed Alcatia to thrive and to live on, and now through the choke, it's a Kitsune Rush annihilation up first for Alcatia. KSA a little behind, but Simple could match, and that's all that matters.
They're going to try and rotate. Kelix just one there. Simple tried to go for the extra kunai. Easy rush positioning now for Twisted Minds. Same for Alcatia, but Kelix goes down to Astro of all people. Spammed across the map perhaps. They trade for Yubi. Annihilation on the point. Now Alcatia can stall this one out. Quartz uses this overclock though and is looking for heads. But are they going to give him any? They end up just dashing away and what? Okay, straight in front of him, ends up appearing. A double dash for Quartz, but no, this time he's a little muted. Checkmate shut Quartz down, and Checkmate's turret does the rest of Funny Astro. Alcatia take us all the way. Points, and they find the round and the map. A wall ends up coming in, but it's too little, it's too late. Alcatia tying up the series.
Quartz, a target-rich environment, but the Symmetra wall that broke everything up, his attention was called towards the tank. When he had the Symmetra in his face, this disappeared like a ghost. Quartz needed to deliver in that final moment. He's been so good so far. But Alcatia just dip, dive, and dodge, and thrive at the end with Checkmate able to ramp up his energy and his DPS to have a last laugh. Our series is tied, and we'll find out who takes the lead after this.
guys, Danny Lim here to bring you guys a cross-stage report for PUBG Mobile. I got Jackie here, the expert. Jackie, I know this is the third day of the grand finals. How are the games looking like?
Really intense action. We've got smash rule and effects. So obviously, if a team breaks that 128-point barrier, you can win straight up from one game, right? So intensity's there. We've currently got 2 teams in the running. Yangon Galacticus, this is a young squad, kind of inexperienced, but they've come out swinging.
Okay.
Looking like they might actually be able to do it today. And then Weibo, they've had a back-to-back chicken dinner in the first 2 games. This is nearly a record-breaking result. I believe it's 4 is the limit.
Weibo Gaming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on Overwatch side, Weibo Gaming unfortunately got knocked out already. But I do want to ask, I know you guys have Team Falcons on PUBG Mobile as well. How are they doing?
It's not been great, I'll be honest. It's been a bit of a struggle. The wings have been clipped for the Falcons here. They're trying, but it's a bit of a struggle for the roster. I think the issue is they were a bit slow to adapt compared to how aggressive some of the teams have been. And it's getting quite close towards breaking point.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's over yet because on Overwatch side, Team Falcons are still in the running. They are in the semifinals. They haven't played yet, but I mean, if they win Overwatch on the Overwatch side, they do have a chance of going up the rank in the club championship. So we'll have to wait and see. Thank you so much, Jackie.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
History in the making here at the Midseason Championships. We're guaranteed a Korea EMEA Finals as Twisted Minds and Alcatia now at 1 apiece. We're going to Circuit Royale as our map. Twisted Minds banning Lifeweaver and Alcatia banning Freya.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have picked Circuit Royale before, and if you remember yesterday, it was a good one against Crazy Raccoon. Who else but Twisted Minds could full hold the champs of, well, I guess former champs now of Crazy Raccoon. It was disgusting how fast they were able to play. So now we go towards the bans where Twisted Minds, the Lifeweaver first. This is mainly to protect the role, maybe to allow them to run whatever support they want. Alcatia trying to force the Sojourn mirror potentially with this Freya ban.
If you go back even a few weeks ago in the regular stage, I mean, especially in NA where BAP Lifeweaver was this unbreakable comp on this map, especially on that defense. But yeah, I feel like this is more of a protection ban for TM. Alcatia starting on defense, Labda back on Sojourn. I mean, it's going to be basically a mirror. We'll see what KSA wants to switch up, but UB checkmate on the Sims, Labda Quartz on the Sojourns. Yeah, this is what you want to see in a semi-finals game.
Yeah, pretty important to just protect that support role. You know how crucial Funny Astro is to bring the speed to the brawl, because without it, you're so susceptible to poke, and you'd have to employ the Juno. Quick TP to the left building, allow them to take that top left high ground if they want. Alcatia trying to hold the first corner, but they could always fall back if needed. Let Labda do all the talking.
Yeah, you basically TP there just to make sure no one's hiding in that mega health pack room for a big surprise, which you don't see the player portrays until about 15 seconds into the round, so you won't know exactly what they're running, but you'd have a good guess. Good pick onto KSA to start, though.
Yeah, Alcatia buying time and to force as many fights as you can. A lot of teams even like to just hold the second quarter. So taking a fight here means more time being taken away from Twisted Minds, and every kill here matters because you're farming up towards the first ult, which could already swing in Alcatia's favor.
That's frustrating dying on those doors, man. It really is. TP to the left, wrap around the high ground, little TP back. Okay, just keep them guessing. Don't want to get blown up again. Obviously, Nemesis formed pretty early, but it doesn't match Ziad, so you're kind of happy with that trade.
Right, Ziad a lot healthier in this moment. KSA slowed and Quartz, great first pick.
Yeah, I think he took a headshot there and then a couple of extra left clicks to take down Checkmate. And now you've lost a lot of your frontwidge pressure. Quartz yet again just hits another railgun shot onto Labda. UB and Astro doing a good getting traded though, as Landon comes up big. I mean, you lose your sim, you lose so much tank pressure as KSA unable to do much else. It should be a back off though. I mean, only 2 players surviving. There's no shot you hold this corner.
Yeah, Labda is just gonna have the better angle on defense, playing this back bridge, and KSA took a fight in the small room, left the rest of his team susceptible. But the respawn advantage is for Twisted Mind, so trades ultimately will end and favor them. And now you got an overclock.
Yeah, straight from the high ground as well. Look at that back up, yeah. Teleport not quite fully around that corner, so it was an easy lineup for Labda.
Half the time bank is gone, so Twisted Minds better get a move on. They were supposed to be the this is their map pick.
Dude, we're just dying outside of the spawn doors, man. All right, just quick reset, come on. Just got to get back into this though. We see the payload slowly trickling back. Got a minute and 40 seconds and basically made no progress. It's been like an OT fight here as well because the amount of support ults, you're gonna have to really overwhelm them. Early rush from Landon. Simple doesn't get away either. My God, this is disastrous, devastating for Twisted Minds. Like Alcatia, they're just fighting on the first corner, and Labda's finding a pick every fight.
How do Twisted Minds like the taste of their own medicine? They did exactly this against Crazy Raccoon, full holding them. Now Twisted Minds, 5 ults. Lit up like a Christmas tree. Surely they can take this win, but wait, the variable denies.
Yeah, that wall. And the sound barrier. Quartz, though, not in their Ravenous Vortex, so he's got his full movement speed available to it. And now KSA is trying to move up, trying to cause as much destruction in the front line, but a quick flip around, and Simple not expecting that. A beautiful placement there of the disruptor shot onto that teleporter. A sound barrier for Funny Astro does hit 4, but with Simple dead, their lifelines are dwindling. An amazing rotational play from Alcatia. I mean, this is an outplay of an unbelievable magnitude right now. Funny Astro should be able to get away, but we're looking at an OT push here for first.
30 seconds or less. I love that TP from Alcatia. You'd think he would have fell back to the second quarter, the corner, the safer position. No, behind Twisted Minds, they couldn't react in time, couldn't get into the left room, and they're dead again.
Lab just got overclocked too, just wide peek this corner. Wall is going to help them, at least for the time being, as Lab does slide all the way backwards. KSA pretty low, but with no Nemesis form, he can't play too aggro. A teleport away from Alcatia as they play the second corner now.
Now Twisted Minds have to face.
Rush, they're going in.
They rush.
They're going to try and cower in the mega health pack room, but the charge on the Symmetra is just too much. Quartz dead, UB down, and there you go. Alcatia, a full hold against Twisted Minds, a confidence builder, a statement maker on Circuit Royale.
Got the Olays going, Alcatia smiling ear to ear to beat them in the Ramatra mirror like that, and the trade ult for ult, and just the TP play from Checkmate. The risk to go behind Twisted Minds like that, to set up Labda for success on all fronts, to sit back and deliver on the overclocks, to kill Twisted Minds before they could cower and spawn. Alcatia took our previous map by the skin of their teeth, and they're looking like they want to go to match point soon.
Not sure how much time we have between the last and this map, but it looks like Labda jumped into the hyperbolic time chamber a little bit. Maybe spent 1,000 years training, not sure, because that was an unbelievable performance. He found the first pick in most fights. And like you said as well, the TPs from Checkmate, putting Labda behind the team, catching Simple as you would as a support, be moving behind your team, healing everybody up. They quick TP, they shoot him in the back of the head, and the rest is history. 20 seconds for the gates to unlock, but this feels like an all-Alcatia game here. It could be over before you know it.
So it has to be the best game of Duck Hunt out of Quartz to hold Alcatia at bay, because the card is just barely around the corner. So Twisted Minds will have to fight with everything they've got. And I think Quartz and UB have to generate that power.
Oh!
The first!
No one has fallen for that since 97. Like, UB, come on. A Widow pick on the sim, no less. So you've lost all your mobility with the Symmetra teleports. You have to play on that second corner, and you're fighting the final fight in a matter of 30 seconds inside this round.
And Labda has a great power position. Towards. What was that?
Okay, hits the railgun shot on Labda, then disruptor shot kills too. Okay, the great equalizer. They call him Quartz.
Twisted Minds keep their head above water just barely. Labda had the opening pick on Yubi, was able to teleport back just as quickly. Now Alcatia have to use shields and spawn just to TP, and Quartz is in their face. He has to get away, he can't!
That was an overstay of the century by Quartz. Way too over-aggressive, and Simple's dead too. Oh, the boulder just keeps on rolling down this hill. There's a couple of meters, and they don't even try! Alcatia take the lead in the series, a 2-1 after Circuit Royale. And on top of that, match point.
Could have afforded to lose Quartz, but losing Simple meant that KSA could not anchor and deny the progress, to deny the inevitable. Alcatia winning back-to-back maps against Twisted Minds' map pick there at the end. Forcing the Sojourn Mirror from the Alcatia Freya ban. And Labda shows up when it matters against his former teammate.
An unbelievable map from Twisted Minds when they face Crazy Raccoon on that map, holding them fully. And Alcatia says, we'll do you one better. We're going to jump down to Pocket as they break down the series thus far.
Congratulations, Alcatia. You just made Twisted Minds' best comp look terrible. We got Johnny and Mr. Jake here on the couch, and I want to start with you, Reinforce. Symmetra, she was fun to watch up until the mirror comps. It looks like Alcatia has a huge edge, though, if they are running the same characters.
Yeah, I mean, we've been credited Alcatia all year, really, because Checkmate Symmetra play is just next level. And I think actually on Circuit Royale, you saw the perfect examples. Yes, you saw initiative from Twisted Minds, but the response teleporter always put Alcatia in a position to succeed. And that is the big difference maker. You're seeing Twisted Minds, they're trying to force it, they're trying to put themselves in a position to have the edge, but the response from Alcatia is just too much.
Jake, I gotta ask, is that guy Yubi a little bit mind blown right now? Are they on tilt? Because after failing to get any momentum on Circuit Royale, he gets picked by a Widow, and the casters called it out. We don't see that unless you're watching Contenders or the amateur scene.
Yeah, it's rare to see that opening Widow pick actually work off. It's an unforced error, but honestly, at that point, Circuit Royale is gone. It really doesn't matter. Like, you're never going to win from that position. It's such a ridiculous overperformance on the defense in that first half from Alcatia. I think now, though, talking about Yubi, this is a true test, right? We talk about this team, okay, they don't have a coach. Maybe they don't need one, but sometimes a coach is that external voice who can come in at this moment of incredible stress and pressure and calm people down, give them a different perspective. Yubi is in the game. He's having to deal with this match while at the same time trying to find the adaptation that will give Twisted Minds the edge, and that is a tough ask. I feel like that map 2 Flashpoint was such a bellwether moment. I mean, it really did come down to the wire. But once Katsia took that, man, they have so much momentum. This is one of the most egregious circuit defenses I've ever seen. I mean, Alcatia are flying right now. They're going to be on such strong momentum going into the next map. Twisted Minds are happy, I guess. They have a bit of a halftime to chill out, but this could be a very quiet locker room, Puckett.
Johnny, we've got some support mains on our talent roster, including Mr. X, and he kept giving mad props to Landon. Is that how you're seeing it right now with the backline comparison? Who has the edge between TM and Alcatia?
Yeah, I think Landon is just a fantastic addition to this Alcatia roster, of course, because even dating back to his time on Lono Spitfire when he was coached by Christopher, back then they credited communication skills a lot of that team, and that's why they always upset these big teams. Landon has had so much experience in his career, polishing all of these great qualities, like communication, for example. So Landon being your backbone on this roster, helping, that is a fantastic addition to this team. And also the flexibility, if required, of course, we've seen throughout the year, Ilari, Batiste. he does it all. So Landon is a fantastic flex support for this team, and I think he has the edge.
I do want to remind everybody that I picked Twisted Minds to win this one. Why? Because Quartz is on the team. Let's go back to game one, because, Jake, I was all smiles after our first 20 minutes.
Look, Quartz came out very hot. I think Alcatia maybe overcooked just a little bit with the Ram ban. I think for them, maybe they were trying to throw things into chaos and catch Twisted Minds off guard, but KSA had a great read to come to the Zarya, and oh man, did Quartz deliver. Give him those extra resources with the Zarya bubble. Killing the Sojourn first isn't really an option when those bubbles can come out. So KSA and Quartz came combined for some really impressive highlights on map 1. However, this was a very weird map because of that Ram ban. They're not going to get this scenario again. Very unlikely now. And so for Twisted Minds, they're going to have to think, how can we recreate this situation where Quartz can carry, Quartz can take over? But he's going against Labda. I mean, years ago, we would have said, Labda, he's a Thara main. Like, right? He's not going to a hit scan mirror versus Quartz. Like, what are you talking about? And honestly, Labda has been one of my most impressive players this year. Just seeing the absolute revitalization of this player, him showing a completely different side of himself on the hit scan role. It's impressive to see. And honestly, I think he could go far here at the Esports World Cup.
Okay, so that is the showdown we're looking forward to. Johnny, if you are Twisted Minds, do you ban a Symmetra? Do you ban a Sojourn to fix or to force something different going into a game 4?
I think you have to go down with the ship in this kind of scenario. Twisted Minds, I think they're a little bit more limited than Alcatia. We've seen throughout the year, you know, Checkmate, such a flexible player dating back to the Florida Mayhem days. And then also you can see Labda on Lijiang Tower flexed over onto that May, of course. I think for Twisted Minds, that's not something they want to do. They want to put Quartz on a hit scan hero and maybe keep Yubi on that Symmetra, because even Yubi's Tracer have struggled so far this tournament. Do I trust Yubi in a Tracer mirror against Checkmate? I really don't. And so I think Twisted Minds, they've had some good moments on the Symmetra. They need Quartz to step up, honestly, and make a big difference. He worked out on map 1, but since the question mark we saw on Atlas, it's been downhill from there. So I need Quartz to step up here and Twisted Minds go down with the Symmetra ship.
There is a look at the boys talking it over. Yubi and KSA. Jake, they are deciding where to go, as it will be Twisted Minds selection. What do you expect to see next?
Well, going to Coliseum, I mean, this is an arena in which Hitscan is incredibly dominant. Probably one of the best Hitscan maps in the pool, I'd say, overall. And so this is a spot where Quartz could step up. He could be that guy. However, Labda has just as much chance. I'd love to see, I mean, maybe this is crazy, but I would kind of like to see maybe a Ram ban out of Twisted Minds. I mean, you had success in that matchup on map 1. The May didn't quite work out for Alcatia, so interesting options here.
It's time to battle back and force a game number 5. Twisted fans, get on your hands. Sorry, get on your feet. Make some noise with those hands as we go back to our casters.
Well, they can get on their hands as well. I'm sure everybody in the audience is going to do a handstand just for you, Buckets. Coliseum is the battleground of choice. Look, Alcatia are on match point. Another victory here will truly be rewriting history. I mean, they did lose against Twisted Minds in that Saudi E-League final, but out of the last 5 games they played against each other, it has been an Alcatia win.
Quartz may have put a question mark, but Alcatia put a period on that Circuit Royale. That full hold was disgusting. Just Checkmate really showing us that he could possibly just be the better Symmetra. Whoever comes out on top of this series, I definitely think could define that. But Coliseum, the Twisted Minds choice, another good one. They full pushed this against Crazy Raccoon yesterday. Pure domination on their side, just TPing all over the place. Twisted Minds, will they be able to force the game 5? Now with that map choice, they're gonna ban the Tracer first. In response, Alcatia getting rid of the Life Weaver.
Yeah, it was historically just so impressive, that series against Crazy Raccoon. If you showed me a screenshot of that map and then flipped the names and showed me before the tournament started, you'd be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Crazy Raccoon full capping against an EMEA team, sure. But full capping against Raccoon like that was just absurd. They've got to bring the same energy here. Got to win 2 back-to-back maps to send them to the finals. I do like the Life Weaver ban again, kind of helping them out. I mean, look, Life Weaver not played a whole bunch, but Trace being banned by Twisted Minds is a little bit of a question mark, to be honest.
I like it just to protect the fact that Symmetra is so core to their composition, and the one thing that maybe could have dismantled that was a flanking Tracer. Such a good hero on this map, which is the main neutral point, that long lane, but to try and get around it is a strategy to circumvent just how much of a death ball this can turn into. But Alcatia, match point.
Gates unlocked, and yep, both Sims is going to be all this all day for both the EMEA teams. Can Labda still conquer Quartz? Maybe it was like a small self-boom there by Quartz, hitting that question mark. I mean, I love the talking smack. I love the all-chat smack. I got to be real, but Labda's been shutting you down now.
Okay, Labda versus Quartz, I should say. Where Checkmate had such a good call on Circuit Royale, which would have defined this, but KSA is going to take the front line.
Still fakey with the TP there for Alcatia. Better rotation for Twisted Minds, though. Quartz ends up killing Checkmate. Labda's going to do in one by. They're killing a tank is even better in this scenario. Now you got nothing to stand in your way before Quartz puts you in the grave. Ziad at least kills one onto Quartz, but this is all Twisted Minds here as Ziad falls last, and there's the bot control.
Alcatia are breaking line of sight of Landon, and they all got really low, and Quartz, with the help of Funny Astro, such an aggressive Lucio, will go and capitalize on those low HP targets quicker than you can regroup. So initial progress goes to Twisted Minds. And look at this advantage of Kitsune Rush in favor of Simple. Taking that damage, replenishing it, and that means a Kitsune Rush could extend this lead even more.
This map really doesn't start until after the second fight. After this one, does the map really start to get out of control. Yeah, those Kitsune rushes, Simple, and the rest of Twisted Minds, they've been going quicker, they've been going first. They even did it against Crazy Raccoon, and don't expect them to slow down here as they try and force the issue. There it is, instant rush round the corner, forcing the retreat of Alcatia, and Ziad falls on his face. Labda's in trouble too, and they're just going to carry on this chase all the way to the spawn.
That Yubi's teleport too, I don't know, it was just so fast. Twisted Minds, even catching Ziad. I thought that this engage would have been solid enough, but checkpoint in sight of Twisted Minds. Being able to also bring the barrier up from Yubi to deny the Alcatia touch, or even to break them up.
Yeah, rush is good, but the wall is better here. They just got to play on the right side of it. This beam is fully charged now by Checkmate, who's dodging in and out of the wall, keeping that 100% energy. They're so close to this checkpoint as well as the sound barrier spot by Twisted Minds. Quartz on a nice little angle, but now decides to retreat. Both beats used as Quartz peeking around the corner there at Landon, who did initially take a railgun shot, but a TP from Labda is going to put him in a good spot, and they need another exit, but they can't get away. That teleport was directly in front of Alcatia, and Labda is just going to do the rest. He's already found 2 kills. Checkmate dancing with these TPs as Quartz tries to run. Astro tagged, and now Alcatia can make progress.
Yeah, Simple was overextended and tried to Suzu himself, didn't pick the right TP target. Quartz had the right spacing. Twisted Minds thought they had time and space to poke and prod, and Alcatia collapsed on them. Still 63-14. Twisted Minds are happy with this. All they need to do is stall the bot as best they can.
Yeah, the wall is going to help Alcatia here. I mean, KSA is going to... He might have to pop Annihilation, to be honest. Yeah, he does. It's such an awkward spot for him to be in, although with this wall kind of separating Twisted Minds, there's no chance, of course, to get an instant kill, but as soon as it fades, that Disruptor shot finds Checkmates. A good angle now for Twisted Minds as Alcatia lose control.
Yeah, it's getting isolated, literally getting shoved up against the wall.
Don't let him get a kill!
Wait! Losing Quartz is really rough there.
Yeah, that is exceptionally rough. You can't make like a really aggressive push now on this bot. You had 3 members, so there was a chance there to maybe get it under the bridge, but yeah, a complete reset into the mid now.
Now a neutral point fight, and you'll have Labda with the overclock versus Quartz, and that first pick could be everything. You're looking towards these Symmetras. You can't dip, dive, and dodge as easily without investing the teleport, and Checkmate will pull the trigger first. Here's the escape.
It's not a fakey. Ziad actually stays on this side of the map there, not using the teleport with the rest of the team. There's an overclock now, looking at this corner. Kelex tries for the little peek around, gets body shot, but as long as it's not a kill at this moment in time, they've outlived this overclock from Quartz, and maybe now it's Labda's chance. 15% to go is KSA now. They end up flipping the map as he backs on up this straight.
Like that off angle from Labda, but he doesn't want to overextend either. Alcatia, it's going to be barrier for barrier. What difference can Labda make?
Overclock.
He's dead!
Labda goes down again. Mid-ult. Yubi scores him with a right click. And there comes tumbling Alcatia. Twisted Minds put them in the coffin and sealed it shut.
This is Terrible. This is now going to be a checkpoint for Twisted Minds, getting on top of the bridge, and this is deja vu. You have the barrier, Kitsune rush, and everything. Twisted Minds are so good at using a parallel wall to break up the fight in half, and Alcatia, they have to focus. They have to come together.
It's what, like you said, so devastating on this point. The rush is going to come in, but there is the wall. Now they can dance. Looking at Kellex right now is UB, but he's a little bit too far up. He ends up getting kind of destroyed by Ziad in the front line, who was more than happy to accept that kill. But an overextension there by Ziad does cost him his life. Alcatia is still with a player advantage, though. A 4-on-3 is simple. Quartz and KSA try to get picks or try to get away. Labda on the Cassidy even now decides this Sojourn duel is not in his favor.
Just wanting more consistent damage overall, especially with how much Twisted Minds have been hiding away and denying the Sojourn build-up. But speaking of build-up, Checkmate is forming KSA.
Oh yeah, but this wall is going to be just a thorn in the side. Like, look at this. You can just perma-charge on him now. The Annihilation is still ticking on the front line, but same with Ziad's. A nice little relocation there from Checkmate, but he's getting booped away. Heads up play from Astro there to try and dislodge Checkmate, but he escapes nonetheless. Now Quartz on the flank. 3 players looking at him, but he still gets a kill. Make that 2. Quartz with an unbelievable flank. Funny Astro, sit down. Quartz with 4. A team kill for Twisted Minds. A push onto the final stretch.
Have them at their knees, and that means an extension, a lead that grows to 80 meters plus for Twisted Minds, heading to the finish line, going to game 5 shortly, unless Alcatia come up with a response, and it's simple ahead by 15% on the Kitsune rush, which could make all the difference. And you already have Ziad trying to step up to deny progress, as you have the Deadeye from Labda has been unleashed, and it finds Funny Astro before the sound barrier comes out.
Yeah, KSA also falls okay. A quick reset now. Double support ult from Alcatia. 97 meters to 14 though. It's a massive lead. They've got 3 minutes to do it in.
Still almost 100 meters. That is massive. Alcatia would have to win back-to-back fights. It's a lot harder with Cassidy too to be really mobile vertically when you want to take that bridge fight. And you have to first win this neutral fight. All depends what plays Checkmate can create.
Yeah, double rush. What's required now, but simple. Way too far away. This Alcatia fight looks pretty simple on the face of it. But a good disengage from Twisted Minds is going to put them in a good spot to maybe re-engage with that beat. It hits the ground before UV can actually get it though. So a 4-on-4. They trade their sims, and now it's all on these Sojourns to try and be the difference makers. Landon now looking straight at Quartz as he's forced to scurry to the miniature health pack. This distance now the Lab just got on the rest of the team is good for Alcatia. Pushing the bot almost the entire time as well. With 2 minutes to go, they've got to be near them perfect.
And you're just not going to be able to keep this going. Kellex should be speedy enough on the rollout. He's last one missing, and Checkmate can teleport forward. Ziad's going to maximize progress while the rest of Alcatia sit back behind the pillars in safety. This bear's going to help them push up.
This is such a nice barrier too, because you can dip into this miniature health if you want to. You can dip under here, force people away, but are they expecting this return one? This Annihilation is doing a lot of work in the front line. Forces Ziad to pop his, but he needs support. Whoa, a 180 punch from KSA. The sense of presence there, the presence of mind, ends up killing Landon. The bot is in the middle of the map too, and with a minute to go and an ult bank that looks very barren for Alcatia. It's all falling apart, and a map number 5 is what is desired by Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds stealing the bot mid there means that the next fight is for past the checkpoint. This is to grow their lead even more.
Kellex gets headshot there mid-air, slowed down by one of those little turrets. They got checkpoint, forward spawns unlocked. TP, high noon, all the way back. UB, hello? Where do you think you're going? Quartz still manages to find a kill though in the chaos of it all. High ground control now for Twisted Minds.
It's less than a minute. Alcatia have to play perfect from here on out if they want to close the series in their favor. But Twisted Minds, they want a marathon. They want to go to game 5.
There's a rush available for Landon. But this is looking like an OT. They can trade rushes here, but Alcatia are in a good spot. They can just TP, block the exit of KSA. The rush is now on the bot, as Quartz has already found one. A quick denial of Checkmate there, who tried to take an alternate angle with that teleport, and now it's Quartz's domain.
And this is game 5, 10 seconds left. Ziad has to save this. Kellex is dead.
The bot, I mean, is still moving. Someone's going to have to touch. In fact, they're not going to move it too far. Kellex has to be. It's a 4-man. Can they actually get to the bottom? No, they can't. Twisted Minds in yet another map number 5 scenario. Need to win one more before they lock their placement in that grand finals. A map 5 team, to be certain. Alcatia, they were just getting run around. Once again, these teleports from Yubi are just so strong. Shutting Labda down with these right clicks as well. It's going back and forth. Quartz with insane overclocks, then Labda, then Quartz. This had to go to a map number 5. It feels like it was pre-written.
Twisted Minds are such a momentum-based team, and this is the perfect game type for them. They full capped against Crazy Raccoon yesterday. This was their map pick. And they just started with 80 meters. And any fight that Alcatia won was not matched by a second or third one. They were always missing members whenever they truly needed to keep swimming. And they just drowned under the pressure of Quartz that would take these solo flanks. It took Felix everything in him. And he just gets shoved to 6 feet underground. Quartz, a true playmaker, saving that for Twisted Minds. Get triple digits against the 2 best teams that we have here. It's insane. We go to game 5 to decide who will go to that gold medal match.
Of course it was going to be a close series with Alcatia fans and Twisted Minds in the audience. Flags wielded by both sides. Peaking decibels as well as the echoes around the arena. You're going to hear this stuff from space, no matter who wins here. Twisted Minds and Alcatia going to a map 5. Guaranteed EMEA Korea finals awaits. Now Psycho and Jugbuck taken to the stage to decide where they want to go next and how the bands end up going to.
Not the coaching if you would expect to see all those Psychos. Not real coaching, need help deciding those maps. And Jungbuck has talked a lot about the impact that Checkmate has had, and just now that he's on a team with them, just his read on the game, how he's been able to kind of make those quick decisions on the Symmetra T-piece to turn it all around for Alcatia, but they simply got overwhelmed on Colosseo. But remember, it was back-to-back maps for Alcatia, from Atlas to an incredible Circuit Royale full hold from Alcatia that brought the series the distance, that had Alcatia in the lead up until now. Now it's Alcatia with the map choice coming up. It's all down to this, and they need to take all the time possible. New Junk City is something they've picked against GK.
Hybrid, the last map type available. Of course, we could go to something like King. Blizzard World has also been very popular, and I'm just seeing now, Blizzard World is the map pick for this final map.
Making sure our bans are locked in. Alcatia will ban the Symmetra. So you're forcing the Tracer mirror between Yubi and Checkmate, and Kiriko out for Twisted Minds.
That is such a big ban. That is big cojones on Alcatia right now. Banning this Symmetra in a map number 5. Labda, when he played the Tracer on Atlas the other day, it wasn't a world star performance. Definitely a weaker hero of his. So having Alcatia ban away the sim now, which is Twisted Minds have used to its full effect throughout the course of the tournament and even the stage as well, putting Checkmate onto a different hero. Something like the Mei wouldn't be too far flung either. I want to see how Yubi responds here for Twisted Minds as they start out on the defense.
As the Symmetra, big part of that Twisted Minds game plan when it came up to beating Crazy Raccoon in that game 5 that we covered yesterday, Jaws, and that was so close. He'll still have the Lucio to get around, but it won't be the Lucio Kiri. It has to be something else, and then the defense could offer double flex support. But again, the Tracer mirror, what everyone's been paying attention to, who is going to be the better Tracer between Yubi and Checkmate. This map is quite large, there's a lot of flank angles. How will Yubi take on that pressure? And you would say Checkmate has been overall more consistent on it.
I like this pivot. Okay, Yubi on the Mei instead. Quartz on the Cassidy, no Sojourn. I like the cast as well. Sojourn, of course, very good at rather long range, mid to long range with those railguns. Cassie a little bit more focused on that short to mid. It's a perfect point for it as well. If anybody tries to like even TP onto the high ground, of course, you've got the combat roll, you've got the hinder nade, so you're very well suited to kind of holding this up height. And the range is going to be decent for you too. Anybody that peeks around those little corners onto the point is going to be in your line of sight for maximum damage. We'll see how Checkmate responds. Looks like a Tracer for now, which is, yeah, going to be tough into the Mei.
Yeah, Yubi, the Mei, I think is fine on this first point. There's some nice tight alleyways to maximize on the Mei wall. Maybe you deny the Baptiste window with the wall temporarily, but I expect to swap later on because Checkmate will go unchecked without another Tracer, I would think.
Unchecked until he gets ice cooled in the head. He's trying for it. Ooh, he's testing Yubi. He wall it early. Wow, that's an early wall. We're scared of Checkmate. Scared. I mean, Symbol's really low too. I mean, the Lamb could come out at any moment in time. I think he may have used it already. Checkmate going extremely low. I mean, he is doing a lot of work right now, making Twisted Mind scared. They have to make a decision at this point. They're going to go for this flank play as they see Land potentially alone. Wall not available for UB right now, so he's just going to use his little legs to go up on the high ground, but they do trade rather poorly, in fact, to Alcatia. Losing Landon and Labda really early on. Quartz now just trying not to die against Checkmate. Anti-footwork though, and right round the pillar. Gonna kill Yubi too. Wow, Checkmate is just demolishing this first point. Although dealing with KSA is another beast entirely.
Yeah, Checkmate is like almost one of the sole survivors, and like I said, he's gonna go unchecked, but with his death ball from Twisted Mind, it's gonna be hard for Checkmate to find these finishing blows unless they can cause enough chaos that Twisted Mind scatter, but they're distancing away so that they can try and just shred Alcatia before they get to the objective. This is such an open point that it's gonna be tough to sit on it without Twisted Mind trying to kill you.
Man, yeah, Checkmate was like benching 4 plates there, easy. I thought he was gonna go for that pulse bomb as well onto Simple, but decides against it in the end. Oh, here comes the overclock from Labda. The wall is in his way currently, so decides to relocate to across the map. He's going to make good use of this window on this high ground, but the sound barrier is just too good. Nice swing by KSA as well.
Yeah, Quartz being able to sit on this high ground is going to be a problem for Alcatia, and it's not like you have a dive. I don't know if Ziad would... I think this is too long range to employ a diva, so Ziad on the Orisa is just gonna try and take it. You could always rotate top right. It's just such a whole maneuver just to get to the point. Now Alcatia have less than half their time bank. They don't have window. They'll just have barrier. That's the only thing that Alcatia can really depend on. Oh, Yubi's hiding with Blizzard.
Waiting for people to peek around this corner, but unfortunately for him, it's on the wrong side of things. Wall on the high ground, very defensive. Nicely placed as Simple's able to get away, but for not for much longer. Checkmate had his number, postcode, everything, even his SSN as he chases him down. Okay, Alcatia, they're on the board. No full hold here.
I wonder if that UB Maywall kind of messed things up. I don't know if Twisted Minds were a little bit split up from that. Either way, Alcatia, they just need to barrier engage in and chase down Quartz. He was a little too cozy up on that perch. Costed a lot of time for Alcatia to get that done. Of course, you can leave Checkmate on the card to maximize progress. You're not going to have another Tracer to kind of deny that, so Alcatia could fight for the high ground, but Twisted Minds are going to decide to hold the low ground to maximize, of course, the value of the Maywall.
They got to go fast, though. This player's going to escape them. High noon separates the team. They have to go low, but there is an entrance through that miniature health pack. They're flipping the map now. Well, actually, you're kind of happy with this if you're Alcatia. You can push people away, potentially. They're actually just fighting in their own spawn. Simple in trouble, though. Ziad brings everybody together with that Terror Surge, as now Quartz. I mean, it's just so easy shooting that Orisa. No shot you're surviving that. He's hitting 100% headshot accuracy, that's no doubt. Alcatia deal with the map flip there as they end up pushing this payload further.
Yeah, I like that map flip from Twisted Minds because they were just trying to draw the fight into a good blizzard, into a tight area for the Mei, but this is now a more open part of the map after they failed that, so you need the UB Tracer. Checkmate has been relentless. Alcatia on the high ground. They're looking for a good overclock opportunity from Labda.
High ground control is going to be good for the Ram team. Can't get pushed off, though. Oh, that's a good pick. Labda up on the pipe right now, and Simple's down. And this sound barrier, they need to get value from this. I don't think Labda's even going to allow them to do that. And by the way, Payload's still moving. Checkmate this whole time has been there. Oh, blink smack double kill. That's a rare one. That's going in the highlight package. Checkmate with a couple. Twisted Minds. It's getting run around right now. Checkmate playing with his food.
This was the Tracer mirror we were all excited yet worried for, depending on what side of the field you are. Checkmate able to get so much progress. Because UB's been trying to shred tanks, go after supports, but not paying attention to what matters the most, the payload. Now Alcatia also getting back into the time bank, which is going to help out a lot. They missed out on that point. Now KSA with the annihilation. You got the window from Simple coming up, but Landon is up ahead with that. KSA just going to anchor the corner. They don't have to be aggressive here.
Checkmate looking for a pulse bomb angle. Oh, he spots Astro. It's a bad spot for the Lucio to be in. He's already used his boop as well. But that Sonic Blaster doing a lot of work to Checkmate's forehead there. Landon's already down though. And now Zia trying to escape. Bad spot for the Orisa to be in, but without the heals anyway, there's not a large chance you survive.
So huge for Funny Astro to force the recall from Checkmate, kept him occupied.
Whoa, Yubi
shredding tanks.
Okay.
Yes, he's dead.
Okay, maybe tried to get him for a really early pulse bomb, but now Checkmate is looking at the back line again. Little mini steal, Simple going super low, forcing the recall of Checkmate there, but I think the damage has already been done. That window came out rather far forward. UB ends up using that pulse bomb, but merely killing the lamp.
Checkmate is so quick, and he knows his pathing between the mini to get behind Twisted Minds. This card sees progress, and they see the end of the map, and this is a good time bank. Funny Astro needs this barrier quickly, or it's going to be too late, and Quartz has no space to operate around the overclock.
Where's the lamp? There it is. Terror Surge in the corner. Sound barrier for Funny Astro saves the day. Quartz has still got this overclock online. Fight, though, is done.
That was so important for Funny Astro to save the team, because Quartz just couldn't deliver on those big kills when he was getting pushed back into spawn. Still a few more fights left for Alcatia, still a breath in their lungs, and it's Labda versus Quartz, and Checkmate with a pulse bomb soon.
Oh, I like this. A very early push here from a Twisted Minds. Labda sniped out of the skies. Saved his ult, though. Still got one more chance as Quartz nails Landon in the head. There's a minute to go when they're trying to find these staggers. Kellex he's pretty speedy, but he's getting chased right now by UB across the map.
Alcatia have to be careful. They're going to fall back to this corner and play off the Simple. Just even taking damage to get Simple's window is pretty key, but Landon's going to be up first. This could zone them to the back corner. Simple is on the high ground to try and avoid this darn Tracer, and Checkmate, he's hunting.
Labda's got to hit the railgun of the century here. Ends up sliding away and shooting KSA. The window's going to really help, though. Oh, Simple. Wrong place, wrong time. That 180 was sick. UB gets his face torn off as Labda shows them what they're made of. Overtime push now for Alcatia. They've got 15 seconds as Twisted Minds switch to Fast Heroes.
Going after the Kings, and Twisted Minds have to touch. It's the Burrow from Venture. The UB swap last second. KSA's on Zarya.
I like the Zarya pick here, just bubbling UB to keep him alive for as long as possible, but the bubbles are now down, expended. Same with the lamp. These lifelines no longer exist for Twisted Minds. The full cap, inevitable.
So difficult to cap this map. Alcatia back on their feet, back on their hands, and we're back into another round with Twisted Minds attacking. This has been Checkmate, who has been insane on this Tracer, getting behind, throwing the pulses, being babysat by Funny Astro, who's done a really good job at babysitting, but Labda, insane with the overclocks as well. Quartz doing his best to keep up. But it's the UB question mark, the UB that has to become the X factor for this team. They hope to win this map.
Oh, that shot was ridiculous. An OT cap. 0 seconds on the clock. But that last point can be devilishly hard to complete. An Aramco side swap, same comp. Checkmate on Tracer.
Alcatia saved that sim ban for last on their map pick. to force Twisted Minds to the edge on not their best comp, but one that they've still won with. Twisted Minds may have won the Saudi League Grand Final, but who will get to the top 2 at EWC?
No changes here. I mean, UB not on the Tracer. They're back on the Mei. I mean, the Zarya from KSA looks a little spicy. Probably going back to change now. Yeah, over to the Ram once more. So game plan here. Don't all die to checkmate challenge. And then wall at Ziad off and try and punish.
The icicles from the Mei are solid here, but you really want to use this utility to its max effect, and checkmate is going to get the attention of Twisted Minds and doesn't want to get isolated himself. UB, if someone overextends from either of the lane near the point, this is where the Mei wall can be critical. Quartz gets the hunt down.
Beautiful play by Twisted Minds. Oh, Kellex is one as well. Early lamp deploy, and now Landon, you got to be careful. High ground control for Twisted Minds. Labda is 1 HP, sniped by UB. A headshot, but he didn't need it. What a fast push from TM. And this is what you need. You need the pace, you need the snowball with this Mei comp. Taking the high ground early is pivotal here.
Look at the impact that UB has had. He has the most amount of ult charge besides Simple. Getting to the high ground hat was a fun trick. KSA back on the Zarya. Has to be careful how he uses these bubbles for himself to hold the space. To maybe allow Quartz to survive if he's taken too much heat, but Twisted Minds getting through this choke. We'll try to do so with the Simple window. Could just be a zoning tool. There's lots of places to hide for Alcatia, but this anchor of the Orisa will squeeze by the Mei wall that was placed.
That's a good start. All right, window placed on the payload. Simple though. That's the 180. Checkmate's just kind of filling in with lead, forces the lamp. Oh, still gets the kill though. Ziad goes down fairly early, despite losing Quartz at the start of the fight. They're still fighting. They're still on an awkward spot of the map. KSA is alone on the point, has got one bubble, can get back to the health pack. But UB is going to arrive with backup, so no chance really here to stop the payload.
It's going to play the low ground fight, but then Twisted Minds are just not going to be able to dictate this fight. It's Alcatia that will stand tall and above them, and Labda has the overclock. How many bubbles can you count out of KSA? That's the only thing that can save them.
Well, UB's already dead. Landon is playing so aggro, by the way. Just permanently on top of the tank. Oh, a little pulse. Okay, all good. Hit the wall.
This is Twisted Minds maybe over-believing in this Zarya because they're just not able to really have staying power on this cart with how much damage is raining from above from Alcatia.
Astro trying to taxi now up onto the high ground. They've left one on the flank. Here's the Mei right now. As Labda's got the overclock. Actually just falls down low. He has got a slide still, but looking for bodies. Or looking for heads even. Sound barrier from Funny Astro to keep them in the fight. However, a repeat sound barrier from Kellex here. Only gets 4 players as Checkmate's still on the wide flank.
Twisted Minds trying to draw the fight down low for this Blizzard to hit. And how about Quartz? Can he hit this shot? He's on the low ground looking for a better angle. Now Alcatia, they're playing hide and go seek.
Oh, well, hits Landon, but that's it. 4 ults, 0 kills for either side as this pushed front line here from Ziad might be in a little bit of trouble. There's a Graviton Surge, and it's behind a window as well, so good luck surviving that. That lamp's gonna get one-tapped. That is checkpoint already. It's 3 minutes on the clock. Kellex Labda down, Landon to follow. This is all Alcatia right now. I mean, they're just getting absolutely demolished. Twisted Minds just running at home.
Twisted Minds just using the cover really well, and the max just getting good value out of the bubbles to live, even while Alcatia were on the high ground, and then brought the fight and all the progress to the end where they could just dump all their ultimates, and they're gonna still stick to this UB Mei, but Checkmate is gonna match it, and he's gonna maybe throw this Mei wall behind KSA or on the opposite end behind Ziad. You gotta break this down quick, and Astro has the barrier. That's the extra sustain.
Bro is not Tracer, but still goes for the flank. Pops block super early, spots Quartz near the spawn, can't land the right clicks though. Escorted away by Kellex, who rejoins the rest of the fight. Walls on the front line, but the sound barrier still hits 5. And now the split fight is going to be disastrous for Alcatia. The Annihilationist still picks up KSA as Labda finds the off angle. Quartz not looking at him, but maybe you should. Maybe you always been looking at Labda. finding Astro in the back line. An easy kill for the Sojourn. The hold wolf, he'll be here for now, but the time bank, still 3 minutes here for Twisted Minds.
And Ziad living there to deny progress while Lambda frags, that was so key. No momentum generated from Twisted Minds, but they're back again and they have window.
Yeah, they're going to win at the payload again for sure. Just waiting for this wall to go down first. It's an awful angle though, to be fair. But that window actually does tag the inside of the point, so they could wide swing, but yeah, Kellex, perfect response, using that sound barrier to keep space.
And then they could defend with the Landon window coming up. This is crucial time that is going to be taken away from Twisted Minds. And this is a great area for the Blizzard. There's so many options for Alcatia to layer this.
He had almost fell over there. That would have been the walls crumbling for Alcatia. And like you said, this Blizzard, Wall Blizzard, El Clasico. Landon almost gets one tap though by Quartz, but it is Lambda all day, every day. Oh, there's the Blizzard, straight on top of checkmate. Yeah, good luck. Good luck, son. Yeah, it's not happening. Nice little piece onto checkmate. Means they're going to be able to get a nice little flank angle now, do force Ziad of this mega health pack. They're walling off the window, and Ziad tried to retreat to the rest of the team, but Kellex is already down. A block forced onto Yubi, but Ziad just turned to snow there is with a minute and 45. And 2 ultimates in the bank, and support ultimates coming up. Twisted Minds are running at home.
ASA and everyone able to dig out Ziad from contesting the card. 90 seconds, and it's Quartz that needs to build space. The May wall will protect Alcatia for now, but for how long?
They need to get this under a minute. That is imperative. Window on the point. Overclock through window. Who can stand up to this duress? Ziad taking infinite damage, walled off from the heels as they make their final march on the point. 13 seconds to go before that minute line can be reached, but Twisted Minds will not give it to them. A final attack. A chance for a draw and a 6th map. Alcatia need to be perfect, but Twisted Minds get it done with over a minute.
From Alcatia being on match point to Twisted Minds staying in their shadow up until this point. And you thought the Tracer Mirror was going to go checkmate Sway somehow. We're in a snowstorm between 2 Mays, and it's still anyone's map to decide who will go to the grand finals to help their club and to get ahead in this rivalry that is extended across many leagues, with Twisted Minds getting the last grand final in the Saudi E-League, but Alcatia winning every single OWCS encounter.
Psycho elation on his face, 33% is all they need on that first. Not got a lot of time though. 1 minute and 8 seconds, that is 1 fight. These fights take a while. These May Ram Brawl comps, they're tough. They are tough to crack. If Quartz can land an opening pick on somebody with a railgun, like he's done over and over and over again, it could be an easy finals place. The gates are open. The final march for Twisted Minds.
Gotta be careful how Yubi uses his wall to try and get to the high ground and access someone like Lambda, who's gonna be on the Sojourn. He'll be able to jump away if things get hectic. And checkmate has been using his walls defensively to deny the entry and the pathing from Twisted Minds. Now Quartz can watch from above.
Just needs that 100 rail energy. Spots a little bit, has got it. Sends one flying towards Landon. Scores a body shot, but has a good angle on checkmate. He needs attention right now. Yep, Kellex is going to spot him. Landon again, going aggro, trying to just chunk people out, using that battle rifle, but he's got to be more careful than that. KSA frozen in the front line, puts the arms up as overtime approaches.
Less than 30 seconds and no ults being really built up. It's Twisted Minds that are living in the heads and trying to take over the real estate of Alcatia.
No blocks, no lamp, UB in trouble. Kellex with a back smack. The assassination, the knife to the back. Kellex does end up getting traded though, as KSA very low on the point with no backup. Simple with a wide swing. And we are going to another map. Lambda kills another. And Alcatia are going to defend. It's going to take a miracle from Quartz. He gets his one as Astro touches for the last time. A recall from Yubi, but it's all over. And map number 6. The TM versus Alcatia rivalry extends. An overtime ticks down, and a minute and 8 seconds is not enough to do it in.
Our first draw, our first map 6 of our Midseason Championship. An all-Saudi showdown, and this goes for the gold medal match. With Alcatia, like I said, winning all the OWCS matchups, but Twisted Minds have been trading blow for blow. Twisted Minds now listening to the game plan. What will be the Alcatia map pick? We'll get it again.
Map pool is open as well, so we can go to anywhere. No Symmetra ban available either for Alcatia. A map number 6 with this historic rivalry going all the way. You couldn't write a better script, and I promise you we didn't. We're going to jump to a quick break, give the teams a couple of minutes to decide where we want to go for this final map. We'll see you in a sec.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
We wouldn't have it any other way. The crowd wouldn't have it any other way. The audience at home wouldn't either. We're going to a map 6. Make no mistake, that scoreline is accurate. first to 3 here as Alcatia and Twisted Minds. We're going to a flashpoint. New Junk City. A hazard ban for Twisted Minds. A brig for Alcatia.
Alcatia did pick New Junk City against GK. Did not go their way. Very, very close though. 3-2 loss. But the main win and what inspired confidence from Alcatia was the win against Verdice Pro in that quarterfinal. 3-1. So Alcatia trying to either force the Diva or the Ramatra mirror once again. Even the Orisa is something they're comfortable with. And now Alcatia getting to ban that break first. Of course, you're not going to have as much support for any tracers that could come about, but mainly to keep the Lucio plus whatever secondary support you would typically have, which Alcatia is usually the Kiriko.
Lucio's available, Sims as well. So there's going to be a lot more Symmetra play yet again. That Symmetra ban on last map for Alcatia was honestly gigantic. Forced Yubi onto the Mei. Played Little Tracer as well, but Checkmate had his number on that. It was it's going to be a tough battle against Checkmate's Tracer. It's always been exceptional on it. That received about a 50-50 boo and applaud.
I don't think Twisted Minds have seen a New Junk City in this tournament. Not their most picked. So this is the Alcatia playground. Now the pressure in the crowd, but these are all experienced players that have been at the World Cup stage, the Saudi stage, the OWCS stage. This is where they thrive. In front of most of them, their home crowd. This is gonna be a banger, and guys, this is just the semi-final.
Yeah, we have Falcons versus T1 after this to lock in another grand final spot. Your Midseason Championship. Here we go though, let's load on in. Map 6 of New Junk City, Twisted Minds, taking on Alcatia.
Ooh, I did just notice, just going through the matches, last time the Twisted Minds faced Alcatia, obviously besides now, they got 3-0'd on New Junk City. Twisted Minds lost 3-0 the last time they went here, but there was a Symmetra ban employed, so that has a important caveat. Symmetra is free from her shackles. And again, the break to try and help support the Tracer will not be available, so this will be just a mirror of Sojourn's and Symmetra's difference in supports. Just maybe the Juno, just for the speed, but we're a simple lane.
Doors unlocked. Let's make some noise, Riyadh. Twisted Minds and Alcatia going to a historic Game 6 in the semis. They roll out on the Simcoms yet again. They're different though from Ziad. Actually on the Diva versus KSA's Ram. Already taking a significant amount of damage. The teleport to the high ground. There's also now Alcatia out rotating Twisted Minds for now, and there's the first blood. That kunai landing directly on KSA's head. And that should be a first flashpoint take from Alcatia.
It'll be a big clash of tanks, of how you manage those resources. The Matrix very limited, but a lot more flexible maybe than the block, but KSA just took too much damage too quickly. With the speed from Alcatia, just such an aggressive comp. It just reinvented how you play Symmetra. Just allowing Checkmate to charge up and farm KSA during that block is resulting in the first flood, and look how quick Landon has Kitsune Rush too. That's gonna come out very soon.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, a lot of healing being thrown out by Landon. Alcatia probably want to go first. They too have been trying to play as quick as possible. A bit harder with the Ram though, is you need to kind of wait, rotate the Nemesis form cooldowns. But right now, I mean, Alcatia, they're just gonna be able to just play around this high ground. They're gonna threaten to move on in, try and force a CD from TM. But they can play this a little slow.
Yeah, the hand needs to be forced out of Twisted Minds. Alcatia are fine sitting here till the cows come home. They're the ones in control. Twisted Minds gotta wake up.
DP gonna get forced. There's the teleport from Landon. And there's the rush, matched by Simple. Despite the lead though, Landon had. They allowed enough time for Simple to build up to that. A touch required now by Twisted Minds. Another teleport up to the high ground, and Quartz caught off guard. Labda takes his down, and oh dearie me. That's 100-0 on first point. Only KSA remains here. And Simple as well, and there you go. First point, Alcatia.
Maybe Twisted Minds overthinking that fight a little too much, and we're just waiting for Alcatia to make the first move. I'm not realizing that, well, they don't even have to. The ball is in the Twisted Minds court, and it never even swung at it. Then the exchange Kitsune rushes to no avail, so Alcatia with the first point, with 4 other ults to spare and a second life for Ziad on the self-destruct. Although Twisted Minds back on Lijiang Tower is so good at denying that second life.
Yeah, Labda using that overclock. He's got a really good angle as well on the backline. These can penetrate, of course, these shots. Yubi's already down, cowering in the corner, clutching his pearls, trying to get away. Labda finds a double kill. As once again, Alcatia, because of that ult advantage, they can just walk on up. Quartz had that ult maybe like midway through that fight, but it was over already.
A streak from Labda, he's on fire. He pulled the trigger first, and Twisted Minds find themselves having to retake again, and through these choke points, D.Va is such a bully at close range, and Zia can even extend. He's gonna be the one that can scout away, and Yubi's gonna try and teleport and get an angle on this point.
Labda's head showed for a brief moment there, but a defensive wall on the high ground, so Quartz has basically nothing to shoot at. Maybe just the mech of Ziad there, tries to peek around it, but now a wall is going to push them forwards onto the point. Now the sound barriers can connect. Can Alcatia get a better beat though? Yes, they do. Ziad and Labda saved at the brink of death, and that's another couple of kills. It's all falling apart for Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they're living on borrowed time, and the clock is ticking faster and faster.
The execution nearly flawless from Alcatia. Like, did they even trump anyone in that fight? Labda, he's so critical. He's accurate. And Alcatia get to defend and continue, maybe even 200-0. Twisted Minds have to hurry. And it's Funny Astro that has to touch, and he's on the other side.
Whoa, this is an aggressive support angle, and they can't even get there. They don't even touch.
Disastrous. A miscomm between Funny Astro and where Yubi was teleporting. Whose jump was it? The pressure is getting into them. Their minds are twisted.
They're going to find this little skirmish, just quickly go for a reset. They're probably going to try and stagger Ziad, but Ziad pistol whips Funny Astro. Okay, a quick reset is that's 200-0 versus TM. Has the pressure got onto them? They come out with a historic victory versus Crazy Raccoon, not yesterday. And like, now Alcatia, they're just running away with this.
First fight is so important to set up your Sojourn on these power positions, and through Twisted Minds, they can't be this slow, but they're gonna play off the Kitsune rush. That's at least an advantage they can work with.
Good TP, but Labs on the high ground with this overclock, looking for bodies. Simple, already tagged. They've got this rush, like you said, but Simple's dead. Ziad with the flank. Reset, reset, reset for Twisted Minds. They have to go again.
This would be the most Twisted Minds thing to make the ultimate comeback. They started out behind in this series. They started out behind on Lijiang Tower before they won that. To force a Game 6 Twisted Minds. They will not give up and not surrender.
There's double support. You just can't lose someone early if you're Twisted Minds. A TP behind, but high ground controlled by Alcatia. They've got a wall to sustain themselves through this amplified damage with the rush, but can they actually get onto the point and make it
for
stick?
The win? If Alcatia win this fight, it's over.
Nice Nemesis form, but the sound barriers are going to connect. Lab doesn't get the beat, unfortunately, for Alcatia. 5-man sound barrier for Twisted Minds. They've got this annihilation, they've got this ult on the point, but Yubi is already dead. That's the ad! What? He even gets a remake kill? Are you kidding? Alcatia, as the dust settles, only an echo remains of Twisted Minds as Alcatia take us to a map 6 and lock their place in the grand finals at the Midseason Championships.
The new kid on the block of Ziad tells Twisted Minds to sit in a sweep, the 3-0 sweep on New Junk City on their map pick. No junk bug crash out needed. This is a team that locked in and locked on to Twisted Minds, the rival for so many stages across all the leagues. Alcatia get to rejoice and step forward into the championship match.
A guaranteed EMEA versus Korea final. An unbelievable come up for Alcatia. Even the Korean teams were saying that they are slightly scared. This sim comp from EMEA, El Clasico, has reared its head again on an international level. They have what it takes to go all the way. And if this is how far this series has gone, this finals, it's not going to be easy for T1 or Falcons.
They looked unbeatable until this moment. Twisted Minds will step down into the third place match for a chance at bronze against either T1 or Team Liquid or Team Falcons.
We're going to jump down to the stage. I believe Fancy has got an interview for us with the victors.
We're ready. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage with Alcatia. That was such an entertaining match to watch. Alcatia takes it to the grand final, and they make history right here. OWCS grand final, the first Saudi team ever to do it. I have so many questions for you. So for our first question, you guys respected Twisted Minds comp in Symmetra. You guys played the mirror match up until the end, but then you had to ban it in map 5. Tell me the thought process behind it.
أول شيء أول ماب بنتنا رام، حسبنا ميسم تشتغل، لكن راحوا زاريا يعني سواب منهم كويس. بعدين رحنا رام قلنا نقدر نفوز بالميرور، لكن خسرنا ماب كوليسيو قلنا ليش ما نبند سم؟ قلنا بندنا سم خسرنا.
So that wasn't part of their thought process in the beginning. They decided to ban it on the spot when Twisted Minds were able to meet them in the mirror match. But now you guys are literally the first team ever to make it to an OWCS grand final. You're the first, you and Ziad and all of your Saudi teammates are the first Saudi players to make it to an OWCS grand final. How do you feel?
صراحة شعور مرة حلو لأن تيم سعودي ولاعبين سعوديين وبطولة سعودية بإذن الله نمثل الوطن ونفوز بالكاس.
We have Saudi players and they are a Saudi team and we're honored to be in the grand final for OWCS. But you know what this means. You just won an elimination match and you will be able to crush your opponent's key. But that's not just any opponent, that's your ex-teammates. So how do you feel?
صراحة شعور غريب شوي لكن مش أسوي لازم أفوز.
He's like, I'm feeling weird a little bit, but at the same time, I have to win this. So are you ready to crush the key?
Yes.
All right, let's go crush Twisted Minds key. They were able to win against Crazy Raccoon, but not quite enough to break the win streak versus Alcatia. This is a big moment for the Saudi fans. We'll have Labdah enjoy it. Twisted Minds, he's waving away as he crushed his ex-teammate's key. Congratulations once again, you guys are going for the grand final. We'll have you rest and celebrate with the rest of the team. But for now, let's go back to Puckett for our analyst studio.
Thank you, Fancy, and commiserations to the Twisted Minds fans. What a match as we see our first Game 6 of the entire weekend, and it happens to send their opponent to the grand finals. Alcatia clutching up, and I asked you right away, Jake, I said, who deserves your MVP award? Is it landed on the Baptiste? You said no, it's gotta be Checkmate.
Look, Checkmate's flexibility was unmatched. He came out on the Tracer, was huge, I think, on Blizzard World, had great performances across the maps, matched Yubi's May. I think that for sure was not planned. It was something he just felt in the moment, and it was the right read. It got them through to the end of the series. And flexibility, that was the name of the game for Alcatia. When it came to the mirror match, it was very much back and forth, but I think also Ziad, the young player out of Saudi Arabia, was able to play the Diva, and that was critical on map 5. Yubi just couldn't get the Symmetra rolling against that highly mobile tank.
On that final map, it wasn't even close. Twisted Minds 0% to 300% on the other side. What was the difference maker on?
It honestly was Seat's Diva. We talked about it pre-game, and it was a big factor going into that map 6 because it completely changed the pace of the game. And I think we saw on that first point specifically, Twisted Minds, they were hesitating, they were building ultimates, and it was all because they were really scared, of course, of the opposing Kitsune Rush, but they were scared of Seat's Diva. Diva brings that explosiveness, and you have to be very cautious. When you step up, you gotta be ready for the Symmetra teleporter coming and the Diva going for that final blow that kicks off the entire fight. So Seat's Diva, it really scared Twisted Minds, and it looked like they were on the back foot that entire map.
Jake, I felt like we were just 1 minute away from having a different winner in this series. At the end of Blizzard World, you saw the hold. It ends in a draw. How close were Twisted Minds?
That was a question of just inches, man. I mean, I was really impressed with their ability to lock it down, have such a solid attack on third point when, you know, Alcatia probably knew, look, all we have to do is get it under a minute here. Let's secure ourselves another shot in overtime. But, I mean, Twisted Minds were just relentless. They give themselves the chance to just win the series outright. But it's that incredible, solid first point defense. Once again, Checkmate just makes the read. You know what? I'm feeling the May here. And, like, his intuition about the right hero to play was immaculate. I think as somebody like Junkbug is probably going to be so happy with Checkmate. Great reads throughout the match, great strategic vision. They're going to need that, though, if they want to take first place and secure the championship here at Overwatch.
In just a moment, we'll be joined by Kellex from our winning team. He, of course, is making his way over from the STC Arena. And while we wait on Kellex, let's take a look at Map 4, because going into Map 4, this was, of course, a 2-1 lead for Alcatia. How did Twisted Minds force the Game 5? What did we witness?
Well, I think it was a lot of momentum here gained from Twisted Minds. Quartz was popping off on the Sojourn, as you're seeing right now. And that was a big difference maker. Colosseo, it's one of those maps where if you win one of those fights in the middle of the map, you can establish some high ground and fight the defense on level playing field. And I think Twisted Minds early on in this map, they established that dominance. And when you're like behind on a push map, it's really hard to reclaim that lead, because then the leading team, they can play with their food. They can dictate what fights are we taking, what ultimates are we going to utilize, and how do we put our opponent in a really tough spot.
Right.
And the Twisted Minds, not only did Quartz pop off and have an amazing Sojourn performance, I think they were really wise the way they were dictating the pace of the game.
Gotta give it to Simple as well. I mean, this guy really impressed me this year across the board on the flex support. You know, although he won't be taking the championship today for Twisted Minds, I think that's a player that someday is going to be lifting a trophy. He's someone I've had my eyes on all year. The flex support has been immaculate. Young player out of Korea playing here in the Twisted Minds squad, but I could see him on many world-class teams being that, maybe one of the best flex supports in Europe. I mean, really toe-to-toe with Landon this whole series.
It was a great matchup on both sides of the stage. At the end of 6 games, we have Alcatia walking away with the W. They will be our first team playing in the grand finals. And we have another semifinal coming up in just a little bit. Before that, though, a special guest is going to be joining the studio. While we load some highlights up, we will get Kellex sat on the couch. And Johnny, let's take a look here at the game that did draw, because this was our first draw of the entire week. We've been here 4 days. First time we saw it.
Yeah, this was a really exciting matchup, actually. Because of the Symmetra ban, you saw both teams play a hit scan and a tracer. Obviously, some May in there as well. Siad over on the Orisa, a bit of a different matchup here, and both teams had an easy time with point A, point B. Jake, I feel like this map was kind of decided by point C, actually, because these corridors made it really difficult for Alcatia to get any kind of momentum with the tracer, and instead you saw Twisted Minds really comfortable playing the May. It was an amazing matchup there on the point C.
Yeah, Quartz came out big to make this one possible. I also saw Checkmate got a double melee kill in one melee, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen that since I started playing Overwatch like almost 10 years ago. So really just a day of incredible results here.
Twisted Minds getting the effort in overtime, but it is the hold from Alcatia. Now to talk to us about it live, we have the man all the way from Denver, Mr. Kellex. How are we feeling today, buddy?
Relieved.
Relieved? Relieved?
Yes.
Tired?
That was a long game, and wow, that felt great, winning that after all those maps.
Did you know you did 67,000 damage on a support?
No, I mean, I don't really look at the stats too much, only to
That was
full
ridiculous. All right, so Kellex, for those who don't know your career path, how did you land on Alcatia? How long have you been at this level in Overwatch?
I want to say 7 years, but yeah, it's roughly around there. And then at the beginning of this year, I was not on a team, and then Lepte from Alcatia reached out to me, asking me if I wanted to join them for stage 2, and I said, yeah, why not?
And I think they're very happy you said yes. Some crucial plays during this final game. Talk to me, though, about the Game 5. What were the comms when you found out there were 9 seconds left on the clock and TM was going to get one more shot on you on Blizzard World?
Yeah, we were talking about having to touch, get it under 1 minute, but we tried our hardest, and then suddenly they had 8 more seconds, and we failed, and I was like, oh, no way, it's going to slip away from us. But we did a good hold in the overtime and won the map 6, easily.
Yeah, talk to me about the D.Va then going into map 6, because we talked about it already here on the desk. Very even matchup. You go to map 5. You banned the Symmetra, actually, which caused that entire situation in the first place. But then map 6, New Dunk City, this was just night and day. And Syad's D.Va, you guys were just playing this composition flawlessly.
Yeah, I mean, we always had the D.Va comp in our head if we really wanted to. I think the previous map, we talked about it, but we didn't want to commit to it yet. And then on this map, we knew that D.Va comp is better, at least for us. So we thought, why not just play it here? And as you can see, it worked really well.
It did work, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, what a massive moment for you guys. I also noticed one thing throughout the series from your Lucio. I felt like you got a lot of the better sound barriers in the match, like getting that second sound barrier, a lot of those fights. As soon as I see your beat come down, I'm like, oh, they already won. Like, that's perfect timing. How do you guys create that situation where you're kind of always in the sort of tactical advantage? I feel like I see that always from Alcatia. You guys always have the last word in terms of ultimate.
I mean, I think it's just because we have better neutrals. We really drilled that comp for many weeks, months. So I think I always want to have the second beat, and I tell that to my team. So we always, have really good neutrals, and then I can make sure that we have the better beat and end up winning a fight.
So talk to me, Kellex. 2024 World Finals. I did an interview with you and the Ents, and we talked about what it would mean to win a championship. And back then, you talked about it, and you said, this could be my last chance. This World Finals could be my last chance. And now you get picked up by Alcatia mid-year, and now you qualified for the grand finals. You're
one away, bro.
You're one away. What does this mean for you, and how are you feeling going into that grand finals later today?
I mean, it means everything to me. In my whole 7 years of playing this game professionally, I've never won anything major. So yeah, finally being in a grand final, I really want to win it all, because then I can look back and actually be satisfied. At the end, I finally got that one trophy that mattered the most.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, because your job is done for now, but you'll be taking the stage again in hopefully about 3 or 4 hours. Alcatia, our first team to advance to the championship match, will be playing the winner of T1 or Falcons coming up next. Who would you rather play? Are there any rivalries brewing on this stage?
I mean, I would prefer to play Falcons, but that's because they play similar comps to us, and I think we have the most experience against those. I also think they're weaker than Twisted Minds, to be honest, in the sim comps. But T1, they have some interesting dive comps, especially Donghak on the Doom. He is absolutely crazy. So I'm worried if we play against him, he might go crazy.
Kellex, I've been a fan since the first 2 years of the Overwatch League. It is fantastic to see you here in 2025 playing for a championship in Riyadh.
Thank you.
That is Kellex. We're going to go let him celebrate with this team. When we come back, we have our second semifinal. T1 is taking on Falcons. If you're enjoying the show, download the EWC app. It's free. Go get it right now. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
Search flank. I'm center. Lab them with you. All back enemy. Someone. I can. Nice. Up two. Only two. Third one.
Nice.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Welcome one and all to the Esports World Cup. It's here for the Midseason Championship of Overwatch 2, and we're about to see the Falcons enter the STC Arena here in our Jamil Motorsports arrival cam. Falcons looking for their first tournament win of EWC if they want to go back-to-back as club champions, and they have a great opportunity. We welcome Rocket into the studio alongside Avril and Jake. Rocket, you played fantastic for Sign Esports. You guys made it into the top 12, almost made it into our bracket. How was your experience here in Riyadh?
Been so pleasant, man. I mean, I've never been to a tournament of this capacity, of this just grandiose. Like, it's honestly amazing, and you know, playing against these international teams is something I've never experienced, and I'm gonna learn so much, and you know, it's great.
It's a big budget weekend, and as we take a look at how much money has been dispersed already, your team is walking away with $20,000. But the winner of this match is guaranteed $180 and in the running for the $400K. We got T1, we got Falcons. Who has the bigger fan base so far, Rocket?
Well, here, it's got to be Falcons, right? I mean, the Falcons fans in the crowd, you know, Saudi Arabian organization, they let you hear it. They let you hear it. And I speak from experience, you know, playing against Twisted Minds, it definitely plays an impact. And I hope T1 doesn't, you know, listen to the crowd too much, because in my opinion, I think they're a better team. But, you know, with the Falcons fans, with the, you know, stage buff, I think they could make it really, really close.
I love to see how young some of the Falcons fans are celebrating at the end of last night. It wasn't an easy win, though, Avril. They had to go to a Game 5 against North America's top team in GK.
Yeah, GK did play quite well in Falcons. You could potentially call that one a struggle, but I still think Falcons, where they did win, looked very strong. Where they did lose, though, might be a little bit concerning. When Prober can't play that Tracer, that's exactly the 2 maps they didn't get, but the Tracer maps that they did play, the 3 ones they won, were absolutely amazing. Falcons right now are still a team that can play the sim meta if they want to, but it does seem like they're starting to move away from that one, but they are still, in my opinion, a strong favorite.
Jake, if you're looking for an early MVP for the Falcons, who could help them power into the grand final?
I mean, for me, I'm looking a lot at Merit. I think Proper's had a very huge tournament, especially on the Tracer, but a lot in this meta, I think, comes down to the hit scan. Especially you go to that sim comp, you're giving yet more resources often to the hit scan player and really expecting them to pop off and carry.
Right.
Few players, I think, can perform as well in a clutch moment under incredible pressure compared to Merit. I mean, this guy, he just doesn't let the pressure get to him. He continues to deliver no matter what. We saw that in the Game 5 they played on Blizzard World yesterday. Just icy with it on the Sojourn.
Reminder, it was Merit and someone for Toronto Ultra that made it to the grand finals representing North America last year. Now in Falcons jerseys, they have an opportunity to walk away with some serious cash. And I'm talking a bonus $50K. Why is that? Well, we have a Jafonzo Award available here. Something so rare at EWC, you have to go all the way from the LCQ to raising a trophy.
That's right. Falcons, unfortunately, they didn't qualify through Korea, but they did make their way through LCQ. They beat Zeta Division 3-0, I might add. And again, a favorite to potentially win this entire tournament. They would not only give Falcons their much-needed title win to enable them to potentially get the club championship, but then also the Jafon's Award on top of that.
If you ask the folks at home who is the best, they'll probably say the DPS is the flashiest, but the real core is the support. We talked to Chio before the game.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Chio from Team Falcons. Chio, semifinals against T1. What are your thoughts? 자, 준결승전 T1과의 경기가 있습니다. 좀 어떠실 것 같으신가요?
우선 T1이 이번 한국 경기에서 2등 했었던 팀이었는데 이제 이런 큰 대회에서 준결승에서 만나게 돼가지고 같은 한국 팀으로서 기쁘면서도 많이 긴장되네요.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy that T1 climbed all the way up here, knowing that they are the second team from Korea to come up. So as a fellow Korean, I am very happy to face off against them. Now, talking about T1, I know that Donghak from T1 was also your former teammate. So does that even make you, I guess, want to win a little bit more? 자, 방금 이제 T1 얘기가 나와서 여쭤보고 싶은 게 동학 선수가 또 예전에 같은 T1이었잖아요. 그것 때문에 조금 더 이기고 싶은 마음이 좀 더 생기시는지.
아무래도 이제 하기는 좀 요즘 들어 많이 잘해가지고 경기도 되고 무서운 선수긴 하지만 꼭 이제 지고 싶진 않네요. 절대로 지고 싶진 않네요.
알겠습니다. I mean, I know that Donghak is a great player. He improved so much, and of course, yes, we were former teammates. And I just want to say, I really hope that I don't lose against him and against T1 as well. All right, Chio, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All smiles from Chio here, but on the other side of the stage, he is going to have his hands full with a very tough opponent, a team that has been flawless in the desert. Team 1, now sporting an 8-0 record, Jake. Are they the juggernauts Falcons have been waiting to take on?
I mean, Puckett, they're such an X-Factor team because they barely played. They just won 8 maps. They didn't lose any. They have been racing through the brackets so far, but this is a very different opponent. We see them arriving now on our Jamil Motorsport arrival cam. Players looking confident, ready. They're backed by one of the biggest, most storied organizations in esports. And yet, as you were saying, Rocket, they're going to be playing up against that home field advantage. They're such a unique team in how they play. We haven't seen that much of them. Puckett, this is one of the hardest games to call I've ever seen.
60 seconds to the stage, which means I need all of your predictions. I'm starting with the man who played in the competition and knows these guys better than anyone else. Rocket, who walks away with the dub.
I think if the Falcons fans are loud enough, it can be, I think they'll force it to a map 5, but at the end of the day, it's got to be a T1 3-2.
3-2, T1 in a game 5.
So hard to call, 50-50 for me. I think Falcons are on a bit of a run right now. T1, I don't know if they've been truly tested. They're looking amazing. I'm going to go 3-2 Falcons with the experience on their side.
Jake, you got 20 seconds.
I truly didn't think about this spread before time. I just couldn't come to a decision. But now, sitting here, I got to put my faith in the man, the myth, the legend, Chete Man. I got to believe in Merit. I think Falcons got this.
Falcons are going to the championship match to keep their hopes of an EWC Club Championship alive. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. It's time for the second semifinal.
Yes, yesterday we saw a massive upset on this very stage when Twisted Minds crushed the keys of one of the teams, the best teams to ever touch the game.
Absolutely, and our next match could see a similar shakeup. Because as you guys know, it is going to be the old guard versus the new, and this really does feel like a start of a new era for Overwatch 2.
It really does, I couldn't agree more, and we will be continuing in that very fashion in our second semi-final match. There's former teammates clashing, there is a lot of personalities on the server with something to prove. So I'm very excited to get this one started. Let's bring out our first teams. It's the Young Guns looking to topple the Kings. Make some noise for T1.
And their opponents, a star-studded Korean super team, eager to continue their reign with an added crowd buff. It's Team Falcons!
One team is defending their legacy, the other is here to build one of their own. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Fancy. It's Mitch Leslie and Matt Morello in the booth for this second semi-final matchup. We have Falcons who've had to fight tooth and talon every step of the way to make it a game like this. And their opponents, Matt, were a team that, at least here in Riyadh, have made perfection a habit.
Yeah, and every time we've seen Falcons, it seems like they kind of get pushed to the limit. T1, the complete opposite. They have just been destroying everybody that they have gone up against. This is another level, though, right? For T1, go up against, one of the best teams in the world, obviously, in Falcons, a team from their region. And there's some bad blood on the stage.
Yeah, I don't know if it gets talked about very often, but, we heard Chio share some words about Donghak on the other side of the stage. Well, I can tell you is that relationship was not always harmonious. I'm certain Donghak is going to be very pleased to have the opportunity to take his old teammates, veterans, who players that he looked up to for a long time and maybe still does, to task here in front of a hostile crowd. It's definitely a Falcons-coded arena.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, Twisted Minds, Falcons, Alcatia, just loads of fans here. For those teams. But T1, regardless of the crowd, they have not been phased through any of their games yet to drop a map through groups in the early rounds of the bracket. I mean, if you do something like that, the Falcons, I don't know how you could pick anybody other than T1.
Absolutely. It's easy to get on the T1 side, seeing their run through this tournament so far. The Falcons obviously have to fight through a 5-map affair against GK, the representative from North America. I mean, not only have these Titans shown that they're fallible in the past, I mean, this year they've shown that they can be toppled. Whereas in 2024, Falcons were the team. They were the talk of the town, and they were dominant in the matches that mattered.
And they went to 5 with Weibo during the group stage, right? Another Game 5 there for Falcons, so it has not been easy. This team also had to battle through the LCQ, right, which was a bit surprising to everybody. They make quick work of the teams in the LCQ.
There is indignity associated with being Falcons and having to fight through the LCQ. You know that smarts for them to think on. And the history for these two, Matt, they kind of dodged each other in the Korea playoffs, right? They didn't really come near one another. They played, I think, in week 3, and it was a 5-map series that ended up being a Falcons win. So when you see these two teams pitted against each other, you can probably throw the history book out here, wipe the slate clean, and have an open mind.
How many times can you go to 5 and come out on top, though, right? I know you've done it twice in this event. You've done it in the past in your home region. You always kind of clutch out those Game 5s. You'd like to see them put people away a little bit faster, a lot like T1.
The headsman's axe has given the Falcons a close shave on more than one occasion in this tournament. There's no mistake in it. In fact, these two teams' roads to this game couldn't be any more different. But there's something to be said for being tested, pushed to your limits, and really galvanized over the course of a tough run. Busan is actually our first map in this series. I feel like this one less commonly for sure.
I feel like we've only seen Lijiang Tower and Oasis in our game, so get a chance to see some Busan here early on. Now it looks like the bans here, Falcons will get rid of the Kiriko, and then T1 going to get rid of Tracer. So right off the rip, getting rid of Proper Tracer.
These backlines are going to be fun to discuss. It's Geo and Fielder, world champions in their own right. Winners, of course, of EWC last year. Up against Skewed and Vigilante, two players who absolutely drew their fair share of regard but never reached the same kind of heights, right? They were appreciated in a more niche kind of way, favored for certain picks. Skewed's Brig, for example, his stint on the Gladiators, I think, drew a lot of eyes to him. And Vigilante really got around in some of those teams towards the end of the OWL era.
And it feels like between those two and then Donkhack, these players are kind of like hitting their peaks right now, right? Like, we've seen these players on numerous teams over the last few years, and it feels like, though, now is the opportunity where they are kind of ascending in the region, in the world, with an opportunity to take down Falcons. And also, I mean, Proud and Zest have been nasty here at this event.
Yeah, Zest, of course, with the legacy coming from that Soul Infernal team, who carried the legacy of the Philadelphia Fusion in always kind of being that second place team. And I hate to say it, but that continued into the playoffs there in Korea, right? These guys still carry that burden of always being the bridesmaid. And that won't be answered in this kind of game. T1 have to go all the way to finally shake that off their back. But they're in prime position, and someone I'm looking at very closely is going to be Proud. He's the up-and-comer, he's the new blood, the one that's really fighting to prove himself after an extended stint in contenders on the multiple teams, notably Poker Face. He's one that, alongside Zest, are going to have to take it to another level to really try and match this DPS line on Falcons.
Yeah. And Fancy and Zoe talking about it in the intros are like, maybe it's a new guard. If Falcons were to lose here, right? It really is. Like, we haven't had an OWCS event end in any other way than Falcons
Crazy Raccoon.
With both of them being out here, I mean, that would be a really interesting scenario. Not just for this event, but even looking forward, as we finish out the OWCS year.
And we were dimly aware of teams like T1, Zeta, Division, sort of making their way into the wings there, of course, over in South Korea, but they never were able to put themselves in the international events, right? There were 2 slots, and they were almost always taken up by Crazy Raccoons and Falcons. So they finally made it here. Now they really have to make the most of the spotlight.
Yeah, and we're just waiting for the teams to get ready on stage, where you actually get a snapshot there of Fleta, the coach there for T1. Just kind of legendary player.
And of course, we have a result over at PUBG Mobile here. Yangoon Galactus taking victory over there. Fantastic result live from the Katia Esports Arena. And we are, of course, getting to Championship Sunday in a number of different games around the grounds here at the Esports World Cup. So with PUBG decided, many eyes are turning in the direction of Overwatch 2.
There's a lot of confetti there. PUBG.
That stuff is very slippery, by the way.
Yeah.
You've got to be if you walk on stage after that, you need to be very ginger about it. We are moments away, folks, from jumping into our second semi-final. Only one Korean juggernaut can compete in our grand final of the Midseason Championship. And we're here to decide the small issue of whether it will be T1 or Team Falcons representing.
I think it's a big issue with T1. Just the idea of them kind of running through everybody in a scenario where they don't drop a game would be incredible. They would have to deal with Falcons in a fashion we never really see anybody deal with Falcons, right? In a 3-0 scenario, Proper not going to be able to play the Tracer here early on. Curious what we'll get comp-wise from these teams. It looks like we're going to get Falcons here with the Venture Soj, and we're going to see Malga come out. And how do you even build up a railgun that fast to take out Skewed? Merit just deletes him right off the rip.
There's something we're going to track over the course of this game. Malga is absolutely a sponge for this damage, and as Sojourn, you can farm rail after rail off
Merit, though.
Proud here, already working the fringes of the map. Merit being punished for his early hubris now, putting T1 at a potential advantage. They've already moved down to the point to begin this cap. Falcons still want to get their ducks in a row, but they are going to dip a toe on the point to contest. Immortality field cleared, though Proud has been pretty sharp on many of these bolts coming across the map, just mindful of Proper encroaching on his space.
Yeah, and the kill that Merit gets happens so fast. There's not an opportunity to take the point as Donghak extremely low, has to use the cardiac overdrive early.
And it's going to give him a lot of healing, though. Someone wasn't even there to be charged through. Donghak is going to make use of that ability now in the aftermath to get around behind Merit. Still not capping the point quite yet, and Merit is definitely threatening. Good stop, and that's the finish for Donghak. Couldn't have asked for much more, and Merit had nowhere to go.
Now we'll see Falcons decide to make some changes. That's T1. It took a little bit, but they're able to flip that point. So no more venture here for Proper. Gonna go play the Reaper. So Reaper can get right in Mauga's face, cause a ton of problems.
The Wraithwalk is important though. Proper needs to save it for when that shoulder charge comes in. If he gets stomped by the Mauga, he's gonna be picked up and he won't be able to fulfill his job as a tank buster in this composition. Fielder here with an air matrix in play, but can't really play around it comfortably. This is awkward. That's been destroyed, but Donghak eventually gets run over by this Reaper-based composition. Zest, though, would like to have something to say about it, but without Proud, it's going to be a long climb up a steep incline. Zest knows he's cooked, and it might be trying to switch it up here for T1.
I mean, they did everything to try and keep Donghak alive, right? The immortality field, the amp matrix healing, and then a sound barrier, and not able to do so. And I agree with you. I thought we may have seen them decide to make a change, right? With the Mauga still being a little bit of a sponge, but potential cage fight, tectonic shock action coming in here shortly.
We've got a bit of everything. Here's the overclock for Merit, though. Again, Donghak is going to be a sponge to much of this damage. Merit having to make use of that just to chunk the enemy tank nice and low. Proper goes deep, though. Actually has to Wraith walk away. This could be a little bit risky now if there's a charge that comes in from Donghak. Field had an immortality field, and it's an annihilation in play here for Falcons now, stifling any further aggression from T1.
And that's a tectonic shock. Zest ends up trying to use it there as players are pushing in through that choke. He gets killed right away, and Falcons ends up taking the lead.
Bowler shot here for Proud. Not a whole lot to combo with outside of maybe a cage fight to tie a couple of players closer together. But Proper might be more than happy to be caught in a cage fight right now with the Death Blossom at the ready. Dom comes in, there it is, Proper with the proper response. Comes in with the Death Blossom now, it is enough healing to keep T1 alive. By the looks of things, and there's a bowler shot held onto by Proud. Now someone under extreme duress, Nemesis form expiring, and so does his life force. This should be T1 in a position to touch, but it's pretty risky playing into this amp matrix from the high ground, and they've been cut down to size. Sharp shooting by Fielder as Proud is downed.
Yeah, yet skewed here as well. Donghak's going to come back on the ball, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Even with some of those kills for T1 to flip it, it's a really risky play there by Fielder to end up using that amp matrix, but pays off.
Okay, Vortex going to tuck Donghak back to earth. It's going to be a sound barrier drawn out from Skewed here. Chio already had one of his own. Proper has an opportunity to work the backline here, and Proud has to step up to force him back. Proper will acquiesce. Happy to play the low ground now as we're at 97% and counting for Falcons, and Proper can simply wait. Find a flanking angle. He hears likely Zest quite close by, and there's going to be a touch at some point here from T1, and Zest then has to step up, but Proper was in hot pursuit, and now will push him on the point. Donghak with a power driver. Merit caught out, still gets a rail in the direction of the wrecking ball, but not enough to draw any concern from Donghak. Drops to the point. There's going to be a contest, but Proper's healthy, and Zest has to drill rush away. No momentum for Donghak as he tries to swing, and eventually you've got to face the music. You've got to face down the Hellfire shotguns, and Proper is quite pleased about having his opponents come to him this time. First round, Team Falcons signed and sealed.
See when Donghak is trying to swing there on the wrecking ball, the Vortex from Ramatra just slows down, kills all momentum, not able to get sky high for a pile driver. Take a look at some of the highlights. Started off pretty decent, but once Proper went to the Reaper, there's so much pressure onto this Mauga, not able to keep Donghak up.
And at one point you call it out. T1 do everything they can to keep Donghak alive. Every defensive
this fight right here
thrown in
was crazy, right? Field are able to use that amp matrix on the high ground, kills Proud, and then just have one more player down below. Vigilante not able to get there and touch the point. So that ends up giving them the point for the extended period of time. All right, so we're gonna see someone on D.Va here. So they're gonna take a page out of Alcatia's book, play the D.Va with the Sim.
Yeah, this comp looking to be the flavor of the month right now. Looked very good in that previous match. T1 though, a bit of a different tilt of this. Donghak going to start on the signature wrecking ball. tricky here to try and keep pace with Falcons as they teleport across the map. And are shooting this high ground early on. T1 more interested in playing close around the point here or work this corner. Merit has to be careful of the Wrecking Ball, but the flashbang is a decent way of limiting the mobility of the enemy tank.
Proud just trying to take this angle here on the Freya. You can find any of these kills from above. A few explosive shots go in. Some damage down on the Proper, but Proper's going to take out Skewed.
Yeah, not enough there from Proud. Not enough pressure put down on Falcons. Needs more of those direct hits, and DongHack lacks the support there. The Wrecking Ball is dealt with, and Falcons definitely seat themselves in the correct composition to go up against what T1 are trying to throw at them.
I mean, Zest barely makes it out there with his life as Falcons gets control of the point. Double support all coming up. Look how, I mean, between Fielder and Chio, just lapping Vigilante and Skewed here at the moment. A little bit harder with how spread out T1 is to build up that healing.
It's a massive gap, man. Someone shows that he can play anything, literally anything, but that's a good pick, a good way to start the fight. Merit's off the field. Now DongHack can start rolling into these backlines with greater impunity and less concern about the hindrance of the Cassidy. Prob's in trouble, and Chio's going to commit a sound barrier to this fight. Falcons want to hold on to the point, but there's a bowler shot here for Proud that is audacious from Fielder, and it pays off. Nobody doesn't like him. Gets rid of Proud, but there's more work to be done, and with Proper having been felled earlier on, the gambit for Fielder unfortunately just pales in comparison to the impact that T1 have over most of the fight. Vigilante, though, was finally toppled.
And they still have Chio here to maybe get a touch, so they should extend it for a little bit longer. Somewhat now it gets to the point. Tectonic shock here, gonna break that immortality field.
That still has to be careful about playing on this corner.
They have everybody back.
Yeah, they just flipped the point to T1, so happy to drag this fight a little bit longer, but there's going to be a sim wall in play. Zest can, of course, go under or over, as seems to be the case. Big connection there with the drill rush, and Proper is out of the game for the time being. Fielder the next target for the Venture by the looks of things, and Merit doesn't have a whole lot to shoot at right now. Fielder was dealt with. Self-destruct triggered for someone. He can't get to Merit's aid right now, and no defense matrix to stop the ball's damage. Now eyes over to Chio, but he doesn't really have any interest in staying in this fight. T1 have done enough here, Matt, to stay in control.
Yeah, and someone will get taken out late here on the Baby Diva, so we'll see T1 regroup yet again. Now T1 has a pretty sizable advantage, right? With that sound barrier, use it to maybe engage. See how they decide to use it here. Is DongHack on the ball, being a bit of a nuisance, right? Trying to go through those TPs, making it hard.
Yeah, or at least just maybe preventing some players from getting through the TP, causing some spacing that's bad for T1. There with a Deadeye. Got to be dodged away from by most of T1, but in doing so, Vigilante puts himself in harm's way. Zest at no risk of being knocked off the map. He's got the mobility to sort of right his course, but Proud was forced out of the fight. Was only able to find Shield. He's going to have to hope it's enough. A trade. Mutual kills there. Zest and Merit go after each other as Proper is dealt a death blow. And with a flip there midway through the fight, and Merit with confidence to beat a Lucio. Falcons will stick it.
T1 decides to hold onto their amp matrix, and I'm curious if T1, because DongHack is so fast, you have a window here where someone is going to be coming off a spawn. They decide to amp the pace just a little bit. It looks like they'll actually get DongHack onto the point.
Speaking of windows, Pops is in immediately. All the Falcons appear in their midst. T1 are making it competitive, though. Zest was able to still fight his way towards Fielder. I mean, this plays into T1's strategy somewhat. Falcons have to group up to play through this TP. They've got to go as 5, and if Venture is there, they are very good at capitalizing on clumped opponents.
And that's a scenario that you can only make work with the Wrecking Ball, right? DongHack able to make it back to the point so much faster, especially when someone dies a little bit earlier before. Is now Proper's going to go over to the Venture, so they decided to ditch the sim altogether.
It's changed the game plan somewhat for Falcons. Now someone's going to be more mindful of doubling back and helping the back line. Proper on the Venture. Pretty simple game plan. Get to the back line, pressure the Baptiste, knock him out of his own immortality field, and get him off the map early.
Nice
beautifully just around the corner. It's like watching Wanted. Self-destruct here for someone, but it's a bit superfluous. He can only get back in the neck and basically have it stripped from him straight away. Out he comes again, and T1 have done it here. They force Falcons off the sim comp, and they take the round.
I think that ball comp definitely gives them some trouble, right? You're trying to get everybody through these TPs, whether it's just a roll in to put some damage down, right? A slam as they come out of it. DongHack just making their lives very difficult on that Wrecking Ball, and I think one of the bigger things is that one fight where someone gets demacked, even though it is Falcons who win it, he has to reset, get a new mech. And because you're playing the ball, you can flip it rather quickly.
Now, we talked about someone's flexibility a lot over the course of this game, just how we can kind of do it all. The asterisk on that is the Wrecking Ball. Now, there are a lot of South Korean tank players here who can play that role. Donghak, Junbin, Neilgaru. Someone doesn't really play ball, not a lot, not at this level anyway. So that just might not be an avenue open to Falcons. They're going to go with the Cassidy Sim and D.Va once more, though.
Well, ball is, I mean, ball has become a little bit more mainstream as of late. There's a hinder there. I mean, Donghak not going to be able to roll out and live through that. But it's not a tank, I think, would be like a requirement for somebody to be able to play. It's a very nice
bit of a specialist role.
Yes, he's still a specialist.
Kind of how players like Infected put themselves on the map as well. There was a time back in Dallas where he was the only North American tank player that was willing to go there. And there's definitely spots for it. This map especially favorable for the Wrecking Ball, and it sort of stands to reason why T1 might have wanted to take us to Busan, which is uncommon.
It's Immortality Field out already, though.
There's the option not to try and knock anyone out of the Immortality Field map and try and just play around the fringes of it, but still find players looking at the Venture once they emerge.
Yeah, maybe if he gets a kill on a proper there, are able to get back. He's working with Donghak. They're able to make something out of it there, but not able to finish off proper. It'll be the point in favor of Falcons here. See if Proud can maybe find some shots there from range here across. Yeah, Doom is an interesting one. We haven't seen much Doom here in the games that we casted. Really just one time from Painkiller. So
it's still a tank hero that can struggle with the hindrance of the, the Cassidy Flash, but obviously very effective at displacing the D.Va, making half her to get where she needs to be. I do feel like this is a bit of a risk that Donghak is taking. And obviously the first fight for the Doom doesn't bode well for them, but that's Zest getting picked off more so than Donghak struggling individually.
Yeah, you're not going to go in if you're T1 and you don't have Zest. The combination with the Venture and the Doom, that's what you're looking to do here. Nice route here from T1, trying to force down Falcons to the point.
TP is cleared at least. Ball shot in the hands of Proud, but D.Va of course can mitigate that ultimate. Proud is now aware of the setup here on the left side of the map. There's an air matrix in play. Fielder staking his claim to this little area. TPing his team, trying to close it on Proud, but he's able to skitter away only just. Sound barrier now for T1. It's time to go, they say. Same from Falcons. They reciprocate an overshield and the bowler shot thrown in the vicinity of the wall. The Sim ultimate really just muddles the mixture for T1 and they cannot connect with their win conditions. Falcons here have had a cruisy round.
Yeah, without the ball and the verticality of the last point, T1 has definitely struggled here mightily on our final point on Busan. T1 does end up holding on to their Amp Matrix, so you're really just looking at Vigilante and Proud getting the benefits of it. One of them's going to have to go big.
Proud has to do so much with these off angles. He'll always play away from where the Wrecking Ball or the Doom is in many of these cases. And it's on him to secure some of these final blows. A little bit of damage, it's all well and good, but he needs to do more than just follow up on his ball. Then I hear for Merit, no connection, free reload though, he'll take that. Proud bowled over on the point, isolating himself, but Donghak's able to get in there and Chio exposed to the Doomfist for a moment, allows for a pickoff. Orbital Strike comes in to dodge the self-destruct, and someone subject now to that tectonic shock. Zest right where he wants to be, on the point, loud and proud. T1 able to shut Falcons back and finally get some traction here, but it's still 2 DPS to worry about. An air matrix, that's a problem. Fielder guns Zest down as he stood proudly in front of the window. Now eyes over towards Donghak. He's still a problem, still disruptive, and he knocks Proper into the wall. Skewed there for the finish off, and T1 at least get on the board.
Yeah, and I think Falcons saw potentially it was winnable because Proper is just ramping on that Sim throughout the entire time. They use the Amp Matrix to try and heal him back up. They get that Immortality Field in, and they have Chio coming off of respawn, but T1 does a nice job eventually getting Proper out of the fight. Look at this, Proper gonna go over to the Sombra here, so a rare Sombra play here from Proper. We'll see, this is gonna be really effective against Donghak.
Yeah, the only way this is more hostile to the Doomfist is if you mix in a Brigitte. Eventually, Falcons have had to concede that they need to answer that threat of the Doom. Sim just a little too squishy, a little too immobile to risk playing up against that Doom. And there it is, someone has to play second fiddle. He's going to chase out the Donkak, who's hacked instantly, but the damage is done before Proper can have an impact. Zesta and Proud combine, and they claim the backline of Team Falcons, and T1 have decided to make this a proper game.
And dude, T1 gets quite fortunate there. They open up with the first 2 kills. Skewed sound barrier doesn't connect with Donghak while he's hacked, which is one of the worst case scenarios probably for them at the moment, but they still come up with those early first 2 kills, which ends up taking the fight. Now an opportunity here to steal his point.
Sound barrier for Chio, but Vigilante is going to have the window, and very quickly someone gets chunked down. In time, though, Chio responds with the sound barrier, and someone is still fighting fit for now. Bowler shot at the ready for Proud, but he holds off on it as Merit will clear the room with this Deadeye. No one to be seen. Zest has to drill rush away from that line of sight, the Cassidy, and keeps his life as a result. Proud still patient, methodical, 94% and counting here for T1, and on the flanks is where the fight is happening, and Merit comes to the rescue of Fielder. Geo falls, but there's an air matrix in play. Immortality Fielder has to be deployed for the Baptiste now, and Zest steps up. He's hacked, he's down. Proper deals with him with 35 points of health left. He's done enough yet again. Donghak has got nothing to do but to try and work the fringes, but it's too little, too late for T1. And the gauntlet is thrown early in the series. Falcons are here to play.
That one goes all the way down to the wire. And I gotta say, if Merit doesn't get that kill on the Proud, he probably kills Fielder in that type of one-on-one situation. And without the Baptiste at that point, what happens for Falcons is Merit comes up with a huge kill there, the biggest one of that first snap.
All across this map, Fielder's been a focal point for Falcons, and it shows. He salvages the round on Mecha Base just when T1 looked like they were about to get back into control. He goes for a short-handed amplification matrix and blows Proud up. Those two surely had a grudge to settle on multiple occasions over this map. With the presence of mind of Merit to turn around and peel as Cassidy for his teammate may have secured that map for Falcons.
It's also wild as we take a look at the coaches getting ready for map number 2. We've been around so long that we now see Sparkle and Fleta as the coaches for a team. Those two, just legendary players in their own right. This game is as close as can be. That is T1's first map loss here. We'll see where they decide to take us, right? This is the kill. Oh, just 2 shots there.
This game is
from Merit. I mean, that puts him away.
It's so rich in history, isn't it? Flash Flux versus Element Mystic, Soul Dynasty versus Dallas Fuel, now T1 versus Falcons. It is wild to me. T1, of course, are the upstart team out of South Korea. One that, until this point, wasn't able to put themselves in these conversations, to give themselves a spot at the table in these international tournaments. As soon as they secure it, they breeze through the groups. Incredible stuff. We're going to hear from, I said hello to him earlier actually in the hallway. Chris Chung is standing down on the stage for an interview with Zoe.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I have Chris Chung with me, the head of APAC at Team Falcons. You are playing in front of a home crowd, quite a buff. They are loud, they are proud. What does that mean to you and the team to be able to do that and just being so close to manage to get to the grand finals, actually, not semifinals?
I mean, we talked about it all the way even through LCQ that we're so excited to play in front of our home fans. I mean, you can just tell they're so energetic. You know, this is like one of a lifetime experience for all our players, so it's been wonderful.
Yeah, you just mentioned it, the LCQ. That is something we did not expect Team Falcons to be in, but they really rallied, they really came back. How did you prepare for this event specifically after the LCQ?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, they believed in themselves. You know, they know that they're good enough. Obviously, we had some mishaps for stage 2, but, you know, they didn't let them stop them for, you know, obtaining what they wanted in LCQ, and, you know, we just kind of go from here on out.
Right on. Now, if we're looking at the other side of the stage, we call them the young blood, the next gen of Korean esports elite in Overwatch. Is that in the back of the mind of all these veterans from Team Falcons?
You know, they could probably think that way, but they also know that T1's very talented. I think they respect them, but they also know that, you know, our Falcon players are very experienced. They've been through pretty much in every situation. So, you know, I just told them just believe in yourself, and that's it.
Right. You make a good motivational coach right there. And I know you're not just in charge of these guys, you're covering all things Team Falcons in APAC. And we have so many different titles here at EWC as well. Club Championship on the line. And as of yet, Team Falcons still need to qualify for those. How much running around do you have to do to like check in on everyone?
Well, you know, it's a group effort. I mean, we have a lot of people in our leadership that kind of help each other out. You know, like you said, we don't have that gold medal yet. We're still hunting for that, and we're really hungry, and hopefully we can capitalize on that today.
Well, this team is so close to getting one step closer. Chris, thank you so much for joining us, and we are heading back to our castles, Mitch and Matt.
It takes a village to take a team from LCQ, the champions here at a Midseason Championship. So far, not so shabby for Team Falcons. First map secured. It's a competitive one. It's a frothy affair between both these teams as Donghak's Wrecking Ball causes some disruption, sows some discord. But as we got to Sanctuary, we realized that Falcons seem to have had their measure. Merit's Cassidy looks sublime, proper flexing a little bit, showing us the venture after coming off the sim. They had to deal with Wrecking Ball and then Doomfist. And like Chris Chung said, this Falcons team have been in basically every conceivable situation possible as far as an Overwatch competitor is concerned. These things come second nature to them, and they handle that T1 affront with aplomb.
What do you think of the Doom swap? I think obviously the point has something to do with it, right? But it felt like the ball, and look, maybe once they get rid of the sim, right, the ball is not as important. And then you're looking for more like with the power block, the survivability there of the Doom and just the crazy mobility of the Doomfist. But it seemed like it wasn't nearly as effective as the Wrecking Ball. It might just also be with a different comp from Falcons.
As far as I can tell, Donghak seemed to feel like the committal nature of Wrecking Ball was getting him picked off a little bit more often than he would like. Doomfist is still subject to that hindrance from Cassidy's flashbang, but you know, has a pretty easy way to get out. Like, has this mobility that doesn't force him to be all in. And Doomfist used to be like that. Obviously, back when, God, remember when he was a DPS hero. He obviously can get out of these situations and could also outpace the D.Va a lot of the time. Hanbin coming in here for Falcons for someone. Now, this is a substitution we have not seen here in Riyadh.
No, we've casted a few games from Falcons, and at all times, it has been someone. So here, a little bit of a curveball, bringing in Hanbin. So obviously, the map has something to do with it. We can see here on our screens, I saw a peek from one of the players as well. It'll be Circuit Royale, the selection here for T1. T1 also gets rid of D.Va here, so we saw someone pilot the D.Va, but Hanbin, a very good D.Va in his own right. And then Falcons has gotten rid of Ilari here, so don't want to play that double flex backline, don't want to give it as an option to T1.
In this part of his career, Hanbin has become much more of the pinch hitter, a specialist that comes in to really fill particular maps. In the past, he was not that, right?
That's wild to say.
He was the go-to. But, you know, in the early days on this Falcons team, he was alongside Smurf, the two of them sort of juggling duties. Yeah. You know, Hanbin, I think one of his most legendary moments was probably in 2023, like at the Junker Queen play that we saw in Toronto at those, you know, that sort of grand finals for the Overwatch League. In the past, we've seen him on more of those less mobile tanks, but his Winston back in the day was a thing to be feared. So when this guy comes in, you can kind of expect anything.
He's strapped up. He's got the arm sleeve. He's got wrist tape. I mean, he is ready to game you.
Listen, as the years come in, you know, you've got to do what you can to stay competitive, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, you got.
I'm waiting for it. Yeah, go on.
I wasn't gonna say anything mean about you. I wasn't. I was just gonna make a comment.
Yeah. Was it about me?
I mean, there's potential. We'll never know. We'll never know.
I touched it with the quick real good there. But yeah, this Falcons roster making the shuffles. They feel like they need to give them the edge. This is a good sign for them. T1 obviously coming into this matchup and getting to pick that first battleground. For Falcons to be able to take a win away there is massive. Now they only have to win on their map picks.
I mean, T1 we haven't seen pick a map all tournament, right? This is their first one. So
outside of being the top seed,
outside of being the top seed, but like in the a loser pick scenario, after Control, have not seen them. So if you're Falcons, right, with Hanbin coming in, what is it that you would see him potentially play, right? We've seen someone play a lot of Ramatra for this team, right? We've seen someone play Arisa, yeah. Sigma, I don't think is like meta per se. I don't know if that's something that Falcons, maybe there's some type of comp they think they can fall back on.
I think the Mei is too threatening to Sigma on this map to really play it with any degree of confidence. And what we've noticed is once Mei is able to get that major perk that allows her to freeze the enemy target briefly, she is really, really punishing. Now, Ramatra, obviously, we've seen in a lot of those matchups because when he's perked up, so to speak, that Vortex becomes much more dangerous to step into. Just that slowing effect is extremely annoying and hard to counter. So both of those heroes aforementioned have that powerful crowd control. Slows in Overwatch are extremely oppressive in such a fast-moving game where heroes like Lucio are so often prioritized. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. And I'll be honest with you, Matt, Crowd has to play a lot of off-angle, on that Busan map. Really, has to manufacture a lot of solo kills. And, we see him. He actually gets a first pick on Merit right at the start of Busan. But I feel like on that last round, he was not able to do enough as that Freya. He was not able to secure those kills. And even when he gets close, when he goes after Fielder, gets shut down midway through, it feels like that was the round over then and there.
And I think that's what's so difficult about going up against a team like Falcons. I mean, Merit and Proper, when was the last time you could say one of them, you've been like, they had a terrible game? It feels like they're just kind of always locked in. And then everybody else on the team, right, from the tanks to supports, are so consistent that you're going to need on your side the same level of consistency out of your tank and supports, but then your damage dealers hit another level and at minimum match the output of Merit and Proper.
Yep. A lot to ask for. That is a prerequisite. That's the entry fee to try and take on a team like Falcons. And that's what T1 have invested in. Let's see if they've got the goods for us on Circuit Royale, a map often picked by teams that favor that specialist approach. Want to get it out of the way early. Legend of your game on the screen there. Fleta presiding from the coach's post.
Hoping somebody is influenced by the Admiral Lifeweaver. Yesterday, that was just next level. If you guys missed that game, I mean, you gotta go check out Admiral's play on the Lifeweaver. I mean,
yes. I don't know if that's quite a communicable disease as it would need to be to make its way to this game. Weaver has viability.
Yeah, Weaver fever is not spreading around, you would say.
Give it time. Yeah, pretty good. That Tree of Life obviously really hit the mark when it came down. We might still get to see some of that later on in the tournament. Regardless, Hanbin in for Team Falcons. T1 here with the Orisa composition. No Iliari on the board. Vigilante and skewed will be Lucio Baptiste pilled for this map.
Bizess playing Sim. So we'll get a Sim comp here for T1. The reason they bring Hanbin in to play Hazard, that is one. Don't really see it. Ooh,
about this apple?
Yeah, I like this. But the Zarya doesn't really make much sense because the D.Va's gone, right? You wouldn't exactly play that. So maybe it is to play something, but more on the defensive side of things, right? And you're going to go with the Ram here on offense.
Yep. Ramatra seems like the most likely suspect here. But it's something that someone plays, so this might be map specific, something that Hanbin has been practicing with. No, okay.
All right.
We are going to have the Zarya regardless.
Yeah, so they're going to play Zarya into this.
Zarya venture, importantly.
Yep, you're going to use these bubbles here to just charge up Hanbin. And Hanbin Zarya is filthy. Yeah, so if he can get charged up, we are in for a treat here. As putting it on the Proper right away. Proper getting out of the way.
And these Sim turrets can be used by T1 to get that free charge. Or rather by Falcons. There's nothing T1 can really do about that if they're set up. That little car wash. Hanbin is sitting at 80 charge here, which is right where you want to be, with 2 bubbles still available. He goes Proper. Hanbin looking to draw a bead on the position of his venture player. But then high ground could be an issue. Very charged up. Hanbin now just happy to trade damage with Donghack. It's really about his teammates finding the opening for him. And Proper has established control of that high ground point. Look at that dive over towards the rest of T1. This guy is ready to knock some heads together. He's found Proud. Nice pick off. Proper might be punished for this, but love that swift Suzu. That is dirty so from good. Fielder.
I mean, that is so sick there from Fielder. At the last second there, gets over to Proper and able to keep him alive. And so what they do there, right? Hanbin just kind of slowly working with Proper, gaining charge. then once he's fully charged up, you just run down Donghak. Donghak can't stand there and trade with the Zarya, right? You just mow down his armor and then just move on in.
Here comes Proper once more. That dive into the backline can always be assisted by Fielder now. That's something T1 have to be keenly aware of. Sound barriers coming online for both sides. An all-in fight, virtually inevitable at this point. As Donghak goes low. He's too low for this. Oh, that's not ideal at all. Skew didn't have sound barrier in time. That might have been a miscommunication, but T1 jumped the gun. And Donghak sent off to the glue factory as a result.
Well, they try and push in, and Hanbin, not on with him, but you could see the beam. I mean, he was so charged up, and the armor of the Orisa just evaporates, and you see what happens there. He just gets blown up into the skybox. So you actually see Fielder turning around. They know Proud is down here, so they know they have an advantage on the front of the fight.
All right, Proud still not involved in the action just yet, but Merit now realizing there's someone behind them. Bowler shot thrown in from long range, disruptive, but doesn't find a kill. It's Merit with a headshot on Proud. That's a big one. Proper pushing into the backline, and there's nothing Vigilante can do. Tectonic shock will account for the backline. And folks, this ain't even close so far.
No, this is a stomp. Falcons will take that second checkpoint. They'll push on up. We'll see Donghak now switch over to Ram. So this might be a little bit harder for Zarya to play into, right? You have that shield that you can just kind of play behind as that Ramatra. The Nemesis form a little bit nicer in terms of just trading that upfront damage with the Zarya. It's Proper. You're going to change over to Tracer here. That's the only adjustment for Falcons at the moment.
Hanbin may switch after this Graviton Surge is deployed. There's no Life Weaver pedal to save T1 from that dire ultimate. Your eyes peeled for that one. Grav came out at some point. Good catch, actually. And Immortality Field's not going to be enough to protect T1. Turns out that Zarya ultimate's still just as good as it was 6 years ago. And Hanbin converts beautifully on that ultimate. Donghak belatedly dragged down, and once again, Proud
has been here the entire game. I mean, he ends up dying and then somehow ends up behind.
What are we doing here?
Again. All right, so he trades with Merit, so I guess he'll have a spawn advantage here. Looks like Chio going back. He'll escort Merit back into the fight once he is off, but the payload moving closer towards the end with a lot of time here for Falcons.
Bob having switched later, you'll notice there's a mild perk disadvantage here, but still going to do all the things that Tracer does well. Fielder caught there, likely perhaps a swift step, just an overextension. He was looking for something. Pretty much alone.
Yeah, nobody to swift step back to, right? So he gets up, taken out there. The Hanbin, obviously he moves back there, but no, they had an opportunity like, okay, go back to the spawn and swap. They don't take it. As Falcons rotates here, they're going to try and take this high ground and let Proper pressure the cars.
Okay, Tech Shock combined with his Amp Matrix here, but Zest doesn't like what he sees. It's the sound barrier from Falcons. They're willing to throw down. They call the bluff of T1 and establish control of this high ground. Now Zest is going to be caught on the stairwell, and he's going to have to give this up as well. But Falcons have done all the bluff they can. They've got this balcony. They know Venture's about to emerge in their midst, but Proud is down by Merit, and that's not a good sign for T1. They can't keep your eyes on it. No one pushing it right now because Donghak's contesting, but it's getting awfully close to the goal. A Kitsune rush on the high ground now, and eventually Donghak is brought to his knees. Merit ain't going anywhere, folks. He is going to sit up here, proud as a peacock. And T1 have got nothing to say here on Circuit Royal.
Just an absolute drubbing there by Falcons. I really love what they did. So they're working around that outside towards that high ground towards the end. You just have Proper on the Tracer, threatening the cart push, right? So Donghak can't leave, can't kind of roll back to the staircase, can't leave the Tracer there unattended. And it allows them to just bully the members of T1 off that high ground. And then, I mean, it's a shooting gallery for Merit at that point.
This grab here, of course, Immortality Field, a pretty good answer to it. But Harmon knows exactly how to work around it.
I don't think you play this on defense, though, right?
Unlikely. You really want to try and get value out of your Zarya bubbles, and when you're defending, attackers can disengage or deny you that value just a little easier. Won't be a hog out the gates for Donghak, but we can only hope. Been over to something a bit more standard here. A hero very much still, though, within his wheelhouse is the Ramatra.
Widow Sojourn here for Falcons. So we don't see a lot of teams play like the double kind of hit scan per se anymore. some teams we see will play like the Hanzo on this map at times.
Like the Sojourn Freya we've seen mixed in a little bit.
We've seen Falcons run that, the Soj with a Freya, but
it's never really hit the mark for me.
No, I've never seen it where we're like, oh, that looks great. But see, for T1, see if they decide to match this Widow, or we're just getting a shot here off the rip as Gio will take a body shot. Proud will go back. It'll be Freya here for Proud. So see how he deals with this Merit Widow on the other side.
First and foremost, you've got to take that high ground. Force Hanbin off there, all of T1 just shove forward. Merit doesn't expect those bolts coming in over the top of the buildings. Now where, of course, the Proud is still on the Freya. For a decent sideline is the Widow. Oh, yes, he's lucky to be alive. He crossed, and it was a nice shot from Merit that almost cleaned up the Venture. But now Merit has to give up some of this ground and play towards the coast.
This is pretty hard to play the Venture into, right? Like playing Venture into this, where Venture wants to just access backlines and, you know, a little bit more static targets with the Sojourn and the Widow can create so much distance.
Great pass, Hanbin, goes Zest. Hoping to emerge in the middle of the backline here, but everybody ready for it, everyone attending, and that was a great Suzu again from Fielder. Proper kept alive, but not for long. It's Proud doubling down on that fight, and Merit has plenty of targets to shoot up, but the crosshairs aren't quite lining up where they need to. Thankfully, he's got a whole team behind him, and Chio starts going wild. Proud's found his second elimination there of this fight, and Fielder realizes he's bit off more than he could chew with Skewed, who will push the cart further forward before backing off.
As Proper will change now and play Venture himself, so the Proper Venture has been nuts throughout this tournament. It's been one of the best looks we've seen. Is Hanbin getting dangerously low. Looks like he has to pop Nemesis for him just to back up.
Yeah, nobody wants to be using that for. Would love to try and push past Donghack with this. A lot of poke being taken, but Donghack has the Javelin spin. He too, though, has used an important cooldown before the fight's really begun. This is going to slow things down for T1, especially the sound barrier. That's just a warning sign from Team Falcons, and they're going to try and follow up on it. Skewed picked up by Hanbin, but he went deep. Donghack finding Proper might not be enough, though, to stop Falcons. Hanbin looking pretty safe, and Proud has been kept out of most of this fight.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Falcons, like, you haven't really gotten much from Merit on the Widow, right? Yeah. Like, we haven't really seen him get many picks, like putting down some damage, right? Where you would think in a scenario like this, T1 could get it moving as a headshot there, not enough to finish the player off, but it's just a matter of time, it feels like, before Merit starts picking off heads.
Does buy some time for Falcons. This is slow going by any metric for T1. They're trying to put together maybe like a fast speed forward play with a Terror Surge. And Matrix to follow up on it. Here we go. Proud able to pick off Popper first. That's something he's struggling to do on Busan. And it's a big part of the win condition. Minty wants to surge forward. And Falcons have been able to disengage, but they don't have much rope mat. The card is very close to the checkpoint. Zest looking over his right shoulder. Knows Merit's going to be peeking, trying to find the kill, and out of nowhere, Donghack hits him with the RKO. Merit, not a thing you could say about it.
But you lose Donghack, and then it's going to have Hanbin inside of the Kitsune rush with that Annihilation just playing that corner. I don't think you're going to be able to push this.
Yeah, these ults are being staggered out. It's a sound barrier that hastily has to be committed by T1, and the Annihilation comes in. Big damage though, great burst on Hanbin. Fielder with yet another Suzu keeps him alive. He can't keep getting away with the mat. That is just unreal. Hanbin unkillable.
I mean, that's horrible there for T1. I mean, you end up using your sound barrier there to try and push on through, but without Donghack, there's nobody who's going to be able to stand there on the cart, and then you have Proper coming off of respawn. You might have just burned your best chance if you're T1, because she is going to have this beat here.
Proud needs to make a play early. He was able to pick off Proper in the previous fight, and still T1 couldn't capitalize, so now he's being asked to do even more for this team. Go time for T1. They have to make the play here and now. Sound barrier from Falcons. They're going to get aggressive behind it. The Immortality Field was only up for a second before Proper skewers Vigilante. Merit, though, is the cost. Zest's able to get in the back line and deal with Chio and Hanbin. Slaps Zest silly, and now he's going to fight Donghack. He has the backup, though, of Fielder. But Donghack, all alone up against his upperclassmen, has to find a way to establish some control, and he will simply melt down. There's not a damn thing to do about it. Vortex in celebration, and Falcons string them together back to back. Hanbin, the super sub, comes in and lights them up.
Sparkle giving Hanbin all types of love as he comes in, plays tremendous. Some Zarya there on offense. And T1, man, had some opportunities there on their own offense. New Fielder, though, is just so nasty with it. I mean, this backline is just filthy. The amount of times we see somebody low on Falcons and Fielder just shows up out of nowhere, Suzu ready to go, keeps them alive, turns fights. Now T1's back is against the wall.
It was the 2023 World Champion subbed out for a 2022 champion. Embarrassment of riches in the reserve for Team Falcons, and they make use of its full measure to claim a consecutive map against this T1 squad. Can they bounce back these youngsters, these upstarts from South Korea, or will the old guard remain on the throne? We'll find out after this.
This land is calling.
In this clash of South Korean juggernauts so far, T1 have been weighed, they've been measured, and they've been found wanting. Team Falcons have their eyes on the prize, and that's a further distance than this game encapsulates. 2-0 is the series score, and T1 have one more chance to pick a battlefield to give them some kind of edge against their veteran upperclassmen.
Right now, it feels like T1 is like the little brother who thought, hey, I've been at the gym, I'm ready to challenge my big brother. They just get slept instantly. Falcons looks like they're in the mode of, hey, your time will come. It's just not today. They have just been so sick here. Through our first 2 maps in the set, the crowd goes crazy out there. T1's tournament life on the line here. They'll take us to Atlas.
I mean, if it's going to be a T1 win from this point onwards, it's a reverse sweep. Oh, and Falcons getting reverse sweep, I can't fathom it. It's unconscionable.
And the bans here, Mitch, T1, they'll get rid of Cassidy off the rip. And then Falcons, what will they decide to do? They will get rid of the ball, which is what we've seen Donghack excel on. Also of note, Hanbin going to stay in the game. So just, Hanbin MIA up until this point. Now just let him play 2 maps here in a row to try and get to the final.
Yeah, they've had him cryogenically preserved over the last 6 months, but apparently the climate out here, more than enough to thaw him, and he was warmed up as soon as he hit the stage. Diva for Hanbin, absolutely straight up in his wheelhouse. The T1 are going to come out here with the Sojourn and the Venture look. Merit, though, Reaper straight away. A bit of a fixture on Artless. No Malga to really make great use of it against.
Now, Merit's pretty filthy on Reaper, so we'll see him combo here with Proper. Use that defense matrix, right, to protect those two as they get into the T1 backline.
Right now you saw there, Donghack just pushing that left-hand side, trying to keep half of Falcons at bay. Merit down on the point there. Zest sees an opportunity to dive here. Merit just gets out. Both teams very
T1 though
here.
T1's like kind of getting surrounded here. They need to pick a direction and go. Right now, they're going to get collapsed on.
Yeah, they are, again, pretty distracted, but Proud opens up the account for T1. These teams were locked in a deadly embrace for so much of that fight. Merit still hasn't been able to draw blood in a considerable way. Nothing to write home about for the Reaper yet.
That kill by Proud is pretty huge, right? I mean, she has a lot of the speed, just kind of moving these players around the map. And I was a little bit worried because T1 drops to the point and they're giving up just flanking angles everywhere from Falcons, but that kill comes in, changes things.
To the rush now, Falcons know they've got a brief window here to exploit that advantage. Merit here with a Suzu, and Donghack eventually will be dismantled, sold for scrap. Hanbin now heads upstairs. He knows there's more of a job to do, but the rest of Falcons want to control this point, and Zest tries to touch. Is not going to get away scot-free.
Yeah, they will lose Hanbin, but we'll get him back in the fight quite quickly as Kitsune Rush, nothing to really counter this. If you're Falcons, you're looking to kind of kite it and then potentially just use that sound barrier to get back in, make it an interesting fight.
Speed boost used there by T1 to try and chase Fielder, who just disappears. He can use that switch step and gets out of the fight. Now they don't have it available for this engagement, but Donghack eventually gets his prize. Fielder, but lately he's going to be brought down. But Proud as an exchange might be something you consider worthwhile. Hanbin has a self-destruct opportunity to get back into the mech, and great positioning there from Merit, trying to make sure Hanbin can clamber back in. He does, and Falcons still have control. They can stall this out. Even without DPS, Falcons will be able to stagger this fight.
Yeah, because you saw Fielder and Chio here. Fielder is playing in that high ground, but the ability to TP out to Hanbin if needed. The Merit will move over to the Sojourn, going to match a little bit more long-range kill potential.
Vigilante pressured early Suzu there, but elsewhere, Chio just dies to Donghack. Unclear how that even happens. Looks like he got caught out. Maybe a Javelin was the end of him. Falcons are going to have to be content to get the 99 here, Matt, but they need a regroup.
Yeah, they're going to get a D-Mech on Hanbin as well, so going to have the full reset here for Falcons. The few fights we've seen Chio get picked off first, so
welcome back, Hanbin.
Keep an eye on that. Yeah, Hanbin's like, where did someone go? Bring him back.
And that elongated stagger is to the tune of about 22-23%, Matt.
It's going to make this a one-fight point, right?
I mean, Hanbin, I don't even know if he can touch the point, Matt. He's that far away. It's going to have to be someone else called upon to do it. Proper, maybe the delegate. No touch. Oh, proper.
Well, he did touch, but he touched so early, and they forced the recall so early that it was very early in that he didn't trigger OT, right? There's like a little bit of a window, a few seconds where you can touch, and then it triggers OT. Just falls outside of that window.
And just a slight tilt of the head. Proper knows that probably wasn't going to get overtime there. Suhan been punished by playing D.Va and just getting staggered out for a long period of time. Back over to our next flashpoint now, though. Falcons with a pulse bomb, Kitsune Rush, sound barrier skewed though. Tectonic shock for Zesty, sees an opportunity now to pressure down, and a Suzu has to be drawn out of field. They're going to go for it. Tech shock applied. Fielded with a Kitsune Rush though, and a disrupt the shot to try and keep T1 at arm's length. It's not enough. They barrel through. Fantastic identification of an opportunity to knock heads together.
Yeah, this is typically a time for Falcons where you would probably see like someone pick up like a Ram or something along those lines, maybe even match like an Orisa, where right now they're trying to get aggressive with this D.Va, not exactly working out, and Hanbin going to switch over to the Ram. I like the call. I don't think you were getting much out of the D.Va. You were trying to use that defense matrix, play aggressive behind it. Sure, you may have kept Proper alive a little bit longer, but was not really putting enough pressure there with the D.Va. So I like the swap here to Ram.
Yeah, again, I think, once again, Ramatra really perk reliant at this level. Now going to be a little bit behind in that metric after having switched pretty early. Kitsune Rush here for T1, but Falcons are able to diligently fall away from this. A pretty safe disengage, but it's still the issue of contesting the point. Proud, he's ready to go here with an overclock from the higher ground, but has to respect this sound barrier. Pulse bomb appended to the wall by Proper, but nobody there to be blown up by it. Hanbin, though, dives in. The Ramatra switch already having an impact.
Yeah, the speed there from Chio after the sound barrier gets the Ramatra and Tracer up on the high ground.
Oh, that's not supposed to happen. That is not supposed to happen.
No, but, well, Donghack also does get staggered up for so long. I mean, Proper's going to be back way earlier, but still, an interesting scenario. Proper just kind of trying to body block there, gets taken out. So
this gets you close to 50, though.
Yeah,
Falcons.
And Merit with an overclock, and you don't have like a sound barrier on the other side, he's usually good for 1 or 2.
Just needs that first pick. Sometimes that is your win condition in these fights. Pick on Vigilante, Proud, that'll do it as well. Zest potentially in an awkward spot here. No, sees Chio low, disrupt the shot thrown out to try and ward off the venture, but Zest ignores it, just goes under it. Merit now on the low ground, not exactly pride of place here for the Sojourn. Good damage on Zest, but he's able to get away regardless now. And Falcons, while they've gotten close, now need to avoid a stagger if they have any hope of contesting this point.
I mean, Zest has been crazy on the venture here, trying to keep T1 alive as T1 will flip. Probably an opportunity, though, for Falcons to come in and get a touch. They'll have Annihilation and Pulse Bomb here. Huge advantage, though, with that sound barrier.
Yeah. They feel really disadvantaged right now, Team Falcons. Gonna have a crack at it anyway. Tech shot claims Harmon straight away, and open and shut case, folks. That should be the end of that chapter. Was drawn out, still done with the crying on this second flashpoint as T1 string them together, keeping their head above water.
Yeah, so they will not go down easy. 2-0 here to T1 on Atlas. And they hold on to that sound barrier, Mitch. I mean, that is massive where you see the rotation pretty close for T1. They're going to be the ones who get here first in control. The Falcons, they're probably wishing they had a venture ban here. This is really taking over.
Still heads up to target the wrecking ball on a map like this. Probably would have been T1's preferred approach, at least on some of these flashpoints. They've made good use of the Orisa. Donghack has been stalwart, hard to shove over. Harmon experiencing that firsthand as we speak. But now you've got the Annihilation. Falcons have got a lot to work with. Another good Suzu there from field. It means Harmon is in a position to still command attention. But here come T1, mowed him over. It is ridiculous. They are just shrugging Falcons off. And again, we'll get to start with flashpoint priority.
Yeah, you have to use both support ults, but still, it doesn't matter, right? You push in there for T1. And once the venture gets going in that close quarter area, if you don't deal with this quick and starts building up shielding, Donghack there on the Orisa, it's very difficult for Falcons to fight that close up.
Already up to 30%, and it will take some time before Falcons get this point. Harbin realizing that all of a sudden Orisa behind him, It's a little bit awkward for the Ramatra to be in that spot. This is going to slow things down further. Hardman, no, Zest able to pursue the enemy tank and bring him down. It has been a tough day at the office for Hardman. It was kept in by his team for this extra map. Proper on Skewed is good. Terror Surge dodged by Proper. He can blink back now and see Zest fall into his waiting arms. Falcons off to a weird start in that fight, but short-handed. They still look to be able to win it out. There's still the problem of the Soj, but that is rectified by Proper. Will clean up the fight.
The biggest thing, though, for Falcons is they flipped this a little bit earlier, right? T1 was not able to contest that, so early in that fight, it actually does go over to Falcons, which is going to allow them to take the lead. That's a situation where T1, you have to have at least one person there on the point, ensuring that, I mean, what, you would have got an extra 30-40% out of that, where maybe, I know in a 99 scenario here for T1, but just like that, the game is flipped.
70% and counting. Zest approaching the flank for Chio. Eyes in the back of his head, sees the venture coming, and will do a little bit more to try and ward Zest away from the soft underbelly of the Falcons' composition. Overclock for Merit, there it is! Talked about those first picks being a kill condition, and finding Proud is about as good as it gets. Jackpot for the veteran DPS player, and that'll get Falcons a foothold in this Flashpoint map. It's going to be a 2-1 on Atlas.
Just like that, they get back into this map. Oh, you know, Faker plays for T1, right?
Man, that Saudi humor hits different. I'm a fan of that. Good banter.
So both teams going to get here about the same time. You're going to have Rush and Beat here for T1. I'm curious how they open things up. Like if they decide they want to try and really up the ante, go for it all here. It'll be a tectonic shock here early on.
Oh, Builder run into Bob the Builder could never. Oh, Zest. Oh, a literal tool of demolition and domination for T1. And again, much as the story's been so far this map, they will start in control of this fourth Flashpoint.
And he makes it look so easy. Tectonic shock, shoots one shot low, burrows, drill rush up to the high ground, gets right in Merit's space, and then picks up another two. Hey, I just saw those guys. Sign Esports there, hanging out. Looks like they're cheering for T1.
That's it.
We got some T1 fans.
Good to catch up with those boys over this weekend, doing it a proud, might I say. Hey, Javelin's been there for Jonghack, turns in Merit's direction. He'll just take another off angle, but he might have overexposed himself here. Awkward saved. Chigo's able to get a sound barrier just in time. T1 skewed, they lost him with Beat. Tough fight to come back into now if you're T1, but Chio is still extracted by Donghack. He's done a measure of damage, but not enough to silence the Falcons, who now will have their shot in the spotlight.
And that puts Falcons in a much better position, right? Because a T1 most certainly could have used that sound barrier there, probably ends up winning that fight. You look at where we are in terms of percentage, very well could have been the map. So Falcons clutching up there. Kitsune Rush with the Ramatra, with Annihilation. Just kind of be able to live through that sound barrier. A huge fight here coming up for T1. They do not want to see a final point here on Atlas.
Dangerous for Skewed. He's taking incidental damage from, it seems, every angle. Spots Harmon out in front. Knows he has to stay safe. He has to stick this landing, literally, figuratively, you name it. He needs this beat to work. Falcons getting up to 58% now. The Kitsune Rush is going to be disengaged away from. Falcons are going to feel like they have the onus to go and find a pick off this, but it's just not there to be had. T1 able to safely back away. Give Falcons some rope. And hope it's enough to hang on with. Here's Merit though now, his turn to have a crack at it. Vigi's in trouble, has to swift step away and he burns a Suzu pretty early. Merit eventually finds Proud. That's the pick for the Soju they were looking for. Zest is down, Fielder slaps him silly, and Hartman's Annihilation will be unanswered by T1. They committed the sound barrier, and it wasn't enough to keep them in the fight. Donghack is healthy though and will contest this, but that's all he can do to keep his team in the map so far. Skewed down, Merit finds him. Donghack dripping out, bleeding out on the point. And Team Falcons even things up on Atlas. We're going all the way here.
They've done a much better job dealing with Zest. He comes in on the venture, right? No Cassidy, so no hindrance available for Merit and Falcons. And they will actually get to this point first here. Oh, this would be a huge throw. I mean, T1 goes up 2-0 here on Atlas, their second map pick. That Falcon just kind of run it back here. It'd be a bad way to go out.
They've got to reverse sweep Falcons in this series, and first they've got to avoid being reverse swept on this map. Tough stuff. Vigilante Yep, sees Proper approaching. Big damage there. Already. So early, but Vinci got no choice. The stakes are so high. The margin of error is so slim, and Vinci goes down. It's at the cost of merit, though, and Zest has a tech shock that so far has been unanswerable by Falcons. Yet again, T1 will start with flashpoint control and have to hope to hold it to secure the map.
And they are so lucky to have Zest on their squad right now on the Venture. They lose Vigilante, and he also has the rush, so no opportunity to use it. But then Zest gets one, pops Tectonic Shock, gets another, finishes off a third towards the end, as he has really kept T1 alive on this map.
Both support ultimates up for Falcons. If they're going to use them, they better make it quick. Builder's the one to open. Suzu one Donghack, but he's still in the midst of it. A Maelstrom body surrounding him, and that's going to be a terror surge from Donghack for the extra durability, but it's not going to be enough to keep him standing. Surely, here's the annihilation. Soundbarrier comes out for Donghack. Scoot finds the ultimate at just the right time. Eventually, the tank falls, but on the periphery, Mirror was dragged down. Field to the next target. Hanbin has to do it all here, and Proper's on the clock. He needs to find another elimination now as Falcons are slipping. They're losing control of the map. Gio avoids the damage from the Venture and is able to find Skew with the boop. Hanbin is healthy, swinging at this Venture, and eventually Skew has to pop up. Zest goes for a drill rush and will be brought down. Good stall for T1, but Falcons now have their chance. They cannot give up this flashpoint. They cannot lose another fight.
As Donghack switches over to the Doom there towards the end to try and get a touch. He'll go back to the Orisa. I'm looking at here this overclock from Merit. Crowd has had a few opportunities with that overclock to kind of change the game, has not come up with much, where Merit working on these off angles, even just ripping the armor off of Donghack seems like a valuable use.
Proper's got that pulse ready. Early in these fights, he's been able to force these Suzus out of Vigilante to make things that much more awkward. Merit low, but he has an overclock as well. Falcons have got a lot to work with on the DPS side, but neither team have key support ultimates in play yet. They've got Donghack. Has he made a key mistake? He may have made a misstep, but he's able to back away for now. Zest throws himself in front to try and protect his tank, and it's worked.
Suzu's gone.
It's cost time, though. T1 have had to wait this out. They've got buffer, but it is quickly expiring. And Proper knows he's got to go for something here.
And these fights are taking so long to develop for T1. It's allowing Falcons to build back up the support ults.
96 and counting. Proper hunting. Donghack low. Javelin's been already used, and someone's going to have to get him back to full strength. It's Zest again called upon to save T1. Tech shock now as Hanbin gives it a respectful distance. Zest is hunting. Sound barrier should do the job. T1 have got everything they need to secure and get the flip. Now it's a matter of holding on and sealing the deal on Atlas. Fielder just stalling. Threw a Suzu down, Proper, and he will fall. Sound barrier for Chio, the only player to benefit from it. He's knocked away from the point as well. Team Falcons throw everything at T1, and the youngsters hold on.
Yes, getting Chio at the start of that fight. As Chio would have had beat, you would have beat like Annihilation. I mean, it probably would have swung in Falcons' favor. But Zest is not done just yet. I mean, you gotta think about that Venture ban if you're Falcons coming up.
T1 know there's so much more required than just that. And it felt like it took a superhuman effort from Zest to bail them out of multiple compromising scenarios on Atlas. Averted getting reverse sweep by Falcons on the map to begin one of their own. It's a game of inches. You've got to crawl before you can walk, before you can run. T1 have taken their first crucial moves. Can they keep it going? We'll be back to find out after this.
Incredible stuff from the Venture as Zest digs deep. It keeps T1 in the competition. We had Rocket from Sign Esports joining us pre-match, and he said, I think this might be T1 walking away with a 3-1 victory. They're going to have to reverse sweep if they want to win and go on to the grand finals that way.
Yeah, it's been a tough one, especially on this map as well. I mean, you nearly saw Falcons reverse sweep Atlas just within the map. Really, T1 have to pull through all the stops just to be able to win this one. You mentioned Zest. I think you're right, Zest really pulled through big on the Venture today, but currently in this particular series, it seems like to me, Donghack, he's been unwilling to play the Ramatra, despite Donghack to me still being potentially the best tank in the world. This meta, I do think Ramatra is the key tank to play, and he just hasn't done that.
Jake, I've heard it from the casters a few times, but for those that are new to Overwatch 2, can you kind of explain the difference between Falcons and T1, old guard versus new?
Yeah, so, you know, this T1 squad brings a lot of players that haven't quite found their footing in terms of really reaching that consistent champion status, whereas Falcons, they're mainstays. They've been in the grand finals or the eventual champion of almost every tournament we've had for the last couple of years in global Overwatch play. So T1, in order to maybe seize their spot as potentially the best finisher out of Korea, they need to win this match to accomplish it, and I know it would mean the world to them. That being said, they're down 2-1. We're going to be looking at 2 back-to-back Falcons map picks up next, and that's a long road to walk if you're a T1 fan.
Absolutely. I was a little surprised to see Hanbin coming in after all the celebrations from someone on the stage for the Falcons. Let's take a look, though, at some of the highlights, because a lot to celebrate for the Falcons early in this matchup. Jake, who is popping off in map number 1?
You know, I think it was really a team effort from the Falcons on map 1, but for me, actually, Fielder was kind of my MVP, man. The Baptiste was electric. He is just finding so many pickoffs, so many clutch plays, and against a team like T1, that is not easy to do. They put so much pressure on flex support players, and Fielder just shrugged it off.
Marin and Proper as well absolutely farmed Dongak. You actually saw just that clip there. Dongak decided to start on the Malga, which is a very rare pick. Malga is actually one of the specialties of Hanbin and the Falcons. They're not going to be playing that because Malga is absolutely not in the current meta. So Dongak taking a bit of a risk, got a little bit farmed up by Reaper and on the Soj. You then go to the second round, you go to this third round, and Merit on this cast. Lots of team play coming through. Proper then showing the Sim 1 scan. So a bit of a callback when in our earlier games talking about Falcons, talking about the fact that they're one of the Symmetra teams. Lately, they seem to have been shying away from Symmetra. Now they bring it back in again.
After winning 2 rounds in a row, you saw a map number 2 also going to the Falcons. Merritt was hitting every shot possible, but I feel like Proud is a little quieter than he was just a day ago. When can we expect the other DPS hit scam player to step his game up?
I feel like it has to be this map, Bucket. I don't think we're going to see a Game 5 unless Proud can wake up and deliver a generational performance. Right now, Merit is firing on all cylinders. He's making me very happy with my Falcons prediction, trusting that Merit would perform under this immense pressure, and he's doing just that. Whether it's the Widow, whether it's the Freya, the Sojourn, the Cassidy, whatever he plays, he's doing it incredibly well. And it's just such an asset in Falcon's back pocket to know that the hit scan can perform under pressure.
Let's take a look at what we could have in front of us. Remember, this is going to be Falcons now in the driver's seat. After losing that, they will get to choose where we play next. Avril, you're on the coaching staff for the Falcons. Where are you taking me?
Well, they've actually chosen Alcatia already, but I was going to say one of the push maps could be really good. Back on the Tracer is exactly what Proper wants to be able to do. When you look over towards Proud, which you mentioned, Puckett, Proud may need to start to look towards the cast. It actually may end up being, I can't remember if it's been banned or not, but if it hasn't been banned, that may end up being a bit of a target here. You've seen what Quartz can do on the cast. He's one of the players on that particular hero that can shut down Tracer players. Proper is that Tracer player. Make no mistake, he's going to run the show on this Tracer if you don't put a stop to him.
I feel like we watched Proper pop off on the Venture map 2, but then Zest was kind of solo carrying in map 3. Will we see a Venture unpush?
You know, this to me seems like a pretty bad Venture map. Honestly, I think Tracer's a lot better here. I think that's part of the reason that Falcons chose it. I think they want to push that flex DPS role towards the Tracer. I think they also want to ensure the primacy of hit scan. That's on Coliseum, man. This is one of the better hit scan maps in the game right now. Very, very open. Certainly of the available maps in the pool, it's one where Sojourn in particular can really pop off, can really be crucial to the game. And I think Falcons just want to take that gamble on their DPS.
We'll see where our teams decide to play off at the next map. Before we get to that, though, we first have to give a big shout out to our friends over on the PUBG mobile stage, where we just witnessed a new winner. We'll jump over to that in just a second. Avril, did you see a team from Myanmar walking away with 1,000 points for the club championship? I'm told that it's the Yangon Galacticos taking home PUBG Mobile. A 2-week competition has now just concluded on our side stage.
Yeah, big surprise. I'm sure I had a chat with the PUBG talent as they walked out. They're all done for this event, but you know what? Big smiles on the faces of this young team, Yangon Galacticos Myanmar. Shout out to their esports. I mean, Myanmar may be popping off in esports. Look out for them.
Yeah, an incredible performance. Great to see another frame here coming into the totem. And, you know, the Esports World Cup really does come together over the weeks. We get champion after champion, each building towards, of course, that eventual club championship.
All right, we are 15 seconds back to game, though, on the Overwatch 2 stage. Remember, it's EWC. Download the app, watch it all, because we got to get back into the STC arena for game number 4.
For all there, we were a little bit worried that Team Falcons might simply just take T1 to the cleaners and be done with it in 3. But a very competitive, very volatile Artless map sees them stay in the series and begin what would have to be a reverse sweep against our previous EWC champions here in this semi-final.
I agree with Jake, where we're going to have to see Proud hop off here a little bit if T1 is going to get to that 5th game. I'm also curious that someone will come in for Hanbin, but you don't have to ban the Venture here on Colosseo because it's not really great, right? There's like really long sightlines. You don't exactly want to play Venture here. That ensures that if we do go Game 5, you can get the map selection and the Venture ban here for Falcons.
Falcons have the privilege, of course, of just winning straight up those first 2 maps. They really get to control a lot of conditions surrounding each subsequent map, like Matt said, including the pick and that first ban. Heading into Colosseo, though, something they might want to target is, Donghak. What do you really bring into this map? Like, we know that like those sort of dive-based heroes are not quite
This isn't a good ball map.
No. When Winston's out of the question, maybe you could try the Hazard, but I've seen that look pretty fallible here. I do think you really want to double down on that, the rush-style pool. And like T1 can say, okay, well, where do we want to put ourselves here now, knowing, of course, that someone comes back into the lineup. They're going to be going up against him. Donghak looked pretty good on the Orisa on Atlas. We know, of course, the Ramatra is going to be a great pick from him. Someone has shown us a little bit of Diva, shown us a little bit of Ramatra himself.
The Orisa is able to be banned here, though, so potentially something that we could see go.
Do you just take a Ramatra mirror here?
I mean, that would feel kind of... I mean, look, if you end up in a world where it's like a Ramatra mirror with a mirror on Tracer, I mean, you couldn't feel any better if you're Falcons, right?
I think that's exactly where you'd like to be. The T1, if they want to get out of that condition, break outside that box, they might need to consider a Hazard, which, again, is the kind of tank that can leave the Ramatra behind if you can strike quickly. But against the more mobile backlines, it'd be pretty hard to secure these kills.
Hazard on... I mean, I guess you could play Hazard on Colosseo as well. It's just the long sightline is nasty where the bots spawn. So looks like the bans actually, Falcons do get rid of the Orisa. So I really like that one. T1 gets rid of Freya, which is interesting because Proud has played a lot more Freya in this series than Merit. So going to give us like a Sojourn / Cassidy head-to-head.
It's not choice. I think, was talked about by the guys on the desk. I think Aperol brought it up. Proud maybe going over towards the Cassidy, trying to emulate what we saw, from Quartz in the past could be the way you want to go.
I'd rather see him play the Freya, the Cassidy and the Sojourn over the Freya.
Yep.
Like the Freya seems like it's kind of fallen out of favor throughout, stage 2 of the OWC as Alcatia. They are waiting for the winner here. I mean, when we were doing EMEA, we were like, man, this team, could they like do something at EWC? And I think we kind of thought like, it's possible, but they've had an incredible last few months in terms of their gameplay.
And honestly, the teams kind of had it nailed down pretty well coming into this event. Many of the South Korean teams I talked to said, we do think there'll be an EMEA team in these finals. We think it's either Alcatia or Twisted Minds. Sorry, VP, but they weren't in the conversation there.
Well, it's a meta and play style right now that is trending in the direction of EMEA. The last time we had like an EMEA team to win an Overwatch event, Johnny was still doing it.
He was playing.
I mean,
that is mental stuff.
Yeah,
that's true. It has been that long since the dominance of Korean players in Overwatch has really been challenged. It never really was tested through the Overwatch League era.
Well, I think now with more consistent regional play, right? And also more opportunity for players.
And the rise, I'm just going to say it, Matt, also the rise of Saudi Arabia as an esports community. I don't know where these guys have come from, man, honestly. It's kind of insane. But you look at all these top EMEA teams and many of them have
right?
star Saudi players in their lineups.
So they're going to go Malga. Malga into the Ram, and Prop are going to bust out the legs here. So we thought it would be Tracer. It is actually Soldier here. So going on a really long flank, putting some damage down is Proper.
Great sustained damage, can really chime in nicely with the Sojourn. It's tough for Donghak to stay alive against that DPS combo. They vomit damage out, and Proper's able to take that first kill. But in the meantime, Zest and Proud combined. The engine room of T1 is ticking over nicely. Now the fight breaks down to a no-hold-barred brawl, but Proper doesn't really have anywhere to go here.
And Proud gets an early pick, right? So I would like to see him kind of go with that Sojourn the rest of the series, as opposed to trying going back to that Freya, obviously banned here as Zest. You can see how much they want to end up playing this Venture. You play it on Colosseo, not a great map for it, but maybe in combination with the Mauga, right? The Stomp, then plus the Burrow. Gives you a little bit of advantage. It's going to be Falcons taking the lead.
Yeah, very quickly pushed back, and Proud just found himself out in the open. That disruptor shot able to bring him down. Cardiac overdrive, more like a rest there for Donghak. I had nowhere to go and prolonged his own demise to the detriment of T1's progress, because that bot is already headed towards this next underpass.
Yeah, and Falcons pushing up here, wants to take control of the bridge. Donghak will go ball, so they'll try and play ball here. Ball with Venture on Colosseo, not something you would traditionally think. Like, you could probably play this on like an Esperanza, right, where dive is very good. It's a lot harder here.
Falcons don't have anything built into the comp to answer this, though. They kind of can't kill Donghak, so they ignore him as best as they can. But when T1 with 4 players and Donghak in the next postcode is still able to find these picks, it's a very good sign for T1. Self-sufficiency with their ball AWOL allows T1 to regain control.
And fortunate for T1, they don't actually give up checkpoint. So the checkpoint becomes, once you get that right, you're able to kind of speed past that and put together some extra meterage quite fast. So it'll be Falcons looking to play defense here from this high ground.
Preemptive Suzu there from Fielder trying to prevent the knock-up. It looks like it didn't quite catch onto his teammate, but no harm, no foul. Merit stayed alive quite happily. Here's a sound barrier that comes in. Proud start goal! Proper! What a connection on the Sojourn. But Zest is able to do him one better on the other side. It's Merit falling. Both Sojourns off the map, and Zest has his eyes on Chio. Drills him into the masonry. And once again, when push comes to shove, T1 are good for the fight. Zest doubles back for a moment. The Annihilation is something you've got to respect, but someone got poked down, and it was a short-lived ultimate for the Ramatra, as nobody was left within its vicinity.
I think he's just trying to deny them pushing up through this choke. He was able to just use the Annihilation, get power block, move back. You had Proper here as well, and that's denied some of that space from T1. So although it doesn't result in a kill, getting that space back is so important.
Proper has another pulse bomb. I mean, 2 consecutive fights, he's going to have that ultimate available. He is farming damage right now. Merit slam skewed. Nowhere to go, nothing to do about it. The bot's in the mid of the map still. But it looks like they're going to be able to exceed their previous meterage, and Donghak is going to have to pull out the stops to slow this down. Zest is not here, but Merit's still just come back off spawn. A pulse from Proper, though, could really disrupt, and that's a checkpoint. A very important one for Falcons.
Barrett now going over to the Cassidy. Going to have that hinder, or whether it's the Venture or the ball. Proper is just farming, man. I mean, the amount of damage he's putting down on the Tracer right now, like you mentioned, another pulse bomb here. Just, he is in a zone right now.
He's locked in. I mean, this is what you want to ask of your 2024 OWCS Finals MVP, Matt. Stepping up in the big games, delivering when only he can. What back under the control of T1, and Proper milled around a little bit. He knew he didn't have the blinks to get out, so trying to do damage. Donghak getting what he asked for, which is all the eyes of Falcons on him.
He's trying to get to this high ground, maybe like knock players off, dislodge them, play from the low ground, a little bit more of an even fight as gonna roll into Merit. Not enough to get the kill, and he gets it with a hinder.
Yeah, the Cassidy switch for Falcons. They're trying to add something to the arsenal just to try and mitigate Donghak's impact. On its own, it doesn't counter the ball. We've got to make that clear. It does make it a little bit harder for Donghak to swing through with impunity like he has been. 24 meters, that's all T1 have had to work with. We're now getting halfway into this map. Falcons still have a distinct lead, but Chio doesn't have a beat to answer this one. It doesn't seem to matter because Zest didn't benefit from it in the first place. Merit goes down, so it's a trade of DPS, but when you're the team that commits the sound barrier, that feels so bad.
Yeah, I mean, Donghak just getting chased here by Proper, and the bot going back into T1 map territory.
Bad.
They thought about chasing Proper. Chio there to help him, but Chio ends up giving up his life.
He was close to the beat. It's something that Falcons might have called upon, but someone finds 2 unlikely kills in succession. And that will keep Falcons in the position to ask the questions of this T1 hold.
Look, Falcons will play this all the rest of the game, right?
force Donghak on that ball to get around the corner, get high ground.
They commit a beaten responsive, but Merit was already taken down by Zest. An annihilation from someone now. Can he find more than just a one kill? Zest falls to another perfect, proper pulse bomb. He has been sticking those beautifully. But a minefield snarled up Chio, who basically has died twice consecutively off spawn. But late in the fight, it's been someone who almost got a second there on Proud. He gets a little lucky there.
And Fielder's still alive, though, so you're not going to be able to move at this bot any further for T1. Someone just runs up there, gets rid of Vigilante.
The Ramatra perk here is very important. Another tool to slow the Wrecking Ball down with that Vortex. Very, very important. Stopping power is crucial against these ball comps. Vigilante and Scooter both down. The dive into the backline was gainful for Team Falcons, and Zest can only do what he can. Fielder, what a shot! Kunai connects onto the Tectonic, shocking venture. What? Falcons now in a position to get across the bridge.
Zest now going to go over to Tracer. As the ball swap has not really worked out, you're going to lose Proud yet again.
They're bleeding out.
Proud is having a rough series here. So we'll see maybe off the respawn with that overclock and start to come alive a little bit. Is Donghak trying to build up some shield here.
The damage on him, he's getting blown up. That's devastating. T1 needed Donghak to stay alive, be more than just a distraction early in the fight, and he's dispatched with consummate ease. Proud now has to dig deep. He goes, but his overclock, but it's a Ramatra shield in the way. Proud's got to be patient as the poke coming back the other way is still lethal to him. And the Kitsune Rush was deployed by Falcons. And they've done enough again. They're happy. If the bot gets pushed back a bit, they're okay with that. They've made strides every single successive fight here, getting the bot closer to the front door of T1's mansion.
Yeah, and Proper will continue to play these types of positions, just jumping onto the bot, getting a hold, then jumping back, and you lose Donghak yet again. Oh,
it's ugly.
Starting to fall apart here for T1.
Going from bad to worse. T1 again clapped back in their spawn, and this might be their last chance to show their quality.
Who's Proper waiting for? So he actually sees Donghak come out of the spawn.
Oh, good lord. Proper have him back by 9 at least, mate. Skewed beat, has to go for it. Knows Proper's encroaching. Proper can wait this out now and go for a fight a little bit later on because Skewed had a beat of his own as Proud going down. Skewed in the annihilation, exsanguinated of all his humors, and Team Falcons go up a gear when it matters. Now they're shoving towards the end of the map. Try as they might, T1 knew they had a task in front of them. The reverse sweep against the world champion is a tall order to say the least. Donghak now will stall it out, roll forward, knock Falcons away, but they'll regroup, recoup, and come back to claim what they feel is surely theirs.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush available here for Vigilante. It feels like you're going to have to use it. As this is your final shot, he's going to pop it here. Fielder getting close to his as well. Falcons, they actually kite this. They back up completely.
Great patience. They know they're knocking on the door, literally, of T1's base. Proper drops in. His pulse bombs have been sublime so far. Some incredible sticks securing those kills to break the back of T1 at important moments in this game. And Proud slides across. He is caught by someone, brought down, and Proper might not even have to do the most here. Zest has got to get away. Less than a minute left in the game, and T1 are in utter disarray and full-scale rout.
Yeah, I mean, they're just searching for answers here. Donghak, the slow comes in from the Vortex. He will fall. Proper with still this pulse bomb. Hasn't felt the need to use it. The bot moving back closer here towards T1's base. Feels like any time now for Falcons to get it over the line.
30 seconds left to play. This is it. I'm Proud. At least opens up here for T1. Merit goes by the wayside, but Proper will step up to fill that space. Still holding onto the pulse bomb. Knows so much rides on it here. To get a clean completion here and now. Sound barrier for Chio. Skew doesn't have his yet, and that surely has to be the death knell. The minefield, though, will force Falcons away from the bot. They've got to respect this. So a sound barrier for Chio doesn't do much more than just keep them in striking distance.
You will be able to move back in here, though, Falcons. With your annihilation as we head into OT. Merit back off spawn.
And this is it. T1 are going to leave it all out there now or never. Forced away from the body, Zest. It's a questing pulse bomb speculative that doesn't find any connection. Proud's hunting. Big headshot on Fielder forces him back, and Chio's going to be the next to go down. Nice connections here from Proud. Coming alive right when needed. And Falcons will accept this. They'll fall away from the fight, say, okay, for now, you can have it. But it's an overtime push across the map that T1 have to make. And we've never seen something like this. If they get away with this, it will be legendary.
I mean,
the deck is stacked against them, Matt.
It would be backbreaking for Falcons. I don't know how you would even recover for a fifth and final game. You have the rush, but Falcons going to be able to fight from this great position of power, controlling high ground.
Donghak struggling with that Vortex, and Zest, the first casualty, is Fielder surgically extracting the Tracer. Merit falls to the pile driving here, but it's good enough for Falcons. Good enough for us. It'll get them into a grand final here at the Midseason Championship. To T1, they say, out of the way, youngsters. We have a legacy to cement.
They looked a little shaky earlier, but today here against T1, that looks like the Falcons we all know. Young upstarts at T1, they come into this series, they had not lost the map all tournament. Falcons, they teach them something here. T1, they'll bounce back, they'll come back strong here later in the year, but it seems like it might be Falcons' time.
It's a hard lesson to learn, but one that must be imparted. Is that to get to the top, to hoist the trophy. It's a path that's paved with disappointments, devastating losses, close finishes. That is what this game has to represent to T1. It's not yet their time, not today. Falcons will spread their wings into the title match.
We'll get Falcons against that Alcatia team from EMEA. They're going to come in, they're going to play that sim style. Ziad, that's going to be a tremendous match. A battle of two regions, EMEA and South Korea in the finals, right? You know, from the Asia region. It's, EMEA with a chance to take an international event, probably their best chance in a very long time.
It's not just a clash of regions, a clash of fan bases. It's going to be loud in here. A clash of ideas awaits us in that grand final. Alcatia really committing to that Symmetrous game style, giving the incredible hit scan pressure to back it up. Whereas Falcons here, a bit more diverse, a bit of a mix of styles, comps, and a tank to rotate in. Hanbin has his appearance in this game, and when Alcatia steps up, wins him a key map. Incredible stuff here for Team Falcons. They will advance and head down to the stage for a post-interview with Zoe.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt. Please, everyone, give it up for Team Falcons. They made it to the grand finals. And I have someone joining me for a quick chat. Let's talk about how you got it done. We had high hopes, of course, for the T1 roster, but they had to go up against legends such as yourself. Can you talk about what gave you the edge in this match?
일단 서먼 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 어떻게 보면은 패기의 T1을 상대로 관록의 팔콘스가 어떻게 보면은 또 이렇게 승리 거두셨는데 이렇게 패기 있는 T1의 선수들 상대로 좀 어떤 부분에서 좀 승리의 요인 되셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 기세가 굉장히 저희 편이라 생각했고 그리고 저희가 좀 더 자신감이 찼어요. 근데 그 이유가 이 팬분들의 응원 때문인 것 같습니다.
Well, I knew the energy is on top of us because all the crowd cheering for us, so I think we had the upper hand. I knew it.
Yeah, that crowd buff goes hard. I can't deny that, really. Let's talk a bit more nitty-gritty. We saw Hanbin coming in as well there for a few maps. What was the subbing strat looking like? And was that specifically catered to what T1 does?
이제 한빈 선수가 또 이번에 또 출전을 하면서 좀 변화를 주셨는데 T1의 좀 전략에 맞춰서 이렇게 준비를 하신 건지 궁금합니다.
일단은 저희가 결승전에 남아있기 때문에 한빈이 형은 언제나 나올 수 있다고만 말씀드릴 수 있고 앞으로 이제 결승전 하나 남았는데 잘 준비할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, Hanbin is always ready to sub in. So that being said, we have still one match to go, and he'll be ready for that as well.
Right on, let's talk about that match then. Alcatia, your final opponent in the way of hoisting this very trophy at the very end of it. How do you think you're going to match up against them? What are your thoughts, considering that there might be a bit of a compositional clash here?
일단 마지막으로 알카드시아의 경기가 남아있는데 아무래도 메타적으로 좀 굉장히 또 다른 픽을 선보이는 팀이기 때문에 굉장히 또 중요한 싸움이 될 것 같거든요. 좀 어떤 부분에서 좀 플레이를 하실지 궁금합니다.
일단 알카드시아도 지금 결승전 온 만큼 굉장히 잘하는 팀이라 생각하고 방심하면 절대 안 된다고 생각하지만 그래도 저희가 지금 이 기세를 타고 열심히 한다면 우승할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I know they're solid team on their strats, but that being said, we're gonna be confident, but not let our guards down. So we'll prepare our best to win the trophy, to lift the trophy.
Well, we're so excited to see what you and the team have in store for us, but for now, we're gonna get to the most pleasant part of it all, because if you win on this stage, you get to crush a key. So let's do it. Someone please follow us down the stage as we're on the way to smash the key of your opponent. Head on over there, and you do the honors. Send it back over to our studio with Pocket and the friends.
I'll be honest, I'm a little bit jealous we are not in that crowd right now. They are so loud, and do they have the best chant in esports? Airport, that way. Airport, that way.
I love it, Pocket. It's just great to see it here at the SDC Arena, man. How many people have come out to support these teams here at the Esports World Cup. And we've not just seen Saudi fans, we've seen fans from all around the world here showing out.
It was really cool to see the Japanese fans cheering on Vero, all the Chinese fans who came out, but the Korean fans know these guys and love these guys. They've been watching them throughout their whole career. The Elders taking another dub on the main stage.
I back the veteran experience on this team. I've seen T1 before. I think they're very talented. I think they have some of the best players in the world, but when it really comes down to crunch time, I just haven't seen them be able to lock in. They lost that grand finals in Korea Stage 2 to Crazy Raccoon when they were super favored to win, and now up against Falcons, many thought they'd be favored to win again. I gave them a bit of credit. I said they would at least get 2 maps. Falcons never win cleanly. Falcons don't 3-0. So they got the 3-1 here, but I really truly thought that maybe T1 could pull through a bit more magic. I just think on the tank side, in the compositions that T1 played, they didn't really play towards the meta. They didn't really do anything special for this particular game, despite going flawless the rest of the tournament.
Jake, was it actually a disadvantage for T1 to only play 8 maps? They were perfect until today's matchup.
You start to think about it. I mean, you know, Falcons getting a bit more of a test, getting to show diversity and being forced to adapt to all these different opponents. We saw that today in this semifinal. I mean, we saw them bring out the Sim Cassidy. We saw them, you know, playing these Ram comps. We saw them playing Dive at times. I mean, the flexibility from Falcons is what we know them for, but they really had to develop that over the course of the tournament, and it proved that they had a very solid grasp of the meta. So when it came to this TM match, the picks, the bans, the map strategy, it was immaculate, and I think T1 was maybe just a little overconfident in the dive. Since it had been so successful so far, it's hard to blame them, but Falcons are just a different beast.
Shout out to Soldier 76. There was a quick spotting of him before he got replaced. At the end, though, Proper and friends all celebrating as someone hits his Sue before the grand final. What does it mean for the Falcons? Well, your hopes of becoming club champions is looking more realistic. They've been in the top 3 since week 2, and they need a tournament title if they want to win that honor. They are now 1 match away from completing their goal.
Falcons, ever since they won LCQ, they come in, Stalker's bench, Proper's back on the line, the 3-0 Zeta Division. At that point in time, you're thinking, this Jafonzo Award run, going from LCQ to then winning the entire event is certainly possible. Now, we may just end up seeing that. Falcons, they look like the most complete team here. Pocket, if you remember, I've said there's 2 types of teams. There's sim teams and non-sim teams. Well, guess what? Falcons are both. They can do either style. They can play the sim. We saw that in that series. They can play not sim. Tracer as well, Venture, Reaper, dive compositions, brawl compositions. They truly are the most versatile team here, so they're just so well-rounded.
As we saw in that bracket, Jake, there's still a 3rd place match to be played. T1, they're not given a lot of time. I don't know who set the schedule, but they're forcing these guys to go 20 minutes back-to-back playing their next match. Do you think this veteran team can rebound after that tough loss?
You know, I think they can, right? Like, they have enough experience on the team with some of these players haven't been around playing in competitive championships before. You got to be able to take these tough losses on the chin and stay strong, right? Like, someone's got to be there, the leader emotionally for the team to get them to wake up and get back into this. You know, I could also say the same for Twisted Minds, right? They had an incredibly long knockdown drag out series, right? They were pushed to the limit. It really felt like they were going to get it over the line so many times in that series, and their hopes were dashed against the rock. So it's hard to say who you'd rather be. You know, there's something to be said for T1, just like, you know what, let's just roll into the next series. Let's get it going. We're going to be playing a different team with a different style. Maybe one that T1 could punish with their dive style, right? They've been really good at dealing with these sim one-trick squads.
All right, pull out your phone. Let us know on Twitter. Who do you have winning our third place match? We have T1 face off against Twisted Minds. And while you have your phone out, scan that QR code. Download the EWC app if you're enjoying this show. This is just the beginning. Plenty more weeks of action coming your way live from Riyadh. Overwatch Midseason Championship continues after this.
라마 형이야. 라마 형이야. 라마 형.
What's up, guys? Avril here at the Twisted Minds Lab. I'm here with 3 of the Gatos Guapos players to do an escape room. I don't know how this one's gonna go. Let's go inside. Whoa, what's up, fellas?
Howdy.
Hello. All right, we got Punk, Aki, and also Color Hex as well. I haven't done an escape room yet. Look, fellas, we are a long way from home. We got 2 Kiwis, 2 Aussies. I reckon we split them into 2 teams of 2. See how we go.
Sounds good.
All right,
Let's do it.
Good luck, guys. All right, we're locked in here, Kelsey. You told me you're really good at puzzles, so what are we doing?
So good at these. I think we might have to talk to the others.
Guys, are you there?
Hello. Hello. What do you guys have on your side?
I think we might plug. I think we might plug. Is there like a pattern
Is
or
there a
something in
box
there?
with dots on it?
Yes, there is.
Okay, here we go. Put the 2 in the bottom left hole.
So imagine it as a keypad. So
7 and 4.
Which way are you going?
The way a keypad goes.
I think you can connect the yellow one.
Oh. It's definitely this. Whatever this is, it's definitely is.
Guys, we need more help. The first grid was 4 and 7. Door open.
Yeah, door open.
Is your door open?
Yeah, it's open.
Oh, nice.
Very nice, very nice.
Oh, we're together.
Yo.
What's up,
You're welcome. Any high fives? Any high fives? You're welcome. Nice.
All right. Are these numbers?
888. 888.
888.
Don't think that's a clue.
We've got a keypad here. If anyone can find a set of numbers.
I've located a 5.
Okay, that is a 5.
There's indeed a 5.
Oh.
I have a 0.
5
guys.
0. 5 0.
And another 0.
1.
A 1. So 1005 is what we had.
0 1 0 5.
0105. You're a genius, Kev.
Oh my goodness. Oh dear.
Anything in the eyes? I'm just playing with the eyes. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know.
Guys, we need some clues out of this. Okay, there's text here. Let's read. There's a whole poem.
Oh, first screen, second eyes, third. Oh.
Eyes, mouth. Oh. That's a mouth as well. Well, there's 4 girls in that one, 3 girls in this one. Could these be the numbers?
So that'd be 3 1 1 4.
3 4.
Third was ears.
There's no ears, man. Like, what are the ears? 1 3 1 4.
1 3 1 4.
1 3 1 4. I'm certain.
1 4 1 3. 1 4 1 3. Oh!
Welcome again.
No way, dude.
Man, you are so good at puzzles, man. Funky.
Look at this guy. I knew it.
Man.
I did it.
Escape room
Let's do it.
master.
Funky.
You're welcome.
Ooh.
Really came in clutch there.
Lads, we did it. We did it.
Survived.
Nice one.
Escape. Tough challenge.
What's up, everybody? I'm sure you guys are all confused. Why does it look so dark? Why are there so many screens? Well, you're in the control room. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where the magic happens. Producers, directors, engineers, everyone that's working on the show, they work day and night tirelessly to bring you guys a great show. And yes, don't worry, they're not paid actors. They're actual employees. They actually work here. Can you guys all wave for me, please? Just wave. Yeah, see, they're too busy. They're too busy working. So I just wanted to show you guys how the control room looks like. Yep, a lot of screens, a lot of people. I actually don't know how many people are here, but it looks like there's a lot. And, of course, we have our producer here, who is busy. Yes. Hi, do you have a moment to chat? Yeah. Okay. Hi. Name, please.
Jeremiah James.
Mm-hmm. And what is your role here?
I'm the stage producer for the STC Esports Arena.
Okay. Can you give me a little bit more description? What does that mean?
Yeah, sure. The best part about my job is that I get to take credit as a producer for all the wonderful work that our artists, designers, and engineers put together. I don't actually have to design anything.
Mm-hmm.
I just tell, hey, I want more red, I want more blue, and then people do that, and it's great.
I mean, but you're like the head of the whole stage, right? I mean, you're just making it sound like it's easy, but I promise you guys it's not that easy.
There's a lot that goes into it. For instance, I'm sure maybe you haven't even noticed, but in the STC Esports Arena, there's light bars all around the arena. The light bars will tell the story of the progress in a team's progress in the escort mission, for example.
Oh, like how far they pushed over the payload and stuff. Oh, okay, I didn't notice. Yeah.
And in every game mode, for every game title, there's something special that the stage is doing that maybe you're not aware. There's a little Easter egg sprinkled out throughout the stage.
Yeah, I mean, guys, that's another thing to look out for. I mean, I personally didn't know about that, and I think that's very, very interesting. Jeremiah, any last words? Anything you want to say?
Just enjoy the show.
True. Enjoy the show, guys. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Midseason Championship. It has been a grueler out here in Riyadh as 4 days of action come to an end. We are down to our final 4 teams, but only one of them is going to make it to the podium to join the 2 squads in our grand finals. We have Avril and Johnny here joining me in this studio. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. And Avril, I want to start. Any surprises for you to see who is about to play in our 3rd place match?
I mean, obviously, Twisted Minds making it this far, beating Crazy Raccoon is the big surprise. I think Twisted Minds are a great team and they deserve to make it far, but just a huge upset, the fact that they could beat Crazy Raccoons. They were really close to beating Alcatia as well. You remember, I did pred for them. They got so close, map 6. I kind of wanted to see them in that finals, but Alcatia, an amazing team, so I guess it's Twisted Minds versus T1, which, by the way, they were in the same group together in the group stage, and they never got to play each other.
Ooh, great call out there, Johnny. Finally, we get that match. Both teams coming out of their group and looking stronger on day 3, but now we see a struggling T1. How do they bounce back after that loss to the Falcons?
Well, I think both teams are going to have a struggle here because obviously, as we all know, you get a lot of adrenaline from that first semifinal, especially, Twisted Minds going to map 6. T1, straight off the bat, of their loss against Falcons, that's a heartbreaking loss. You feel like you have a chance to win the entire championship, and now you got to go into a 3rd place match and still bring that energy, right? Like, it's going to be really tough for T1. In these kind of scenarios, I need someone on the team not to step up just when it comes to mechanics, but also leadership, right? Communication, energy. Hey guys, we're out of the running for winning the entire thing, but we gotta step up for T1 and get those points for the club championship.
I'm just gonna say, everyone pull up your bank account. Let's look at what is on the line, because winning here in Riyadh earns you some serious cash, not to mention a lot of respect. $100,000, you get into 6 digits if you finish on the podium. You're guaranteed some decent money, but you really want to walk home with the big check.
That's actually a crazy difference. I mean, $100,000 here, if you get 3rd place, that's no small feat. And obviously, a lot of these gamers, they play all year long. They grind out these hours in ranked scrims just to get the best performance possible. Right. That is a price you definitely want to hunt for.
Avril, I was talking to a few folks, and they said if you're going to see T1 bounce back, they got to steal map number 1. You just got to set pace right away. but they got to go through Twisted Minds. For those who missed TM at the start of the day, who's on this roster? Who do they need to be aware of?
You got to be aware of Quartz. I mean, Quartz, up until I think they lost to Alcatia, maybe even still in the running for potentially EWC MVP. He's been having MVP-like performances. He's honestly been the player that I expected Proud to be going into this event, and Proud's been really good so far in the tournament. However, in that Falcons game, he was quite lacking. You've also got to talk about UB, captain of the team. He's also the coach as well. He's also the Symmetra player, which is key in this meta. This is going to be the biggest difference. You have T1 that don't really want to play Sim. They're an anti-Sim team, just like Crazy Raccoon. And then you have UV and Twisted Minds, well, like the Sim team next to Alcatia in this tournament. And we've already seen what Twisted Minds can do against anti-Sim teams. They beat Crazy Raccoon, and T1 are very similar to that.
I actually would like to double down on UB as well, because we talk a lot about how his Symmetra ability, right? But again, I'm gonna double down on the energy point. You see UB when he's playing, when he's in the face cam during the broadcast, he's yelling at his team. He's, come on guys, we can do this. He feeds off the fans. And again, I think this is really important, especially for Twisted Minds, because we go back to the group stage, they were passive at first, they were very static. Now, going into the third place match, you gotta be proactive. You gotta bring the energy. And I think UB might be the biggest difference maker in this entire lobby going into this one, because he brings that energy. And I do think that's going to be a difference maker for Twisted Minds.
If you looked at the support battle, it was a great showdown in the previous meeting, but we had to tip our hat to Landon and Kellix. How can you bounce back if you're Twisted Minds support line?
I think support line's actually mostly fine, even when the Lucio is banned. Banasho will move over towards the Juno. Really, to me, it's going to be the Symmetra ban that's the most important thing. So because of that, T1 very likely be able to take a map just off that alone, particularly a best of 5 series. That's going to be important. Puckett, you said you want to see them take map 1. I mean, one of the maps in there, regardless if it's map 1 or 2, 3, or 4, one in there will be from a Symmetra ban.
Johnny, I saw a rough matchup for Twisted Minds during that series, and that, of course, was on Circuit Royale. They got full held. As we take a look at our maps and modes, if you're just joining us, this is a 1st to 3 wins. So how do we get our map choices?
So I actually think that, of course, the first seed is going to be T1, I believe, because they were first seed coming out of their group, whereas Twisted Minds, of course, they grabbed the second seed. And so T1, I think they have a pretty good control map pick here, because you always pick control first. They're going to go to Busan. It's very open. They've had a lot of success onto that match. They're actually going to go to Lijiang Tower, which is a surprise to me. Maybe you lost to Falcons on that map, and you're feeling like not confident on that map at all. Maybe you want to go over to Lijiang Tower here. So this is going to be very interesting now, because, again, they're gonna maybe want to play the Freya, the Venture, stuff like that. They get the first ban. So that's going to dictate the pace of this game a lot.
So knowing we're going to Lijiang Tower, Avril, let's take a look at this T1 roster. And if you could give me a best hero for each of these players, who do you want to see for our first control game?
Yeah, it's probably going to be Freya coming through. More likely on this map it would be either the Cass or potentially a Soj for Proud, but look towards Zest to go in towards the Venture. That's going to be quite important, because you know you're up against Sim. Dongak playing Ball. That's been his best hero so far. Please, Dongak, I'm begging you, do not play the Malga in this series. Get off the Malga. I know you don't want to play the Ram, but just go Ball. Ball is going to be a good matchup into the Sim as well. One of those soft counters. And then on the back line, Lucio Kuriko, Lucio Bap.
I gotta say, Proud, coming off that series, gotta step it up a little bit, because we looked at that matchup and we thought that that might be a breakout game for Proud. He's another young damage player that has had a tremendous time in the regular season. This is his first international event and an opportunity to grow in his career and get all these big achievements. But he was really quiet in that Falcons match against Twisted Minds, especially if you're going to play a lot of Freya, a lot of counter Symmetra. You need to land those bolas. Like, that's going to be very critical from Proud. And without Proud, I really don't think T1 stands a chance.
If you compare the two teams, they have had totally different roads. Twisted Minds playing 6 games in a best of 5, basically. You see them going the distance in all their group stages and earlier in the tournament. T1, though, they had clean 3-0. So, Avril, let's get back to these winning ways. I'm the T1 squad. What am I looking forward to most in this series?
Playing the Symmetra counters. You know you're up against target Symmetra bans coming on through. You may end up targeting potentially Lucio ban, although I did say that may not be as useful anymore. But more importantly than that, you need to make sure Dongak's on the right heroes. I don't want to see the Doom anymore. I don't think it's meta.
No more Doomfist?
It doesn't work. You saw what the Doom was doing against Proper and the rest of Falcons. It was not good. You saw what Malga was doing. Not good. He's refusing to play Ram this tournament. Fine. Orisa is going to be okay, although potentially weakened to the Sim. We'll see what happens. But absolutely, Ball has to be the most important pick for Dongak.
Johnny, as a tank player yourself, a legendary Reinhardt. Do you agree with that take?
Yeah, I mean, I need to focus down on Dongak as well because he's playing really volatile heroes when you think about it, right? Like you're playing Wrecking Ball, you're playing Doomfist. These heroes are very prone to getting picked off. If you're not careful, you're going to die really fast. And so if your head is out of the game, if you're not being careful, you could actually be a detriment to your team. And, you know, we've seen some other players in the tournament. They go in first at their tank, they get picked off, and they're putting their team at a disadvantage. If I'm Dongak, that was a really emotional match against Falcons. You know, you're playing Chio, of course. You need to get your head back in the game. Don't feed. You can't feed in this game, Dongak.
What do you got?
I think Venture actually for Zest is going to be a bit of a standout performance. He already looked amazing versus Falcons. We know that Venture is one of the more important heroes in the meta currently, especially if we're playing against a sim team. Falcons also played a bunch of that one. All the successful teams have so far played a reasonable amount of Venture, especially into the sim-heavy teams. He's saying on Crazy Raccoon also did it. My biggest concern with T1 is if they are too similar to Crazy Raccoon, which I think stylistically they are. Twisted Minds have already beaten Crazy Raccoon, which means Twisted Minds have a great matchup into T1 as well. Zest needs to make sure he has an excellent game of Venture, and Dongak again needs to have an excellent ball pick. And I don't think the ball's going to die a lot, but it's one thing that ball's good at not doing is dying, but he needs to be able to work with his team, work with Zest to get those pickups.
He's got one of the most exciting Wrecking Balls. Can he play the Ramatra is the big question.
He doesn't want to.
Will he need to? We'll find out. In the meantime, we got to check in with some of the fans here that are out in the crowd. It was a jam-packed venue, and as we take a look at our hero bands as well, Johnny, D.Va has now moved to the top of our list with Ramatra there as our top 2 tanks band.
I mean, you saw from the Saudi player early in the day, Siad, he was lethal on the D.Va. It's a really effective ban because, of course, you can ban the D.Va if you don't want to play against it, but you crucially protect your Ramatra if you are a Brawl team. So I think we're seeing D.Va and Ramatra there at the top. That is on the back of a lot of these anti-sim teams wanting to get rid of the Ramatra, and also the Ramatra teams wanting to protect the Ramatra pick to make sure it doesn't get banned.
I saw some success from Azaria earlier. Will she come back and play?
I think the Zarya probably was more considering the fact that you're countering a hero like D.Va, for example. I don't think we're going to see the Zaryas in this matchup again. The previous matchup between Twisted Minds and Alcatia, if you're watching that game, that is not going to be similar to this game at all. Right. It's very different stylistically. We don't have a Ram mirror in this one. So I don't think we'll see the Zarya, but I hope for some Wrecking Ball and Doomfist pocket. That would be some nice variety.
We should remind everybody that both T1 and Twisted Minds are in our club championship race. Twisted Minds finished with $200,000 last year. If they can climb up on the leaderboard, they would really appreciate some points right now. Johnny, let's take a look at our current standing because Team Liquid is still out in front of the Falcons, but we now know the Falcons are on a championship match point.
Yeah, and crucially, I mean, Falcons, they need to win a tournament. We talk about this all the time. There are a limited amount of esports, of course, and if you want to be eligible to win the Esports World Cup Club Championship, you need to win at least one esport. And Team Liquid, I mean, they won 2 this week. The one with Magnus Carlsen in chess, of course, and now you got Falcons. They haven't won an esport yet, so it's almost critical for the organization that the roster steps up in the grand final here today.
Avril, there are 7 teams tied there in 9th place at 1,000 points. Can you guess where T1 is?
In the tie?
They're at 800 points. Okay. If you win this match, guess how many points you get?
200?
That's right. You would move in and make it 8 teams tied for 9th place if they are able to pull this one off. So with 45 seconds before we go to the stage, let's make our predictions official. Does T1 tie Twisted Minds in our club championship?
I've been all about the hyperbole today, Pocket. I said Falcons 3-0 backstage, and this time I'm going with Twisted Minds. I think this one's going to be one-sided. UB is going to carry. I'm going with a Twisted Minds 3-0.
UB MVP 3-0.
I'm going Twisted Minds as well, 3-1. The reason why, again, is because stylistically, this is basically a rematch. It's Twisted Minds versus Crazy Raccoon again. This time, T1 is Crazy Raccoon. We've seen Twisted Minds beat Crazy Raccoon. I think they'll do the same versus T1.
Fancy's on our staff. I love Fancy. Fancy's a co-owner of Twisted Minds. I got Twisted Minds. We're going to another Game 5. Let's go the distance on the STC Arena stage.
The dream of a championship may be gone, but there's still legacy on the table. This is about pride, pressure, and proving they belong at the top.
That's right. Both of these teams finished second place in their respective region. Both of these teams came into this tournament with not just title ambitions, but a real shot to take it all. But unfortunately, they fell short at the final hurdle. Alas, their journey is not quite done yet.
Absolutely. They still have a chance to leave their mark right here in Riyadh, and it's time to call them out on stage, Zoe.
Let's do it. Our first team just suffered a brutal loss on this very stage in their semifinal. I know it's a short turnaround, but they have to brush it up. They have to lock back in order to bring home a medal. Let's hear it for T1.
And their opponents, they pushed through heartbreak, picked up their pieces, and are ready to end in strong in front of the home crowd. It's Twisted Minds!
A little redemption after a tough loss and a massive payday of $100,000 on the line. Who's going to finish on the podium? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Fancy. Yes, third place in contention here. Twisted Minds and T1 face off. A whole lot of extra prize money on the line, as well as those club points.
Yeah, no pressure, just a $40,000 difference of a best of 5, 200 extra club championship points, which, if you guys remember the standings, Twisted Minds were standing at about 1,000 points. The leading pack are at a couple thousand. The best chance Twisted Minds have is their Overwatch team, their Rocket League team. There's still Counter-Strike and I think PUBG that they're looking forward to, so this is still very important for Twisted Minds especially.
I like the analogy that Avril was making on the desk too about Twisted Minds facing Crazy Raccoon yesterday. And look, Twisted Minds, they came out on top. 5-map absolute banger. The sim versus more of the counter comping. Is it going to be the same story here, Lem?
I think Zess has been playing this rock, paper, scissors match of instead of mirroring being the pseudo counter with the Venture, and it's really worked out. But this is also a game of mental, in my opinion, where Twisted Minds went through a gauntlet of 6 games and then had to stew in that loss up until T1 was done. And then T1 are just fresh off of that loss. So now you have to bounce back super quickly and try and bring in some extra money.
Yeah, he's still feeling pretty good if you're Twisted Minds playing it in front of that home crowd. You can hear the chants already. You can see the flags waving. We're going to Lijiang Tower as our first one. And yeah, the Malga from the last series, T1, they're just not looking hot on it. Doesn't feel like the right kind of pick. If T1 just rock the Wrecking Ball throughout the next few maps, would you be surprised by that at all?
I'm surprised just by Lijiang Tower by T1. They've been going to boost on an Oasis. It's Donghak, Hammond's supremacy. He's been wrecking. T1 only lost maps in that loss that they just had. They have been perfect from here on out. And I think Avril hates the Doomfist. I love the Doomfist. We were kind of saying it's his backup plan, but it's the one that works and why T1 were flawless up until that point. But Lijiang Tower was T1's choice, and this is stronger, I think, for Twisted Minds, who are the best at the RAM Symmetricom.
Yeah, the sim is so strong on Lijiang, especially on Control Center. Although, you know, Wrecking Ball, it can have its way with you. The Doomfist, it looks good. It does. Definitely more of an emergency thing, and if you end up getting a lot of ult charge with a fight, you know, you can kind of carry on. That Shambali Monastery is a very fun map for Donghak to play the Doom on. Did exceptionally well with it as well. Just loading the players into the lobby. In a couple of minutes, we'll get this series underway. Of course, there'll be a small break after this, and then the grand finals later on. Alcatia versus Team Falcons.
Just loading in the bans as well, T1, Symmetra right out the gates. And you're always wondering, how long does it take for a team to eliminate the Symmetra from Twisted Minds? Just earlier, it took all the way to, what, that game 5 before the opponent opted to take that away from Twisted Minds. So you're already trying to cripple Yubi and force him to something like the Tracer or maybe some other mirror, where Yubi is also opted for primarily going for the Mei, and that would be the perfect thing for Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, the bans coming in already is, T1 banned the Sim, Twisted Minds banned the Kiriko. Only banned the Sim one time. Is this the best place to actually ban it, though?
I think so. I mean, yeah, it's kind of a best of 5. I'm wondering if they were just really worried about that, but Yubi is happy to fall back to the Mei. I think they had success on that, and wondering what T1 have up their sleeve, while the Kiriko from Twisted Minds trying to maybe get rid of the double flex. Now you're opting for maybe a more Lucio BAP, or we'll see what Vigilante and Skewed end up with.
Yeah, it feels like a BAP angle for T1. Makes the most sense to me. Yeah, Zess has really impressed me on the Venture. I'm loving the Venture. It's not too much of a hard counter to these sim comps. We were kind of talking about it in the green room. More of a soft one. I think with how Proper is playing too, another player that's just had, feels like he has a life game every single game, but this tournament especially has been a front runner for MVP of the tournament. Of course, we'll see how he does in the finals against Alcatia, a very different beast than ones they are used to facing. Let's load on into Lijiang Tower. I'm curious how Twisted Minds end up picking against T1, because more than likely, if you do end up losing maps early on, you're going to go to maps that are more sim-focused, maybe even kind of a circuit royale.
Yeah.
Make sure Donghack's not kind of messing around on the wrecking ball.
Yeah, I'd put the house on them going to Twisted Minds opting for Circuit Royale, but that's if they lose. They're okay playing from a comeback scenario. I mean, they forced that game 6 after being down 1-2 in the series earlier on. But this is such an interesting map pick. You would have thought that you would go to a more open map for Donghack, for that Hammond to really shine, but clearly they've seen a weakness and a crack in the plans of Twisted Minds. They've taken them here for a reason.
Let's jump on in, though. Control Center is going to be the first round on this control map, and they, KSA, logging the Ram. Yep, that's no surprise, and UB on the Mei. Going to be a tough job for T1. Of course, you can't burrow under the walls. Which initially, when I first saw Venture, I was like, surely you could burrow under the wall, surely. But no, doesn't have the technology. Can't go that far deep, apparently.
And goes underground, apparently. So, and Donghack is going to be the main target of being walled off. And you got Goldie, you're going to save your Javelin spin. You got a lot of survivability on the Orisa. But out the gates, Control Center. Twisted Minds very happy to go to this first round. And maybe even opting to try and fight in server and use that wall for great value.
Vigilante just fell over there. All right. Maybe not expecting Quartz here every single shot. You probably should. Quick int into the back line for T1. I think it is worth keeping in mind, of course. Rather quick turnaround from the last series. And a lot of pressure as well for them. I mean, you're obviously not feeling great after that tragic loss to Team Falcons, so mad props for stepping up on stage like this, but Twisted Minds, they do end up capping first.
I think Quartz still had an outstanding performance despite that loss. The way they're able to extend all the way to that map 6 is incredible, and we'll see if he still has it in him. And Yubi, great headshot.
Okay, well, fight's over. I mean, come on. You can't fall for Yubi's tricks like that, man. He's too accurate on the right click, so whether it's a sim or a main. Yeah, quick reset back into the choke for Donghack. Just refuses to play Ram, like Avro was kind of saying, right? He's not confident in that pick for himself. Orisa, Ball, Doom, that's been his go-to.
You're almost able to build up towards the Blizzard, but almost is not enough. And look, T1 already have that server control, trying to get their flankers behind Twisted Minds, and they're going to barrier engage.
That is a beat and a half. UB can just contest the point from behind the wall against the Venture. Zess hits the burrow, fight's done. Twisted Minds, they are demolishing right now.
Yeah, Matt, something went wrong there. T1 comms broke down. Maybe that's what the pause is about, because how come Zess stays on the point and the rest scatter? That's just what really worried Twisted Minds, or when you pop the Astro Barrier, T1 went scattering in all different directions.
Yeah.
As you should, but Zez should have joined them, I think.
Looks like UB maybe got his earbuds the wrong way around. It's like, I'm hearing everybody to the left, but it's in my right, and right to the left. It's all right, he's chilling. Looks good. Should be getting into the map again in a second. Twisted Minds fans still packing out the audience as well. Looking good out there. Here we go, back in it already. Not too much of a long break, Zez. See you later.
Cheap fight win. Like, just off the barrier, you got Blizzard, you got Maywall, you got, is that Quartz, like, taking an angle? Not yet, but Twisted Minds just full dominating right now.
Yeah, straight up. See how aggressive this off angle here for Zest is going to be. Nice early wall, window, now the overclock from Proud. Oh, but Quartz deals him a rather deadly blow there with the 6-shooter. Zest ends up killing Yubi though, and that tectonic shock ends up hitting 2. Zest again finding this off angle, went through this miniature health pack, then found himself behind in an easy ult.
What the heck just happened? Zest just killed 3 and saved the fight. Quartz was just sitting there through a window playing Duck Hunt, and T1 fell over, and then Zest just is behind them? That is an insane play and gives them another breath, another chance at life. But a 0 to 100 comeback is a lot to ask for.
That is an insane side. What was that, Ronaldo and LeBron and Quartz? Yeah. Okay, stay on top as well. Twisted Minds are going to push it into the point. They haven't got this Blizzard, but Sound Barrier at their backs. Scoot's going to use his first. I don't think Donghak actually got that beat. Is that 3-man Sound Barrier there from Scoot? That's not good. High noon from Quartz is going to isolate people. It's a complete split from T1 now. Nice shot from Quartz too, finishing up on that high noon damage. Pretty easy flip, and now T1 have to touch.
Donghak not getting that barrier might have seemed like a small thing, but he had to full disengage and leave his teammates out to dry. No. Not able to anchor, but
okay.
Ooh.
My heart skipped a beat there. If that flash hits, like it's done for you, Mr. Donghak. Well, Scoot's down, Donghak on the ball. How much can he realistically do? Zester's already cleared 1, so, and that lamp down. Doesn't mean they're gonna get control of the point just this moment, but Donghak's doing enough to turn the ire of the entirety of Twisted Minds towards the Mega, and they actually lose the gap. It is Proud on the point with the help of Vigilante. The window's gonna do a fair amount of damage as that barrier fades from KSA. And now the damage can just be flung on in. This is an incredible turnaround from T1.
Somehow T1 keep coming back from these deficits. The clutch got the solo window from Vigilante, the 3K earlier on, the Donghak stall. Wait a minute, this is not over, and Proud has an overclock. He can lock in.
Chasing the Wrecking Ball right now, good Vortex, so they're going to be able to boof him in too. Doesn't look like it, but still get the kill anyway. The window, pretty deadly. Proud waiting for someone to peek it, but then not going to give him the angle. Quartz, though, double peeks around the corner. Unfortunately for Astro, he survives. However, it's all Zest now. Popped his ult. Now the Ravenous Vortex is hitting. Lamb comes in for a lick of sustainability as Donghak's able to actually get back, and yet completely winnable by T1. They managed to clutch up at the hands of Proud.
Just Donghak, Proud carries insane, and Zest shines when he needs to the most. This is insane. T1 keep turning around these deficits. It's at a 95+, and Astro's on the way to touch.
All right, he's been practicing his rollouts in backstage, but I don't think they're going to let him. Oh, there it is. Beautiful stuff there from the supports. Boop, being Astro away. Good first round from T1.
That should have been a Twisted Minds win, I'm not gonna lie. Like, how? They had these main advantages every single time. They played the Mei to perfection, it's what it seems. UB with these first picks at the beginning, Quartz sitting behind simple windows, making the whole game look simple. They look like they were running away with this 100-0, and Zest getting that 3K was the turning point.
Didn't even hit the flank. I thought he went round through the mini, but he just walked through the window, or drill dash through it. Good boot by Skewed. Astro 1 HP as well, so unlikely to actually survive a touch anyway. This bumps all round for Donghak. We roll it into the second round.
And Donghak, even emergency ball, everything. The second hero for Donghak, I swear, wins everything. But this time it will be the Orisa. Mei Yubi has had issues in the past on this map just with the open space and the counters he's faced, but see if he can lock down the Orisa before she pops the gold. Zest lurks about, and T1 want dojo control, but they're very scattered. Where is Donghak going?
Oh, yeah, nice. Ravenous Vortex there by KSA. Oh, and a better move from Buddy Astro. Donghak a little bit confused, sort of scratching the head a little bit there as the supports from T1 running to spawn.
T1 maybe, I don't know, are they overly relying on their mechanics? Just macro-wise, they're all over the place. Donghak is running it down while Vigilante's on the back bridge. Like, they kind of look confused in the cams. No one's talking, but hey, maybe this is just, you know, you need that first map to get the energy back up. T1 going through White Room, maybe trying to poke and prod with Vigilante to build up towards window. It's about even with Simple.
Yeah, the slow push now through White Room. Easy build up of this window for Vigilante, so it can just pop that on the entrance. Ideally use it halfway through the point. You don't use it on that little door there. Pretty easy to escape otherwise. KSA goes pretty low. A lot of cooldowns used by Donghak though. Has to save the gold. In case of emergencies. Lamp ends up getting deployed as well. As that Annihilation is going to be good for damage. Quartz on the sidelines. A window for a window there, but Quartz just had the better lineup.
But Donghak's just trying to keep KSA in check, but then you let Quartz take an angle and no one marked him. That's got to be up to Proud or Zest. Anyone cannot let Quartz go free. He will hit the headshots. Delivered so many multi-kills, and Twisted Minds look untouchable at this point. What was that?
Fair enough. Yeah, I love it. I think teams have been doing this a ton, especially, well, there's no sim in this comp, but playing super far up, catching people who are just hanging behind these walls that you'd normally consider sacred ground out of the sport.
Twisted Minds clearly took that break between matches to regain. They already look like they have a lot more life, and Quartz, a double kill?
Yeah, kind of easy for Quartz by the looks of it right now. Yes, you see player cam, just shrugs. Yeah, all right, fair enough. I'll take the free kill.
Round 3 we go, I think, because this Deadeye is about to come out. Good zone, and Twisted Minds have all their bases covered. Yubi covers White Room, can wall it off. It's got to be a skewed touch.
We got so many ults though. Blizzard, High Noon, Sound Barrier, like good luck.
Zest.
Oh, they're gonna push over the bridge. Skewed is now attempting to escort his team. There's the Sound Barrier. STC overtime in session as both beats have been used. High Noon's gonna get sped through the center of the map, but quickly speared. A Terror Surge grabs Quartz in. A block, so Quartz takes 0 damage. Nice stuff there, coming from Yubi. A little bit of teamwork with the block, but unfortunately the fight was on the point. The fight Twisted Minds needed to pay attention to was unfortunately already over as KSA goes down, a 99% flip for T1.
Yeah, I like that Donghak is taking up a lot more space and mainly marking down Quartz so Proud can take his shot and lean back and let all the work do the talking. But 0 to 100 comeback for T1 to try and close out map 1. They've been the clutch gods on Control Center, but now they have to face down the Yubi Mei without a good support ultimate like a Sound Barrier. Although the window from Vigilante could come in time, you got the immortality, you got gold, you have answers.
And look at Zest to go crazy here. Oh, he gets one already, dashes over. No way you're expecting that. Zest, oh my goodness. God. His Terror Surges are just delightful to watch. Twisted Minds end up quickly resetting there off the map. UB dunked in the water. A team kill for T1.
Zest is so huge with these ultimates. To kill both supports like that is insane. Now Twisted Minds, they got a lot more fight. Still haven't been able to find the opportunity for the Blizzard. Of course, T1 were just more proactive with it. Donghak, I mean, you could try to deny the Blizzard, but has to be the bodyguard at the front. Vigilante ready to set up with the window. Proud by his side.
That's a really forward window, though. Yeah, you're just going to walk through that. KSA's just going to ignore you completely. His big bouldering body just breaking the window in half. Pops down the barrier now, still has to hold on to this point. The backline, though, of his is in trouble. Simple isolated by Skewed there, as well as Donghak. Clean up from Zest comes in, and that's another fight win for T1. And now it is the last for Twisted Minds. A small stagger onto Yubi is going to cost them big time as well. He's going to be late to the fight. He's probably going to have to swap Tracer. Oh, wait, Quartz is already Tracer? Maybe not.
Man, just T1 keep coming back from the brink of defeat. And now have to try and deny the touch from Quartz.
Venture will do. Got to be quick now as T1 can just basically flood the point, just pick off individual members of Twisted Minds. Simple's already getting chased. A beautiful Terror Surge, and that lamp was ineffective for Simple. Just dragged away from it. And a nice round win for T1. And that'll be the first map under their belt as well.
T1 surprised us with the map pick and surprised us with how they're able to turn around all these fights. Just easily my MVP of that match. Impactful ults back to back. Some slip-ups from kind of who are we focusing when it comes to T1. The forward window from Skew that put Brown into an awkward position where he got run over from the opposite tank. But ultimately T1 able to come back. And yet Twisted Minds with these strong starts but not able to close out both these teams. Showing that that loss has affected them. But T1 still end up on top.
Yeah, I'd say in this kind of position, you'd feel pretty bad if you were T1, of course, like you mentioned, coming off that swift loss from Falcons. Twisted Minds, though, very much in this game still. Symmetra banned in this map, so now T1 can't ban it again, so they're going to be happy moving on throughout the series.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's
we got production in the crowd.
Hey! But yeah, that's one less thing that Twisted Minds have to worry about. Now you can run the sim into the ground. And then you had Yubi play the Mei, so I think that was fine. He got as close as you could, 100 to 99, where Twisted Minds had insane leads, 80+ leads to kick things off on both rounds, and choked. So now you hope that that doesn't get to them into the following maps. But speaking of that, Twisted Minds will have Choice coming up, and I would say Circuit would be huge for them. This was the map they full held Crazy Raccoon on. And then they got a taste of their own medicine when they went up against Alcatia.
Yeah, that was a very flip the script map. Yeah, I'd agree. I think Circuit Royale makes a whole lot of sense. Just play the sim and you're good. They've looked so clean with it. I mean, historically, EU has been a very brawl, like sim type region for a long while, even all the way going back to like season 1 over WCS, like stage 1. Like,
yeah,
Yubi was one of the MVPs there, just TP and everybody around. Like, it was so sick.
I think you gotta, when it comes to the bans for T1, I think you either gotta go for a tank, maybe try to deny the Ram from KSA, or maybe just cripple the speed, go after the Lucio. That's been unaffected, because obviously you can't target the Sim. I don't think Quartz is really gonna care if you get rid of Frey or Sojourn or whatever. I think it's definitely gotta be a tank or a Lucio choice for me.
Not sure if Astro was Raven, it was one of his former teammates there over at Scoot, but yeah, T1 locked in. A lot of cash moolah, cash money on the line, of course, as well as those club points. It's big for Twisted Minds, in fact, because Team Liquid very much in the lead. They've got the game wins, they've got the points, they're on top right now. But Twisted Minds, they need some big points here to actually get into that, or even close to that top 5.
And they got a big ban to kick things off. Twisted Minds go for the Orisa, because Donghak has had a strong preference towards the Orisa. Everyone else loving the Ramatra, but him, it's the Hammond, it's the Doomfist, and it's the Orisa. So Twisted Mind's gonna target that, while T1 ditch the Lucio. So this is gonna affect Funny Astro, force the Junos to come out.
Yeah, Juno, Kiri, Juno, Bab, like, I think it's fine, though. This kind of map, I mean, you're not too fussed about the Lucio being available or not. I'd be shrugging my shoulders if I was Twisted Minds right now. I'm like, man, it's all good. We got Sim back. We don't need speed. We got the ring, we got TP, like, we're chilling.
Yeah, you just gotta worry about the rotations, because depending on if you bring the Sim out, which I assume Twisted Minds at the very least would, to get this Ramatra around, because you don't want to be in open air for too long, not with the deadly DPS of Proud and Quartz lurking around, which at the moment will be a Freya versus Sojourn. But we'll see what kind of pop-up we're gonna get. Maybe even a Widow out of spawn. We actually saw a pick on Circuit on that one series.
I said, that's not happened since like 97, bro. I mean, look, Donghak now forced to play the Ram as well with the Orisa band. See how well he does on it. Gates open. T1 still leading the series in this 1st to 3, this 3rd place match. That cash money and those club points on the line, as Astro just gets one tap.
Quartz almost took an L too. Yeah, like, wonder if Proud went for a jump up there. I don't know how you find an angle on a Juno that early. Either way, first corner for Twisted Minds as a result. It can Really get some good splash with the anti-nades from Simple and then Nano target. Looking at KSA, just get the edge in the tank battle versus Donghack, while Skewed could do some heavy damage in the air too.
Yeah, the Ana versus the Alari here is kind of fun. I'm surprised T1 didn't try and perma hold that forward corner. Even after the pick, like you're thinking maybe you just hold up and just wait for Proud to maybe get another pick. Anade's going to be fairly impactful, but even anting a Ram can just go Nemesis form. It's like, it's whatever. It's really the sleep dart that helps you deal with this Ramatra. Even just cancelling the block with the sleep as he goes into the sleep and then wake up animation is normally enough for you to get bursted as the Ram.
For sure. Twisted Minds aren't going too crazy with the TP, but wait, he got Proud, putting shots down. Here's the escape from T1.
Oh, he's going to give Man's Nano boost as UB TPs into the backline, and that's one scary Symmetra. Oh, you got the shield there? No worries. I can TP behind you again, Donghack. Well, the lamp ends up coming in. There's the sleep dart, and oh, full charge is UB right now. I'm not sure how much DPS that is, but it's too much to heal. That's for sure.
Yeah, you need to immediately look at a Symmetra. Donghack, I don't know, he kind of kept the 180, never turned around and reacted to UB. He is very elusive, though, and Twisted Minds will at least have UB fans in the crowd, and they'll make...
UB is better than Overwatch players, like just every Overwatch player. What? I respect
UB bias, I can't believe it.
Don't mind it. And this He's got Wall as well. They've got so many ults. I mean, they're big chilling right now. Couple of little teleports, but they have to deal with this flank. This is a very strange angle that KSA is on currently. Both tanks just kind of trading blows with each other's backlines, but this window is rather disgusting for Vigilante. Zest, unfortunately, though, does end up falling as KSA continues his solo mission. Look at that James Bond out there, 1v like 6ing.
Oh my God.
UB sends a right click through the door and Skew dies. T1 are crumbling right now like the rock before the tide.
Yeah, and look at this time bank too. If Twisted Minds win this, it's so cooked, and Quartz opens it up.
I mean, they got the orbital ray. Captive Sun is going to connect as well. You gotta think. Quartz is pretty low in the sidelines here, still trying to get away, but has reached the edge of the map. Skew double tapping Simple in the backline to detonate that Captive Sun. But with Donghack dead, the longevity on this point is being cut short. The healing pylon doing its work, though, for the time being. Healing players on the point, but Skew still ends up going down to the pulsar torpedoes of Verdice. Finally, looks like Twisted Minds are going to get this done, although Donghack is back on the Doom, but no ults, no hope. Turrets get the kill, and there's 5-minute time bank for Twisted Minds.
Watch this, though. Donghack goes Doomfist, starts winning. Okay, calling it here, but at least Zest now he's off. Now he loses. But Zest is going to the Tracer, one of his signature heroes, and Twisted Minds almost up a 5-minute time bank. It's nasty. Simple is hitting sleeps and antis on Donghack, ruining his day, making it so Vigilante can't even use his own window. He has to tend Donghack at all times.
All right, here's the plan. Nano UB in, send him into the back line.
Not again.
High ground. He's a beast. Nano him in. Do it, Simple. They're going to try and take height, at least on these stairs. Looks like maybe Simple's in the line for a Nano onto KSA. Pretty deadly, in fact, with the Annihilation or just with that Nemesis form. Nade. Nano, you're going to need to pop it in a second. Good little sleep, though, is going to start us off. There it is. Self Nano as well for Simple, so he's doing a lot of extra damage now. Donghack way out of position as the terror in KSA just continues through the back line of T1. I'm not sure you're going to escape this one, Vigi. I don't think you're getting out alive. I mean, Skewed, he's desperately like, I got right-click heals, maybe. Vigilante gets out of there, but unfortunately the same can't be said for the rest of T1, who are forced to reset.
Zest held back a storm, though, playing solo on the card. He won his 1v1 against Quartz and denied a lot of progress out of Twisted Minds, so this could have been a lot worse, but there's still 3.5 minutes left for Twisted Minds.
Captive Sun, there it is, on the high ground. Oh, Quartz, you see that? Little updraft straight over the sun. His whole body blotting it out. It didn't end up, if it connected with someone, didn't get a kill. Hasn't been visible to us, Skewed, sadly. Quartz says I'm falling to Zest, but I mean, Twisted Minds just running this one in. Proud on Height's going to be a mild nuisance, but it looks like everybody's just going to kind of ignore him. Knows Funny Astro is below, hits one bolt, but that's about it. Proud jumps on it, though. Bunny Astro isolated as Twisted Minds. Their payload will halt for now.
Zest is cooking from Lijiang Tower, having a couple multi-kills to swing fights in T1's favor that they had no business winning, to stalling the car here, killing one of the supports. You stagger out Funny Astro, but still an uphill battle with how much T1 did not put up a fight through point A and point B. It's going to take a Herculean effort to stop Twisted Minds at that point with how much time they have, and you have Nano Annihilation coming up.
Okay, Zest takes a little bit too much damage. Same could be said for Yubi. So scared of Quartz, by the way. So would be 2 on the Cass. KSA backing up. He's got the heal on it, so he's all good. He's got both healers looking directly at his back, keeping him topped up to 100.
Bit of a skirmish, but this all favors T1 to take down this time bank as much as possible. Gives chance for Vigilante to try and build up towards this Nano as well. Twisted Minds just waiting for the right opportunity, but Zest lurks. Simple as low misses to sleep. That's huge for Zest.
Yeah, Zest with a nice 2-piece. Actually gets Quartz too. A Tracer versus an Ana and a Cash. You don't expect Zest to win that, but of course he does.
Zest is giving life to this team, and Proud is following up. It's exactly what you need out of this Tracer. And Twisted Minds have to be reset time and time again. Momentum is really dwindling. They haven't been able to execute on these ults because they're so worried about where Zest is.
Oh, that nade was sick. They're just going to TP away as that wall is planted in a rather precarious spot. Nano boost onto Donghag now, and the annihilation ensues. Quartz is going to go down first, but Zest is traded. Proud looking below him, looking for a bolus target, and hits KSA. Another large nade by Vigilante sends 2 players purple, and now the front line of Twisted Minds is waning. Proud taken to the skies again.
Proud
continues to just stay airborne as he gets a triple at the end.
So Simple just let Quartz die. He was like, I could nano you, but Yubi's probably yelling at me right now. So he gives it to Yubi. Quartz dies. They try their best, but Proud at a distance is fragging. He is really picking up the pace. Speaking of that, 45 seconds left out of a 4+ minute time bank.
Shortest nade of all time there for Quartz. All good. We didn't see it. Not skewed, nice. No out first, and honestly, wouldn't even matter anyway. Uh-oh, 1v1, he's got nade, should be good. Yeah, easy. Quartz survives, thanks to that Suzu as well at hand by Simple, but doesn't have a Suzu for this. There is going to be a sleeping KSA, and Proud once again behind, has to hit this double shot on Astro. Misses all 3 though. Has to get back now. Good movement from Astro. He's going to use the orbital ray and just push the tempo to the max. Teleports onto Vigilante. The captive sun completely denied. Suzu cleanses the sunburst as Quartz finds a double. And the final push to point C ends in a team kill. 0 time in the time bank left. And Quartz knows it's over. Put down the keyboard and mouse, took a swig from the war bowl, and is ready for the next round.
The double flank into a double death. Zest and Proud could have been the biggest playmakers, but Quartz turns around and deals with the problem. Twisted Minds obviously made quick work of this entire map and got stalled for several minutes, all thanks to the effort of Zest and Proud. And then finally, Twisted Minds lock in and close it out. Finishing on this map is pretty huge, and it was a very big orbital ray from Funny Astro to kind of propel them to the end.
He was airborne for so long, he needed his pilot's license at that point. That is absurd movement from Proud there. Look, fantastic. And shooting downward, by the way, is no easy feat, and being that accurate as well. All right, Simple on the Alari. Love this.
KSA champ.
Hey, he's a beast. Aramco side swap coming in as T1 are now on their attack. Simple on the Alari, Astro, of course, on the Juno. I like the Alari setup on this map, especially with the Sim. Hold this top right, put the pylon right above you, have the little turret in the Mega Health Pack room, and then just beam anybody that comes and tries to take your spot.
See if Proud can get the shot. Expecting a Freya jump up, not gonna get it, but is anyone gonna early peek this Widow? Cracking the armor of KSA is a start, but
go on, Proud, just stick on the Widow. Do it. Ooh, yeah, Quartz ain't gonna give you that chance. You know, as the other DPS, if the Widow's taking a shot, you've got about half a second or so to kind of mess around a little bit and get out of the way. You've got a little time. All right, Proud, switching over to the Freya again.
Got the Ana Juno as well. A lot of healing available, and KSA has to be careful how he plays his corner. If he gets hit by an anti, he's just gonna lose that tank battle very quickly. You gotta be using that shield appropriately to save yourself in those moments.
Man, that was a big vortex. Jeez, they had like 4 people. KSA just absorbing all the damage. Oh, he's trying to kill Zest, all good. Disruption shot from Quartz will finish the job eventually.
A sleep that no one can really capitalize on. If anything, it just lets T1 take a breath, which now it's been a pretty long breath. It's been a minute at this corner, and Twisted Minds playing this first corner means a lot of fights being forced and a lot of time gone. And remember how swift Twisted Minds were at clearing point A and point B.
Has it got shift? Simba's got to be careful. Yeah, TP away. Gonna have that outburst. It could be kind of tough for an Ilari to play. He's got a captive stun almost though. He's 5% away. Nano boost and a TP away. It's the outburst. Can he actually escape? No, he cannot. You pop the ult there, you definitely die. You're a little slow when you insta-pop it. Looks like Twisted Minds just going for a reset. Only the Nano used by T1 though, so good step for this next fight, but Twisted Minds have got 5 on the board almost.
Yeah, and Zest has a lot of good options how he can use this barrier coming up just to seal off where the cart is and force KSA to have to step beyond it and anchor it. Or you can use it to break up the fight in half. Zest's decision is going to be important. Of course, the orbital rays can be exchanged to give you a lot of extra healing in those chaotic moments.
Well, that's the wall. Simple's now completely isolated from the rest of his team. Anti-name's just been so good from Vigilante as well. Orbital Ray from the high ground's going to get matched here by Skewed's low. Captive Sun connects to Proud, and there's the detonation. Has gotten one. Used the Orbital Ray for a brief moment. Now trying to duel out with Vigilante below. A nice railgun shot from Quartz, hit in the front to back as Skew kind of dodging out the way of Simple, who was just hitting the skybox. Donghag last alive here on the point, receiving a little healing coming in, but that's all she wrote as T1 don't manage to get it over the line.
Yeah, I think that barrier from Zest could have been a lot more forward. It could have been more aggressive, especially when you have Orbital Ray. You just needed to zone Twisted Minds off a few meters for that cap, and now you have to work back all that space and go up against the Twisted Minds barrier, which again can really section off this fight and ruin things when T1 don't have the best answer coming up.
I mean, there's a nano boost on the horizon for T1, but they're running into a wall and an annihilation. But TM, little TP. Oh, Vigilante's dead. So about that nano, guys. Quick reset. 45 seconds to go. They know this is their final fight on this corner.
Well, KSA is just going to get farmed here a bit, but also means Simple can get up towards the Captive Sun or even an Orbital Ray on the other side. But it is do or die for T1, or Twisted Minds are going to tie the series.
Oh, nice stuff there. Caught Zest unaware as they try to TP away. This is what I want to see, just pure aggression from Twisted Minds. They're just going to find the spawn, do it. Just rip the annihilation, run at them. You got wall. They can't really TP that far away if you just hold this corner. Looks like they're just going to be a little pensive for now as they end up backing up. But these support ultimates for T1, they was going to have to seal the deal for them at this point. There is going to be Donghag just forcing around the corner, but he's already 1 HP. I mean, the nade off the backboard there is going to be good for damage onto KSA, but instantly pops the annihilation. Yep, and the wall too. Just too many ults for Twisted Minds, and that's going to be map. They tie up the series.
Such a good map pick for Twisted Minds to force that Sim mirror and to beat them at their own game. If anything, it's Twisted Minds that have pioneered this, and they showed them how it's done. And just Proud couldn't get into that power position around the statue. Donghag couldn't keep and take enough space. There's not as many fun flanks for Zest to pop off the way he did on point C earlier on, so just really tough. As we have a tie series, we'll find out who will take a lead after this break.
future impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Wanna get lost in this moment, long enough that we lose focus. Wanna feel your breath above me, I won't forget you in my story. Give you space, that is what you need. I'm hoping that this time out, they won't just betray. I wanna chase you out. I know you think me wrong, but I can change you out, be. That'll make you happy. That'll make you. That'll make you. That'll make you happy. That'll make you. That'll make you happy. That'll make you. That'll make you happy.
A tied series so far between T1 and Twisted Minds. A spot on the podium on the line. We are going to Atlas as our next map. It's going to be a Flashpoint with T1 banned in the class and Wrecking Ball banned by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, T1 have chosen Atlas against Falcons. It was a very close 3-2 win, the only map win that T1 had over Falcons, unfortunately, but this is the ball playground. This is Hammond's supremacy we've been waiting for all this time, but Twisted Minds are ahead of the game, not letting that slip through the cracks. So it's either a Winston backup plan, a Mauga, there's options for Donghack. He's still quite flexible, even the Doomfist. I'm still praying for the Doomfist.
It might happen. We saw a little bit on this one, but
Hey, T1 getting rid of the Cassidy means they don't want a good deterrent to the dive, so we'll see.
I would love to see just full dive. I mean, look, come on. You don't have to play Ram Donghack, it's all good. You're chilling. Orissa's not banned anymore and can't be banned. Wait, so good for that. I think Zest too can play the Venture here. I'm very impressed with the Venture from Zest. We'll see Twisted Minds basically run this comp throughout the entirety of the rest of the series. Maybe Quartz cops a ban on the Sojourn, potentially, depending on how destructive he is on this map, I feel. But yeah, here it is. Donghack on the Mauga. Oh, Avral's going to have a big frown on his face in the green moon. Seeing that.
Yeah, once in a blue moon, you see Donghack on this. He's just kind of gonna treat it like a Reinhardt with guns. Just roll him down in these nice long lanes. Donghack wants to get up close and personal, while if there's a Quartz nearby, he can also try and duel against him. It's not a bad choice for this map.
Ooh, Proud super low. Playing a little tricky there with that little bit of cover. Zebra Quartz just waiting for one of them to fire their shots. Quartz going pretty low. Disruption shot taking a lot of people there, but it will be a teleport away for Twisted Minds. Proud directly above them at this point. Spots Quartz though, maybe on an off angle. Zest is now going to try and actually collapse onto UB, who knows they don't have TP anymore, so sitting duck is that Symmetra.
It's a very back and forth game, but Zest is low, so T1 have to regroup. They're fine kind of giving up this cap, and look, Zest is kind of lurking. Why is he always playing solo? He's such a menace. He's either the one who will deliver the fight win or the one that will cost it.
There we go, there's the Doomfist. Finally, we're back in it.
We're so back.
Yeah, good luck against this Ram, though. You do end up canceling the block for like half a second or so with that punch. There's no shot you cap, though. Yeah, Donghack, all that damage just got Suzu. Now he has to back off. No one's going to shoot that block either. It's not like your ranked games. No way you're getting that power punch, I'm afraid, Donghack.
Trying to intercept people from taking the teleport as well. Oh, Mama Rack is here. Hey, gatos. Hey. Oh, the observers say hi too. Hey.
And there's going to be a big problem now as double DPS, double support ultimate for T1 can be thrown out. Of course, it was simple. Used that rush fairly early to try and put themselves on the point. They're going to extend this for quite a considerable amount of time, though. Twisted Minds. It's a good 90% on the board.
Yeah, that got chaotic, but Proud's on fire, and he'll have the overclock now to go up against Quartz. Quartz has been so good at canceling these ults. He has looked dead in the face of other Sojourns, and will Eagle duel that every day of the week. We got barriers. I want to see these come out early. As soon as you hear the overclock, if you're worried, pop the barrier. It's better to be safe than to be sorry.
Unsure, yeah, he was faking it there. Ends up just 180ing and punching away. Oh, misses that one though, sadly. Overclock for Proud, and there's the wall in response. Proud having to find a different angle.
Oh, one man.
This wall is just doing so much. A little one-man sound barrier though from Skewed, yeah. The wall from UB just basically deleted 3 ults. This overclock, tectonic shock, and the sound barrier completely denied by UB's wall. Quartz is going to finish this one off with a nice little railgun shot thrown towards Vigilante. That's a cap, and that's a point for Twisted Minds.
Well, this is not peak T1, but it's came down to just a sound barrier diff at the end. Like you pointed out, UB broke that up, and T1 are trying to play around Donghack, who has to go on his own solo adventures too, and Zest kind of playing as an individual too, so now first point goes to Twisted Minds after full holding T1 on Circuit Royale. They seem to be the ones in charge.
It's just TPing away from Donghack. Every time he uses Slam, they were just using the TP to get out of the way from him. It does end up going in again, but yeah, it's tough, man. You need Zest to be right by your side. Get a neutral punch onto 2, slam away, Meteor Strike, maybe just go straight back in. Spots the TP, but I think 3 people took damage there. A 3-hand punch into the wall, but it's just not enough. You don't have enough damage as just the Doomfist. But KSA not receiving the support required, however, as the entirety of Twisted Minds trying to deal it with Donghack, basically just inting into them over and over again.
Proud didn't have the best line of sight. Yeah, at least converts 1 better than 0 with Donghack. Still doing a lot of damage and surviving despite the whole team looking at him. And T1 get the cap off of that. So I would say mission accomplished, but can they deny the recap here? Donghack against KSA on the point.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Sound Barrier to fight into and this Annihilation. realistically, you only need to pop one, maybe zero now that Zest is dead. Yeah, this Doomfist is just so tough. It is very high risk, high reward. If you can get some big punches off and then Zest follows up, Proud follows up, it can be too explosive for Simple to deal with, but tough matchup.
Yeah, a good sim team will take care of Venture, no problem. And Twisted Minds have been good at marking where Zest is coming from and shutting that down before he gets ramped up, because Zest is a real threat on this hero. You saw it back on Lijiang Tower. I think that was a huge reason T1 even won. Now, speaking of that, Twisted Minds are ahead in this point too, when KSA gets to watch from above to see how Donghack is going to contest.
Yeah, Funny Astro has had the sound barrier for quite some time now. Now Skewed has one as well. Proud on an awkward angle, on the low ground, even on some stairs, and now has to deal with this wall. The UB wall value is just immense. And now it's all on Quartz, just punching, getting punched away, but I mean, Zest is the one really to deal with in there as Zest comes in with another tectonic shock, hits a two-piece, and he's not done. He ends up now trying to deal with KSA, but he's just so healthy. Those shields you get for using abilities just sustain you in the fight for so long. Twisted Minds get OT, but T1 get the cap.
Zest kills 3, Donghack kills 2. This is so deja vu of Lijiang Tower. It's 2 versus 5. T1 keep getting away with murder. Now, if they could pull off the 0 to 100, this would be even more deja vu from Lijiang Tower, where T1 have no business winning fights, and they somehow pull a rabbit out of their hat. Kitsune Rush just has to be the one for Vigilante.
Yeah, and you're in such a good spot too. If you're Twisted Minds, like, you just pop the rush down here. You got to deal with this meteor strike, sure, but the power-up punch is the one true thing you have to be really scared of. Teleport away for Simple. Donghack is still punching, he's still going. But now, without many cooldowns left, it's going to be a big trouble cleaning everybody else up. A perfectly timed Suzu there from Simple to stop the punch going onto KSA, but he still is felled by Skew. Twisted Minds with the point flip again, as it's just broken down into an absolute dogfight. But it is Quartz with a railgun headshot onto Skew. That will end it all. Twisted Minds now 2 points up.
Yeah, it kind of came down to like a 2 versus 2 at the end. Quartz had to put a stop to T1. That was kind of turnable, I'm not gonna lie. But hey, it's map point for Twisted Minds, hoping to go to match point very soon. Had to expend those ults, had to get KSA on the Orisa. Something to javelin this darn Doomfist away. Donghack is just such a menace.
Well, they've already forced Zest's burrow. Teleporter, okay, they're thinking about it. They're just getting another look at the angle, maybe forcing T1 to reposition slightly. Point has unlocked at this point, so Twisted Minds are going to try and force their way in. Okay, they spotted Donghack at the very least, got the block out of him, and the burrow too. Large cooldowns being expended by T1. Sound barrier connects with 3 for Twisted Minds. Proud on not the best angle in the world. A little bit too far away, missing a couple of those overclock shots. And in fact, now Quartz is going to go and try to challenge him. Point gets capped by Twisted Minds there as T1. Oh, they're not looking hot right now. Maybe still rather dejected after that map loss and series loss against Team Falcons earlier.
Yeah, 20% diff on the barrier made the whole difference, and that first fight can be critical, but Skewed can re-engage now with his own barrier.
All right, it's on the point. Connects with 5 this time around, and here comes the tectonic shock straight through the wall. UB with no movement skills, you're done. Finding Astro does manage to boop Zest away for the time being as that ult fades away. Wall is going to get completely destroyed here. It eventually disappears, but this rush is overwhelming from Twisted Minds as Quartz unleashes the overclock yet again, and it is only Donghack for T1 that is left standing.
This is an underrated player in this match is the damage from Funny Astro. He's just so aggressive and part of helping Quartz rotate around, move people away from UB. He has been just pressured so much by this Donghack Doomfist, and now a few more % away before the map.
Yeah, they shouldn't C9 here. There's no shots. OT. Terror Surge though. There's the burrow. Uh-oh, Zest, you're in trouble. Has got a Drow Dash, of course, to get away, but the Terror Surge instantly grabs him back in, and a body shot from Quartz will do the venture. And there it is, a 3-0 on Atlas for Twisted Minds. 1 map away from securing a podium position.
Looks like another day at the office for Twisted Minds, who have not lost a beat. If anything, this could have even been a sweep. It was 100-99 on both rounds that T1 somehow clutched, and we extend the series more. But after a full hold from Twisted Minds on Circuit Royale, a 3-0 sweep on an Atlas, Twisted Minds want to put T1 to bed very soon.
Only one more map to do it as well. A podium finish will be big for the team. Extra prize money and club points. Twisted Minds want to rocket up those power rankings. As the end of EWC kind of draws near, kind of desperate to get up there. You want as much as you possibly can. Liquid a little bit out of reach at this point, but Twisted Minds are on a good streak to reach that third spot on the podium. We're going to throw to the studio though, and they can set us up for map number 4.
Excellent stuff from Twisted Minds. After dropping the initial control, they bounce right back. And we thought if T1 got first blood, they'd be able to roll it a little bit to a 3-0. Johnny, our tank woes are really coming into play for Donghak.
Yeah, tank woes are indeed. I mean, it's a difficult matchup. We talked about the magic of Donghak making it work, but proving really difficult here against Twisted Minds. You know, Puckett, it's been a story of composition so far. And when I said 3-0 initially for Twisted Minds, well, I did kind of forget about the Symmetra ban, which proved really critical on the control map. But since then, it's been all Twisted Minds, and they're looking dominant on these closer maps.
Coaches are going to be selecting our next map as you hear Fleta chiming in with our instructors. Let's take a look at some of these highlights, though, Avril. Who is catching your eye?
Still Yubi on the Symmetra, still Quartz, as you'd expect on all of his top picks, Sojin included. Really, it's just bullying Donghak at this moment because they're target banning him so much. They've already banned the Orisa, which finally forced him to play a little bit of the Ramacha, which honestly wasn't that bad. They didn't win the map, unfortunately. It was a really unfortunate situation where, weirdly for Zest, he felt like he wanted to play the Symmetra as well, so we ended up having a bit of a Symmetra off between the teams. However, you're playing Symmetra into Twisted Minds. That's never going to really feel that great for you. Then you see a ball ban on Atlas, so you remove the dive capability from Donghak. He probably could have tried Winston, but his answer is to go Doom, and as I've said earlier, I don't think Doom is the correct play, and it showed in that game.
The fans not running out of energy yet. TM fans on their feet. So far, their team is just one map away from securing an additional $40,000 and the third place title. If they do that, Johnny, it's another 200 points to their squad.
Yeah, I mean, that's brilliant. That's what all the club championship is about. It's about racking up these points, and that's going to be crucial for Twisted Minds. But they're up 2-1 in this series. But, you know, I'm not counting out T1 yet. I think the map pool is really interesting. Yes, it looked brutal on Atlas there, but Atlas is a new map in the pool, introduced in Season 17. And I think what we've kind of seen so far this tournament is some of these dive teams, they're picking Atlas because New Junk City is just a death sentence because the Symmetra compositions are so powerful over there. So you get Atlas out of the way, you gave yourself a chance. Now we're opening things up a little bit more. On the push maps, I think still, you know, Colosseo is a great map for Twisted Minds, but could be equally good for T1. Esperanza, dive map as well. Eichenwalde, it's a really interesting pick here for T1, of course. But I really do think that they have a chance on either Blizzard World or Eichenwalde to bring it back this series.
I think this is a really good Symmetra map. That's the problem as well, is T1 blew the Symmetra ban on map 1. That's not where you want it to be. I did say, look,
well, it paid off.
I had the 3. It pays off, but how are you going to win the entire series? I think you have a good chance to still win Lijiang without the Symmetra ban in there. I did say with the Sim ban, T1 I think are going to win a map. They got that one map in there, but if you looked at how Alcatia played, they waited until map 5 to deploy the Sim ban against Yubi, and then they won, or at least put themselves in position to push to map 6 and onwards and then win the series eventually. This is a sort of situation where if you had a Sim ban right now against them on Eichenwalde, that would have been super useful.
I really wish I could ban Symmetra multiple times in a series.
I bet everyone playing against Alcatia
tournament ban her?
would probably pick to do that.
Let's call it Nerf Bucket.
Oh, yes. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the best moments from this series so far. We are 3 maps in, and if you've watched Twisted Minds, you know they're going to go to a Game 5. Why? They just soak up the airtime, Johnny.
They love it. I mean, they love the atmosphere. We love the atmosphere. The fans have been great so far. Cores have been popping off on the Sojourn here, and that's exactly what you need. I talk about the energy, and I feel like all the momentum right now is in Twisted Minds' favor. T1, back against the wall. You can't afford to lose a single map. But all of these maps are going to be so close from here on out. Like, I really don't think there's a favorite in this series. Like I said, Twisted Minds, looking good, of course, up 2-1. But T1, you know, if they can just get some of their damage players firing, if Proud can start popping off on that hit scan roll, they're yet to really win a map without that Symmetra ban. But they need one of those players on the Freya, for example, to step up.
Avril, my cousin Kyle is watching this from Ohio in the United States of America. He just asked, why isn't Junkrat countering the Symmetra?
Well, Kyle,
it's the softest of counter, but
there's like one player in the world that plays Junkrat, and he's one of our analysts here. So unfortunately,
forget about PDK.
There's not going to be PDK because there's two players in the world
two
that play
players on the planet.
Junkrat, and one of them's our analyst. The other one is not a player at this event. So a bit unfortunate here. No, what you want to be playing against Symmetra is, as I've said, it's the Venture and it's the ball, and you can play Venture. Zest plays the Venture here. Donghak plays the ball. The ball ban is gone. That's the good news. However, I don't think that's a ball map. I think you need to be going to something like a Colosseo Esperanza. Actually, is probably a ball map. That's probably you would actually want to go. I think if you wanted to play ball, but it just seems like I don't know what Donghak's doing right now. He's choosing really weird here. He even started Malga on Atlas. Please, no more Malga, please.
The Malga didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, the only time we've seen Wrecking Ball and Ikemal was like Amon in Overwatch League.
True.
Yeah, swirling around.
Shout out.
We haven't seen that since then. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Blizzard World was a really good mapping for T1 here. I will say though.
You will say.
After, I say a lot of things, Pocket. Twisted Minds, they looked really good on Blizzard World. In the previous matchup in the semi-final, the rotations were on point. And T1, maybe, they were a little bit scared about the way they played that map. So I could actually see the reasoning for picking Eichenwalde. Maybe you think you have a better chance here, considering how they performed earlier in the day.
Shout out to T1. They may not have as many fans, but they have better cosplay. They're here in this series, but they need to win back-to-back if they want third place and to tie Twisted Minds in our club championship at 1,000 points. Can they get it done? It's time to find out as we head into game number 4 in the STC Arena.
Man, you guys talk about legendary Junkrat players and you forget the boy Gurkmeister? That is crazy. All right, Eichenwalde is going to be the map. T1's pick. They're banning the Ram. And then Twisted Minds banging the Brig, which is fairly interesting. Brig not seen too much playtime in this tournament thus far, although to be fair, if you look at Team Ron Squad, they got one of the best Brigs to ever do it. We'll see if T1 can kind of come back. Twisted Minds, this is match point for them to finish on that third place.
Twisted Minds are on a roll. The full hold on Circuit, this 3-0 sweep on Atlas. T1 not all firing on all cylinders. I think Donghak and Zest are putting in a lot of effort, and like the desk mentioned, Donghak is getting target banned, but you won't be able to take his Hammond away again. I think this is a solid one. The first point, more brawly, but when it comes to that castle phase, I think Donghak can get a lot of value.
Do it, Donghak. Run the Doom. Surely, come on. You ban the Ram. This is good. This is a good look. Or maybe just trying to force the Orisa matchup. The Doom visit would be kind of fun. Old school Doom rollouts out of spawn to the right-hand side, to the castle, over the top. Slam stalling on the high ground to get max slam. Boom. Overwatch 1 head to remember that one. Yeah, Twisted Minds, I think, look, Avril had it right as well, yeah. You go to control, you have your sim ban the way you're like, okay, that's fine. You take that map, cool. We can now play sim for the rest of the series. So we go into game types that are much more favorable to the sim. And I think Eichenwalde is actually a decent map for it. You TP past the choke point. If you get first point, you can TP up to high ground. You can TP cross bridge. Like, there are so many good spots for sim to be played here. I mean, Yubi's just gonna have a field day if T1 just rest on their laurels.
Yeah, I think Zest was super solid on Circuit when it came to Tracer, so if he could get around to that again, but you don't have the Brigida, so the packs would really enable a Tracer a lot better, but then you throw the Kiriko in, maybe go on a bit of a date together, the long walks on the beach around Eichenwalde. Not that there's beaches there, but expecting Zest to have a pop-off moment, and he needs to, or T1 are gonna end in 4th.
Yeah, not where you want to be. Twisted Minds really vying for those club points right now, as well as that sweet, sweet cash. We'll see how Quartz ends up doing against Proud here as well. It's been a fun series, I think, for both Sojourns, but Quartz has, and it feels like this is the case 99% of the time, Quartz has the upper hand. Zest's Venture, though, continues to surprise. He's definitely been one of my favorite players to watch throughout the tournament, the way they're playing the Venture. I think, in general, you're not a sim team, you're going to try and counter it. You have Crazy Raccoon, like Heesang, playing the Pharah. You have Zest on the Venture. We'll see if they end up rolling out with that. Twisted Minds, though, are going to start on the defense first.
KSA not able to play the Ram, would have to go to Orisa, and I guess the Zarya is kind of their secret weapon, the ace up the sleeve, but will be Twisted Minds defending first. So would we want to see the ball or even the Winston on defense first? This is quite the map to take us to. We were sort of questioning the bans and even the map picks from just not taking Donghack to Busan or Oasis already had me scratching my head. So I think this makes a lot more sense for T1, but this is the last hurrah. We look at the Twisted Minds comp, but they got KSA on the good old D.Va.
Yeah, I really like this D.Va pick, actually. Because if Donghack does end up coming out of the Wrecking Ball on the Doomfist, which at this point, especially with the Ram band, you're expecting it, it's perfect for it. And D.Va, extremely mobile, can protect the backline. The comp is so mobile too with Astro. You're going to be able to just run people down. I think that's going to be the aim of the game. We'll see. T1 obviously in the spawn still. Not sure Donghack's going to run the Queen by any stretch of the imagination. But it looks like something cheeky from Twisted Minds. All right. Hang on a second.
Trying to get some charged up right clicks.
Oh, spots him. Wow, if he hit that shot, I would have lost my mind. Threw my headset on the ground and stomped on it. But no, all good. Donghack actually on the, okay, Genji for Zest. All right. Didn't expect to see a Genji, I'm going to be honest. But honestly, if you're feeling yourself, you're feeling yourself. Donghack on the hazard as well.
Haven't seen the Zest Genji in quite a while, but he is the flanker specialist. He'll be able to harass. Remember, it's about getting those dash resets. You're going to be a sitting duck, and wait, I don't think you want to be lasered by a Symmetra either. Can't deflect those.
Nice wall, though, by Donghack. Does split the team for a brief moment, but it's free charge for the Sim, too. You can hold up the spike guard, sure, and it will be proud. Just a couple of take-aim shots in the small corridor. That deals with UB. Back simple as well. There is one kill, but yeah, there's no shot. I mean, Quartz gets away. Tried to time that perfectly, but you know what? Genji, Hazard, T1, I like it.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I guess, tried to get the jump onto Zest, and then the escape route was cut off, and Yubi was the first victim, and that is a very fast cap out of T1. But now it's about riding out this momentum, not letting Twisted Minds set up on the top of the castle. But what is this proactive push? This is so aggressive from Twisted Minds.
I mean, this is what they've been doing all tournament long, is just pushing other teams to the limits, just pushing all the way to the spawn. There's a couple of kills coming in. A little bit of extra stagger for KSA. Trying to get Quartz out alive is going to be a hard task, and yeah, it ends up going down to the kunai. KSA is just going to reset on the point, although as thrusters in a couple of seconds, no, uses them for a bit more of an offensive play.
This is a good Alcatia cosplay from Twisted Minds, but they've engaged now first both fights. They've lost now both those fights, so we're gonna need to see a different approach from Twisted Minds, and maybe with some ults, it's gonna be bolstered a lot better. Zest hasn't even farmed up a blade yet. T1 carrying this through.
Yeah, looking to maybe force out a TP on the high ground. Downpour's available from Donghack. B ends up connecting as well for both teams. Quartz stuck in place, but it's all good. Doesn't need to walk around. Vigilante just walks in front of him. Kill on to the Kiriko. Proud, very accurate with the take aim shots, but yeah, can't really survive here. We're not with KSA, just assaulting the high ground whenever he possibly can.
I know there's a lot of, quote, counters to the Hammond, but even just the impact of trying to get these cooldowns out, the Suzu, the TP, something. Donghack would enable the rest of his team. I don't know. T1 so far, it's been good progress, but how do you retake at this point? You're going to be susceptible to a lot of poke, and as soon as you dive in, Yubi's going to teleport the team out, just like that.
Let's have a look at this blade, Zest, see how sharp it is. Everybody's grouped up, but you best believe they're going to TP away as soon as that blade gets popped. Ideally, obviously, you save the dash, and then you get the slash dash insta-kill on somebody. Looks like Proud's going to try and take the high ground, or it's going to be frustrating to fight into. They do end up laying the road down on the point. So, yeah, just a quick disengage. Wow, that was a fight and a half. There's the blade popped by Zest, and there's the TP. He's got the dash, though. There's a couple of reflected shots back, but yeah, that's a Genji blade in 2025, that's for sure.
The social distancing blade, but just a good teleport from UB, knowing what to expect, but that's a good first blood.
Yeah, good kill by Quartz. That TP has been destroyed as well. UB received the Suzu for a brief second. Bowler shots eaten by KSA, as well as Donghack. Proud now in trouble. Uses the updraft to get to the high ground, creating a bit of distance between himself and KSA down on the point. He's going to be able to get away. In fact, maybe even gets the D-mech as well. No, KSA a little bit too swift with it. Simple now in trouble. Oh, Zest. Oh, dashes to Mini, but should end up falling over. Self-destruct. He's so low. Doesn't quite get there, but on the high ground, on the normal level ground, Quartz has managed to kill off at least one, but slowly but surely, T1 whittling away the defenses of Twisted Minds.
You'll have the sound bear at least if you're Funny Astro for Twisted Minds to try and win this fight. If you can stop the card with how deep it is, it'd be huge for Twisted Minds. And setting up Quartz for a big high noon. And having KSA Matrix, that is critical.
Beat high noon, and there's the return beat. Quartz, a 600 HP, just marching forward. Never seen a Cassidy so quick. Doesn't end up falling for the deflect there, as late as it was. Rush in the castle. Point on the other side of the doors, by the way, guys. Yubi does end up going down to Vigilante, and a very aggressive push by T1. Love Vigilante just whipping around the corner, using that rush, and that's going to secure them the point too. Twisted Minds biting off more than they can chew.
And T1 smelling blood in the water. I like that Kitsune rush call from Vigilante, especially when you had the deflect out from Zest. You stop the Deadeye and you run Twisted Minds over. And you've collected now 3 ultimates to try and push this to the end. And you don't even need to take an aggressive fight. You can just push the card around about halfway through. But that means Twisted Minds will have simple with Kitsune rush to try and withstand T1.
Downpour for Donghag here. Very easy stretch to kind of get it off. Looks like he's just going to take a little bit of positioning now, just using that violently. And there's the downpour. Ends up getting cleansed and a quick TP away. And that's it's about a 1 meter teleport, but it's good enough some of the time. Blade pull from Zest gets the reset onto Quartz. That's good enough for one, and that's good enough for me, I think. And it's going to be a Suzu onto KSA. Forces Zest into an awkward spot, and he ends up paying for it. 2 minutes to go as they round the final corner.
T1 will still have a sound barrier left, and they need to try and get Proud around this corner so he can actually get vision and good targets to shoot at. Quartz, of course, can Deadeye and zone things off. This is going to be a chess match between the two with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, it's sound barrier as well. I mean, it's what they did on the second point. They were just overwhelmed by Vigilante's rush, and I mean, history could just repeat itself here, to be honest with you, if they end up sound barring in. Well, there's the beat, there's the high noon. That's a lot of damage, a little TP as well. He's so quick with it. Looking like a particle in the Hadron Collider as Vigilante ends up going down to the high noon. Bolus connects with the backline, but Proud now turning his attention to Yubi, who's found himself on the wrong side of the map. KSA ends up killing Scuden, gets their remake with that self-destruct, but the Baby Diva quickly killed off. The spawn advantage here for Twisted Minds is good, as Simple ends up spawning and should be able to teleport to heal up the broken wounds there of Twisted Minds, and a reset for T-Ron is required.
Yeah, Quartz just killing Vigilante at the start of that fight kind of killed it. When you have respawn advantage for Twisted Minds, T1 don't have the resources to run this marathon. And there's less than a minute. They're running out of options.
Oh, there's the rush on the point, yeah. Options cut exactly in half now as one of the DPS die for T1. These miniature turrets, by the way, proving to be quite a nuisance to any mobile characters, i.e. every single member of T1. They keep running into them as they go for the dive. They're just slowed down, lasered, and then it's Quartz just shooting fish in a barrel.
It's not always about the number of kills, but the importance of them, and Quartz shows up when it matters. KSA's back into mech, that's important, and you didn't get punished while stepping up. So Zest close to Barry, got the downpour. Can T1 line the Ducks up and not sacrifice their supports? They cannot make a mistake here.
Show me how big this blade is, Zest. 25 HP, 3% towards the blade. You've got to get through this wall, but easy for the Genji. A venture now into the back to try and separate people. 3 turrets looking at skewed, though. Blade's been popped by Zest. The sound barrier is going to help them survive and sustain through this fight. Zest just swinging his own demons in the air. As T1 don't even get the completion. A 2-point hold for TM.
Still a deep push, still a winnable one for T1. Even not on their signature comp like this. Genji, you don't see very often from Zest. You know it's in his pool. Even Donghag, we were expecting other dive choices, and they still make it work. And they're pulling themselves together. And Twisted Minds now will have to attack around the Symmetra. T1 have to keep their head on a swivel. to keep up with UB and what mastermind plans he has up his sleeve.
I'm telling you, those turrets, they just need to die sooner. Yubi, obviously, extremely good on the sim. It's just placing them in the most annoying spots, like on the roofs of these small little high grounds. As soon as the Genji dives in, the Freya tries to get an alternate angle. You're just getting lasered, and it's only a matter of time before you end up dying. Well, T1 on their defense, they are just going to keep Zest on the Venture. Sort of Venture at the very tail end of that round, and Donghack's going to just pivot to the Orisa.
And Proud's been very strong when he has space and time to operate. And Zest, I mean, the ults have been, I feel like, converting an average of at least 2 kills every time. But T1 cannot give up. This series is turnable. Twisted Minds out the gates. The Diva better at the close to mid-range, so you got to be careful of the poke and how they're going to decide to collapse onto T1 using Yubi. But Donghack's around the corner on the Orisa, looking for an early javelin.
Yeah, they're just waiting for TPs here. Just get across safely, or at least try to. Nice right click on Proud. Easy kill for KSA. Great reposition. I like the way Yubi uses TPs as well. TPs his team into a position, they're not afraid to use it again to get further back, knowing that T1 might want to just int onto him on the actual teleport exit.
And Donghack tried to play interference. Twisted Mind saw him, ignored him, and TP'd in sort of blind, but read where Proud was supposed to be in that moment, capitalized on him, and Donghack was late to the party. Finally, the Hammond comes out, and this is the point of the map where it's the strongest. Now near the ceiling, looking to force out the cooldowns. Suzu, KSA is gonna have to conserve his Matrix to help out Quartz.
That's still boot there. That was a take-aim shot directed straight at Yubi. That slam timing there was beautiful from Donghack.
That was insane. Everyone committing there from T1 off of the back. Instead of Donghack, even Skew getting the kill onto Quartz. I don't know what that is, but T1 are spawn camping. This is going to be a tough situation to escape from.
Well, this Bolus is going to be rather deadly. Oh, straight towards Quartz. Oh, rolls out of it completely. Does end up getting rolled into Zest, and oh, that's a free kill. Thank you very much, Donghack. Well, the payload's going to get moving now. That was a disastrous fight there for T1. Just couldn't hold that gate. They went aggressive, and they need to in this comp, but the rush also tipped the scales for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I don't love it. Donghack should have just played off the ceiling and just let Twisted Minds enter. And T1 is way too deep, way too extended. Trying to go for a high-risk, high-reward. Now Quartz still looking to be hunted. Goes into a low-ceiling area where this Donghack cannot access him.
All right, well, funny Astro down. Quartz on the high ground with the backup of Simple, but the fight is in a different side of the map currently. Yeah, there's Des with the cleanup. All right, T1. They're happy. You know, at the end of the day, the payload is this far up on this second point near the bridge. This is still a good spot for this T1 comp, because Twisted Minds do need to overextend to touch, and if they want to get high ground, they have to deal with the ball.
And these mines are going to deny any push from Twisted Minds, and it's just going to be a low ground teleport. Quartz getting rained on there. Deadeye is going to deter T1.
There's a lot of ults though, like Deadeye and the wall. Might be a little bit of an awkward spot now for them to be in. Oh, here comes the Wrecking Ball again. Yeah, Quartz, public enemy #1.
Forced out the teleport from the Kiriko, so Donghack's going to give his focus to someone else.
Oh, wait, come on. That must have been a boof, actually, from Funny Astro, surely. Straight up into the self-destruct. End up trading as UB falls. 4-man sound barrier for T1, looking to demec KSA ASAP, but I think he's going to be able to survive. Yeah, over health dissipating. And now Skew just trying to get the kill onto Quartz. KSA playing goalkeeper right now for the rest of his team, but not if Donghack has anything to say about it. Respawn, roll into everybody, and Zest does the rest.
Look what happens when T1 are on their best comp. It's as smooth as butter. And to invest that barrier, that was a good call from Skew. That was winnable, the 4 versus 4. And you corralled, you heard it, Twisted Minds into a small room when Quartz was the only DPS left. Now Donghack will manage to get out.
5-man slam, 5-man burrow too, but by the time Zest actually peeked their head up, well, Twisted Minds, they were already gone.
Just wasting time, but now Twisted Minds are on the cart and they'll have to sustain with both support ultimates.
Oh, you be in trouble. Nice Suzu timing again from Simple. There is going to be the tectonic shock in the low ground. Now Zesh trying to find people, but the entirety of Twisted Minds just went height. Funny, Astro is pretty low, just skating along that car, but Yubi on the point. Again, just frying people with these turrets.
Well, Twisted Minds invested both support ults. T1 cannot find safety, but they could find another touch. Donghack's around the corner with Mines, and they can build up Vigilante Kitsune Rush. It is winnable.
Yeah, Mines are going to be good for some stall. The spawn point, of course, very close. High noon for Quartz, a swift little boop, and that is a spot to hold if you're Quartz. And you can hold it all the way. Oh, unfortunately, doesn't actually let it loose, waiting for Donghack maybe to reappear. But Quartz is just going to continue on the high ground. It's up to Donghack here to try and deal with him, and deal with him he does with the help of Proud on the Tracer. Oh, and a TP bomb kills the Tracer too. Uh-oh, well, all good though. T1 should be able to hold from here. Only Yubi to deal with.
Yeah.
30 now for Twisted Minds.
Incredible touch too from Zest when Donghack had to escape and look for Mega. It was a good zoning idea from Twisted Minds with the Deadeye, but T1 had options to keep that point still alive, the Mines, and you didn't even have to use a Kitsune Rush actually from Vigilante, so you could burn a lot of time from Twisted Minds and even win. But wait, someone has to touch, oh god.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go, they're all good, at least for the time. Skewed, I swear, was just going to go down there. 5 players looked at him and escaped with his life somehow. Quick flip, sound barrier, hits 4. Skewed is in. He couldn't be more in if he tried. My word. Okay, Twisted Minds clearly ready for that. Didn't even need their own sound barrier either. Skewed just went demon mode in the back line, but unfortunately he was exercised. And that is Twisted Minds capping the second point with 2 minutes to spare.
Kind of a big risk, and you got the double flankers. You got a crazy guy named Skewed on your team to push through a choke point against a Symmetric Cassidy team. Good luck, and luck did not ring true for T1 in that moment, but a lot of time being taken away. Now on defense, they can build their fortress. Not as friendly of an area for the Tracer, though.
Yeah, Donghack does manage to get out of there. High noon. Wow, Vigilante for a literal frame appeared on Quartz's screen, but the sound barrier again for Twisted Minds. They just want to keep up this pressure. A hard place for this payload to be held. Donghack really low. Pulse bomb in the back, eaten by KSA.
Does Proud want to swap here? It's going to be really tough. And Quartz with a big pick. Proud the next victim. Twisted Minds could go for the win.
Double hit as well as Donghack is just rolling around this payload right now, but this final push, there's no ults for T1.
And T1, yeah, they have Vigilante, and he's already low. Twisted Minds are heading for the win.
Simple got 30% towards this ultimate as well. Self-destruct for KSA still available. 4 meters to go, and they're just chasing down this ball. I mean, KSA can just run it home now. Zest and Proud are going to have to do some seriously heavy lifting. I'm talking Ronnie Coleman-esque lifting right now. 1 minute to go. Rush on the point. Quartz looking for his next victim. A headshot onto Zest. Donghack on the emergency Reinhardt to try and sustain on the point, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Reinhardt brought down. Vigilante puts Rush on the point, but it's all Quartz. It's Quartz all day, every day, even an Ajax to top it off, as Twisted Minds find the podium finish and finish 3rd at EWC at the Midseason Championships.
And to do it on so many strong maps out of T1, to be one of the best Hammonds in the game, Twisted Minds were able to bounce back after a gauntlet of a Game 6 against Alcatia. Their Saudi brothers then to go up against one of Korea's best in T1 and to show up and crack their mentals, crack them also in the bans, and in the end put a stop to them and keep their castle doors sturdy. A big finish for Twisted Minds, one they can be proud of and one they can build off of going forward.
Another key crushed, that being T1's at the hands of the hometown favorites in Twisted Minds. Extra prize money and those important club points as well going to the org. And they've had a spectacular showing. They can hold their heads high. A 5-map series against one of the toughest teams to ever be taken down in a survey in Crazy Raccoon. I mean, look, at the end of the day, a podium finish is going to be good for the team. And the amount of highlights we've seen from players like Quartz 2 is just ridiculous. Every single time that guy's got overclocked, the proficiency is just through the roof.
And Twisted Minds to beat Crazy Raccoon, that is such a feat that not a lot of teams can say that they have done. To Game 6, that's a record for this tournament, and Twisted Minds take the win. Let's go and check in with Fancy. He's got an interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I am back with the stage. And Funny Astro is here with me for the winner interview. They finally made it to the podium finish right here at OWCS Midseason Championship. Funny Astro, congratulations once again. I do want to talk to you about what you guys learned from this event and what you take from it going into OWCS Stage 3.
We've learned that EMEA is the best region. And we've also learned that the Saudi crowd is incredible. You guys are amazing.
They have been incredible. The crowd is electric right now for you guys. And again, you guys have impressed everyone except the fact that you guys couldn't make it to the grand final. So what did you learn from your past matches up to this point?
We just learned that every match matters. It's always important to try your best. We also now know that EMEA is the best region. We can beat Korean teams, no problem. It's just the other EMEA teams that are difficult.
Well, you still have to go through stage 2 and then into the World Finals, and we'll see what you guys do there. But before anything, we want to present to you on behalf of the Esports World Cup the keyframe with the bronze heart to commemorate your 3rd place finish. So congratulations. And that comes in with $100,000 and a lot of club championship points. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans before we wrap up?
Thank you guys for cheering for us. We'll get him next time.
You guys will get him next time. Let's go to Ginny with the exit interview.
Thank you so much, Fancy. We're joined here with Zest from T1. Commiserations, and you guys do place 4th. I would like to start off by asking the question when it comes to your performance. You guys finished top 2 in a very stacked region. You came here and you opened the door for change, and it might be a 4th place finish, but I would love to focus on the positive things that you are taking away from this and the experience in general.
네, 동학 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 그래도 어떻게 보면 2강 구도에서 계속해서 이제 있어 나갔던 구도를 깨고 어떻게 보면 새로 이렇게 또 시대를 열어 나가셨고, 비록 아쉽게 4위로 이렇게 마감을 하시긴 하셨지만 그래도 어느 정도 한국 씬에서의 변화를 좀 주도를 하셨잖아요. 그래서 이번 대회 좀 결과에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
약간 저희 조합이 난이도 엄청 높은 조합을 좀 많이 연습했는데 오늘 잘 좀 삐끗하기 시작하면서 잘 안 풀려가지고 많이 아쉬운 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean it's very difficult that we kind of lost it because we prepared a lot of comp that we requires a lot of skill. But that being said, we couldn't bring it, so that's a kind of a bummer for us.
Well, thank you, Donghak, for your honesty. It means a lot. And it means a lot to the fans as well, because people are already cheering for you, and they have been cheering for you for a very long time, because again, you are that beacon of change. They are proud of you. I hope you guys are as well proud of yourselves. When it comes to the fans that are watching you in the crowd or that are watching you at home, is there a message that you have for them?
그래도 어떻게 보면은 변화의 메시지를 남겨주신 만큼 팬분들께 또 남겨드릴 메시지가 좀 있을 것 같은데 지금까지 또 경기를 봐주신 팬분들께 마지막으로 말씀 한번 해주신다면요.
사우디 팬분들 엄청 유쾌하고 재밌는 것 같고 소리 크게 질러주면서 응원해주셔서 감사합니다.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi crowds, they're all very cheerful, and thank you so much for cheering for us and yes, making a really energetic for us. Thank you so much.
Any final words of encouragement when it comes to the future of T1?
T1의 미래에 대해서 좀 앞으로는 좀 이렇게 돌아오겠다라고 한번 말씀해 주실 수 있으실까요?
앞으로 더 합 잘 맞춰서 더 좋은 모습으로 찾아 돌아오겠습니다.
Yeah, we'll try to be cohesive as a team, and we'll come back stronger. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it from us over here at the stage. We're ready to be heading over to our lovely analysts who are going to be breaking things down. So, Bucket, take it away.
Thank you, Gideon. We have a very special guest joining us. Rack Attack will be breaking down all of the action. And Rack, we just saw TM finish after a lot of people thought T1 was going to force a Game 5. What did you see from Twisted Minds?
I mean, as someone who played against Twisted Minds, they're just on their game. When I played against them, that team is too cohesive, hitting all their shots. I mean, they know what to do in every situation.
We have Reinforced with us for one more segment before he has to go back on an airplane. Johnny, what did you witness in our third place matchup?
Well, I mean, I think this just speaks to like the energy and the confidence of this Twisted Minds roster, you know, showing up on stage in front of their fans, taking advantage of this energy. You know, I think one experience that I've kind of learned here going to the Esports World Cup as well, it's just like the pride of the fans as well. Like they love to cheer for their teams. There's so much passion, so much energy, and you can tell that like they're really rooting for the Twisted Minds. It's been awesome to see. I was in that crowd yesterday with Avril, and you know, just being in front of those fans, it was amazing. Like the energy was fantastic, and so seeing them bring the football kind of energy, it's been awesome. And I think the Twisted Minds players really were inspired by that going into a third place match because, like Funny Esther said, every match matters.
Absolutely, and Avril, it was loud in there. Our grand final is going to be even louder. Alcatia facing off against Falcons, but let's talk about Twisted Minds in T1. I feel like these youngsters aren't done on the season.
Yeah, I mean, we still got a World Finals coming up. T1, they're still going to be a strong team, strong favorite potential going through Korea Stage 3. I watched them go through Korea Stage 3. They grew so much as a team over the course of this year. They improved so much, so I think there's still so much left to play for T1. I think they got a lot of talent.
And Donghack was the first person to tell Rack Attack happy birthday. He's my favorite Doomfist, your favorite tag. Just kidding. But real talk, what do you see when you look at T1?
I mean, I see a very like flexible roster, especially when it comes to like the dive metas. I mean, him on Doom and Ball is just unbelievably scary. I hope to see him playing in Stockholm in person.
World Finals coming up in Stockholm. Before we get there, let's revisit the prize pool here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup for the Midseason Championship. Twisted Minds just locked in 6 figures. Right behind them is T1 in 4th place, and you can see all of our top 8 walking away with $35,000. But there's still 580 grand to give out in addition to the EWC trophy. Johnny, this has been a fantastic weekend. How would you summarize it so far?
I mean, I would say that this has been one of the best Overwatch tournaments we've had in the entire history of Overwatch. It's been 9 years now of Overwatch, and I really do think that these big tournaments with lots of teams from all over the world, it's been really competitive. The meta has been fantastic. We've seen so much versatility when it comes to the compositions. Obviously, a lot of the Symmetra, a lot of Ramatra as well, but like Donghack, like, hey, I'm going to bring out the Wrecking Ball and the Doomfist, and it really is viable in certain situations. There are better compositions, but if you're not feeling the Ramatra, if you're not feeling the Symmetra, there is opportunity for you there. So I think from an entertainment perspective, it's been a fantastic pocket.
Finishing third earns you 200 points, and it was a big race here between T1 and Twisted Minds. Could T1 tie it up? No. Twisted Minds has now powered their way to the left side of your screen at 1,200 points. They break that 8-way tie for 9th. You can see they're still trying to climb with Warzone coming up next week. But you see Falcons in the top spot. They want to be back-to-back club champions. They have to win Overwatch if they want to compete for that title. Avril, as we wrap up everything here from the third place matchup, what are you taking away from this? What do you want to see from both squads in the future?
I think I'm going to repeat a lot of what Funny Asher said. We talked to him on the desk here in the interview as well, and one of the questions I asked him was, has the gap closed between Korea and the rest of the world? And he said, yes. They just beat 2 Korean teams, Crazy Raccoon and now T1. They didn't get a chance to play up against Falcons to see how they would have gone in that sort of matchup, but I think the gap has certainly closed, definitely in this meta, definitely at this stage of Overwatch. EMEA has caught up. NA has really done a good job of catching up. So GK Team Liquid played great games versus the Korean teams as well. So yeah, it's just been a fantastic tournament for that reason alone, if nothing else.
Johnny, you wore the last crown when EMEA was better than Korea. Are you ready to hand that over to Alcatia potentially?
I'm gonna go with Falcons. I'm sorry. I know it's a Debbie Downer. I know everyone wants Alcatia to win. I'm sorry. I'm going with Falcons. I can't bet against Proper. They still got it.
Well, we are only halfway through the year, and it's time to announce what we have coming up at Worlds. A very special announcement because we are going to be growing this thing from 3 days to 5 now. We will go from 8 teams to 12. Japan versus Pacific fight for 1 spot, 1 extra slot to the 3 best performing regions for Midseason Championship. Korea, EMEA, North America format and seating order will be announced at a later date. So grab your tickets using the link right there on the graphic, Avril.
1 more spot for North America. For Korea, for EMEA, you love to see that. I think we have a lot of great teams, specifically in that third spot, specifically in Korea, that they've missed out on previous events. I mean, we looked at Stockholm last year, Dallas last year, great events, but really wish we got that third Korean team, maybe a third EMEA or North American team as well. Getting another Japan or potentially Pacific team in there would be a lot of fun, because we saw what Valve did this tournament, and we wouldn't have gotten that without that extra spot for a team like Valve to come in.
Great call out there. And of course, Rack Attack, you're going to be playing in Stockholm, right?
Of course, I'll be there 100%. I was there last year. We got 4th place, so I got to be there back.
Yeah. He's going back-to-back top 4. At least that's our expectation. We get to keep him around. When we come back, we'll be talking the grand finals at EWC. It's the Overwatch Midseason Championship, live from Riyadh.
Everyone venture right now. Lose you. Lose you one. They're finished. I swear they don't deserve Legion actually.
Wake up your grandmother. It is time to get ready for the grand finals here at EWC. Welcome in, everybody. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, a.k.a. Discount Matt Damon, a.k.a. Mr. EWC, and I'm joined by the biggest streamer we have in Overwatch, playing at a professional level, Mr. Raccoon, alongside Avril and Jake. Raccoon, we're about to go into a grand final featuring two great teams. Are you excited?
I'm super excited. I love both sides of the teams. I'm ready for a great match.
Let's start with what could be the loudest team here. If you looked at their fan base at 3 p.m. today, Jake, they were on their feet, getting rowdy with their flags. They go by the name of Alcatia. If I don't know about them, what do I need to learn right now?
Look, this squad is immaculate. Coming out of the EMEA, honestly, the strongest team that this region has fielded in years, maybe ever historically, for this international stage. They are perfectly primed to compete. Got multiple Saudi players potentially able to lift that first trophy for a Saudi national here at the Esports World Cup. I mean, this would be an incredibly momentous occasion, but these guys, they're locked in. They're focused on the game. They have the flexibility. They have the strats. They have everything it takes. However, they're facing down a juggernaut bucket.
They have very veteran players on the support lineup. We, of course, have the American in Landon. You have Kellix, the Dane. But Raccoon, what do you think of having a 17-year-old as your tank?
I think, there's risk and reward to it. I think that Ziad has been doing very well this stage. I was questioning it when I was, watching all the games at the beginning of the season, but this guy has been monstrous. His diva is insane.
He has made the fans smile all day long. Avril, if this team is going to continue to win, what should we expect from the DPS?
Well, yeah, exactly. The DPS side, I think, is very important because you have Labda on that hit scan role. He's really, really gravitated into a top hit scan player because this is a guy that had to play behind courts when he was on Twisted Minds. He never really got a chance to show what he was capable of, but now on Alcatia in 2025, he's been able to defeat courts, go to the grand finals, and now maybe even deliver himself a trophy, a win at the Esports World Cup, and alongside him, Checkmate. This guy is the Symmetra player that can take it up against Yubi and even beat Yubi, but beyond that, the really good thing about Checkmate is his flexibility. He can also bring the Tracer to a really, really high level. We've seen the May come through as well. He's very difficult to ban out. Even if you ban the Symmetra against Alcatia, look for Checkmate's capability to play everything else.
The sixth man on the stage is one of the OGs. He goes by the name of Junkbuck, and we caught up with him before the match.
Hey guys, I'm here joined by Coach Jongbok from Alcatia. Coach, you had some interesting match. It was a map 6. Yeah. You guys all went all the way and even further than that. How do you feel about that one?
So, I mean, it is a long match, so it could be worrying in a way where people could be exhausted, but we had a nice break. People ate. We had time to chill and relax a bit. Yeah. But then I told the guys, what was that? Don't lose focus though. We still gotta lock in.
You gotta lock in, guys.
Yeah, so we didn't win anything yet, so here we are. Now.
How about some nerves? Are any of the players feeling a little nervous going into the grand finals?
I think mostly it is chill, actually. They're not I didn't see any signs of too hyped up.
Not too hyped up.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys just have the grand finals left. As the head coach, what do you usually tell them in these kind of situations?
I mean, at this point, we just gotta do what we've been doing well. Not much to change since that's what got us here. So just be on good condition and just stay locked in.
Yeah. Grand finals, you guys are up against Team Falcons. They are looking pretty scary. How do you feel about that match?
So Falcons, I think they're a really, really strong team, but then I think this is a really, really good chance for us to win the whole thing. So
yeah. I mean, talking about winning the whole thing, I mean, you guys are so close. What would it mean for Alcatia to win it all, become the midseason champions here at EWC 2025?
Yeah, it'll be the first time maybe a Western team wins the whole tournament. So it'll mean a lot. Maybe it'll be we'll be the first team to do it.
Yeah. I mean, hey, best of luck. I feel like it's going to be a very exciting match. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
7 hours after their first match of the day, they are ready for their World Championship showdown against the Falcons. But the Falcons, since day number 1, have been fan favorites in this venue. This is a squad that had to squeak through an LCQ just to arrive here at EWC, Avril.
Yeah, they played with a slightly different roster during the regular season, didn't quite get the success they wanted to, dropped out in probably their worst regular season result, 5th and 6th place, which means they had to go through an LCQ, but they 3-0 beat Zeta Division, puts Proper back in the lineup. Now they're absolutely dominating. They did have some close calls in the group stage, coming through the quarters and semis. However, they still look just like such a well-drilled team. Their teamwork is on a different level. Their individual mechanics seem to be on a different level now. This is a Falcon squad that's ready to take the championship.
Jake, what did you think of Hanbin coming in their previous match? We didn't see him in our first 3 days. Now he's coming out on Championship Sunday.
Look, not many players would I trust in that situation, but Hanbin, he's a different beast. This guy is a vet. He's been around for years in the Overwatch scene, and he's been at the top for virtually that whole time. So of all the players who can come in on Championship Sunday without much practice and still perform, still pop off, Hanbin, that's your man. And I think the rest of the squad follows him into that vein of absolute veterancy, no fear in a championship scenario. I would say this is a team that gets better the more pressure gets piled on them. The louder the crowd is, the bigger the stakes of the moment. All of these guys are gonna step up to the plate. And so this will not be an easy match for their opponents. Falcons are used to winning. They are used to lifting trophies, and that is exactly where they have their expectations set today.
Gio and Field are so good at keeping their team alive, but Raccoon, as a support, you are on the losing end of some of the fights against the duelist. Which duelist is scarier in this showdown? Do you want to run into Proper or Merit? How do you avoid both?
Honestly, if I could take it, I'd do none, but I think going against Proper is probably the scariest thing I've ever done.
Proper has been ferocious. He has been in our MVP running. Gentlemen, we're down to the final 30 seconds. I need predictions. Make it quick, Jake.
Alcatia, Junkbuck's best coach in the world.
How many? We're going first to 4 this time.
Abs? I'll say 4-3. I think it's gonna be a banger.
4-3. We're going to a game 7.
I got Alcatia 4-3 as well.
Alcatia 4-3. Avril.
I'm going for the Falcons Club Championship win. It's going to be Falcons 4-2.
Falcons 4-2 to not only lift the EWC trophy, but to steal the Jafonzo Award and the $50,000 bonus. I love that call. Is it right? It's time to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Midseason Championship. Let's try that again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Midseason Championship at EWC 2025 kicks off right now.
그래도 그냥 지금 모든 팀들이 다 비등비등하다 생각해가지고 막 지금은 어느 하나 강팀이 없는 것 같아요, 딱히. 지금까지 잘해왔던 것 같은데 지금 아직 그렇게 막 기쁘다 그 정도까지는 아니고 지금 좋아하지 않고 우승하고 그때 이제 좀 좋아할 것 같아요. 또 이제 무조건 우승해서 되게 많이 팬분들이 와가지고 저희도 응원해 주시니까 꼭 그 팬분들 앞에서 꼭 이겨가지고 그냥 기분 좋게 집 가고 싶네요.
I wanted to get at least top 4, but now I want to win it all, seeing how good we are, so just gotta keep going.
Buildup strikes at the heart of Verdice Pro, and now it's all his for the taking. Well, with Gala out of the picture, Alcatia are back and they mean business, and it just so happens that business today is pretty good.
You know, when I'm playing, you will never win. We're coming for the trophy. As a European team, we're going to be making the grand final and win it for the first time in history.
팔콜이 더 유명하다 생각해가지고 팔콜이 당연히 이겨야 되는 거고.
I believe Falcons might be the favorites for the fans, but I think we as a team are the favorites. So I just want to win and prove that we're the better Saudi team.
It's grand finals time! 4 days of action. Keys were shattered, dreams were crushed, and it all comes down to this.
That's right. The winners will walk away with $400,000 US, 1,000 club championship points, and of course the coveted title of OWCS Midseason Champion.
Absolutely, there will be plenty of opportunities for every team to make map picks and hero bans work in their favor.
That's right, and you know what? These two teams will do just that. We have one team that defines the meta, another team that is trying to defy it. Who will be forcing their tempo and their style onto their opponent? I think it's time to find out and bring the teams onto this very stage.
Absolutely. Up first, you have a team with flawless run, a historical moment, and the first Saudi team to make it with Saudi players to the OWCS Grand Final. Give it up for Alcatia!
And our second team may have had a few slip-ups along the way, but they bounced back and they look as strong as ever in the semifinals. Can they ride the momentum? Let's find out. Welcome to the stage. It's Team Falcons!
Saudi powerhouses, one championship title, a packed arena here in Riyadh. It's the grand final of OWCS Midseason Championship.
It has been many, many years since a European team took a major title in competitive Overwatch. By my count, it goes all the way back to 2017's Overwatch APAC Premier, where Team Rogue were able to take on the competition and find success. Since then, Overwatch Esports has been defined by Korean dominance from start to finish. And Alcatia are here today to break the years-long drought.
I mean, you go through a few more minis in there. It has been what feels like an eternity. I mean, a completely different game ago between Overwatch 2, and then really even the later half of Overwatch, just in general, dominated by Korea. It's wild that it's taken this long for an EMEA team to rise up. But we had a little bit of a feeling, right? We were casting EMEA the entire time, and it's like, dude, Alcatia, they weren't just dominant in EMEA. They were like not even dropping maps to anybody, and you're like, all right, this team looks a little bit different. I think the thing that I always worried about is like, will the meta translate going into international play? And it most certainly has.
It's a battle of ideas, and those always come clashing together when we get to events like this. But the whispers coming into this event were that Alcatia had stumbled or come across the answer. The optimal way to play Overwatch in these Symmetra-based compositions. But it's one thing to have an idea. It's another thing to have a team of players capable of carrying it out. And Checkmate, Labda, Ziad Landon, and Kellex might just be the five to do it. But standing in their way, as always, is the final boss in Team Falcons. the most dominant Overwatch team in 2024, including your world champions, with of course a win at EWC in that year. They're here to run it back, this time in 2025, from far more humble beginnings, Matthew.
Yeah, and it'll be Falcons here with a ban of Junker Queen off the rip, so probably more of a protect than anything. Alcatia, they'll get rid of Venture, so you can see how important they feel this map number 1 is using that ban already.
And that, among other things, but primarily is to protect the potential of the Symmetra here from Alcatia. Venture has shown to be the one hero that can really pressure those positions, including the Baptiste Immortality fields that often seek to keep them alive and fired up in the front line. That won't be an option this time around. And you're right, the Junker Queen ban, likely a protect. Not something we've seen Ziad look to produce for us. Unless this is something very, very deep in the Scrim lore. It's likely just to protect any other option and keep someone with the full range of tanks at his disposal.
Alcatia's really been making a name for themselves playing this sim with D.Va in the mix, right? So Ziad can obviously play other tanks. We've seen that, but the D.Va is really what's made them like stand out compared to everybody else. The arena is rocking. I mean, one side Alcatia, the other side Falcons. It is going to be loud in there. I mean, we were on the floor in Sweden, right, doing that final, and it was pretty loud. I couldn't imagine if we were in there.
It's louder.
I mean, oh, yeah,
it's louder.
Sure.
I mean, we talk about this being an EMEA versus Korean team, yes, but they are two Saudi orgs that are being represented with proud fans lining the bleachers. This cacophony will not cease. To set your expectations, the ultras from both teams do not sit down, they do not quiet down, they keep the energy going. So I expect you at home to join us in much the same way. This, folks, it's about as good as it gets for an Overwatch fan. The two best teams in the world right now, this time hailing from different regions, are about to leave it all out there for us. And it starts on Lijiang Tower.
You wonder, does either of these teams, right, imagining like this is a final that a bunch of people actually thought we would get. Have they prepared anything for the other, right? Obviously Alcatia, great idea what they're going to play. Falcons would be the one who seems like, okay, maybe we can come up with something a little bit different. Probably the Venture, but that's already gone.
It's go time, folks. Out of the gates is Alcatia in the orange. Team Falcons are in blue. And we'll have Labda going back to the well with a signature, but old school Farah pick.
A little bit of a throwback. So Alcatia actually doesn't even play the sim here early on. It's a much different look where Labda, we were talking in the back, like how amazing he has been on hit scan for somebody who historically has been like a Farah player, right? Just like a Farah one trick people have thought in the past. Not the case anymore. He goes back to the Farah here though.
Lapta can skulk around at the back of the point and put pressure down on anyone who wants to step forward and then burst forth like this. But you've got to wake up early in the morning if you're going to get the better of Merit. Ziad, though, is able to attract much of the attention on the ground and leave Lapta open to find that damage. But he does overextend. He pushes into the rest of Falcons, and that Vortex is going to keep those boots of Farah on the ground. Make her an easy target for someone.
And we've talked a little bit as we've watched Alcatia throughout this event and just marvel at the way that Ziad is able to go in deep and then somehow able to live. Obviously, the supports play a role in that, but I don't think Falcons is going to allow him to just get into the backline and exit like that. A lot of damage onto someone here early, though.
Ziad playing a bit more of a frontline role this time. Doesn't see the need to dive, but to push someone back from the choke is a bit more important. Labda, though, can stay safe. Again, will play much further back towards the point until he's ready to go in for the kill. But Landon got caught up in a flurry of fists in the front line somehow. The Kiriko got taken down, and Chio was able to thrust in the direction of the Lucio. Despite the, I guess, the bluff and bluster we've seen from Alcatia, it's two pretty unsuccessful fights to start us off.
Yeah, I mean, not an ideal start here for Alcatia, right? They haven't really even been able to build towards beat. I mean, Kellick's 60%. Chio's going to basically have it in this fight. I mean, that is a huge deficit.
Labda again needs a longer fight to find success. These rockets take time to come in. They stack up, and it's a war of attrition that he's trying to play. Merit, though, is all about the shock and awe and the one-shot potential. He deals a death blow to checkmate, and so far Alcatia have found very limited inroads in this game. Someone just knocks Landon for 6 out towards the edge of the map. Team Falcons are taking a leisurely stroll through Night Market thus far.
Yeah, and it's a bit rough, Mitch, as well, because this is not the Alcatia kind of comp we have seen, right? So going with something a little bit different here at the start. Results so far, not great. They wrap towards point. They're going to rush over it. You're going to have a beat here. Advantage, though, for Falcons. And Proper takes out Kellex. I mean, he has had a rough go here in round number 1.
Proper has been very deadly in his duty, getting into that back line. Frankly, Alcatia haven't got enough damage on someone to really pressure him out. Kitsune Rush here deployed by Falcons. Someone may be down, but Alcatia are lacking their fire right now, and Ziad needs to step up in the stead of Labda. Landon finds Chio, but Checkmate did lose the Tracer 1 versus 1. Amidst it, though, there's a flip in favor of Alcatia, but Ziad is struggling, gets some assistance, and Fielder is felled. 2 supports and the Diva means Alcatia can hang around on the point.
Yeah, and I was wondering if we were going to see Labda switch, right? Labda would play the Sojourn for this team. So they decide to continue here playing that Pharah, putting a little bit more pressure onto Merritt in the back line. A beat advantage here for Alcatia. So not going to get up to this 98% just yet, but they should make some progress, and that is a nasty shot.
How does Proper finish that kill? He's on the ground. So much fall off from the pulse pistols, but Merritt did most of the work with a nice railgun shot in the direction of the Pharah. Now it's a matter of cleanup. Ziad goes low and will be desuited. He won't be ignored as Falcons do need a clean flip. This is going to break down into a bit of a mess, but someone deals with Kellex, switches over towards the Diva and gets rid of the Lucio. Checkmate here can only stall, try and keep Alcatia on the point, but how long can he keep this up for? He'll touch, he'll duck in there, dive, dodge, duck away, but eventually he's going to need a top up. Recall's going to do it for him for now, but eventually he is flat and Proper gets in his way. Who's up next? Landon would like to step to the point, but with someone in his way, he will be waylaid. Kellex drops again. Proper's been just cutting a bloody swath through Alcatia so far. Proper's pulse bomb is eaten up by Ziad here, but it's just stall. It's just bare desperation. And Falcons get off to a good start.
And what's interesting to me is that if it felt like one team should have just kind of like played their game and forced the other team to make adjustments, it probably would be Alcatia, right? Like, all right, let's play our sim-based compositions with the Sojourn. And, you know, if that doesn't work, then let's kind of pivot to something else. I would have liked to see them, at least early on, try that before pulling something else out.
Labda has been so incredible with the Sojourn over so much of this trip here. I think, like, the Pocket Pharah on this map is pretty reasonable, but it requires a couple of things, right? It requires Alcatia to have point control. That's when Pharah is at its strongest, so they often need to wrap around and try and get behind the point. We're switching back now, Matt. Labda's going to be back on the Sojourn here as we head over towards Garden.
And this is what I want to see from Alcatia. I think this will tell you a little bit about where this series will go. It's funny, we talk about like Labda playing that far, and it's not like he's bad, but like we were talking in the back, like hey, he's like up there with Quartz for the best hit scan, and EMEA is defense matrix not enough there to save Kellex, and you're gonna lose Checkmate, so this is going to be Falcons for sure taking the point.
Yeah, another ugly start to the fight. Alcatia look a little bit uncomfortable, and the cohesion isn't quite there. On multiple occasions, Fielder and Chio have been first casualties, and so, or rather, Landon and Kellex, excuse me, casualties in so many of these fights. Fielder getting aggressive there, knows that it's worth it for the kill on Kellex. Here's the TP across the white room. This will give Labda a longer sightline. Get them past the perils of the bridge, but they still need a transition to the point from here.
Dude, the Ramatra slow is nasty, and someone pushes right on in. You actually have Proper there as well. It's impossible because Alcatia has to split, right? It splits the room. And with the Tracer and Ramatra in the mix, they're able to just go in there, pick a side, and take players out.
Not bad from Checkmate, though. Proper gets just a little bit too close. Now, the Kiriko is absent for Alcatia for now, but would be able to join them relatively easily. They're on an awkward side of the map, though, is kind of the issue. DP obviously is in place. Kellex has a sound barrier, and Alcatia are ready to go. They're going to make a gambit, but again, that Vortex really chucks those health bars down. And Ziad is caught out of the open. Labda picked up with the railgun and Merritt, and Checkmate might find one, but one is not enough.
Well, you even see it when we're on board with Kellex. The Vortex comes in and everybody's health bars are extremely low. He doesn't exactly want to use sound barrier there. I mean, you would have just backed up if you're Falcons and then came back with your own. So he decides to hold it. But with the overclock from Merritt, it's just players getting burst down. That slow is so filthy there. gets a few players low, and that's going to have Alcatia using that beat early.
And they're still low under the beat. Look at Labda. As the beat expires, he's about 40 health. Does get topped up, but Checkmate's knocked off the map. This backline from Falcons are too strong to deny. Ziad goes over the edge and tries to call a quick cancel, but Team Falcons have been all over this map from start to finish.
Alcatia has probably got one more shot at this. Keep themselves alive here in map number 1.
Too good.
May not have a great chance at it now. They break up the TP here as well. So only 2 players going to make it through.
Ziad is at least on the point and can contest it for a time. He's done enough to trigger overtime, but not to flip the point back. That would have been even more stall that would have been possible. Someone has the annihilation here and can hold on until an opportune. What is that? Fielder and Chio down to the self-destruct. That is dirty stuff with the sim setup. And that's given Alcatia right back into this game. What an unlikely way to do it.
I mean, in the game to get here, right, he had Ziad had 2 self-destruct kills at the final moment and a remake. Here to keep Alcatia in. Gets the support with a self-destruct. Extremely rare, but much needed in this case for Alcatia to stay in map number 1.
Call it rare, but Alcatia have been doing it all tournament long. And they're doing the Twisted Minds in the final moments of that New Junk City map as well. It's a little bit too frequent to be called a fluke. And that's got them a foothold in this game, but there's more work to be done. Proper doubles back. Doesn't need the health back, but just treats it like a safe space to regroup to. We still have an annihilation here for someone. He's been holding on to that for a rainy day, and it's time to bring it out. Symbol comes up, though. Ziad is threatening. Someone is tanky, but not unkillable now, and that annihilation is timed out. Ziad, patient on the other side of the Symbol. Someone knows he needs to clear the TP and get past this barrier at some point. Proper as the pulse, but it's a sound barrier. Chio's able to match, gets his just in time as his team are getting pounded. Proper with the pulse, looking for a perfect application, but Kellex is able to skitter away, and the pulse bomb goes wide in the end. Double back, health back maintained. Oh, that was a Susie drop to the ground, but it's too early. Landed at Kellex. Voldemort's going to find his connections off these railguns. It's dirty stuff. Lambda forced away. 3 for 1 for Merit. And that's one way to make a statement to end Lijiang Tower. Team Falcons are not about your cheeky little gimmick. They're self-destruct bombs. They're here for honest Overwatch, and no one doesn't like them.
It started out pretty well for Alcatia in that fight. It's that late sound barrier for Chio. It's quite interesting that after the beats, everybody basically at full strength, right? Just exchanging damage. Within that longer fight, right? You would think that Checkmate is able to ramp up some of that damage on the sim. Not the case. And then when Merit has overclock, I mean, good luck. People were wondering if Falcons made the right moves, like making some of these adjustments. I think Merit's showing you why he's earned the spot on this team. Same with someone.
Merit and Summon were really making a name for themselves out in the West, staying in NA for quite some time. Couldn't find the winning formula there, but it's no shame to walk back to a team like Falcons and immediately be offered pride of place on that roster. And what they've done with it after a few months of build-up, well, it's a marvel to behold. It's put them here in this grand final. It's put them 1 map up in the series, and they've done it with style, Matt.
And we'll get to see the response here from Alcatia in terms of where they want to take this. I will say, there are some pretty good bans available in this series for Falcons, right? You could get rid of Diva at some point. You could get rid of Sim. You could get rid of sick bomb. You could get rid of the Lucio as well, right? Get rid of that Lucio for Kellex. I think there's a few different avenues where Falcons can go here and give themselves a pretty nice advantage.
Of course, it is loser pick in this best of 7 series, otherwise known as first to 4 in Overwatch terms. That means Alcatia have choice of map, Falcons have choice of side, and Alcatia will have the first ban. It is harder, I feel, to target Team Falcons. We've seen Tracer bans leveled at them. Proper just goes over to the Venture. We've seen all sorts of tank bans, and it almost feels pointless to try and hamper someone in that way. It's maybe the only tank that he doesn't roll out regularly is the Wrecking Ball. Outside of that, he's got a very, very wide, deep palette for different tank heroes. Fielder and Chio can do everything. They've done it at the top level. They've earned themselves world championship titles doing so.
So Alcatia got rid of Venture in map number 1. With map number 2, it'll be their map selection. They'll also get first ban, and they pick Esperanza. I wonder if there's a world in which you get rid of Tracer here. You're obviously going to have Falcons probably end up playing the Venture, but do you feel like that is a potential path to victory, taking the Tracer out of Proper's hands? We've seen teams have some success with that here in Riyadh. So a potential avenue they explore. I think if you're Falcons, you could answer that with, like, let's say like a Diva ban, right? I think that would be something you'd have to look at. Force, like, whether it's a Ram or a Risa out of Alcatia.
This is not Falcons' preferred push map by any stretch. They like to take us to Colosseo whenever possible.
Alcatia gets first ban, like I mentioned. They get rid of Doom. This is a clear protect for Zarya, for Diva, right? I mean, they feel like that is kind of the best look that they have. So I wonder if this is a strategy they'll continue throughout. The Sparkling Co says, we don't care what else you bring in.
This is the second ban from Falcons that is difficult to scrutinize. I had to search for the words there because I wanted to call it a troll ban. Alcatia do not play the Life Weaver. No. Falcons don't care. They simply don't care. And it's so funny because speaking with their coaches, Raccoons did this as well in scrims. They banned just like this, just to see what would happen. Just a limit test.
Yeah.
The fact that Falcons are doing this in a grand final, and the Midseason Championship grand final is just otherworldly levels of audacious.
It's also interesting that you feel so much you have to protect the Diva that it takes some other bans you could probably use off the table, at least for now.
It saves them for later, in fairness.
Yeah, does save them for later. But also pushes the necessity for Falcons to ban something meaningful down the pipe.
Only if they start losing maps, in fairness. This is the formula that works for them. They may as well keep pushing it.
So, Avril is saying, I mean, you can hear it. It is packed out in there. So he's like, we can't even hear each other backstage. You could tell the crowd is so into this one. Falcons, they need to win this, right? Or club championship is so important to that organization. And then obviously for Alcatia representing EMEA, be able to get a title win. So we'll actually see a mirror matchup here. So a rare occurrence that Ziad will roll out here on the ramp.
Proper going to be on the Symmetra. Falcons go in this direction less than others that like the composition but have still made it work on more than one occasion. Lambda, Glance and Glow, lucky to be alive there as that's a warning shot fired off by Merit to start the map. Proper's going to be a nuisance here, but not really threatening enough yet to garner that level of attention. He just wants to keep Alcatia honest, and those orbs hit pretty hard. Here's the TP, someone's come knocking! Special delivery for Proper. Kick to the break basket, it's checkmate. Eliminates him very, very quickly. Alcatia, born into this style of game, and they would love to take the Sim Mirror, I'd wager.
This is, I mean, you couldn't ask for better if you're Alcatia. Maybe if you match like Diva with this, right? But in terms of all the other heroes out there, I mean, as good as it gets. Really aggressive play from Checkmate, the TP up to that high ground there to take that fight to Proper, but Landon gets here in the nick of time. Suzu able to help him out.
Now, Symmetra obviously means that this high ground advantage isn't quite as impressive for Falcons, but they still need to get themselves up there as a unit. And if you're Alcatia, you're expecting it, anticipating it. Here it comes straight away. Suzu thrown down to the feet of Fielder as they emerge. And there's no high ground control yet for Falcons. This is now dangerous. Ziad healthy, down on the point, but getting pressured by all sides. A sound barrier for Falcons to try and secure it. One that Alcatia hold off on. They say, that's fine. We'll hold ours, and if we win the next fight, there won't be a contest at the checkpoint.
No reason to invest it if you're Alcatia. It'll be a team wipe here for Falcons. Alcatia will be able to come back, fight this with double support. I don't know if you caught it, but like Kelly said, a really nice boot. Falcons actually TP to the high ground. He knocked them all down. The issue is he's knocked them all down right into Ziad.
All right, Suzu again deployed straight at the feet as a Katrina Rush comes out from field. And Falcons trying to leverage these support ultimates to give them the edge. But Ziad is in the center of it all. And Merit and Proper, both DPSs get clapped together. Now an annihilation out from Ziad. Someone trying to match him, but he's lacking his DPS. Ziad playing it safely, patiently. Now we'll be able to move the bot forward as Falcons, short-handed as they are going to have to give some of this ground.
I don't really love the rush there from Landon. Maybe you needed it to keep Ziad alive, but he kind of lays it above on the high ground, and then someone able to just dip out of the way, and then Ziad gets knocked down, so not able to get crazy value out of it.
Unclear what someone's looking for. He's going very, very deep here. Past Alcatia entirely, in fact. Well, Lambda has a safe off angle to play with this Symmetra wall. Proper had already used his, and away goes the bot. This is going to force the movement from Falcons. They've got to contest the point itself, but Merit's found Kellex. Lambda through the TP, wants to try and keep them at arm's length. Chio dicing with death and caught out with the rail before he touches down. And in an instant, a blink of an eye, Lambda's across the map. Back to safety, back to high ground. Now looking for a way to unravel the remainders of Falcons, and Merit gives him the opening that he needs. It's on someone now. He'll be surrounded. Parrot sucking in his life force. The rest of Alcatia swarming him, bringing him down. We have a checkpoint gained.
It's also a little bit why I didn't love Alcatia trying to play the Para at the beginning. Dude, Lambda is good enough in the Sojourn head-to-head to go up against Merit. If I said that a few years ago, you'd be like, oh, he only plays Para. But no, he is on another level now on hit scan. Kitsune rush here for Falcons. It's a little bit of an odd spot, right, on the low ground to use this. Maybe try and set up a TP here, lay it over the high ground to kick this off.
And Alcatia happy to fall back to this strong position. Let Falcons blow ultimates just to get into a remotely parity spot. Here's that rush from Lennon again. He sends it for the high ground, but who's the target supposed to be? Okay, a lot of posturing here, but Ziad's a little bit low. They're going to go for it now. Here's the second wave of support. Ultimates committed. They're going straight for the jugular. Proper eliminated. Someone barely hanging on to that front line. A fielder is in trouble. He got a Suzu and will have a chance to fall back, but both Sims have incidentally perished as their splash damage has cleaved through them. Merit looks to the distance, sees Lambda very low, ducking behind the masonry as Ziad tucks in the corner, just buys a bit of time. That's Merit down though. There's trades occurring. DPS are falling on the side of Falcons. They've lost numbers, but they still double down, commit, win the fight, get us back to neutrality on the map.
Yeah, you get it slightly through the choke there for Alcatia, and Falcons, they're done. Match in the sim. Proper on Venture. We've watched this a few times for Falcons, and he's been unbelievable on it. I'm curious to see if Alcatia has a game plan to battle against it.
Lambda opts not to slide away from Proper, is actually happy just to walk backwards. Now caught inside the clock tower. Lambda's got a commanding view of the situation, but it's Ziad that's taking matters into his own hands. Proper is handled comfortably in the front line. Ziad able to deal with him with the backhand, and now Falcons are split. Awkward now, they don't have a Symmetra to reposition on a dime. They're very much discombobulated across the map, and someone is just hoping to buy time for the rest of his team to get there.
That's a Suzu gone.
Yep, not enough. Now Ziad can go to work on the rest of them. Proper's back in the fight though, got himself one.
A beat from Chio as well.
Odd commitment, that one, Matt. I think Falcons have a sense that the game is slipping away from them in fights like this, because Alcatia get themselves another clean win. And around the corner we go.
And Alcatia will end up having Sound Barrier plus Annihilation to deal with this Kitsune rush that's going to come down. The Venture and Ramatra can be pretty difficult to deal with while inside of the rush. But with those two ultimates, you should be fine here for Alcatia. You also have a Sim Wall to split things up. Alcatia wants to force Falcons here, though, out into the open, force them to play into the high ground. Because Alcatia, they dominate the game in terms of meterage at the moment.
Ziad goes straight past someone. He's only got eyes for the back line. Checkmate here.
I don't like the way that Alcatia played this.
A little over-aggressive, but for Falcons, it comes at the cost of their Kitsune rush. And again, if Alcatia can continue to draw out those key ultimates in that part of the map, they'll be able to find some degree of success.
Well, because it feels like there's a world in which Alcatia win that fight, but this fight's not over. You still have, I believe, this is Landon and Lambda behind enemy lines here. And these players from Falcons are going to get pinched, so you're going to lose Merit here. Someone now trying to back out as well.
He should be able to get away, but there's a disruptor shot behind him. The bot is now moving back into position, and once again, Alcatia can sit Lambda up on his high ground and have the stronger spot. Now, someone should be familiar with this, because this is exactly what they did to win an Overwatch League Championship. This is exactly how they played Esperanza. Dominate the high ground, force heavy taxes on your opponents to really get into the middle of the map, and just rinse and repeat. Beat there for Kellex, realized they might have been a little bit too close, but now they're happy to commit with that extra overshield. It's Landon handing out those kunais one after another. It's 2-for-1 special on lobotomies if you're Team Falcons, and they're buying them up. Proper, he is caught out, he knew it. He's a bit belated, and on the bot marches.
And a little bit of an interesting thing here where Ziad, right? You would typically say if playing the Diva, whenever Proper is trying to come out of Burrow, there's always a Vortex waiting for him with that slow. So that's when they're able to focus down Proper take advantage of that aggression.
Bingo, baby. Lambda nails Merit, pops his head like a cherry, and this annihilation from someone is just a bluff. There's nothing he can do about it. Lambda back on the Soj, and all is right with the world. The guy is tearing through Team Falcons. And if Alcatia are going to win this series, it's off the back of what got him here. This very composition. Yep. This comp that Falcons don't seem to have a good answer to.
I completely agree. This is how you're going to have to play if you're Alcatia, if you're going to take it to Falcons. You're the originator of this, the best at it. You're going to have to play it at a high level. It'll be Kitsune Rush here from Alcatia. They don't want to run into this overclock, so they're going to back out just a second. Now Ziad's going to come out with the annihilation.
Yeah, notices someone wants to get his attention if he can, but the sound barrier means the Falcons can ignore that Ramatra a little bit more. That annihilation not nearly as threatening as it otherwise would be. So Ziad will offer some token resistance here, but wait a minute, Proper got too close to the sun apparently. Ziad trades himself for it, but it still keeps Alcatia in a decently strong position.
It just burns a little bit of clock. You're going to burn maybe like 4 or 5 seconds here, which in push makes a little bit of a difference, but just a huge lead here for Alcatia. It's going to force Falcons to use some ultimates here early on. You're going to have this Kitsune Rush. I guess you use the sim wall here to break it up. You see how nasty that slow is.
Nasty, bro. It's devastating to get caught in that, and it can set up picks for your Sojourns as well. Here's that sim wall. Ziad playing from the safe side of it, still conserving that bot, contesting it, preventing it from moving around the corner at all. Lambda has got a target-rich environment here, but eventually he finds himself face first into a fist.
Probably didn't need to go back through the TP. He goes back through and doesn't have slide available, right? So there's not much he can do to get out of dodge in that situation. Is you see Ziad and both supports here. They've taken the opposite side. They're trying to get the bot a little bit further back.
Yeah, Lambda's going to come back, but it's going to be a little bit too late here. Alcatia, though, credit to them. Looked like an aggressive fight, but they don't overspend ultimate-wise. There's a wall there from Checkmate. Lets them contest the bot, but they're coming back in with the Kitsune Rush and sound barrier.
But Falcons can make these types of comebacks, but if you're Alcatia, this is a must-win. You cannot choke this because you need to get this score tied in the series. Kitsune Rush from Landon could overlay the point right here.
We're in the dying seconds, and Ziad will contest for now. The high ground's a bit of a problem. It'll need to be dealt with for Alcatia here. Overclock is available for Merit. It's going to be annihilations. Tectonic shock upstairs. Proper goes knock, knock. He says, I've got business with all of you. Merit and Proper get involved, and the high ground players for Alcatia are in deep trouble. Knocked away. Drill Rush is a problem. Very, very low on the low ground is Kellex, and he's chased down. Here come Team Falcons, charging back into the map.
I don't like this. If you're an Alcatia fan, that is a sick play from Proper. It's actually Kellex going to use the beat. He knocks him back with a drill rush. The beat doesn't connect with Ziad, and then you end up losing him. So Falcons have a chance here, right? No supportable ultimates available for Alcatia. No annihilation to play with inside the Kitsune Rush on. Merit with the overclock coming around the corner.
One pick's all they need, and one pick's what they've got. Kellex of all targets, pretty important because it delays that next sound barrier even more. Lambda doing his darndest here. He's able to find 2 kills. Surely not Lambda.
They have a spawn advantage as well.
Vortex is problematic for him though. He's too low to be involved in the fight, and he needs to duck back for a health pack. This has to be a regroup for Alcatia. Ziad and Landon just now spawning back in. He switched over to the Diva.
One more fight here. Falcons, an opportunity to steal this second game. Someone dangerously low. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush.
That's going to keep someone standing for the time being, but he's taken maybe too much damage. Backs away. Suzu committed as well. Someone has got to get someone fighting fit at this point, but it's going to be Merit that gives the relief foul. It's a pick on Lambda. The perfect answer. Symbol comes up. Merit has to dance it now. Ziad knocks out of mech. Can't get back in. Alcatia in a screaming heap are crumbling. They've got to find a way to gain traction to hold on, but Team Falcons are inexorable. They're indomitable, undeniable. With the finish line right in front of them, they will claim the map from behind. Unbelievable! You can't sleep on these guys, you just can't. They've been here too many times before. You thought you had them, you really thought.
You could see it happening. I was like, dude, I do not like the look of this, man. I mean, 115 meters to 20 at the time. In that fight, they end up using double support. They don't win it. And after that, they are never in a position there, Alcatia, to win that map. And sometimes you lose a map, it feels like you lose 2. I mean, this one probably feels like you lost 3 or 4. I mean, that is a horrible loss there for Alcatia.
It's backbreaking, is what it is. The whiplash that you've suffered as an Alcatia player, a fan, immense. And now, they don't have time to mull over this. They don't have time to wallow. They need to plan their next steps. We'll have a chance to take a breath though here. With 2 maps down, it's Falcons with a healthy 2-0 lead. In this first to 4 game, you'd be crazy to change the channel.
미청 씨발 레전드 크랙이었다.
To quote one Matthew Philip Morello, I've got a bad feeling about this, Mitch.
Hey, I saw that one coming.
That was rough. Just as Alcatia were looking to take their victory lap, in swooped the Falcons and snatched the game away.
This proper guy that the Falcons got, he's pretty decent. I think he should play all the time. We'll take a look here. It'll be another Alcatia pick. He'll get rid of the bat. And then Falcons on the other side. They say, okay, fine. We'll get rid of D.Va, one of the awesome bands they potentially have in this set.
You mentioned just how many options would be available to Falcons. Not only are they able to win the first map, not only do they win the first map pick of Alcatia, now they stick him with a D.Va ban. Likely going to force Ziad onto Orisa.
Or the Ram, right? I mean, they played Ram there in the head-to-head in the brawl. It really only started to turn when Proper started to play the Venture. So maybe they kind of go with that head-to-head yet again. I think the one, obviously Alcatia has been tremendous, but they don't have the biggest kind of arsenal of different comps they put together, right? They have a few that they've really, I feel like, mastered, but they don't have a deep bag, right? They kind of have a few things they're extremely good at, and that's kind of what they go to. So we'll see here. It'll be just, the Ramatra version of this comp. Interesting that Falcons is deciding to run out with the Sim yet again, instead of trying to play Venture here.
Yeah, once again looking to test themselves in the Sim mirror, something they opted out of in the previous map, and maybe that's why. Checkmate just hits a little bit different. Fielder, the one on the receiving end this time around. And that means a lot of utility is now no longer at the disposal of Team Falcons.
We'll see now if Falcons decide to make some changes. You only have a few players drop, but still some time. And maybe you feel like you can't really run Venture here. Well, we see it with like Rush, right? With like Maga-based compositions in the past. Maybe they feel like that with the Sim TP on the other side, the ability to like get to the other side of the whole like point. It's not as easy to get around and chase. So maybe they feel like at least for now they have to play it.
Ziad bounds ahead of that shield, requiring someone to take up his own Nemesis form just to at least keep him at bay. Alcatia group, Ziad takes a fair bit of incidental cloak, so he'll need to be topped up. He'll dip down onto the point to contest this against someone. Early Nemesis form pops. Ziad more defensive about it as someone is caught. He's surrounded. He's made his way up the slope. Landon's been able to keep Ziad nice and topped up. And Labda might have lost a brief exchange there, but he's still standing. And this is all percentage that Alcatia are able to stack on up. Chio caught inside that disruptor shot to the left of screen. That'll call yet another cancer for Falcons. They have been failing to launch so far this map.
And I have to say, Alcatia is doing a really good job, like chunking down the armor of someone and getting him weak. They're just not finishing these kills. If they start finishing these fights are going to look even easier.
There it is.
Not able to touch.
Give it up. Wow, Alcatia looking fiery out of the gates as Team Falcons sluggish, mirroring the Symmetra composition. And as has been, well, the usual in this matchup, I've come off second best in that comparison. Try and play the gates here, but already Alcatia are here, ready to keep them in the choke.
Alcatia was trying to get sneaky, kind of lurking around the corner, and maybe see if they can catch somebody, go fast, engage with the beat, but now they control high ground. This is a great spot for Labda.
And they'll wait. They'll wait for this point to unlock. They'll wait for a challenge. Merritt's going to offer it first. Has this reasonable high ground and now going to try and transition to a better line of sight. Sim wall as well. Tough to beat Falcons here, and Alcatia, no point trying to challenge this now. Kitsune Rush is going to get them ready for yet another fight. And that's one where they're going to have the first annihilation from Ziad. Sound barrier in the hands of Kellex also being maintained now, as Falcons have been allowed to dip their toes in the water, get some capture percentage going.
Both teams holding on to beat. They know that the first one to beat is most likely the one that loses in that scenario. It'll be a sim wall there that's going to help keep Ziad alive.
Yeah, it's an asymmetrical situation now. I can't see with a distinct advantage. Merritt tries to duck behind the wall, but it's risky business. They'll eventually have to slide on back, and now someone is going to demand some attention on the point. It's a battle of two annihilations, a Venn diagram of murder as they converge. Someone in the middle of the point, still fighting fit. Lambda not able to get enough damage because Merit's keeping him so busy for that high ground, and that's the Sojourn threat of Alcatia once again neutralized. Looks like Falcons have woken up.
Yeah, and Checkmate doesn't actually get the sound barrier there, so he can't actually play that aggressive in the front line with Ziad. So not having that extra overhelp on the Sim takes away some of that ramp damage onto a player like someone. And this should be Falcons getting this point uncontested to tie it up.
And it starts with Alcatia having a arguably stronger position. But there's an early sim wall from Prophet that gives Merit priority. Lets him take up that high ground position. And at no point where Alcatia really able to have that sort of dominance of height. This time though, over on Ducks, they very quickly take up the bridge.
Yeah, but you're going to be able to probably take the opposite side high ground if you're Falcons with a TP, or just kind of going up the ramp here. They actually drop that TP here, and you're going to have the overclock here. So it's going to kind of force Alcatia into an odd situation.
Canvassing the area with these turrets. Alcatia have had to wait out until being able to capture, and immediately Ziad dives in. This will provoke someone to come forward now. Vortex thrown out as a warning shot from Ziad. The Falcons know they've got to commit anyway. They're going to take this fight. Merit tries to get up on this high ground. Cheeky little peek around the corner from Checkmate, though he knew what was coming. Still no cap. Kitsune Rush is in effect. And someone is just trying to hold some space here.
I mean, 30% beat advantage here for Chio. They may be able to just use this here to bully Alcatia off the point.
It's a short window. They're going to fire it off early now. How do Alcatia respond? Play around the sim wall if they possibly can, but Falcons can play that much more aggressively with no self-preservation instinct. Now the sim wall follows it up. That sound barrier for Kellex is late, and it's just not going to have an application in this fight.
Yeah, they're going to decide to end up holding on to it here. Kellex with one, Lambda with another. They still have Ziad alive. Clearly, they still want to hold on to this beat. No chance in trying to extend that. And this is actually going to be the first person to cap the point. That fight goes for so long. Nobody gets capped early on. So although Alcatia do lose it, they do come back with a slight advantage. So these beats have been very kind of like off between the two, right? Where I know we'll see Chio have it and Kellex either not have it or get it later in those fights. This is an opportunity now for Alcatia to use it aggressively.
Lambda's knocking on the front door. No one's answering. Someone just contesting. It's all he has to do for the time being. Suzu comes in, healing thick and fast for the tank of Falcons.
Fielder farming up this healing.
Yeah, so much of that, and the Kitsune Rush is just around the corner for him. Ziad v someone still. An anime battle that never seems to end, but someone eventually comes. Kellex is gone, that's the trade. I think you take that if you're on Alcatia, but it's a sound barrier that still hasn't been able to be used. Merit steps up and he knows in the absence of big healing, he can really go after Ziad here. He still has to be mindful of his life. With Checkmate falling on that high ground, even Kellex might not be enough to keep him honest. Ziad's off the point. Should be flipped back here by Falcons, or at least that's what they're threatening, but a Vortex forces a slide out. Ziad now Nemesis form. But that overclock is definitely going to signal a retreat for now. Kellex comes forward with a sound barrier, but he's low. Shot after shot into him. Even with the beat he's brought down, he held that for 3 fights. And couldn't find a good use case.
And then they use it in a scenario where it's a 3-player beat when Chio has his sound barrier back again, and it's the entire team for Falcons. You're not going to beat a team as good as Falcons. Having some small plays like that not go your way. So you'll have a sim wall here to kind of split up that Kitsune Rush on the other side. They'll have yours as well. This is do or die, man. Alcatia, you cannot go down 3-0 in this set.
I do feel favored for the moment, but this gets turned on its head very quickly. Look at that. Half of their health bars taken away by the Vortex. TP through and they find the perfect targets. Great coordination on a dive for Alcatia. They spin a trick that Falcons just cannot react to.
I mean, that is a fight they desperately needed there. In a few fights in a row, right? We were saying Alcatia's got a little bit of advantage coming into this one, and they beef it. And that one, nice TP in there from Checkmate the Sim Wall. Obviously extremely effective. You're able to get those 2 picks right off the rip. No chance for Falcons to fight back from there.
30%. That's the tune of that fight win for Alcatia. Pretty important. Kellex almost died there. That would have been horrible for them, but they keep their Lucio in the game for now. Petunia Rush is matched. Proper not getting too ahead of himself here. He doesn't really want to waste his damage on a frontliner instead. Checkmate is the recipient, and Proper pumps it into him. Now the Annihilations are on the point, but Proper was still a factor. He is hitting for max damage, and that is devastating for Alcatia. Beat maintained, but Chio's going to be close to his. So no distinct gain for Alcatia despite losing that fight.
Well, what I'm worried about is Merrick's been able to find Kellex a few times and has the overclock here. So, gotta be careful with how you lay this beat down if you're Kellex.
Merrick takes a bit of right-click damage, jumps away, slides away, in fact. Overclock popped here, trying to stave people off, but Alcatia do not respect it, and they're rewarded as a result. Labda here looking to clear. TP'd some damage on someone. No, Chio out of absolutely bloody nowhere brings him down. And Kenneth fell inside the vortex, grasping at him, dragging him down. As Team Falcons are eyeing up a map win here, Matt. Another successful fight, and now Alcatia have used everything.
I mean, that's crazy from Falcons. I mean, you don't even need to use the beat there. They hold on to it. Chio, however, for the next fight, they're not going to, I don't think they're going to chase. There's no way you chase that deep there.
That would have been it.
Chio back off spawn, though. Double support ult. Opportunity to go up 3.
Oh, it's over!
Oh, man.
Landon cracked at the start of the fight. Innards on the ground. And now American step forward, a sound barrier, a chance to take it all. It's Falcons reaching for yet another map win, and Alcatia have nary a thing to say about it. Ziad pummels, Kellex, punch it, and Team Falcons, it's 3 on the trot. How do you argue with that?
Everything that could go wrong for Alcatia has gone wrong. And honestly, after map number 2, it's pretty tough to turn around and bounce back in a third game. But man, that was feels like Falcons just hitting their stride here, man. Every single time where it felt like Alcatia, like this is an opportunity. Falcons able to just turn these fights in just unbelievable ways. I mean, fights that you're like, how in the world do they win this? They seem to do constantly. It seems to be regular for Falcons. I mean, look at Sparkle, he's laughing. He's like, hey, you guys want to ban Mercy? You guys want to ban Life Weaver? What do you guys want to do? Let's have some fun.
He might be having fun. Coach Junkbuck is in the tank. What has he got left? Is it more than dregs? Or will this be over in straight games? This has been the way for many of our major finals.
Do you have to ban DPS here if you're Alcatia to protect the sim? The sim ban's still available here for Falcons.
It may not be enough. I don't know, Matt. It wasn't enough in this map, at least. One map away from victory here at the Midseason Championship. Our Falcons, let's head down to Jake on the stage.
EC Arena, and the energy is just out of control. You can hear the Falcons fans in front of me just going wild. They're chanting one more game. They know that the Falcons are on the cusp of taking the title here at the Esports World Cup.
3-0 so far, Jake. I thought this was going to go 4-2, but it's looking like it might be a 4-0 instead. Falcons fans, how are you feeling?
The energy in here is wild. The Alcatia fans have been quiet, but honestly, the team hasn't been giving him that much to work with. They need to find something, dig down deep, some kind of last bit of energy. It feels like every comp, all of their strengths have been turned against them. And honestly, Avril, this is kind of classic Falcons, right? I can do whatever you can, I'll just do it better.
You know, I actually found Smash, coach of Verdice Pro, on the way here, and I spoke to him and I said, who do you think was going to win? This was before the finals began, and he said, well, Falcons probably, because Proper is just pooping on everyone. No, he didn't use the word pooping. He used a different word that I can't say. But right now, it's looking like MVP Proper. It's looking like Falcons potentially 4, and it's looking like Alcatia is struggling to find anything that works.
Yeah, the boys are going to go back and take a moment. I think they would love to just get into that next game. Alcatia are probably happy to get just a moment of respite here, just something, a time to collect yourself. You know, if you're Junkbuck backstage in this kind of a moment, down 0-3, it's like, what can you say? How can you take the pressure off of the team? How can you just get them back into the game, thinking about Overwatch, back to basics? Because honestly, I feel like this Falcons is playing well. I won't take that away from them, but Alcatia, they're a shadow of what they've shown this tournament so far.
And they look like they should have been able to win a map, because we look at the Esperanza, Jake, that second map,
Brutal.
that huge comeback, 20 meters for Falcons, 115 meters on the Alcatia side, then the overtime push, unbelievable stuff, even 2 members down in the middle of the overtime. Proper and Merit come on back, they pull through some ultimates, and then they clutch out and they actually win. That's an insane comeback.
I'm not gonna lie, I pred Alcatia and I got a little bit worried on map 1. Merit started to come out so hot, and then on map 2, you know, even with things turning against Falcons, they were always fighting, always, you know, grabbing cheeky picks here and there. And despite Alcatia coming out to what looked to be an insurmountable lead, you know, typically you'd look at that and say, okay, this one is over. Alcatia are gonna tie this one up 1-1. I for sure said it myself backstage, but it was a jinx, man. The Falcons, they clutched up despite being down a couple players. And I mean, there's a real struggle here to just deal with the pressure. Falcons is that team that shows up on another level in the grand finals. This is a different team than we even saw in the last semi.
I know, this is the best looking Falcons that we've had for some time now. Look, they had a tough journey getting even to this event. 5th and 6th in the regular season in Korea, stage 2. They had to go through the LCQ, beating Zeta 3-0. They had some tough games in the group stage here as well. Weibo took them the distance. GK took them the distance, but now in the grand finals, this seems to be the one game where they're actually looking flawless.
What a long road it's been for them, right? To have such a struggle this stage, to be looking so weak, so beatable, picking up champions like Merit and someone and not being able to quite put the pieces together. But it seems now that it was just a matter of time. They needed that moment to gel. And now, coming through the last chance qualifier, they're eligible for the Jafonzo Award. That means if they're able to win, take the title here in Overwatch, as seems likely right now, they're gonna get a plus 50K bonus. And by the way, Avril, Falcons, our previous club championship winner in 2024, they get this win here in Overwatch, they become eligible to win it again in 2025. Imagine that for Falcons fans. Back-to-back Esports World Cup Club Championship winners.
Yeah, they want that. They need that right now. Speaking of needing it as well, looking to the other side, Alcatia, they need to put some maps on the board. But even if they do, Jake, we're looking at a situation where Falcons will have map choice, priority on bans moving forward, because this is going to be a reverse sweep scenario for Alcatia. Just like you said, I trust in your coach, Junkbuck. He knows what he's doing. He is the best coach in EMEA. Alcatia is the best team in EMEA, proven with that 6-map win versus Twisted Minds. But they just need to find something here that can work. They're trying the sim. They played through the Ram. The Diva was banned in the last map. Maybe with the Diva coming back in, now won't be able to be banned again. Could be something that they can use.
Analytically, I think there's approaches you can take, but for me, this is beyond analysis. A road this long, you can't even contemplate the end of it. Katsia have to go 4 maps back to back to back. I mean, an impossible feat, very nearly. I think they're gonna need a 6-man in the crowd. They're gonna need the energy, because these Falcon fans have been way louder. The energy here in Riyadh seems to heavily favor the Falcons right now.
Well, let's find out. Alcatia fans, one more! All right, let's see if they do it. Back to you guys in the cast.
Seen a few moments like this, moments frozen in time, moments before what could be the final map of a series, and a stark challenge issued to a team like Alcatia. Do you have what it takes? Can you get into this game and make the reverse sweep happen? It would be a comeback the likes which we rarely see in Overwatch against one of the most dominant teams we've ever had in this game. But if it's gonna happen, it's gotta start here.
The wise words of Apply, can't reverse sweep without being down 0-3. Now, you're Alcatia, probably wouldn't want that. I think it's gonna be tough, man, because like you're gonna have to like, okay, Diva makes their way back in, right? Because it's a Falcons ban already, but do you have to ban just like a throwaway DPS? Do you have to, because I imagine if you don't do a DPS, it's a sim ban, right? And then Checkmate Tracer versus Proper, I think obviously Checkmate's very good. Yeah, Proper's Proper, right? I mean, it's tough, dude. I push comes to shove, I would ban, well, I would probably ban Tracer. Get Tracer out, protect the sim, and if he just like destroys you on Venture, like, you know, you weren't gonna win 4 straight maps anyway, right? So that's probably gut where I would go. if I'm Alcatia, but we'll see.
It's dangerous to take Team Falcons to Circuit Royal when they're one map away from winning a title. Last team to try that, Crazy Raccoon, out in Hangzhou. And it did not work so well for them.
They played Reinhardt.
They played Reinhardt. That's a footnote, but that did happen. Here we go, folks. Bans are coming in. Freya, the first ban from Falcons, answered by a Baptiste ban out of Alcatia, which is a Landon specialty, a go-to.
And I wonder if these are potentially flipped. So, get an idea here, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Alcatia just did get the ban of the map on the last map, but we'll see. Falcons getting rid of the Freya here, though. Freya being gone. That's not a character that, Labda would play, per se. Labda is definitely more of like a Sojourn, so we will see how that impacts things.
We'll know. So we see a Baptiste here from either team.
I was right.
There's the flip. Okay.
Look at that.
Now, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Obviously, Falcons can ban Baptiste, even if he was banned previously in the series by a different team.
Yep. Yeah, because, look, Falcons banning Freya, taking it out of Merit's hands doesn't make any sense. Yeah, shout out the Obs.
We love our Obs team.
We love them.
Honestly, they've ridden along with us. Many of them have been doing this as long as you and I are, Matt, and that is a long-ass time.
That's really long.
Only Pepperidge Farm. Remember that?
The bans now, obviously, like I kind of alluded to, they couldn't have obviously banned the BAP, so it is a flip. So Alcatia banning the Freya makes way more sense. Not something Labda would play. Long-range sightlines force that Sojourn head-to-head. And then for Falcons, you're fine taking that BAP out of Landon's hands.
Time to find out, folks, what's on the other side of the horizon. Team Falcons poised to take yet another international title. Alcatia putting an EMEA team in a grand final for the first time in a long time. Have an awful long climb. And I'm not just talking about the topography of Circuit Royal, folks. It'd have to be a reverse sweep for them from here on out.
Proper gets rid of the TP, so no opportunity for Alcatia to kind of flip the script and get right back into the mix. Merit's off on the side. Yeah, I was going to say he's a little bit too far. Not able to get to help.
That's the opener that you're looking for. Sojourn out of the picture. That cart now starting to march on. Kellex again just gets in the thick of things. It's a dangerous place to be against these May comps, but Alcatia make good on the investment and the sacrifice of their teammates. They are on the road.
Yeah, Merit's playing to like that left-hand side and just kind of not able to get back to the rest of the team. I think he'd already used slide, so not able to get back behind that barrier, that natural cover there. He just gets taken out.
On to the next corner now, one that Falcons haven't really been able to regroup on. Alcatia have really gotten ahead of them here. They'll have that high ground to play from defensively, but already someone is feeling the heat there in the front line. Disrupt the shot will keep Ziad back for a time, along with the Vortex, hugging him towards the rest of his team. I think Falcons are grouped up here to maybe make a play from the sides. Alcatia sniff it out though. They're being pretty conservative about this. Waiting on some of these cooldowns. Kitsune Rush might have been the go signal, and here they come. There's one though from Fielder as well. It's reciprocated. Checkmate trying to use the card to break line of sight and put that damage down on someone. It's a beat to keep the Ramatra in the fight. Kellex had one of his own, but it's Merit that delivers up front and first. Annihilation in play, but Merit stays clear of it as Labda has a pretty nice position to play from. Tucked up here on this balcony. This Alcatia attack will keep coming, but Merit's found a second elimination, and that's it. You got to pull the plug if you're Alcatia.
Yeah, and Proper being able to stay alive on the point is so clutch. Ice block into the wall, blocks a shot there from Labda. And then more kills come in for Merit. Below 2 minutes on the clock, Mitch. Support ult's gone from both sides. Annihilation gone for Alcatia. This one could get out of control quick.
Here they come. Special guest in the audience, folks. Everyone's turned up to see this, including many influential dignitaries. And why not? Hoping for more of a banger from Alcatia if they can stay in it, but Merit keeps them quiet for now. Checkmate sent to the Shadow Realm with a headshot off the rail. Once again, running out of time. Alcatia need to come alive.
I mean, so a minute to go. you will have this Kitsune rush, but there's great responses on the side for Falcons. So it feels like, you know, great, we have this for Alcatia, but there's no real way to force an advantage.
Okay, that's the sim wall that comes out from Alcatia. They've got a staging ground to work with now, but it's going to be a Kitsune rush from Landon, reciprocated. We got pavement everywhere as Ziad tumbles into the backline of Falcons, but they keep themselves safe behind these barriers. Someone with Annihilation now. He'll be healthy enough for this. And Alcatia are waiting. Ziad's still 30% away from his Ramatra ultimate, and all Falcons have been able to do now is just to go for it. Sound barrier, it's time to throw caution to the wind and take to the skies. Kellex and Landon steamrolled, and proper proudest punch out there in the open. Oh, will trap and stagger Ziad. And there is no time left.
Back to the spawn.
What a way to go out if you're Alcatia. They're flexing on him now.
That's a worse. That's a sound barrier in the spawn.
Oh, buddy. 5 seconds left in the round, and Team Falcons have taken it to yet another level. Labda desperately diving in.
He's going to die.
Ice block would kill him if he's not careful. Lander gets there, though. There's going to be some shots coming in from the slow turn off screen. He's alive still. Yes, Labda is now down. Blocking line of sight, getting healed up. Easy as you like. Team Falcons barely break a sweat on this defense, and Alcatia are in deep, deep trouble.
They ever sit proper again? They need to get everybody.
I'm calling ASIC.
They need to get everybody out of the room. Whoever's making that call, we gotta figure out why, because he is just an absolute freak, man. I mean, the kills on the Mei, and then in combination with Merit, like the hit skin power that he's got, dude, this is not fair.
This is not a fair fight. You're right. Lesser competition, more of an extinction event at this point. The flame, the fiery passion that Alcatia brought into this game seems to be on the brink of being quenched. And once again, it'll be Falcons putting their name in lights and their key on the totem.
Just another chance here. Potential here for Falcons to close it out. It's not far they need to go.
Yeah, the boys!
Mama Rack.
Great to see Mama Rack in the audience. Alongside my homie Unfeatured there in the crowd. What?
Alcatia, they need a legendary hold here. Keep their tournament alive. That proper will come out on Venture.
And this is where it might all end. It is very difficult to hold on this first checkpoint of the map. And Team Falcons have their eyes on the prize. They know it's within their grasp. Now it's a matter of completing the job. And checkmate is just yet another victim in a long, long line of them for merits. Flattened are Alcatia, languishing with 1 foot in the grave. Falcons poised to take it all.
Probably one more fight here. An opportunity for Alcatia to make one last stand. The crowd wants to see this Falcons win, though. So important for the club championship as well. They need a game win, and it is right there.
Someone surging ahead. Proper's got himself on a tight little off angle with that TP to be cleared. In we go, dive, Vortex in play, forcing Labda back, he'll emerge and now look to finish the job. Labda down to the drill rush, and Proper's not done. Checkmate flattened on the point, Ziad getting played off to the side. It's anemic, it's not enough from Alcatia, not even close, not by half, and through wing and pinion. Falcons break the ties that bind, ascending from the LCQ to become your mid-season champions.
If there was any doubt, that is gone now. Alcatia, the great stage 2 in EMEA, a great run here at the Esports World Cup. Falcons had some close calls early on, but once it gets to these big moments, nobody's better.
It almost feels like, Matt, that last map was a formality. Something that you do out of politeness, out of convention. Because up until that point, Falcons had broken Alcatia down brick by brick, play by play, shot by shot. They trudged into that last map with the realization that they had been bested at every single turn. And someone will hold his key aloft. No one's had a longer road than Falcons to this moment. Glory here in Riyadh has been secured. Team Falcons cement dominance in this era of Overwatch Esports, the likes that we've never seen before.
You can see how much it means to the team. A little bit of a rough patch here in stage 2. Able to overcome it here in Riyadh. Servajet on the stage with the boys. And I gotta tell you what, even for the club championship, right? Team Liquid, they get that win in chess. Falcons, they need a game victory to be in contention. They get it here.
Well and truly in the race for that club championship. Right now, all that's on the mind of these guys is to hold that trophy aloft and to savor the moments. What a team, built for the sole purpose of dominating at every turn. So far, they have made good on that promise. Legends of the game, crowned anew. Promise to do it all again tomorrow. That's the Team Falcons way.
Not many more discussions need to be had about, all right, we're going to bring someone into the mix. We're going to get Merit in there too. How are we going to make this work? It doesn't look great in stage 2. Through the LCQ though, all the way here. They proved though that was the right call. Adding them into the mix with the team they already had made them even that much better.
The kind of team that only comes along so often. And honestly, there'll be more to come from this Falcons squad. Feels like they've really iterated on the perfect solution. The perfect mix of players. Coach Sparkle. Moving it up out there. Giving us a show, just as they've done from start to finish. It's been a pleasure to preside over another special moment in Overwatch Esports. We're going to head down to the stage, but for now, this is Mitch Leslie and Matt Morello signing off.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please, everyone, give it up for your OWCS Midseason Champions, Team Falcons! It was not an easy road to get here, but we wouldn't know any of that looking at the result you just presented us. A clean sweep in a grand final. Let's get some words in here, starting with Merit, if you could join us here very quickly.
메리 선수 나와주시죠.
Of course, it's the person on the other end of the stage. Merit, come on through, come on through. Let's chat about this. It's been an explosive tournament. It required everyone to play 200% because the competition was stacked. The teams have leveled up. How difficult was it for you to fight your way all the way through the grand final? And what is going through your head right now?
일단 메리 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 정말 상향 편준화된 이렇게 또 된 리그에서 이렇게 LCQ를 뚫고 지금까지 올라와서 다시 한번 이렇게 정상에 올라서게 되셨는데 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
작년에는 EWC에서 2등으로 마무리했는데 이번 연도에 1등으로 마무리하게 돼서 기분이 되게 좋습니다.
Yeah, in the last OWCS, we actually landed as second, but now we are back as a champion, so I'm really, really excited right now.
As you should be. It was a phenomenal performance from you and the team. I'd also love to talk to Sparkle if we can get a word in. The coach, basically, you were basically the sixth man on the field, just like in the olden days. And you were behind that squad, firing them on. What was the plan heading into this grand final? Did you expect such a convincing victory?
이렇게까지 4대0으로 확실한 좀 승리를 예감을 하셨나요? 지금까지 결승전 준비하시면서 좀 어떤 식으로 준비하셨는지 준비 과정과 이 예상이 좀 궁금합니다.
저희가 그 준비할 때 좀 나쁘지 않았는데 저희 선수들이 경기하면서 계속 성장해가지고 이런 결과를 만들었던 것 같아요.
Yeah, honestly, we weren't bad in the scrimmage at all. But that being said, actually, the players have showed up again and again with their boosted performance. So, yeah, that was the reason that we lift the trophy right now.
Yeah, everyone carried their weight and then some. Thank you so much, Sparkle. Proper, I'd love to have a quick chat with you as well. You popped off every single day in this tournament. What's going through your head right now? Because it's been a tough road for you and the team to make it to the grand finals.
사실 프로퍼 선수에게도 이번 올해가 사실 쉽지는 않았었는데 이렇게 다시 돌아와서 LCQ를 통해서 또 이렇게 결승전 올라와서 우승을 하신 소감이 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
LCQ 하기 전부터 마음가짐으로 어떻게든 이 팀을 우승시키겠다라는 마인드로 게임을 좀 했고요. 근데 그걸 이뤄내서 좀 증명해가지고 좀 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, even before this tournament, I had to remind myself I will bring this team back to the top, and I think I proved myself through that. So I'm really grateful for it.
You truly have proven yourself, and you know why I'm 1000% sure of that? Because you are our Sony Tournament MVP. Please give it up for Proper Fancy. Come on in and give this young man the credit that is due.
이번
MVP
OWC의 MVP는
trophy.
프로퍼 선수입니다.
There you go. Everyone in here, if you want to see Team Falcons placing their key into the totem, then please head on over to the STC Gaming Hall right now, as that's where all of that is going to go down. And now, Team Falcons, if all of you would do me the honor of coming with me in order to grab some loot. It's time for the key looting. Give it up one more time for your champions, Team Falcons.
After bringing Proper and Merit side by side, the DPS duo took charge, and with the support of Gio and Fielder, some incredible tag play, they raised the EWC trophy for 2025 as our Overwatch Midseason Champions. I'm joined by Avril and Jake in the studio. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and it has been a blast to watch this team from the LCQ all the way to a 4-day gauntlet in Riyadh. Avril, what a show they put on for the fans.
And even longer for that for the Falcons fans who watched Korea this stage as well, who watched all the trials and tribulations, the roster changes, the new additions coming on in, the DPS swaps in and out, Harmon and someone being swapped in and out. All of the losses have been so tough.
T1.
Now that we see Falcons collecting loot, T1 is going to be one of those teams. They cannot take Crazy Raccoon's key, but maybe they'll be taking some other very interesting keys here.
Looks like Alcatia getting the respect of the second key loot, making it to the grand finals.
Bit of a team discussion, surely. And Weibo, huge respect. I love that.
This is a historic choice, right? Weibo may have left the tournament relatively early this time, but last year at the Esports World Cup, Weibo really stole the mojo from Falcons. They delivered them a brutal loss that arguably really put Falcons on the back foot in that tournament. And so for me, this is a nod to that history, a nod to that long-term rivalry. They know Weibo Gaming is going to be back, and when they get back on top, Falcons wants to remember that defeat.
I love it, my guy Alex celebrating with all the Falcons. MS3 celebrating with his players. What a special moment. So much pressure has been lifted with this win. They now become eligible to go back-to-back as club champions with a $7 million prize still in the running.
And remember we talked to Grant, it feels like on the first day now, so long ago, about Falcons, their journey so far this year, defending the club championship, and now they lead in points. Now they're eligible to do it. And he was waiting to see, could it be the Falcons Overwatch roster, who disappointingly finished 3rd and 4th last year at EWC, but now they get to claim the gold, they get to claim the trophy.
Jake, from 2nd place, so close at the start of the year in Hangzhou, now to gold. What's next for the Falcons?
I mean, this team is accustomed to being at the top, and now they're going to have to bear the heavy weight of expectations. But they're no strangers to that. They've been on top for so long. When they went 5th, 6th in the regular season, this stage, you know, a lot of people saw that as a massive failure for this team, despite how incredibly competitive the Korean region consistently is in Overwatch. Falcons, it felt like they had fallen off. People had doubted them. They went to the LCQ and, you know, people were questioning them coming into this tournament. Well, the doubters have been silenced. You got to put some respect on the name, and Falcons winning in Overwatch once again. This puts them back on the map, and like you guys are saying, the club championship, I mean, they stand ready in the lead to claim that $7 million prize for 1st place, potentially, if they can hold this lead, going back-to-back as club champions. I mean, for a Saudi org here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup, this is a momentous accomplishment and one that the fans will remember.
And Avril, it has to mean something special to someone in Merit who were in the grand final last year before Crazy Raccoon lifted the trophy. Their hands were in defeat. Now, nothing but elation on that stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've been waiting for this for so long. We watched someone in Merit last year on Toronto Ultra, and Crazy Raccoon beat them. Crazy Raccoon had beaten the Falcons as well. Crazy Raccoon had been the long-time rival this entire year and a half for these two teams, always in the grand finals together. Aside from EWC, this time around, Crazy Raccoon, they fell early. That was the fate that Falcons had last year. Tables turn, and Falcons are the ones that get to win now.
$400,000 for your 1st place prize, but they did it the hard way, the Jafanzo way, from the LCQ all the way to the trophy. They will earn an extra 50 grand and an MVP award to Proper's a bonus 10. Jake, these guys cashed in some serious money.
And Proper, I mean, for him, this is a return to history. On this guy's rookie season, he was not only the Rookie of the Year, but also the MVP, and now claiming it once again in the Esports World Cup, proving that history does repeat itself.
All the fans following the team into the STC Gaming Hall, where they will be met by the Royal Prince Faisal to put their key in the totem, alongside Magnus Carlsen, who took chess for Team Liquid earlier in the week. But it's the Falcons who reclaimed the top spot in our club championship, now with a 300-point lead over their opposition, Avril.
Feels so good to be a Falcons fan today. I'm sure all the fans in the arena, our packed out SDC Esports arena, must be so proud of this team. A team that has been waiting for so long. We talk about someone in Merit who last year 2nd place, but also on this team, stage 2, problems aside, now they finally got here for Proper, benched for half of that stage. Now coming in from the LCQ onwards, it's been nothing but dominance. This guy deserves the MVP. Like Jake said, he's received the MVP before, and since day 1, Puckett, I said it, this guy's putting on MVP level performances.
Taking their photo with the Royal Prince Faisal. He has now invited them all to the Heroes Club, a special area here at EWC that only champions belong. And now it's the moment, Jake, to cement their place in history.
Walking up to the key, the totem here to place their keyframe. This is a special moment. These totems will be immortalized. This will be here for as long as the Esports World Cup continues. Year after year, their legacy will be remembered, and I think it's fitting that Proper seems to be the one to place his team's key.
Welcome back, and congratulations, Team Falcons, your champions of Overwatch 2 here at the Esports World Cup 2025. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for tuning in, but the show is not done yet. We're going to go celebrate with the Falcons, but Avril, you got a cast coming up. We're going to take a special look at an upcoming Season 18. What should we look forward to?
Oh, me and George got a sneak preview of what Stadium looks like in Season 18. There's some new heroes, there's some new maps, and a brand new game mode as well.
Falcons fans, for the time being, enjoy this moment. Congratulations once again on being crowned your champions.
Whoa!
What's up, everybody? It's Jaws and Avril here. We've actually got a sneak peek of the brand new Season 18 patch for Stadium. A little bit of work in progress still, so not everything is final. But yeah, we've had some pro players suit up, get the new heroes out, and yeah, show us what it's all about.
Yeah, and of course, on the current Season 17 Stadium build, don't forget we got 2 new maps, Esperanza's in there, Samoa's in there. We got Junkrat, Sigma, and Zenyatta, but obviously on Season 18, we've got even more heroes, got a couple of new maps in there, including Payload Race, which is a brand new mode.
Yeah, okay, Payload Race does sound sick. A lot of old head hero shooters out there are definitely going to recognize that name. I was excited to see Zen, to be fair, in this season, Season 17, but what is your most wanted hero out of the 3 that we had? Pharah, Winston. What's your what were you most excited about?
So we got Pharah, Winston, and Brig. Those are the 3 new heroes. I think Pharah is potentially a bit of a game changer. I think it's just really good in general. We're more dive-oriented heroes because I think the original Stadium heroes were mostly, we look at the Ryans and stuff. Obviously, DV can play a bit of dive, but we had a Rissa as well. Felt very brawl-focused. So now we have a dive hero. It's really going to be awesome. Brig's a great dive support as well. Pharah in the sky. There's some new items that we had introduced in previous patches, which is good against aerial heroes. That's going to probably be required versus Pharah.
There's a ton of tune-ups, tune-downs, balance back. There's so much stuff happening in Season 18 in Stadium, but the game is ready, so let's jump into it. Season 18, little preview for you as we jump on in. So like I mentioned before, these are pro players that have been playing here at the Midseason Championships. We've got the Bronze Baddies versus the Diamond Dogs.
I like that we're just going to play dive straight away. You know, we do have the Pharah on board as well for Bronze Baddies. Winston both sides. Both the Brigs in there, by the way. I saw the sneak peek. Rack Attack is, in fact, on Brig.
Yeah, we're so back. Big external shout out. Unknown Yang on the red side for Diamond Dogs. Got checks, though, on the Pharah. I'm excited to see Pharah because Hitscan has been dominating, so I wonder if Pharah kind of sneak in there a little bit.
This is actually one of Colorhex's best heroes. People don't know this, but back in the day in contenders, maybe the early years of Al as well, Colorhex plays so much Pharah. Now he gets to play Pharah in Stadium as well. I can't wait to see how broken he makes this hero.
I want to point out, by the way, Rack Shield. It's got perma widescreen shield as one of the new perks.
Yeah, so there's one that basically gives you the rally shield, but as your base shield. So with some really incredible looking powers coming through straight away.
So you're basically like Ryan, but 24/7 now?
Yep.
Is what I'm saying.
There's a perk as well, the power on the Winston, which just gives him more range on the Tesla cannon, which that's one of his big weaknesses. So, I mean, you just get more range. That's all you need.
I would say it's one of the scariest things, too, because you're so used to the range Winston has, and if he picks that up, it's a little bit of a surprise. Nice kill from Yang, though, as a Rack Attack dominating on the payload. Easy cap for Diamond Dogs, by the way. Bronze Baddies maybe living up to their name right now.
They're 4K ahead on the money as well in terms of the credits, so they're also capped up 36 in advantage. About a minute and a half left to play through. So when you see what Bronze Baddies can do in return here, a bit more long range coming through from, okay, there it is, Pineapple. Nice shots.
Pineapple's kind of the go, by the way. We'll see if he can actually defend. Here's the high noon. Rack Attack faces the shield straight towards him, but a punch to the jaw, taking down the Brig. Primal Rage Rhino in the backline, jumps straight towards the spawn. You gotta run, Pineapple. There's a free heal for you, but KSG, one of the players from Varel, coming over from Japan at the Midseason Championship, which is always good to see. KSG's Primal dominating Nico, but it is a Mei, so still going to take a rather long time to go down.
Even staggering.
Okay, I would say staggering in a show match is crazy.
Staggering in Stadium. Yeah, I love that. Love to see it. Okay, let's see what we can do on the comeback here. 40 seconds remaining. 48 meters. Plenty to get through here. Best of 7 in Stadium, obviously. Hopefully we'll get one of the new maps a little bit later on as well. Aki on the Zen. Really want to see what kind of damage he can do. They've got a lot more long range on the Bronze Baddie side of things, and there it comes through. Some poke.
Nice bolus, yeah. Taking a lot of damage, though. Still Kiwis popping that rally, moving everybody on. Checks again, picking up a kill on the Winston. And there's so many cool perks so far, actually. One of my favorite ones is getting an extra charge for the concussive blast, so you're really like pure CC. And that's quite nice against hit scan because you kind of throw them off and you're able to direct them as they are sailing through the air.
Yeah, you've also got stuff like using a jet dash. Your next primary fire locks onto enemies, so you know we get those directs. It's got insane damage doing that.
Dude,
it's OT though.
It's still, I still love the May Ice Ball build, bro. It's still one of my favorite builds in Stadium to this day. It takes a little while to set up though, to be fair. You have to go into a couple of rounds. Good double kill from Pineapple. Ooh. In the lead right now are the Diamond Dogs. Pineapple with 4 kills. Okay, the May, come on. Come on, you got to give it to him. OT ticks down and there's the flip.
Yeah, the OT flip. We got a really nice lead from our red team here, but right towards the end, Pineapple locks in, what was it, 3 or 4K?
Yeah.
And he locks in the MVP bonus. I believe he also had like a 1K bounty on top of him. He's got to finish the first round, 14,983.
Yeah.
He can just afford any purple epic item he wants straight away.
We will be playing the payload race in this match as well, so don't worry. This is going to be a classic, like best of 7, like a normal Stadium game, as we do move on forward.
Do you think Pineapple just goes for the closer straight away? The 20% weapon power, 10% critical hit damage, critical hits real target with 3.
If you're that far ahead,
14,500 is what it costs. You can just buy it straight up, you know.
You might as well. Like, come on. Why wouldn't you buy the increased damage like straight away? Because you just, it is literally just a snowball at that point as well.
Some players do like to stack up a lot of blues, get some of the hero-specific items in there first. So when you get this rich this early on, you can typically buy like a bunch and just fill out your entire inventory, like 6 blues or something like that. That can also be quite powerful, depending on what kind of build you want to go. Obviously, when you look at Pineapple, it's going to be a weapon damage build.
I want to just talk about Winston's power-ups real quick as well. Obviously, we're not going to see another one just yet from Rhino, but Impact Therapy, heal for 15% of max life per energy damage by jump pack landing. So when you're hitting a big shift, you're healing for a ton. So like the initial burst damage you take when you're in the air, you hit the ground, and you got a lot more health than you maybe anticipated.
Yeah, we got Electro Cluster for Rhino, and I believe KSG the exact same thing. Both are Winston players on the same page here. And that is 25 Tesla Cannon max range. Tesla Cannon's
25
total damage is increased by 5% per enemy being hit by Tesla Cannon. So if you're cleaving and you got more range, you are doing giga damage.
I do love Bronze Baddie's backline as well. This is like classic. Like Overwatch, the Zen Brig. I've seen Zens do disgusting things.
You got Zen cast fire. It's just so much poke damage coming through. Nyang on the Freya is going to be a bit of a tough one. He's got 11.7. Does give you an indication of how well he's performing. Well, the fact that Pineapple's on 15k tells you everything about how he's doing right now.
Yeah, kind of gross. KSG with a small leap in, but man, Chex must hate Rhino or something. I don't know. This guy's always like poking him out.
That's that Stadium fire damage, dude.
Yeah, it really is. Nice shot by Aki there, taking down a Mr. Rack Attack. But unfortunately, the May Snowball build, as a connoisseur and a veteran of that build, takes a little while to
you got to get
going.
A lot of ability power upgrades.
Yeah.
Do you like to get the mini Blizzard with the Snowball as well?
It's OP, bro.
You just snowball into the enemy team with the Blizzard. You enjoy that?
I'm a big fan of just kind of rolling around and annoying people to death.
I do play a bunch of casts
like
as well. I'm not going to lie. My favorite here in this is probably Anna, but I play a bunch of casts as well. Just pure weapon damage. Basically, what Pineapple's going to be doing, your headshots can just pop players. Like 2 headshots, they're done.
All right, small push round on the sides. Rhino taking so much, though. Yeah, you can't underestimate the Discord orb either. Zen, one of my favorite builds, is just more orbs, faster firing, and just like lasering down tanks. Yeah, Pineapple with them going down, but good block by Rack Attack, though. Yeah, shuts down Chex, but unfortunately, Rack, your rest of your team is dead. You have to escape with the supports now. A couple of the new Brig perks as well I thought might be interesting to kind of bring up. Whip Snipe is quite funny if you're really good at hitting the shifts. Ability damage over 10 meters, so obviously your whip shot. It burns enemies for percent damage, 3% bonus damage for every 1 meter. So if you're max ranging that, you're dealing a lot of extra damage if you're hitting right on the very pixel of the edge of it.
We'll see if that happens. We are in the final fight here, Jules. 90% and counting so far. Still 2 bounties to be collected on the Bronze Baddie side. Here come the rallies.
Yeah, Rally's going to come in. Orbital Ray as well on the point. Yang not afraid to face up against the Winston in the bubble. Pineapple getting booped around. This damage coming through from Chex, though, again. Look at those assists coming in. I mean, that's insane. Rhino's not had a good time, unfortunately, on the Winston thus far, but you can't really blame him with the amount of poke damage, to be fair. Now Chex taking to the skies and taking down Yang. That's a hello and goodbye, my brother. Yeah, is a flip, but Chex is still on the board, and they're actually still in the fight here.
I mean, you've still got a lot of bronze baddies here as well. Chex being in the sky, he's hard to take down. Raccoon's just trying to whip shot in the sky. Not going to really do anything for you.
Good shot by Nico. Okay, Carl Hex eventually dead. Looks like a quick retreat here. Yeah, no shot, you're not going to push again.
Nico looks like he's got the tire crosshair going on, by the way. Just want to point that one out.
Oh, wait, that actually is the tire crosshair.
Yeah, he is definitely inspired there. Let's see if Aki can put on some inspiring damage. Let's take a couple of bolt shots in the face.
Oh, the Blizzard. No! The Blizzard getting rolled into you as well. Nice little freeze there from Nico. The tire crosshair must give you extra damage or something, man. It's not the most egregious crosshair, to be fair.
Well, we saw Ixnom a little bit earlier on, and he had a couple of fun ones, I'm sure, if you remember, walking out on Watermaker. 19.8k on Rack yet. It is interesting when you see the support having sort of the most credits on your team. Typically, you probably wanted to have it on your tank if it's a carry tank like a Zarya, or maybe one of your DPSs that can really snowball forward. Like you said, Rhino has been struggling a little bit here, Niang, putting pressure on opposing side of KSG and Sit, and KSG goes down.
Oh, good barrage though from Rackattack. Look at that straight from behind. Rackattack shield instantly gets destroyed. So much damage from that ultimate there coming through from the Pharah. Rhino trying to juggle people off the map, but unfortunately there is a jump pack there.
No touch!
Don't touch! Come on! A C9 in a show match.
Charlie.
By the way.
Definitely not here. Call me Rose the way we'd be seeing C9s right now.
Yeah,
she's here in spirit. She's here in spirit. MVP bonus for Color Hex as he did a lot of damage in that last round.
There you go. So we're going to Redwood Dam now, which is obviously the push game type. And then after that, we're going to see the payload race on Powder Keg Mine. It's a map that also is based in the US. Obviously, every map is kind of based somewhere, and the US is the location for that. I wanted to say, with the Brigitte too, Brig, normally quite a hard hero to play in ranked. Like, you are going to get punished a lot if you miss your flails. Consecrated Ground is quite interesting, and that's got to be a reference to WoW Paladins.
Yeah, it will be.
20% starting ult charge, and while rally is activated, or active, sorry, trigger Inspire every 2.5 seconds. So basically, you have Inspire for the entirety of your rally. There's a small brief windows of downtime, but even if you're swinging your flail, that's a lot of healing. Plus, 20% ult charge that early on is kind of ridiculous.
Fun one for Winston as well. Multi-chain, fully charged secondary fire hit, bounced to all other enemies within 6 meters for 50% reduced damage. That's kind of like the perk that we have in base Overwatch, but also Impact Theory, heal for 15% of max life per energy damaged by jump pack landing. So sort of land on players, heal a little bit there. Could be pretty interesting to keep yourself alive. And
I like that it's like full cleave. Like a lot of the builds for Winston are like you hit one person, you do extra damage, or it bounces to people, or if people are grouped up, it's like intensifies.
I don't know if this one's going to get picked, but this is a really fun one as well. Mini barrier projector, activating a barrier projector, attaches a small barrier to Winston within 10 health. So you get another barrier on top of yourself, like a little mini Zarya bubble too.
Oh God!
Who needs Zarya?
Hey,
give yourself a Zarya bubble, right?
Double bubble. We're so back. We're so back. All right, Redwood Dam here for the push round. We'll see what Aki can do on the Zen. Look at that armor, by the way. That is a Jonak recreating the Jonak, famous Jonak image.
I'm getting flashbacks.
425 HP Jonak screenshot.
Bring it up.
Yeah, disgusting. Disgusting stuff. Chex has been doing really well on the Pharah too. I'm telling you, because hit scans have been so strong in Stadium, I'm like, oh, I don't know if Pharah is going to be like, she's going to get kind of preyed upon, but the amount of damage you can do from long range and how prevalent it is in the base game now as well is ridiculous.
He does have to look out for the Freya on the opposing end. Of course, drafts comes in Season 18, so you can sort of draft around. You see a Pharah on the other side, you can start to look towards...
Yeah, drafting is going to be a big deal for Stadium. I know a lot of players like getting into the match. They're like, oh, okay, we have a D.Va, they have a Zarya. I can get the B inflection perk, but like I'm not going to be able to survive for too long against good Zarya players. So yeah, drafting for ranked.
Sure.
And then also, if you don't like ranked modes too much, you prefer quick play, there's a quick play version too.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. If you've noticed, by the way, we're obviously playing on a custom server. You can play on a custom server in Stadium right now. You can make your own custom game of Stadium. You can have your own Stadium tournaments.
Oh yeah, and the builds that the players are running as well, the codes for them, which are now shareable, the build codes, are going to be available too. So yeah, keep an eye out for them if you want to copy someone's build. Well, there's the Transcendence from Aki. Rhino's going to be in a little bit of trouble now. Did end up jumping to the front line, but Aki is basically just kicking him in the face. Nico's been walled off as Chex now just kind of takes over the front line. Freeze, though, onto Color Hex, but doesn't matter. Raktak's trying to escape, but unfortunately for you, my son, I think you're going to go down.
He did good damage on the whip shot, though. It's actually pushing Color Hex away. They might keep Rackattack alive for a little bit longer. Nico, looking for a bit of a flanking angle. KSG's got 2 in the meantime. It's only going to be Nico alive, I believe, on Diamond Dogs for the time being. 40 meters counting for Bronze Baddies. They get a decent lead this time around.
Yeah, they're kind of dominating, actually. Yeah, 40. What's the Avril theorem in Stadium?
I haven't got one, actually. That's the thing. In Stadium push, it's so short, the pushing. I don't think I have a theory. It's very close. You can literally go to the end, go to OT, and push all the way back. So, yeah. No theorem here, fellas. No theorem here.
Okay, I really hope someone picks up the triple volley perk for Farah, but I'll talk about that in a second. High noon kill onto Unknown. Nyang fires that bolus straight onto the point, but Chex again, kind of dancing around Nyang currently.
He's 1 HP.
Pretty low, though, but still. Aki snipes him away, but a 64-meter lead. A barrage onto... Okay, I mean, Color Hex is playing with his food at this point. Nico, again, shutting him down with the right click.
Trying really hard to clutch that one out. Maybe try and save the day here. 64 meters. It basically is towards the end, so we'll have to find out. We're going to push into OT, see if Diamond Dogs can make this OT push happen. It is certainly possible. What have they got on board?
Nico has got to be careful now. He's got a block available to him. Transcendence here from Aki. There's the block. Nico rolling away as Aki pushed into the team. Forced to use that Transcendence. Bot in control right now of Bronze Baddies as Color Hex just trying to do as much damage as humanly possible to the Winston. And Rackattack does end up killing still Kiwi. Rhino is so low, though. That Discord Orb just being, like, honestly demolishing him. Rhino falls. There's a rally coming in from Rackattack. A good little bash stun there on Color Hex, who is pretty low. Ends up going down to Unknown. Pineapple trying to fight against Nico. That waterfall buddy is not going to protect you, but Nico needed to reload as Pineapple takes the final blow. But the fight, my son, was already over. OT push now for Diamond Dogs.
Yeah, Diamond Dogs still pushing ahead nice. You see how much pressure the extra Zen Discord Orb onto Rhino does. That combined with the damage from the fire of Color Hex is probably why Rhino's been going down so often. But still, at least one more fight to play through here in the OT. Some OT respawns going to be coming on through. Do you see Nyang, by the way, in that top down? Taking a bit of a wide angle. Looking for support. He's got sights on 2 players here. Bowler shot onto the break.
Oh,
but not enough damage. He has to back out.
Yeah, you have to back all the way out now. Pack ends up going flung towards the Winston and KSG.
No way.
Another no touch.
Wait
to
a
be
minute.
fair, the Winston wasn't alive. It's not a C9.
C9. Well, there were at least 2 players from Diamond Dogs alive. There was a rally going on as well. I don't know. It feels like it may have been winnable. Possibly.
Okay, now we get to see the brand new mode for Stadium at Payload Race here on Powder Keg Mine.
Just off the artwork alone, kind of looks like it takes place in Route 66 almost. Yeah, it does. It must do.
It's got to be...
It's got that vibe going for it.
You know some of the maps where it's like there's a fence or there's like a door or something and you're like, there is something on the other side of that. You know, Kings Row had that with the
Hanamura as well.
Hanamura too.
Kanazaka.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It feels like at some point in Route 66 there's a door that's slightly open and maybe you can see a little bit of this map. I wanted to point out a power-up that one of the Faras was taking, I believe Color Hex.
Yep.
This sounds insane, but bear with me. Triple volley. After using an ability, your next primary fire fires 3 rockets that deal 40 damage.
Yep.
So if you're
He's got that gone.
air strafing up or whatever, like, dude, come on, 3 rockets? Is that too much damage? Is that too much?
It is quite a lot. It is quite a lot. We did see for still Kiwi there, just got a brief note that one. Captain Sweden, when using Shield Bash, throw the shield 30 meters, dealing 80% of Shield Bash damage to every enemy hit. So you can sort of multi-chain a couple different enemies there. He's also picked up repair accumulation. For each repair pack active, increase repair pack healing by 15% and heal yourself for 5% of your max life every 1 second. So, I mean, extra healing for Still Kiwi coming through. Got a bit of a Captain America shield thrown situation for him as well.
There's a lot of cleave with the Winston too. There's a lot of cleave.
All right, here we go. So there's 2 payloads. You'll notice at the top here, a blue one and a red one. They'll both be pushing. It's about who finishes the entire map first, or if the time runs out, who has the most distance. You do see there are checkpoints on this map as well.
Yeah, near the end of the map, it's worth keeping in mind the payload won't regress, but it will be moving a little bit slower, and you can contest both payloads.
which is basically happening right now. If you look, both payloads are almost right next to each other. You have the blue path, the red path as well. Rhino going down. It looks like Bronze Baddies will be potentially taking a decent lead, getting their payload pushed up forward.
Yeah, in OT, I was actually speaking to Dylan from the Stadium team, and he was letting me in on a bit of info on how they kind of decided different mechanics were going to work. There was a little bit of confusion initially whether you could contest both your payloads in OT, but to preserve overtime, one payload just needs to be contested, whether that's the enemy's or yours. So it could be, I mean, splitting up on this game mode near OT might be the play.
You can see how close the payloads are in the sense that, like, you can just fight between them. You can be contesting the opponent's payload, finding their opponent while pushing your own. Both teams just going side by side here. In fact, that's basically what's happening with Nico. He rolls away freely.
Nico is just contested that entire time, and then, okay, we just cap. That's fine. That's a big lead now. Raccoon taking a lot of damage. Yang with the bolus does manage to hit two, not a direct though, so it's not going to grab everybody in. KSG extremely low, has to jump out. Ended up getting a slightly anti there, or a heal reduction. Not quite the full anti, but enough in a lot of these heavy burst comps. Blizzard now in the front line, but Pineapple takes down Unknown. A swift roll outside of the Blizzard, making sure he stays alive. Pineapple with the high noon as well. I'm not sure Rhino's days are going to last too much longer as a 70+ meter lead. Payload was resting slightly there, so this is where you can really come back when that payload percent just drags back.
And now, just like in Route 66, we're going to an indoor phase of the map as well. I wonder how that's going to affect Color Hex on the far here. Freya as well from Yang, maybe impacted in terms of height. But we're getting towards the end here. The blue payload is getting really close.
It's getting really close. Oh, that barrage basically annihilated the Winston. I mean, Rhino can't really jump back in, has to get some serious heals. Yeah, the payload now from Bronze Baddies is just rocketed towards the finish line. You can see them both rounding this final corner where they can only progress. No more can the payload regress, so every single centimeter matters. Rhino ends up going down. There's a rally on the high ground. There's orbital ray down on the low ground. A high noon, though, is going to eliminate Yang. And this looks like it's going to be a Bronze Baddies win as they are contesting Diamond Dogs' payload till the very end. Nico, the last one standing, won't quite make it as the slow progress continues, and Bronze Baddies up in a 3-1 series.
Yeah, this time not a C9 situation. This is a legit win. Both payloads towards the end there. I love it when we get to the final portion of that map as well. We get rid of all the other progress on the HUD. It is just the distance of the final two payloads. You can see them both moving into the same finish line in the same building. You can contest both at the same time. Really awesome for that last team fight as well. So yeah, payload race. Hadn't seen it before. This is brand new. First time for us even taking a look. We didn't get a sneak preview before this. We're seeing this for the first time, and that was impressive. I actually really like how close the two payloads are in terms of the design of the map.
Yeah, the transitioning of the UI, I think, was really cool, like you said, because you get to then see every single centimeter, and you can see on the ground there was the pathway with the arrows signaling, obviously, visually to the player that, look, payload isn't going to regress now. You just got to push and contest.
You can imagine as well, if one team is falling quite far behind, somebody has to stay back and push the payload, and the other four players might have to go and contest or something like that. So you have to really split your team up, which could be very interesting. So
it'll be interesting for ranked. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right, next round, going on to Throne of Anubis, we're going to go to a Clash.
Taking a look at some of our new powers being picked up here. Still repair extender for Still Kiwi, which, just to check very quickly.
Yes, repair pack duration is increased by 100%, so that is a lot of healing. Ability damage actually extends the duration of all active repair packs by a second. So if you want to go, and I know a lot of people are going to do this, if you want to go full ability power, those repair packs are going to be, they're going to be basically like Discord orbs of how long they can last.
By the way, KSG has picked up the mini barrier projector, so double bubble, baby.
Yes.
Double bubble for KSG. Nice. That's going to be a good one. There's also another fun one as our Winston Punch, which I do believe. We'll have to see what Rhino does here.
The arena is ready and
melee or jump pack elimination resets jump pack cooldown. For every 25 armor you have, gain 5% melee damage. So anything that reduces or resets cooldowns in this game, I think is very, very good straight away.
There's already the melee Genji build, which is pretty, it feels pretty broken. It's definitely one of the better Genji ones.
Punch right there.
Yeah, so you can go, wait, can you go full melee build? You got a Brig, which is melee. You can go Winston melee build, a Genji melee build, and I'm sure you can find some others.
I think if you build towards getting as many primals as possible, I'm sure that would be a bit of a melee build.
That would be so silly, actually. All right, potential final round here with Bronze Baddies being on match point as we roll out to Clash.
Remember, first to 4 here, best of 7 in clashes. Match point secured by Bronze Baddies. They're up 3 at the moment.
Bro, the 5 bronzes versus 5 diamond players. Who wins?
Next J3 video incoming.
Next J3 video. Shocked face emoji on the thumbnail. Rhino ends up going down. Unfortunately for Rhino, is maybe should have changed his build up to be more defensive. Avril, dude's getting dominated by Aki with those Discord orbs.
Exactly. Then you fly into Pineapple. He can right click you. At this stage of the game, you're doing so much damage.
Nice Boop
on your Cassidy as well. Boop killed the Nico. Solo Cap going to be coming through for Still Kiwi. I mean, you got 3 bounties on board for Bronze Baddies just to show you how long these 3 players stayed alive.
Jeez. Okay. Well, they've already killed Rhino again. This isn't a good look here for Diamond Dogs. Color Hex having the time of his life there in the background, but luckily for Diamond Dogs, they had some backup, but here comes the collapse. Pineapple and Color Hex down already. Rack Attack with the rally, pushes on, hits KSG with the melee, and that will be a point on the board you'd expect here for Diamond Dogs.
It's a huge comeback in terms of just money gained as well. You look at the credits here, it's starting to equalize a bit more, 210 on the Diamond Dogs versus 212.5 for Bronze Baddies. 4 bounties I counted on the Bronze Baddies side. All got collected in that fight. But of course, to actually make use of that, Diamond Dogs do have to win this map.
Yeah, I was going to say,
the next purchase phase.
They got extra money, but they need to win.
It's funny when you get to round 7 and you get all these bounties on round 6. You're like, well, I can't actually, you know, oh, sorry, on the round 7, because you can't go more than round 7.
It looks cool, though.
It does.
Transcendence as Nico just rolling through everybody. Not quite the speed of sound, but it's close enough. Barrage there from Color Hex, and everybody kind of disappeared. You haven't got the movement perk there, unfortunately. Rack Attack, Color Hex. Pineapple with a fan, the hammer onto Rhino, who goes down to Aki yet again. The rally to push them forward, and Rack Attack didn't stand a chance. The point capping here for Bronze Baddies, and they could be a touch from Diamond Dogs, but it's only Pineapple. Everybody else is pushed.
Well, they got a full respawn here, except for the Juniper. I know how to get back here. They need the speed boost.
They might not be able to get it.
Rhino's going for it. Rhino's coming in.
Okay, Color Hex does end up going down. Maybe Rhino can actually go for the leap on the point now. He ends up just booping his little head. Still Kiwi did manage to get the whip shot. He was 99 to Primal as KSG boops everybody else away, and the Bronze Baddies take the series 4-1, proving that bronze players can take down diamonds.
Yeah, not so bad after all. There it is, your winning team. Pineapple absolutely farmed. KSG as well, doing brilliant stuff on that Winston. But the Far, actually, probably the unique pick here, because there was no Far on the other side. We did see 2 Winstons, 2 Briggs, but the extra Far coming in. Color Hex, for the most part, last year I checked, so many direct hits. On top of them, the Zen Discord Orb, tons of damage, particularly onto Rhino.
Dude, yeah, Rhino's KDA not looking so pretty, I'll tell you that. Who's focused most of the time, but just want to thank all the players for joining in on the Stadium Show match, showing off, one of the new maps, which is coming in Season 18. A ton of extra stuff as well. Of course, the new Mythic got revealed not too long ago as well. But from us here, that is going to be it. And I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you stick around. Season 17 is out right now with 3 new heroes, and we've got 3 more coming in Season 18. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.